Ye Lin found himself transported to a realm plagued by demons and monsters, where he was bestowed with an immortal existence. Given the exorbitant costs associated with the class advancement ceremony in this world, he resorted to exploiting a glitch to gather enough funds by selling his own organs. On the day of the ceremony, he ascended to the esteemed rank of an SS-level forbidden spellcaster, yet the surrounding crowd erupted in derisive laughter. This was due to the fact that the skills of an SS-level forbidden spellcaster require the sacrifice of one's life force or physical body, typically leading to a short-lived existence. Only Ye Lin understood that, in the face of his immortality, the drawbacks of the forbidden spellcaster class were utterly inconsequential. Short-lived? What concern is that to one who is immortal? Observing Ye Lin casually unleashing hundreds of forbidden spells, the crowd was struck with sheer terror. Brother, how many lives do you possess? Are you casting forbidden spells as if they were mere basic attacks? Chapter 1. The Sale of a Kidney. Boss, I would like to sell a kidney. Oh, and I'll sell my cornea as well. In the underground black market of Qingcheng. Ye Lin, his face partially concealed by a mask, stepped into a narrow passage and expertly reclined upon a filthy, rudimentary operating table. The unscrupulous organ dealer couldn't help but cast a complex glance at him. Young man, are you certain? In the past 6 months, you have already sold 1 kidney, 1 spleen, 1 gallbladder, a pair of testicles, a section of coronary artery, a third of your liver, and a segment of small intestine, along with half of your large intestine. If you sell another kidney, you will have but a few days left to live. Even after years of dealing in human organs, the Blackheart proprietor had never encountered someone so utterly reckless. I'm certain. Everything I do is worth it to save my ailing sister, Ye Lin replied, tears streaming down his cheeks. Very well, the unscrupulous dealer nodded, for he was not a man of virtue. A young person's kidney, if it matched a recipient, could fetch hundreds of thousands in the market, while he would only need to pay Ye Lin 30,000. As for the cornea, it was a rare treasure for the blind. Soon, without any anesthesia or sterilization, Ye Lin's final kidney was extracted, along with his corneas. He bore the excruciating pain in his waist as he grasped the 30,000 offered by the unscrupulous dealer, stumbling out into the darkness. Though blind, Ye Lin had memorized all the routes of the black market. After twisting and turning through the alleys and ensuring no one was following him, he finally exhaled in relief. With the money I earned from selling my organs, plus this 30,000, I should have enough for the class advancement ceremony. Ye Lin murmured to himself. The tale of his sick sister, merely a ruse to deceive the unscrupulous dealer. He was a traveler from another world, a quintessential protagonist, a pure orphan. This realm bore a striking resemblance to Blue Star. It was vastly larger, teeming with demons and monsters, and rife with countless dungeons and secret realms where one could easily meet their demise. Ye Lin had initially worried that as an orphan, he would perish in this perilous world until he discovered his immortality. With a mere thought, regardless of the severity of his injuries, he could restore himself within minutes, regrowing lost organs and limbs. However, upon realizing his immortal nature, Ye Lin chose to remain discreet, attending school without venturing elsewhere. In this world, humans could ascend to become formidable class changers through the class advancement altar. Although he possessed immortality, he lacked any means of self-defense, akin to a Tang Sung, without the protection of Sun Wukong. If anyone were to discover his secret, he would undoubtedly be captured for dissection, as everyone would covet the secret of immortality, and his fate would be dire. Class changers in this world were exceedingly costly. Merely participating in the advancement ceremony required an upfront fee of 100,000. Tomorrow marked the day of the awakening ceremony in Qingcheng. Were it not for the need to gather this sum, Ye Lin would not have risked selling his organs. This was the quickest way for an orphan like him to acquire funds. Fortunately, he had managed to secure the necessary money, for such places as the black market did not require identity registration, allowing him to keep his secret safe. Early the next morning, Ye Lin arrived at school to partake in the advancement ceremony that he needed to swiftly transform into a powerful class changer. Only then could he ensure his own safety. After paying the requisite fees, Ye Lin quietly took his place at the back of the queue. In order to conceal the secret of his immortality, he had always acted with a quiet demeanor, and, as a student from a poor background, he had no friends. Ye Lin, what brings you here? His homeroom teacher looked at him in astonishment, for in her eyes, a student from a poor background should not be present at such an event. She then remarked oddly, you aren't planning to apply for a class advancement loan, are you? Ye Lin silently nodded. Since his teacher had already deduced the source of his funds, he needn't exert himself to explain further. Upon hearing this, many classmates cast sympathetic glances in Ye Lin's direction. That a loan for class advancement was undeniably a gamble. If one were to secure a powerful profession, it might pay off, but should they end up with a worthless class, the exorbitant interest on the loan would condemn them to a lifetime of servitude to repay it. Well, good luck. His teacher sighed. The die was cast, and she felt it unwise to say more. In her view, A poor student like Ye Lin should simply focus on taking the ordinary college entrance examination and live as an ordinary person. Even if he succeeded in class advancement, the resources required thereafter were beyond the means of an orphan like him. She clearly did not hold high hopes for Ye Lin. To them, Ye Lin was merely a fool, dreaming of soaring to great heights. The principal of Qingcheng High School presided over the class advancement ceremony. Life class profession. A level poultry breeder. A student on the altar appeared pale. He had been thrilled to see the black light representing a level on the altar, yet was dismayed to find himself assigned a life class profession. Professions range from F to SSS levels, with the best being combat classes, followed by support classes, and the least desirable being life classes. Do not be disheartened by a life class profession. Only the inept are bound to weak professions. Remember, there was once a poultry breeder who raised the Chaos Chicken King, instilling terror in countless combat professionals. The principal of Qingcheng reassured him. Upon hearing this, the student's dim eyes reignited with a flame of hope. Yes. Thank you, principal. The awakening ceremony continued in full swing, though gradually the principal's brow furrowed. It seemed this cohort of students was underwhelming. Over 100 had awakened, yet the highest level achieved was merely the aforementioned level, with combat class changers being exceedingly rare. Next, a hint of impatience crept onto the principal's face. If this continued, he would surely face accountability. In the next moment, a fiery red phoenix soared from the class advancement altar. The terrifying heat wave singed the hair of the students in the front row, releasing a scent reminiscent of charred protein. This is an SS level profession. The principal's breath quickened. A level was represented by black light, S level by red light, and S level by gold light, while SS level manifested an extraordinary phenomenon. Regardless of whether combat, support, or life classes, achieving SS level brought about a qualitative transformation, akin to that great individual who raised the Chaos Chicken. Kingen SS level poultry breeder, it appeared that Qingcheng High School was on the verge of producing a true dragon. Chapter 2. The second-tier profession. All eyes at Qingcheng High School were irresistibly drawn to the altar. There, a tall figure stood, her loose school uniform failing to conceal her voluptuous form, while a magnificent fire phoenix soared above her head. Zhuge Renai, a combat class professional, a tier fire mage. The principal was beside himself with excitement. The emergence of a tier fire mage rendered him indifferent to the fact that all other students awakened tier life professions. One Zhuge Renai could rival 1,000 troops. The eyes of numerous students brimmed with envy. A combat class professional, and of tier no less. Such prodigious talent meant that even if Zhuge Renai were to strike the principal in front of everyone, he would likely smile and praise her for her remarkable prowess in both academics and combat. Classmate Zhuge, please come with me. I have matters to discuss, the principal said, his aged face blooming like a chrysanthemum. Mr. Wang, please oversee the profession transition ceremony. The principal, with Zhuge Renai in tow, turned to leave, viewing the remaining students as scarcely worth the value of a single Zhuge Renai. The transition ceremony continued. Next, Ye Lin. Mr. Wang approached the altar and announced the next name. Ye Lin silently stepped out from the crowd, the gazes of those around him laden with a mixture of amusement and pity. To transition through alone was one thing, but to follow in the footsteps of a prodigy like Zhuge Renai was tantamount to merely serving as a backdrop. Even if Ye Lin awakened a tier, or even higher profession, he would still appear dim in comparison to Zhuge Renai. Ignoring the murmurs around him, Ye Lin ascended the transition altar, curious about the nature of the profession he would awaken. As Mr. Wang activated the altar, a peculiar energy coursed through Ye Lin's body, enveloping him in warmth. In the next moment, the once bright and clear sky darkened ominously. Countless dark clouds gathered, heralding an apocalyptic scene. Thunder, celestial fire, fierce winds, and treacherous waters. Various calamities erupted from the clouds, as if the end of the world had arrived. Everyone was rendered speechless by this sudden upheaval, some paling in fear. Another anomaly. Mr. Wang felt as though his heart might cease in that instant. 2 consecutive tier professions. Was it the world that had gone mad, or was it he who had lost his senses? The principal, who had been poised to leave with Zhuge Renai, halted abruptly and rushed toward the altar, his gaze fixed fervently upon Ye Lin. A profession with a buy one get one free offer. Truly, heaven had favored Qingcheng. Beside him, Zhuge Renai could not help but cast her beautiful eyes toward Ye Lin. She was only interested in men who outshone her. What luck this guy had. A financially struggling student, awakening a tier profession through a loan? How absurd. Many had transitioned through loans. Yet Ye Lin was the first in history to awaken a tier profession. Why was it that she remained at tier? Was it merely because she had not taken a loan? Or because she was not an orphan? In the face of Zhuge Renai awakening a tier profession, the crowd could only feel envy, while Ye Lin's awakening ignited a sense of righteous indignation among them. To put it plainly, Zhuge Renai comes from a prestigious lineage, possesses striking beauty, and boasts an enviable physique, a quintessential model student. What right does a mere impoverished student like Ye Lin have to compete? The most unbearable reality for a person is witnessing someone who was once far beneath them suddenly surpass their status. There is a saying, one fears a brother in hardship, yet also fears a brother in luxury. As the murmurs of the crowd intensified, the principal's gaze grew increasingly fervent. An orphan, destitute, yet awakened to a superior class profession. This is undoubtedly a prime investment opportunity. As the adage goes, it is far easier to embellish a flourishing situation than to provide aid in times of need. If he were to assist Ye Lin during his moments of weakness, once Ye Lin rises to power, he would undoubtedly be regarded as a benefactor. Quickly, Teacher Wang, ascertain what profession this Ye Lin student has awakened to. The principal's tone softened considerably. Given the terrifying anomaly, he could surmise that Ye Lin's awakening must pertain to a combat-oriented profession. Splendid. Teacher Wang gradually regained composure and began to investigate Ye Lin's profession. Ye Lin, combat profession, level forbidden spell master. Teacher Wang's mouth fell agape in astonishment. A level forbidden spell master. Truly remarkable. As expected of a student from Qingqing High School, today you bring honor to Qinggao, and tomorrow Qinggao shall take pride in you. Wait a moment, forbidden spell master? The principal finally comprehended the implications, and his countenance darkened, akin to someone who had just been force-fed a bitter concoction. Once a profession reaches level, it is immensely powerful. However, among these, there exists a profession that is universally scorned, the forbidden spell master. This disdain is not due to any lack of strength. On the contrary, the skills wielded by a forbidden spell master are fearsome, and overcoming challenges is as effortless for them as eating or drinking. In terms of combat prowess, a forbidden spell master can dominate all other professions, easily besting any equal-level adversary. Take Zhuge and I, for instance, though both she and Ye Lin are level professionals. Ye Lin would find it as simple as sparring with a child. The reason for the disdain towards forbidden spell masters lies in the cost of utilizing their skills. While their abilities are formidable, they exact a heavy toll, whether it be in lifespan or the sacrifice of limbs or digits. Some of the more powerful spells even require the ultimate sacrifice of the caster's life, which has led to the moniker of self-destructing truck for this profession. Thus far, no one who has transitioned to being a forbidden spell master has lived beyond the age of 25. If your enemy happens to be a forbidden spell master, there is no need for you to take action. Their own skills will likely lead to their demise. The principal had initially intended to invest significantly in Ye Lin, but upon learning of his status as a forbidden spell master, he promptly abandoned that notion. To put it bluntly, a 16-year-old forbidden spell master may not outlive a 61-year-old like himself. The crowd, once filled with righteous indignation, now erupted into laughter. Oh, a level forbidden spell master, what a disaster. A profession that can render oneself disabled with just 2 spells. Do not speak so hastily. Perhaps Ye Lin will successfully transition into a new vocation and choose to live as an ordinary person for self-preservation. A transcendent class transitioning to a mundane existence is certainly bound to make headlines. The notion of borrowing a profession, sacrificing one's life for skills, one must admit, this vocation suits him quite well. The good news, a transcendent class. The bad news, a forbidden spellcaster. I had a feeling that someone of his financial standing should refrain from such transitions. Now, he has plummeted from grace. The gazes of the onlookers were a tapestry of complex emotions: pity, ridicule, scorn, and schadenfreude. Their eyes pierced through Ye Lin like arrows. Ye Lin, in turn, played his part well, his complexion paling, head bowed, his steps unsteady, embodying a figure of despair. Yet, he alone understood that if he did not maintain this facade, he would burst into laughter. The life for skill trade of a forbidden spellcaster had no bearing on his immortal state. Chapter 3, Endless Spell. Ye Lin quietly examined his attribute panel. Name, Ye Lin. Class, Forbidden Spellcaster. Level, 1000. Strength, 10. Agility, 15. Mentality, 30. Class Talent. Endless Spell. Each level gained by a forbidden spellcaster unlocks a forbidden spell. Skill, Cataclysmic Thunder of Annihilation. Cataclysmic Thunder of Annihilation. The forbidden spellcaster sacrifices a part of their own being to summon annihilating thunder from the heavens. The significance of the sacrificed body part determines the potency of the summoned thunder, with the highest being the chaotic divine thunder, whose power is contingent upon the spellcaster's level and mentality. Note, the forbidden spellcaster incurs no cost or cooldown when casting forbidden spells. Generally, skill levels are categorized into ordinary, rare, epic, and legendary, with legendary skills being exceedingly powerful. However, beyond legendary lies a taboo grade skill, known to the world as a forbidden spell. The might of a forbidden spellcaster stems from the fact that all their skills are forbidden spells. For others, casting a forbidden spell often means being driven to the brink of desperation. Yet for a forbidden spellcaster, their ordinary state is that of casting forbidden spells. The cataclysmic thunder of annihilation ignited a fervor within Ye Lin, the chaotic divine thunder, known as the King of Thunder. It comes as no surprise that forbidden spellcasters are heralded as invincible among their peers. A single strike of chaotic divine thunder could obliterate even a deity of the same rank. More importantly, A forbidden spellcaster can cast forbidden spells without cooldown or mana expenditure. This implies that as long as one possesses enough lives, the chaotic divine thunder can be summoned infinitely, something those with an abundance of lives surely understand. With the profession of a forbidden spellcaster and his immortal state, Ye Lin could scarcely fathom the terror that awaited should he elevate his level. For him, this vocation bore no adverse effects. An entity with no drawbacks and overwhelming power compared to all other classes would have Ye Lin waking in the dead of night, chuckling in delight. Though his heart brimmed with elation, Ye Lin was acutely aware that now was not the time for arrogance. No matter how formidable the forbidden spells may be, he must first enhance his level. Thus, he must still play the role of the humble. Even a 3-year-old child, if handed a fire unicorn, could not slay a human. Ye Lin clenched his fists tightly, trembling all over, breathing heavily, and his eyes were bloodshot, embodying the despair of a genius who had ascended only to plummet at lightning speed. Observing Ye Lin's reaction, the principal could not help but sigh, a hint of regret adorning his face. What a fine child he was, yet tragically a forbidden spellcaster. Ye Lin, do not be overly agitated. As the saying goes, success lies in human endeavor. The profession of a forbidden spellcaster is indeed formidable. Having once flourished in brilliance is far superior to leading a life of mediocrity. Is it not? Ye Lin slowly lifted his head, his voice raspy. Principal, is it true that forbidden spellcasters do not live beyond 25? The principal was momentarily taken aback, then reluctantly nodded. He did not wish to deceive Ye Lin. While forbidden spellcasters were powerful, such strength came at a cost. However, soon thereafter, a glimmer of hope ignited in the principal's eyes. Though their lives are short, an adept forbidden spellcaster, coupled with a first-rate fire mage, would surely secure Qingcheng High School success in the upcoming college entrance examination trials. There would be no need for Zhuge and I to intervene. If Ye Lin were to unleash his full potential, even sacrificing a kidney to cast a forbidden spell could sweep aside all other schools. Splendid. Imagining himself standing on the podium, delivering a victory speech after the examination trials, the principal couldn't help but applaud in delight. It had been 5 years since Qingcheng High School had last claimed the top spot. 5 long years filled with derision from the principals of rival schools. The principal had grown weary of it all. Ye Lin, dear boy, come with me. Quickly. The principal excitedly ushered both Ye Lin and Zhuge and I to his office. Ye Lin and Zhuge and I trust you are aware of the purpose of my summons, the principal proclaimed, his gaze intense as it rested upon them. You two represent the hope of Qingcheng High School in this examination trial. Thus, tomorrow's novice secret realm is of utmost importance for you both. I expect you to elevate your levels by at least 10 ranks. Rest assured, I will not assign any supporting class students to accompany you. This is your chance to solo. Therefore, I implore you not to disappoint my expectations. The principal spoke earnestly. Typically, entering the novice secret realm necessitated a combat class to form a party with support classes, as the latter lacked the capability to fight solo. Allowing Ye Lin and Zhuge and I to face the challenges alone meant they could level up more swiftly than their peers. Principal, I have no objections, but Ye Lin and Zhuge and I exchanged concerned glances. To send a forbidden spellcaster alone into the novice secret realm? Wasn't that akin to using a cannon to swat a mosquito? Casting a forbidden spell on a level 1 creature, and again on a level 5, would surely cost him dearly. What do you suggest? The principal inquired. Let me team up with Ye Lin, Zhuge and I proposed. This way, we can confidently delve deeper into the secret realm. I can handle the lower level monsters, while he can take on the higher level foes. This should expedite our leveling process. That makes sense. Indeed, a splendid strategy. Ye Lin, what are your thoughts? The principal's eyes sparkled with newfound enthusiasm. Principal, I think I shall proceed solo. I am accustomed to my own company, Ye Lin said, scratching his head with an innocent expression. Partnering with Zhuge and I would only hinder his efforts. And he had no desire to risk revealing the secret of his immortality. How ungrateful. Zhuge Ni's gaze turned frosty. She had intended to assist Ye Lin out of camaraderie. Considering the unfortunate fate of those who chose to become forbidden spellcasters, a profession fraught with peril. Yet, she was taken aback by his outright rejection. Very well, let him venture into the secret realm alone and perhaps emerge maimed or enlightened. Then it is settled, despite your commendable suggestions, Zhuge. Delving deep into the secret realm remains too perilous, the principal decreed, unconcerned with the consequences of Ye Lin's solitary endeavor or whether he would meet an untimely demise. His sole focus was the school's graduation rate and achieving first place, even if Ye Lin were to emerge from the novice secret realm half dead. As long as he secured excellent results in the college entrance examinations, that sufficed. After all, Ye Lin's fate was of no concern to him. The principal then produced 2 rings, presenting one to Zhuge and I, and the other to Ye Lin. Tianji ring. Level, non-class. Attribute, mental power 10, upgradable. Skills, none. Chapter 4, Forbidden Spells and Their Cost. Let us test the waters first. This ordinary ring, devoid of any skill enhancements, nevertheless offered a modest boost to mental power, which was better than nothing. Ye Lin accepted it quietly, despite its unremarkable attributes. Purchasing such a ring would typically cost between 5 to 8,000 coins, an amount nearly equivalent to a third of his kidney. This illustrates why transitioning to a new class can be financially burdensome. Merely acquiring a full set of basic gear is quite pricey, let alone seeking rare, epic, or legendary equipment. This is a personal contribution from my own funds. Strive diligently. Aim to reach level 10 or above. The principal gazed at Ye Lin and Zhuge and with hopeful anticipation. Thank you, principal. I will do my best, Ye Lin replied gratefully before rising and exiting the office. Meanwhile, the class transition ceremony had concluded, leaving some jubilant and others despondent. Upon seeing Ye Lin, smiles broke out among them. Indeed, regardless of their new professions or the success of their transitions, at least they were still alive, unlike Ye Lin, who had become a forbidden spellcaster, a clear harbinger of a short life ahead. Human happiness often arises from comparison, and in contrast to Ye Lin, they suddenly felt that their lives were not as dire. Ye Lin, I strongly advise you to reconsider. The more frequently a forbidden spellcaster engages in battle, the faster they perish. I bear no ill will. I merely wish for your longevity, Zhuge and implored, her tone laden with sympathy. Thank you for your concern, but I must decline the offer to team up, Ye Lin replied firmly. You, Zhuge and glared at him. Despite her repeated entreaties, Ye Lin remained obstinate, a true challenge to reason. Very well, I shall relinquish my desire to assist and respect your fate, she silently resolved, choosing to disregard Ye Lin's choices moving forward. Who is that? Oh, it appears to be our esteemed classmate, Ye Lin. A mocking voice echoed as Ji Lingyu stood in front of Ye Lin and Zhuge and flanked by a group of followers. He was the young master of the Ji family conglomerate in Qingcheng, reigning supreme at Qingqing High School and having pursued Zhuge and with much fanfare for a considerable time. In this school, who did not know that Zhuge and was Ji Lingyu's Achilles heel? Did this boy truly believe that by becoming a forbidden spellcaster, he could rise to prominence? Zhuge and contemplated driving Ji Lingyu away, but upon witnessing Ye Lin's impenetrable demeanor, she chose silence, allowing Ji Lingyu to deal with Ye Lin. Perhaps it would persuade him to reconsider, for he ought not to assume that a forbidden spellcaster could be equated with other professions, which required risking one's life for power. Ye Lin, feeling exasperated under Ji Lingyu's cold gaze, reflected on the truth that women often bring trouble. Despite having gone through 3 years at Qingqing High without provoking anyone, Zhuge Ni's mere words had drawn this trouble upon him. Ji Lingyu sneered. Now, you are somewhat of a class professional yourself. Why not plead with me? I could arrange a security position for you in my Ji family group with room and board included. Wouldn't that be a kindness on my part? The sycophants behind Ji Lingyu quickly joined in the mockery. Ye Lin, you truly are fortunate, being offered a position as a bodyguard in the Ji family group. Hurry and thank young Master Ji, perhaps even bow a few times. Facing their derision, Ye Lin clenched his fists, panting heavily, embodying profound humiliation. Do not be overly tyrannical, he shouted in defiance. Ji Lingyu, startled, recognized Ye Lin's genuine status as a forbidden spellcaster. Yet soon, a smug smile spread across his face. Casting forbidden spells was perilous. And did Ye Lin truly intend to risk everything over mere words? Dear classmate Ye Lin, I am merely acting out of goodwill. How can this be deemed bullying? Ji Lingyu taunted, lightly patting Ye Lin's face, a gesture that inflicted minimal physical harm yet was laden with insult. This brought Ji Lingyu immense satisfaction. What did it matter if one was a class professional? Anyone who dared approach Zhuge and would still fall victim to his humiliation. Ye Lin narrowed his eyes, acutely aware that yielding to someone like Ji Lingyu would only invite further degradation. If he wished to deter Ji Lingyu from bothering him in the future, he needed to demonstrate that he was no mere rabbit, but a lion ready to roar. Resolving this, Ye Lin's eyes flared crimson. Ji Lingyu, you have gone too far. You have forced my hand. Cataclysmic thunder of forbidden spells. Ye Lin roared, raising a hand as dark clouds gathered ominously, a tempest brewing. Silver arcs of lightning danced between the clouds. With a thunderous crash, a bolt the size of a thigh descended from the heavens, meeting Ye Lin's palm, transforming him into a deity commanding thunder, a sight of blinding brilliance. Surrounding onlookers gazed at Ye Lin in terror, questioning whether such might truly emanated from a mere level 1 transferee. As Ye Lin's hand fell, a terrifying bolt of thunder struck beside Ji Lingyu, sending him flying and creating a massive crater in the ground. Ye Lin, have you lost your mind? Ji Lingyu, who had barely escaped death, was nearly paralyzed with fear. He had merely intended to humiliate Ye Lin, hoping to make him keep his distance from Zhuge and yet this fool was willing to invoke forbidden spells. What madness was this? If Ye Lin's aim had been just a fraction better, he would have been reduced to a charred corpse. Forbidden spell, annihilating thunder. Damn it. Ye Lin has gone insane, help me. Ji Lingyu was thoroughly terrified. To think that merely insulting him could lead to mutual destruction. Such a lunatic was to be feared. He struggled to rise, but his legs had turned to jelly from fright. Help me, he cried out to his lackeys. Yet they were too preoccupied with their own escape to assist him. You wretched dogs. Ji Lingyu seethed with rage. Just then, a more fearsome thunderclap resonated beside him. He stood frozen in place, a foul liquid trickling down his pant leg. The sensation of teetering on the brink of life and death was an unbearable test for his humanity. Fortunately, the thunder had missed its mark, finally bringing an end to the ordeal, and a warm tear slipped from the corner of Ye Lin's eye, just as he thought he could breathe again. An enraged voice boomed once more, like a death knell. Forbidden spell, annihilating thunder. Chapter 5. Ye Lin is a madman. Gazing at Ye Lin, bathed in violet thunder, a singular thought consumed Ye Lin's mind. A madman. This fellow was truly insane. To unleash 3 forbidden spells over mere insults. Was this not the very definition of madness? He deeply regretted provoking Ye Lin. If there were a remedy for regret, he would guarantee that he would flee 800 meters at the mere sight of him. A forbidden spell caster was not to be feared, but a reckless one was the most terrifying existence in the world. Ye Lin, cease at once. A voice filled with urgency rang out, as the principal rushed from his office like a man on fire. Hearing the principal's voice, Ye Lin's gaze flickered, and he finally retracted the forbidden spell. He certainly was not foolish enough to attempt killing the young master of the Ji family in plain sight. The principal, with fists clenched, wore an expression of profound grievance. His face was pale, clearly suffering from the backlash of repeatedly casting forbidden spells. Do not worry, you need not explain. I will ensure this matter is resolved. The principal was infuriated. He had heard whispers of Ye Lin's pursuit of Zhuge and I, and while he had often turned a blind eye to Ye Lin bullying his classmates for the sake of his father, this time he had gone too far. To provoke a forbidden spell caster to the point of risking his life to unleash 3 spells was indicative of the severe bullying Ye Lin had endured. He had hoped that Ye Lin would shine brightly for Qincheng High during the college entrance exams, were anything to happen to him. He would undoubtedly take immediate action against Ye Lin. Ye Lin, stand up this instant. The principal bellowed. Now, immediately apologize to Ye Lin. The principal initially believed that given Ye Lin's rebellious disposition, compelling him to apologize would be as difficult as ascending to the heavens. Just as he prepared to chastise Ye Lin for a refusal, to his astonishment, Ye Lin suddenly knelt before Ye Lin. Ye Lin, I was wrong. I truly recognize my mistake. I am sorry. Zhuge and I will henceforth belong to you. I will no longer contend for her. When it came to his own life, Ye Lin was genuinely frightened. As the sole heir of the Ji Corporation, he had a bright future ahead of him. He did not wish to perish with a madman, especially one capable of actually killing him. Ye Lin's speed in apologizing and the sincerity in his demeanor even left the principal momentarily speechless, casting doubt on whether this was indeed the same Ye Lin he knew, who typically exuded an air of arrogance. Ye Lin, look how decisively Ye Lin is apologizing. It has left the principal quite bewildered. Principal, I accept his apology. Ye Lin, remember this. One may kill, but cannot humiliate. Ye Lin's firm words echoed with authority. Yes, I truly understand my mistake. I shall never again insult others so casually. Ye Lin nodded vigorously, genuinely fearing that Ye Lin might suddenly cast a curse upon him. After all, he had already established his persona as a madman, one who could potentially perish alongside others, who would dare provoke a crazed curse master. Zhuge Ni's expression was profoundly complex as she gazed at Ye Lin's retreating figure, slowly shaking her head and murmuring to herself. He lacks any sense. To stake his life over a mere insult is sheer folly. Such a person, even if not a curse master, is destined for a short-lived path. Throughout history, every prominent figure among the transmuters has possessed both strength and wisdom. In her mind, Ye Lin had been irrevocably sentenced to death. Their mere coincidence of awakening their ranks on the same day at the same school meant they belonged to entirely different worlds. If she were to broaden her perspective, in 5 years, she would undoubtedly stand as a paragon of excellence, while with Ye Lin's impulsive nature and the inherent flaws of a curse master, he would likely be reduced to a mere pile of bones by then. This place was the most dilapidated area of Qincheng, rife with filth and chaos. Yet it served as the perfect hiding spot for Ye Lin, the immortal. By sacrificing a segment of the duodenum, one could summon ordinary thunder. Sacrificing a bladder could invoke the Yin thunder of the sunflower water. Sacrificing a heart could summon the annihilation purple thunder. Ye Lin silently calculated the necessary organs to sacrifice in order to perform the forbidden spell of annihilating world thunder to summon various levels of thunder, data he had just acquired from his recent experimentations with Ye Lin. To avoid drawing suspicion, he had sacrificed only internal organs. By this reckoning, if he wished to summon the ultimate chaos divine thunder, he would likely have to sacrifice his entire being. No wonder this was deemed a forbidden spell. Ye Lin rubbed his nose and couldn't help but chuckle bitterly. Only someone with an immortal body like himself would dare to engage in such reckless behavior. Were a normal individual to attempt this forbidden spell, they would be left incapacitated after only a few tries. Yet, he was immensely satisfied with the power of this forbidden incantation, despite currently being only at level 1. Should he fully unleash the cataclysmic thunder, he estimated that none of the advanced practitioners below level 5 would survive. With a mere thought, the sacrificed organs required for the spell reformed, and Ye Lin's complexion regained its rosy hue. Subsequently, he succumbed to slumber, appearing as serene as a corpse. While some rejoiced, others despaired. Ye Lin slept soundly, while on the other side, Ji Lingyu found himself unable to rest. Father, you must avenge me. You have to eliminate that wretch. He humiliated me in front of the entire school, and I was forced to bow and apologize. I cannot swallow this indignity. Ji Lingyu lamented, tears streaming down his face as he sat across from his father. His apology earlier that afternoon had been sincere, and his desire to eliminate Ye Lin was equally earnest. The Ji family conglomerate was known to harbor numerous formidable practitioners. Dispatching someone to deal with a mere level 1 Ye Lin would be a simple task. Ji's father, with a cigar clamped between his teeth, exhaled a cloud of smoke that obscured his features. Listening to Ji Lingyu's complaints, he remained impassive. Lingyu, you are my only son. I have taught you countless times throughout your life. As a businessman, do not act on impulse. Learn to weigh the pros and cons. Tell me, if I were to heed your words and send someone to kill him, what benefit would we gain if we succeeded? Ji Lingyu hesitated, pondering the question. What advantage would arise from eliminating Ye Lin? It seemed there was none, only a fleeting sense of vindication. Ji's father flicked the ash from his cigar onto the table. And if we were to fail, we would irrevocably offend a level 1 forbidden spellcaster. Should he grow in strength, he could easily drag our Ji family down to ruin before his demise. Ji Lingyu's heart raced at this revelation. Thus, to kill Ye Lin out of spite would be an endeavor fraught with peril and devoid of reward. Those he had previously clashed with were merely ordinary people. Eliminating them was inconsequential. But this time, it was different. Did you understand? Ji Lingyu nodded obediently, having grasped the gravity of the situation. Father, I will make sure to avoid Ye Lin in the future. No. Ji's father shook his head, a glint of cunning illuminating his gaze. Not only must you avoid him, but on the contrary, you should follow him closely and look up to him. Why, father? Ji Lingyu was perplexed. Because someone who can unleash a forbidden spell at the slightest provocation clearly lacks wisdom and is exceedingly vain. A knowing smile crept across Ji's father's lips. Having the son of the Ji family as his subordinate would undoubtedly bolster his pride. A true man knows when to yield and when to stand firm. If you serve as Ye Lin's follower, he will become your shield. After all, to bully his subordinate is to slap his face with humiliation. By sacrificing a trivial amount of dignity, you can gain a level 1 forbidden spellcaster as a free protector. What could be more advantageous? People often claim that forbidden spellcasters have short lives, yet none dare to question their strength. Ji Lingyu's eyes sparkled with increasing brilliance, reminiscent of a sudden enlightenment. Dad, I understand. Ji's father nodded, continuing with a profound expression. Value your pride, especially as a student from a humble background. Remember these 2 points. If handled correctly, you will have a free spellcaster as your ally. The Ji family is never short on money. Chapter 6. Entering the Novice Realm. The following morning, when Ye Lin appeared at the school gates, many students instinctively distanced themselves from him in fear, clearly having heard the tales of his rampage the previous day. Ye Lin relished the solitude. He had slain Ji Lingyu to demonstrate his power to these onlookers, achieving precisely the effect he desired. The less he interacted with others, the more securely he could conceal the secret of his immortality. Ye Lin, just as he was contentedly awaiting the school's guidance to the novice realm, someone suddenly called out to him from behind. Ji Lingyu? Ye Lin turned to discover that it was indeed Ji Lingyu approaching him. A cold glimmer flashed in Ye Lin's eyes. Had this privileged youth not learned his lesson the day before? Should Ji Lingyu insist on pursuing him, Ye Lin would not mind orchestrating a small mishap upon entering the novice realm to send him to his demise. Ye Lin, you haven't had breakfast yet, have you? Here's a meal I brought for you. Ji Lingyu eagerly presented a beautifully crafted lunchbox and a bottle of fresh milk. Are you trying to poison me because you can't defeat me? Ye Lin regarded Ji Lingyu with suspicion, utterly perplexed by the intentions of this peculiar individual. Of course not. Ye Lin, I truly haven't poisoned it. Ji Lingyu hastily opened the lunchbox to prove his innocence. Inside lay a colossal sandwich, and he tore off a piece to pop into his mouth, then poured some milk into his mouth from the bottle. See, Ye Lin, you believe me now, don't you? Ye Lin accepted the lunchbox, and the sandwich emitted a tantalizing aroma. Lifting the first layer of bread revealed a hearty layer of beef, which certainly did not appear to be tainted with poison. However, Ye Lin still could not fathom Ji Lingyu's motives. Was it possible that Ji Lingyu had developed a masochistic tendency after being humiliated by him yesterday? Not one to turn down a free meal, especially given that he was a destitute soul who had to sell a kidney to afford his job transition ceremony. Ye Lin began to eat heartily. Seeing Ye Lin accept his breakfast, Ji Lingyu beamed with joy. His father had once taught him that once the ice was broken in relationships, progress would follow swiftly. This principle applied equally to both men and women. His father's words rang true. Ye Lin indeed seemed not the brightest, and with a little flattery, Ji Lingyu believed it would not be long before he secured himself a free henchman of considerable caliber. Ye Lin, until now, I have merely drifted through life in a daze, but your arrival has awakened me like a bolt of thunder, Ji Lingyu passionately expressed, prompting Ye Lin to swallow his sandwich and correct him. It wasn't merely like thunder, it truly struck me down. Just tell me what you want. Ji Lingyu, well, I would like to recognize you as my elder brother. Recognize me as your elder brother? Ye Lin was taken aback. Could this person truly be a masochist? Yesterday, he had acted out in a frenzy to drive others away, and now he had ended up with a little brother instead? Indeed, after you taught me a lesson yesterday, I reflected deeply on myself. To become a better individual, I must seek out a worthy mentor. Ye Lin nodded emphatically. Of course, that makes perfect sense. Brother, what is your card number? Ye Lin promptly pulled out a card reader from his back pocket. 6216, please transfer 20 million into that account first. Ye Lin skillfully recited the card number. Wait, hold on, 20 million. Ye Lin was taken aback. Even with the wealth of the G Corporation, such extravagant spending was not to be taken lightly. Short on funds? If that's the case, then forget it. Ye Lin scrutinized Ye Lin with an odd gaze. Ye Lin felt that look was eerily familiar. After some contemplation, he realized he had often used that very expression when assessing those in financial distress. How absurd it was for him, the distinguished heir of the G Corporation, to be perceived as a pauper. His face flushed crimson. Being regarded as a beggar was a humiliation far worse than the fright Ye Lin had caused him yesterday. Wait here. I'll call my father for funds. Ye Lin, flustered, stepped aside to make a phone call. After Ye Lin had left, Ye Lin turned and boarded the bus heading to the novice realm, fearing that prolonged interaction with Ye Lin might lower his own intelligence. Amidst the roaring of the bus engine, they headed toward the entrance of the novice realm, where long queues had already formed, composed of job changers from other schools in Qingcheng. Qingcheng High School had but one suitable novice realm, and with the looming college entrance examinations, it was naturally overcrowded. Zhuge Ni and Ye Lin, both of the advanced profession, stood at the forefront of the Qingcheng High School line. Zhuge Ni's expression was icy, her gaze unwavering, clearly disinterested in engaging with Ye Lin, who, in turn, was content to remain undisturbed. In the distance, the principal of Qingcheng High School wore a beaming smile, akin to a radiant flower. He clung to several other high school principals, preventing their departure, while he ostentatiously remarked, "Ah, how vexing. I told them to be more discreet. Merely achieving one advanced profession would suffice. Just look at this group of youngsters. They truly are a handful. They've managed to produce 2 advanced professionals right away. How infuriating. Truly infuriating." Ha! The expressions of the other principals darkened, their faces resembling the bottom of a pot. They had witnessed arrogance before, but never in such an insufferable manner. Why are you all silent? Is it a natural aversion to conversation? The principal of Qingcheng High School beamed with enthusiasm. I excel in martial combat, not in eloquence. Farewell, declared the first principal, departing with a wave. I must return home. I think I left the gas on, muttered the second principal, his face clouded with displeasure as he exited. The third principal turned and left with a resolute demeanor, as if he had made a firm decision. Old fool, you better have 2 students advance next year. The last principal stormed out, indignant. Next year? I'll be retiring, heh. The principal of Qingcheng High School chuckled, causing the last principal to stumble in irritation. As the principals engaged in their verbal sparring, the procession continued to advance. And soon it was Qingcheng High School's turn to enter. Zhuge Ni cast a cold glance at Ye Lin. It's not too late to team up with me now. Despite her resolve to ignore Ye Lin, her inherent kindness compelled her to ask once more. No need, thank you. Ye Lin brushed past Zhuge Ni and strode confidently into the novice secret realm. Arrogant and reckless. If he wishes to meet his demise prematurely, no one can hinder him. Zhuge Ni shook her head, clearly believing that Ye Lin was beyond redemption. Chapter 7. The second forbidden spell, Burning Reincarnation. A flash of white light engulfed Ye Lin, transforming the landscape before him dramatically. He found himself in a dense forest, where sunlight filtered through the leaves, casting dappled shadows upon him. Random teleportation, is it? That's fortunate. I was concerned about having to distance myself from others. Stretching languidly, Ye Lin embarked on his monster hunting journey. Not far from where he began, he encountered an adorable creature resembling a round cat, covered in soft pink fur, akin to a lively toy that could easily charm many a girl. A level 1 pink leopard cat, perhaps? Ye Lin was not deceived by its innocent appearance. This little creature was a genuine, magical beast capable of severing an adult's throat with ease. The pink leopard cat rolled on the ground, emitting a purring sound, attempting to lure Ye Lin closer for a surprise attack. Forbidden spell, Annihilating Thunder. Boom. Thunder crashed down, and the pink leopard cat let out a sharp meow, instantly terrified. What was happening? It had merely ventured out to hunt due to hunger. Was it truly necessary to be struck by lightning? Faced with Ye Lin's immediate casting of a forbidden spell, the pink leopard cat had no chance to escape, reduced to charred remains by the descending thunder. Kill level 1 pink leopard cat. Reward, 10 experience points. Only 10 experience points for slaying a level 1 magical beast? It would take 100 level 1 monsters to reach level 2. Such inefficiency was unacceptable. Since all my skills are forbidden spells, perhaps I should delve deeper into this forest. Ye Lin turned and vanished into the dense foliage. Forbidden spell, Annihilating Thunder. Kill level 2 murder hornet. Reward, 20 experience points. Forbidden spell, Annihilating Thunder. Kill level 3 cunning wolf. Reward, 30 experience points. Forbidden Spell, Annihilating Thunder. Kill level 5 Jungle Harpy. Reward, 50 experience points. In the ensuing moments, the tranquil forest, teeming with magical beasts, was abruptly awakened by the thunderous onslaught, with bolts of lightning occasionally cascading from the distant sky. Through continuous casting, Ye Lin grew increasingly adept at wielding the Annihilating Thunder spell, even mastering the art of instantaneous casting without any preliminary gestures. Under this nearly monstrous efficiency in monster hunting, Ye Lin swiftly ascended to level 2. It is worth noting that he had only entered the novice secret realm for approximately 1 hour, achieving an astonishing level-up rate of once per hour. If such remarkable advancement were to be revealed, it would undoubtedly leave countless jaws agape. Upon completing his upgrade, Ye Lin unlocked a brand new forbidden spell. Name, Ye Lin. Profession, Forbidden Spellcaster. Level, 2, 13-14. Strength, 20. Agility, 30. Mental power, 60. Professional talent, Endless Spell. For each level the Forbidden Spellcaster ascends, a new forbidden spell is unlocked. Forbidden Spell, Annihilation Thunder. The Forbidden Spellcaster sacrifices a part of their own body to summon the annihilating thunder from the heavens. The more significant the sacrificed body part, the higher the level of the summoned thunder. At its peak, it can call forth the Chaos Divine Thunder, with its power dependent on the spellcaster's level and mental strength. Note, the Forbidden Spellcaster can release forbidden spells without any consumption or cooldown. Accompanying this newly unlocked forbidden spell was a considerate note. Use this skill with caution. Ye Lin nodded obediently and then bellowed. Blood-red flames enveloped his entire being, fueled by the continuous burning of his life force, causing his blood to evaporate into fiery essence. Simultaneously, his strength, agility, and mental power experienced a remarkable doubling, with his mental power soaring to a terrifying 120 points. Immersed in exhilaration, Ye Lin remained oblivious to the alarming transformation occurring before him, his hair rapidly turning gray, his skin becoming increasingly loose, and his once clear eyes clouding over. In a mere 5 minutes, Ye Lin had transformed from a youthful adolescent into a frail, white-haired old man. He raised his hand to inspect his palm, resembling the bark of a withered tree, and murmured to himself. The flaws of immortality were glaring, and the deficiencies of the Forbidden Spellcaster profession were even more pronounced. However, when the Forbidden Spellcaster combined their powers with immortality, the world would soon witness the terrifying spectacle of forbidden spells unleashed in abundance. With his own mental power at 120 points, complemented by the Apocalypse Ring bestowed by the principal, his mental strength surged to a staggering 130 points. Even summoning the most ordinary heavenly thunder would yield an immensely formidable force, akin to an annihilating thunder dragon descending from the skies. Ye Lin now possessed absolute confidence in his ability to penetrate the novice secret realm effortlessly. Kill the level 5 two-headed serpent. Reward, 50 experience points. Kill the level 6 armored scorpion. Reward, 60 experience points. Kill the level 6 centaur. Reward, 60 experience points. As he ventured deeper, the creatures that appeared before Ye Lin grew increasingly powerful, with the lowest being level 5. Yet, these formidable foes were as fragile as paper when faced with Ye Lin, who was only at level 2, falling before him almost instantaneously. A single strike of heavenly thunder rendered any creature, regardless of its level, nothing more than charred remains. The path Ye Lin traversed was even accompanied by a faint aroma of roasted flesh, the scent of monsters consumed by the intense heat of the heavenly thunder. Ye Lin became increasingly adept at his craft, akin to the arrival of a thunder deity, casting mighty spells with a mere flick of his wrist. The novice realm was indeed fraught with peril, providing a most exhilarating trial. Chapter 8. A mind lacking connections. Incendiary flames of the abyss. Ye Lin bellowed. A torrent of flames, a blend of deep purple and fiery red, materialized from his hand, burning with the ferocity of a mythical lotus. The flames soon engulfed a pile of dry wood, igniting it effortlessly. Should an outsider witness this spectacle, their eyes would surely widen in disbelief, as if one were using a nuclear bomb to light a cigarette. As the day drew to a close, under Ye Lin's relentless onslaught, his level ascended to 3. Upon reaching this milestone, he unlocked the spell of incendiary flames, akin to the cataclysmic thunder, which allowed him to summon boundless inferno from the depths of the underworld at the cost of his own vitality. As he progressed, the ascent in levels proved increasingly arduous. For instance, moving from level 1 to 2 required a mere 1,000 experience points, but advancing from 2 to 3 demanded 2,000, and from 3 to 4, a daunting 3,000. Achieving level 3 within a single day left Ye Lin thoroughly satisfied, especially considering that most individuals had not even reached level 2. At this rate, attaining level 10 before the novice realm's closure seemed entirely plausible. With practiced ease, Ye Lin dragged a slain three-eyed magic boar, expertly skinning it and placing the meat upon the crackling fire. The succulent hind legs soon sizzled, releasing tantalizing droplets of fat that beckoned to his appetite. Though he was undying and incapable of starving, the sensation of hunger was still unpleasant. He was no masochist, and would not neglect his own sustenance. The infernal flames, possessing a higher temperature than ordinary fire, proved remarkably efficient for cooking, and soon the boar's leg was roasted to perfection, crispy on the outside and tender within. Ye Lin tore off a chunk of meat, juices flowing freely, exuding a steamy aroma. As the savory essence burst in his mouth, he was momentarily overwhelmed with emotion. The flesh of the three-eyed magic boar was exceptionally chewy, far surpassing ordinary pork. In his previous life in the slums, impoverished and concealing the secret of his immortality, he had never tasted such delicacies. Fortunately, he was now a class changer. Once he possessed the strength to protect himself, he would no longer need to live in hiding. As Ye Lin savored his feast, not far away, Zhuge and I halted suddenly, her gaze flickering toward his direction, uncertainty etched upon her features. As a fire mage, she was acutely attuned to the elemental flames, and immediately sensed the presence of the infernal fire. In Qingcheng, aside from himself, there was clearly no other practitioner of fire-related professions. How could such powerful elemental fluctuations arise? Could it be the manifestation of a fire-related treasure? A glimmer of curiosity flashed in Zhuge Ni's beautiful eyes as she made her way toward Ye Lin. Having satisfied his hunger, Ye Lin extinguished the fire and, with a casual act of urination upon the embers, turned to resume his monster-slaying endeavors. He steadfastly held on to the belief that one must set fire to the mountains and remain grounded in his mission. When Zhuge and I arrived, the shadow of Ye Lin had long vanished, leaving behind only a pile of still smoldering campfire embers. It was indeed a commotion caused by humans. The fluctuation of fire elements was likely on par with my own. Zhuge Ni's beautiful eyes widened in astonishment as she crouched down, grasping a piece of still-burning wood to sniff it. Upon inhalation, her exquisitely arched brows knitted together in confusion. The scent was unmistakably that of the legendary inferno. Yet there lingered an odd aroma. Zhuge and I found herself perplexed, but she did not dwell on it. Instead, she rose, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Qingcheng truly was a place of hidden talents. Just you wait. Zhuge and I, shall surely uncover your identity. Compared to the obstinate and foolish Ye Lin, this individual, possessing both strength and the wisdom to conceal their prowess, was evidently far more intriguing to Zhuge and I. After surveying her surroundings, she quickly set off in the direction Ye Lin had departed. Cataclysmic thunder. At this moment, Ye Lin was rampaging deep within the forest, sweeping through every magical creature in his path, as if a locust swarm had descended. Accustomed to the cataclysmic thunder, even with a new forbidden spell at his disposal, Ye Lin still preferred to use it for monster slaying. After all, a strike of lightning brought about a swift and painless demise for the creatures, whereas the flames of the inferno would take several seconds to finish them off. Ye Lin was no demon. He would not engage in such cruelty, believing himself to possess a kind and compassionate heart. This relentless slaughter continued into the deep of night, and just as he was on the verge of leveling up to level 4, a sudden noise erupted behind him. He was well aware of the sounds made by magical beasts. The presence approaching from behind was undoubtedly human. The first thing to catch his eye was a pair of long, fair legs, followed by Zhuge Ni's icy visage, her long, ebony hair cascading in the moonlight like a waterfall of stars. Even Ye Lin had to concede that, despite her one-track mind, this woman possessed an extraordinary figure and visage. However, in such an expansive novice realm, how could he possibly encounter her? Ye Lin, how could it be you? Zhuge Ni's expression soured the moment she laid eyes on him, her previously cheerful demeanor evaporating instantly. She sought the nameless genius who commanded the inferno. Not Ye Lin. How could he possibly be here? Yet, it didn't take long for Zhuge and I to piece together the reason. It seemed Ye Lin had entered the novice realm and realized how perilous it was to attempt solo play as a forbidden spellcaster. He must have regretted his decision and was likely seeking her out. I told you long ago that the forbidden spellcaster profession is powerful, but utterly unsuited for solo endeavors. It is far too late for regrets now. Clinging to me will yield no results. I have no time to form a party with you. Step aside. I have matters to attend to. The chill in Zhuge Ni's countenance left no room for warmth. Had Ye Lin shown perseverance, she might have respected him as a man. However, his current behavior only served to diminish her regard for him. Failing to uphold a promise once made is hardly the mark of a true man. Especially with Ye Lin now obstructing her pursuit of that genius who wielded the flames of the underworld, Zhuge and I felt a pang of disdain towards him. Ye Lin was utterly baffled by Zhuge Ni's illogical reasoning. It was she who had inexplicably chased after him, and yet it had somehow transformed into his relentless pursuit. He began to understand that this woman was not merely single-minded. Rather, she was devoid of common sense. Chapter 9. Lingyi. The dawn of the morning and the night of the evening. Please, be on your way. Ye Lin sidestepped, granting her passage, disinterested in entangling himself with Zhuge and I. To live a joyful life, one must heed the wisdom of avoiding disputes with fools and refraining from attempts at communication with them, a principle Ye Lin held dear. Zhuge and I cast a glance at him. Seeing Ye Lin's compliance, she refrained from further remarks and strode past him. Just when Ye Lin thought he had successfully dismissed this nuisance, Zhuge and I suddenly halted. By the way, have you seen anyone pass by? That person is incredibly powerful and highly adept at wielding fire elements. They likely command the flames of the underworld. As she spoke, a glimmer of anticipation flickered in her eyes. The flames of the underworld. Ye Lin was both amused and exasperated. He finally comprehended why Zhuge and I had sought him out. It was because he had recently ignited a campfire with those very flames. Thus, the person she was looking for was likely himself. I saw him. He was a strikingly handsome man. Heading in that direction, Ye Lin hastily gestured, eager to send her on her way. He had no desire to be entangled with this foolish woman. It seemed that from now on, he would have to refrain from employing the forbidden spell of infernal flames. Thank you. Noticing that Ye Lin truly did not pursue her, Zhuge Ni's impression of him shifted somewhat. She followed the direction he indicated, but as she traversed the woods, the sky suddenly revealed 2 additional moons. 3 moons hung ominously in the sky, creating an eerily surreal sight. In the next moment, Zhuge Ni's fair face turned ashen. There were no 3 moons. The 2 additional orbs were, in fact, the eyes of a colossal beast. Accompanied by a terrifying roar, a massive claw descended towards Zhuge Ni's position. She swiftly dodged to the side, creating distance from the beast, only to behold its full form. An 8th-tier magical creature, a dragonblood behemoth. They had not yet reached the heart of the forest, and Zhuge and I could not fathom why an 8th-tier creature would materialize in such a place. Having only just breached the 3rd tier herself, facing an 8th-tier dragonblood behemoth was clearly beyond her capabilities. Unable to restrain herself, Zhuge and I turned to glance in Ye Lin's direction. If only he would join forces with her, they could likely not only slay the 8th-tier beast, but also retreat unscathed. That coward! Zhuge and I clenched her teeth in frustration, her previously softened stance towards Ye Lin plummeting to the depths. It was evident that the moment the dragonblood behemoth appeared, Ye Lin had been terrified and fled, abandoning her to her fate. The colossal dragonblood behemoth surged once more towards Zhuge and I, evidently regarding her as its prey. Its massive form loomed like a mountain, instilling an overwhelming sense of dread. Explosive phoenix fire. Zhuge and I, refusing to underestimate her adversary, promptly unleashed her skill. Several spheres of searing flames coalesced beside her and hurtled towards the dragonblood behemoth. The instant the fiery orbs struck the beast, they erupted violently, charring patches of its formidable hide. Yet, such wounds were insufficient to diminish the creature's ferocity. Instead, they incited its wrath. Its eyes, resembling the moon, transformed into a blood-red hue as it prepared to strike again. Zhuge and I deftly lifted her jade-like leg, evading the blow, and immediately cast her skill anew, sending a torrent of phoenix fire towards the behemoth. This time, however, the beast did not remain passive. It opened its cavernous maw, unleashing a roar akin to a dragon's wail. What? Zhuge and I gasped in shock, realizing she had no time to evade. The fireball she had conjured struck her directly. Her garments were singed, revealing large swathes of alabaster skin, nearly rendering her indecent. Yet, there was no time to lament her state. Her gaze was fixated in terror upon the dragonblood behemoth. A singular thought echoed in her mind. Death. She would perish. If this continued, she would undoubtedly be devoured by this formidable beast. It was far too powerful for her, a mere level 3 combatant, to confront. In this dire moment, Zhuge Ni's usual poise faltered, panic flooding her features as she saw the behemoth's massive paw descending upon her. Resigned, she closed her beautiful eyes. In this place, no one could rescue her. It was only the first day of her novice journey, and this level 8 dragonblood behemoth constituted an insurmountable barrier for anyone. Despair enveloped her completely. She never imagined that as a distinguished class transitioner, she would meet her end at the hands of an 8th-level monster. Yet, after closing her eyes, the anticipated agony of being crushed by the dragonblood behemoth did not arrive. Instead, a deep, magnetic voice resonated nearby. Infernal fire. A terrifying wave of heat surged past her. Upon opening her eyes, shock filled her gaze as the scene before her would be etched into her memory for eternity. The once invincible dragonblood behemoth was now engulfed in crimson and violet flames, not even emitting a cry before being swiftly reduced to a cloud of ash. It had been annihilated in an instant. Before Zhuge and I stood a man, his back to her, wreathed in blood-red flames. This figure was indelibly imprinted in her mind, carving itself into her heart. As she gazed, a dazed expression flickered in her beautiful eyes, and a peculiar flush graced her cheeks. Infernal fire. Once again, it was infernal fire. This man was none other than the nameless genius she had long sought. Which young maiden does not harbor feelings of infatuation? Which young girl does not yearn for a moment of peril, hoping for a stoic young man to emerge and rescue her from the brink of disaster? With a single strike, he effortlessly vanquished an 8th-level monster, starkly contrasting with Ye Lin, who, in his cowardice, fled without a word. Zhuge and I could not help but reflect on the vast chasm that sometimes exists between individuals, a chasm that can be wider than that between humans and monsters. Thank you for saving my life. May I have the honor of knowing your name? Zhuge and I stepped forward, her voice softening, causing Ye Lin to shudder involuntarily. He had never noticed how alluring this woman could be. Observing Ye Lin's silence, Zhuge and I took another step forward. eager to glimpse the face of the man who could so effortlessly slay an 8th-level beast, a figure who captivated her thoughts. Yet, to her disappointment, Ye Lin's face was obscured by a black cloth, revealing only his pair of eyes. After a moment's contemplation, Ye Lin spoke, "Call me Ling Yi. It means the dawn of the morning and the night." Chapter 10, Zhuge Ni's Obsession. Ling Yi, Ling Yi. Zhuge Ni whispered this name, her beautiful eyes sparkling with intrigue. Feeling a powerful curiosity towards him for the first time in her life, she could distinctly hear the rapid pounding of her heart. "Ling Yi, which school do you attend? You saved me, and I have yet to express my gratitude." As Ye Lin began to depart, Zhuge Ni hurriedly inquired, but he had no intention of responding, simply waving his hand as he ventured deeper into the forest. No need for thanks, it was merely a trifling act. "Ling Yi." Zhuge Ni lifted her leg, attempting to follow him, but at that moment, Ye Lin halted and coldly advised, "Do not follow. There are more formidable beasts ahead, beyond your capabilities. I suggest you first attend to your attire." Zhuge Ni glanced down and realized that much of her clothing had been charred away by the flames, exposing large areas of her alabaster skin. She gasped, her face flushing crimson, hastily covering herself with the remnants of fabric and crouching down, while Ye Lin had already vanished into the shadows of the night. "Ling Yi, wait for me. I shall catch up to your pace. One day, I will stand proudly by your side." Zhuge Ni clenched her teeth, her beautiful eyes ignited with fierce determination, while simultaneously, a wave of frustration washed over her. She had always considered herself a paragon of excellence, yet in terms of talent, she was no match for the dragon-blood behemoth, who had effortlessly dispatched her in a mere encounter. Furthermore, when she attempted to follow Ling Yi, she was dismissed as a burden. In terms of appearance and physique, with her clothes so severely burned, Ling Yi had not even spared her a glance, as if she possessed no allure whatsoever, intensifying her feelings of inadequacy. Women are such peculiar creatures. If you look at them, you are labeled a rogue, and if you do not, you begin to doubt your own charm. Zhuge Ni held a profound confidence in her looks and figure, having continually received the affections of numerous admirers, all of whom she had coldly rebuffed. Yet, her unprecedented initiative was met with Ling Ye's indifference, a reality that left Zhuge Ni in utter disbelief, for he was the first man to stir her heart. Ling Ye's apathetic demeanor evidently ignited the pride within Zhuge Ni, compelling her to resolve, in the depths of her heart, that during their next encounter, she would ensure he regarded her with newfound respect. "Ling Yi, I shall remember you. We shall meet again at the conclusion of the novice realm. I refuse to be outdone." Zhuge Ni donned a new outfit, resolutely embarking on her quest to vanquish monsters. Ling Ye's figure had transformed into an obsession, a target for her pursuit, and a source of motivation for her growth. She aimed to reach level 10 or above before the novice realm closed, to prove to Ling Yi that she was not merely a burden. With this, I need not worry about that foolish girl clinging to me any longer. Meanwhile, deep within the forest, Ye Lin exhaled a sigh of relief, removing the facade he had donned. After orchestrating such a performance, Zhuge Ni's attention would undoubtedly be fixated on the fictitious Ling Yi. As for himself, the coward who had fled, Zhuge Ni would likely turn away upon seeing him again, dismissing him without a word, which pleases Ye Lin, as he had no desire to entangle himself deeply with Zhuge Ni. As for his decision to rescue Zhuge Ni, it stemmed from the understanding that, despite her lack of common sense, she was a talented professional. Should such a genius perish within the novice realm, it would undoubtedly provoke an official investigation by the Qing city authorities into everyone present in the realm. If, by chance, his own immortal existence was uncovered, it would lead to dire consequences. To avert such a catastrophe, Ye Lin chose to intervene. Another reason was that he bore no significant grudge against Zhuge Ni. They were merely there to hunt monsters, and targeting the dragon blood behemoth was a trivial task. Nonetheless, it mattered not, as the recently defeated dragon blood behemoth had replenished the last of Ye Lin's experience points, elevating his level to 4 and unlocking a new forbidden spell. Name: Ye Lin. Profession: Forbidden Spellcaster. Level: 4002. Strength: 40. Agility: 60. Mentality: 120. Forbidden Spell: Cataclysmic Thunder. The Forbidden Spellcaster sacrifices part of their own body to summon cataclysmic thunder from the heavens. The more vital the sacrificed body part, the greater the level of thunder summoned, potentially reaching the Chaos Divine Thunder, with power contingent upon the spellcaster's level and mental strength. Forbidden Spell: Infernal Flame. The Forbidden Spellcaster sacrifices their blood to summon boundless flames capable of incinerating all from the depths of the underworld. Once an enemy is touched by the flames, they shall not extinguish. Forbidden Spell: Immortal and Indestructible. The Forbidden Spellcaster sacrifices 2.5 years of their lifespan to become immune to one fatal blow. Note: the Forbidden Spellcaster can release forbidden spells without any consumption or cooldown. Ye Lin eagerly examined his new forbidden spell, but upon doing so, his expression turned ghastly pale. What a cruel twist of fate. This forbidden spell is utterly useless to me. He already possessed an immortal body devoid of any side effects. What purpose did it serve to grant him another spell that required the sacrifice of his lifespan to activate? Isn't this merely a skill of utter futility? Ye Lin felt an overwhelming sense of frustration within. He had anticipated that reaching level 4 would grant him a more formidable combat skill. Yet, in the next moment, Ye Lin's footsteps faltered abruptly. No, this is not a worthless skill. This is evidently a divine ability. Ye Lin's dark eyes began to shimmer with newfound brilliance, his thoughts flowing freely as a bold idea took root in his mind. Although the actual effect of the forbidden spell of immortality was nearly negligible, it could serve as an excellent cover. For instance, if he were to be grievously wounded in battle, his heart pierced or his head severed, yet remained alive, wouldn't that expose the secret of his undying body? However, with the existence of the forbidden spell of immortality, his survival from a fatal blow would be easily justified. As a forbidden spellcaster, it would seem entirely reasonable that I could expend 2.5 years of my lifespan to immunize myself against a lethal injury. Wouldn't it? Chapter 11. Zhuge and I, breaking the highest record. In the blink of an eye, 7 days had elapsed. Today marked the final day of the Novice Secret Realm, where each individual was permitted only 1 entry and could remain for a mere 7 days. Once the time was up, the Novice Secret Realm would transport its inhabitants back to safety. The principals and teachers from various high schools had gathered early at the exit of the realm, while some parents arrived to await their children's emergence. Good morning. My esteemed brothers. It's been such a long time. I've missed you all dearly, ha ha ha. Before one could lay eyes upon him, the voice of the principal of Qingcheng High School could be heard echoing from afar, brimming with excitement. Upon hearing this, the expressions of the other principals darkened instantaneously, resembling the bottom of a burnt pot. Over the past few days, the principal of Qingcheng High School had incessantly invited them for meals and tea, boasting about the emergence of 2 advanced class students from his school, to the point where their ears felt as if they might develop calluses. Staying indoors proved futile, as he would create a group chat just to flaunt his school's achievements, which was exceedingly vexing. Seeing this old rascal now filled them with irritation. Do not presume familiarity. We've only just met a few days ago. What nonsense is this about missing each other? One principal couldn't help but retort angrily. Such a statement is misguided. As the ancients said, a day apart feels like 3 autumns. By this reckoning, we haven't seen each other in over a decade. The principal of Qingcheng High School chuckled as he approached, rubbing his hands together, and inquired with a hint of mystery, by the way. How did you all learn that our Qingcheng High School has produced 2 advanced class transmutation students this time? The other principals responded, what of having 2 advanced transmuters? Let us not forget that sometimes raw level is more significant than class level. Even if one is an advanced transmuter, defeating another advanced transmuter is still within the realm of possibility if there is a 3-level disparity. One principal spoke sourly, and his words instantly resonated with the others. Precisely. If we were to consider only class levels, wouldn't those without advanced classes be better off just throwing themselves into a wall? Over the years, it is not uncommon for lower-level transferees to be overshadowed by those of higher levels upon exiting the novice dungeon. Indeed, our esteemed Qingcheng holds a record of level 11, established by a transferee, which remains unbroken to this day. Principal Su, I recall that student. They hail from your Yutsai High School, correct? The eyes of several principals turned towards the dignified Principal Su. Indeed, Principal Su replied with a faint smile. While innate talent is undeniably significant, the effort exerted thereafter is equally indispensable. That child has now attained the remarkable level of 65 as a transferee. Upon hearing this, the other principals nodded in agreement, their expressions tinged with a hint of envy. A level 65 transferee is indeed a formidable force, and in Qingcheng, those capable of besting him are few and far between. To have nurtured such a student is truly fulfilling. I wonder if this year's record will be surpassed? It has been equaled on numerous occasions, yet never broken. I have faith that my student can achieve it. The principal of Qingcheng High School's eyes burned with determination. Old gal, it is not only your Qingcheng High School that boasts a transferee. Principal Su interjected calmly. We shall see. Old gal, the principal of Qingcheng High School, replied defiantly, unwilling to concede. At that moment, a figure silently approached the group of principals. It seems you gentlemen are enjoying a delightful gathering. May I join in on the festivities? Who is it? The principals turned in surprise, astonished that someone could appear so quietly among them. The newcomer wore a trench coat, exuding an air of elegance. Adorned with gold-rimmed spectacles, and a gentle, harmless smile graced his face. It was none other than Mr. Zhuge. Please, have a seat. The principals quickly made way for Zhuge Qingcheng, their eyes reflecting a subtle respect. Qingcheng is a small place without many notable figures, but Zhuge Qingcheng is undoubtedly an exception. His profession is that of a level astrologer. With his ability to discern the stars, he can predict worldly events. And it is said that when he exerts his full power, he can foresee significant occurrences a century into the future. Many prominent individuals have traveled great distances to seek his counsel. It is no exaggeration to say that Zhuge Qingcheng holds the most esteemed status in all of Qingcheng. You are too kind, esteemed principals. I merely came to check on my daughter, Nini, Zhuge Qingcheng said with a warm smile. It is only natural. What father would not be concerned for his daughter? Principal Gao of Qingqing High School chuckled. You jest, Principal Gao. Has Nini caused you any trouble? Zhuge Qingqing inquired. Not at all. She is the pride of our Qingqing High School. Principal Gao's face flushed with excitement. Initially, it was unclear why Zhuge Nini, despite having the grades to enroll in a better school like Yucai High School, was insisted upon by Zhuge Qingqing to attend Qingqing High School. Some say he must have foreseen something. But such matters are trivial. What is important is that Zhuge Nini is a student of Principal Gao. Suddenly, a flash of light appeared at the exit, indicating that someone had emerged from the dungeon. This is perplexing. Even the first student to enter the secret realm should not emerge until noon. How is it possible for someone to appear now? Could it be that they are injured? Every year, there are students who, due to injuries, exit prematurely. Some unfortunate souls challenge monsters beyond their means, even meeting their demise at the hands of these creatures. Such occurrences are not uncommon. In the midst of the white light portal, a tall figure emerged gracefully. Zhuge and I, her complexion radiant, showing no signs of injury. Father. Upon spotting Zhuge Qingqing, Zhuge and I beamed with joy and rushed into his embrace. Zhuge Qingqing affectionately ruffled her hair. Isn't it too early for you to be out? I was bored inside, so I came out early, Zhuge and I replied in a playful tone. Boredom was the reason for your early exit? The moment those words left her lips, not just Zhuge Qingqing, but even the principal and several other administrators were left in shock. The novice secret realm is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for each individual, filled with numerous low-level monsters that allow for rapid leveling up. Yet, Zhuge and I claimed she exited simply due to boredom. What level are you now? Zhuge Qingqing adjusted his glasses. Hehe, level 12. Zhuge and I grinned mischievously, revealing her level. A transmuter can deliberately conceal their specific level from others. Zhuge and I, Fire Mage, level 12. The principals collectively gasped in astonishment. The highest record in Qingqing was level 11. And Zhuge and I had not only reached level 12, but had done so ahead of schedule, an unprecedented feat. The other principals cast envious glances at the principal of Qingqing High School, realizing he had struck gold. Well done, Zhuge and I, the principal exclaimed, his face alight with excitement. However, upon noticing the impassive expression of Zhuge Qingqing, he wisely fell silent. And I, had you waited until the designated time to emerge, you might have even reached level 13. Why did you come out early? Zhuge Qingqing inquired calmly. I already told you. I was too bored, Zhuge and I replied. A hint of guilt creeping in. Is that truly the case? A subtle smile graced Zhuge Qingqing's lips, intensifying Zhuge Ni's unease. Oh, father, can I deceive you? Zhuge and I pouted, clinging to Zhuge Qingqing's arm. She certainly would not divulge to him that her early exit was to confront someone named Ling Yi. That individual could obliterate the dragon blood behemoth with a single strike, indicating a formidable level. Although he had concealed his face during their last encounter, Zhuge and I was confident that if she saw him again, she would recognize him without fail. Chapter 12, Cooperative Low-Level Monsters. Achio, in the Novice Secret Realm? Ye Lin sneezed, unable to resist rubbing his nose. How strange, it wasn't cold here, so why did he suddenly sneeze? Never mind. The matter at hand is of greater importance. Ye Lin shook his head and continued deeper into the Novice Secret Realm. After 7 days of battling monsters, he had astonishingly reached level 15, with the number of forbidden spells he could wield also reaching an impressive total of 15. For Ye Lin, there was no distinction between level 1 monsters and level 10 monsters. Regardless, encountering them would yield the same result, a swift demise. He had effortlessly pushed through, and the creatures within the novice realm could hardly impede his progress. Regrettably, as he advanced, the experience required for leveling up increased substantially, making each ascent more arduous. On the first day, he gained 4 levels. On the second, 3. On the third, 3 again. On the fourth, 2. On the fifth, 2 once more. And on the sixth, merely 1. By the 7th day, he hadn't progressed at all. Moreover, Ye Lin harbored a peculiar sensation that the monsters within the novice realm seemed to be evading him. He had not encountered a single creature in nearly 2.5 hours, which was astonishing, especially since he had reached the depths of the novice realm. An area teeming with level 10 monsters. Could it be that his relentless slaughter had instilled such fear in them? Were they truly avoiding him? Yet, they would need to be swift enough to elude him. With a glimmer in his eyes, Ye Lin invoked the forbidden spell, Dance of Instantaneous Motion. Dance of Instantaneous Motion. The forbidden spellcaster sacrifices a vital organ to exchange for agility attributes, with the potential to attain up to 10-fold additional base agility for 1 hour. Clearly, this was a spell meant for a life-or-death escape, yet in Ye Lin's immortal hands, it transformed into a mere acceleration skill. Without hesitation, he sacrificed his brain, trading it for an astonishing 10-fold increase in agility, for what could be more vital than the brain itself. Even many high-level assassin classes could not boast such terrifying agility. A smile graced Ye Lin's face as he lightly pressed his foot to the ground, and in an instant, he appeared a kilometer away, as if he had traversed through space. With the increase in forbidden spells, Ye Lin's combat and adaptability had undergone a dramatic transformation. Upon teleporting 100 meters away, he finally discerned the source of the anomaly before him, leaving him utterly astounded. 3 storm mantises soared through the air, each carrying a 3-eyed demon pig. The storm mantises, transporting the 3-eyed demon pigs, had inadvertently established a rudimentary surveillance system. No wonder he had not encountered any monsters for 2.5 hours. Something had been monitoring him, alerting other creatures to flee in advance. Ye Lin's expression turned peculiar, marveling at the wonders of nature. Low-level monsters were typically devoid of intelligence, rendering cooperation nearly impossible. Yet, under the pressure of life and death circumstances, even these primitive creatures could learn to collaborate. What an astonishing realization. Recognizing their cleverness, the benevolent Ye Lin resolved to reward them with a performance of Thunderous Third Concerto. He unleashed the forbidden spell, Annihilating World Thunder. A colossal bolt of lightning, 100 feet in size, descended from the heavens, sending the 3 storm mantises and 3-eyed demon pigs to the afterlife. With the surveillance dismantled, Ye Lin's monster hunting journey swiftly returned to normalcy, and a massacre commenced once more. Outside the novice realm, students were continuously being teleported out. After spending 7 days and nights in the novice realm, many students wore expressions of profound fatigue, with some appearing tattered and resembling vagrants. Yet, each pair of eyes sparkled with brilliance. The first-hand experience of battling magical creatures was something that could not be truly understood through mere tales. Only through personal experience could one appreciate the beauty of becoming a class changer. The teacher approached with a notebook, beginning to tally the number of students and record each one's level, all of which would be archived. Zhuge and I widened her enchanting eyes, meticulously observing each boy emerging from the novice realm. She had already inquired with various principals, none of whom had heard of Ling Ye. This left her utterly perplexed. With Ling Ye's extraordinary talent, how could he possibly be an unknown? Was he perhaps hiding his brilliance for fear of being overshadowed? In her frustration, Zhuge and I resolved to rely on her own eyes to find him. She firmly believed that once Ling Ye appeared, she would undoubtedly recognize him. However, as students continued to be teleported out of the novice realm one after another, Zhuge and I failed to spot the familiar figure she longed for, causing her heart to grow increasingly restless. Fixated on the exit of the novice realm, her face was etched with anticipation. Ling Ye, oh Ling Ye, where could you be? Chapter 13. Refreshing the record of Qingqing, level 16 forbidden spellcaster. This only heightened her anxiety. Most students had already emerged from the novice realm, yet Ling Ye remained absent. When she first encountered him, his level was clearly higher than hers, indicating that he must have entered the novice realm before her. If they had entered simultaneously, Zhuge and I was confident that her level would not be inferior to anyone's. Yet, at this moment, many students from Qingqianghai had appeared, and still, Ling Ye was nowhere to be seen. Just as Zhuge and I was engulfed in confusion, a familiar silhouette suddenly emerged from the distant white portal. Her eyes widened in an instant. She was certain that the figure before her was the one she had yearned for. Ling Ye. She could never forget him. In her moment of despair against the dragon blood behemoth, it was this figure that had stood before her, offering a glimmer of hope and leaving an indelible mark on her heart. However, as the white light faded and the identity of the newcomer became clear, Zhuge Ni's expression shifted from excitement to astonishment. Ye Lin, how could it be you? Her face instantly cooled, recalling the day Ye Lin had abandoned her to flee alone, filling her with disdain. Had it not been for Ye Lin abandoning himself in that place, he would not have been cornered by the dragon blood behemoth. This man was hardly worthy of even a finger of Ling Ye. Yet, their physiques bore a striking resemblance, rendering it a profound insult to Ling Ye. Contemplating this, Zhuge Ni's gaze towards Ye Lin was imbued with a hint of disdain. Do not speak to me. Keep your distance, for you repulse me. Zhuge and I looked down upon Ye Lin with scorn, as if he were nothing more than repugnant refuse. Ye Lin had no desire to engage in an argument with this woman, and with a determined stride, he attempted to leave. The principal, sensing the palpable tension between them, hastily approached to mediate. Ah, Ye Lin, you have finally emerged. What level are you now? As one of the 2 advanced practitioners from Qingqing High School, he naturally held high hopes for Ye Lin. Ye Lin refrained from elaborating and simply revealed his level. Ye Lin, forbidden spellcaster, level 16. Having resolved the matter of surveillance, Ye Lin seized the fleeting moment to advance a level. Level 16? Remarkable, remarkable. Wait. The principal stood frozen, as if struck by lightning. Level 16. His incredulous exclamation reverberated through the surroundings, drawing the attention of all nearby, who regarded Ye Lin as though he were a monstrous anomaly. It was common knowledge that prior to Zhuge Ni's emergence, Qingqiang had held a record of merely level 11 for several years. To ascend to level 16 within a mere span of 7 days in the novice realm was nothing short of astonishing. Such a rate of progression could be deemed monstrous even on a global scale. This record would likely remain unbroken in Qingqing for many years to come. Transitioning from level 1 to level 16 necessitated a total experience value of 120,000. Considering the highest monster level in the novice realm was 10, one might surmise that he had hunted exclusively 10-level monsters. Each slain level 10 monster bestows 100 experience points, implying that he had dispatched 200 level 10 monsters in the novice realm. The principal began to calculate on his fingers, but as the numbers crystallized, he was overwhelmed. Cold sweat beating on his forehead. This means you must have averaged slaying 172 level 10 monsters daily without rest, and over 7 every hour. The revelation sent shockwaves through the crowd, their scalps prickling with disbelief. These were level 10 monsters, the most formidable entities within the novice realm. Even a group of them would require half an hour to bring down a single level 10 monster, yet Ye Lin could annihilate more than 7 in an hour. Was this individual truly human? Even Zhuge Qinxing could not resist casting a lingering glance at Ye Lin, intrigue flickering in her eyes. Ye Lin merely rubbed his nose in silence. In truth, the scarcity of monsters in the novice realm meant that most of his time was spent searching for them. As for the battles, casting a forbidden spell was hardly a time-consuming endeavor. What was there to delay? The crowd was engulfed in astonishment, unable to extricate themselves from the marvel they had just witnessed. Well done, Ye Lin. You are the pride of Qingxing High School. The principal, brimming with excitement, patted Ye Lin on the shoulder, his eyes radiating admiration. With such a prodigious talent alongside Zhuge and I, was there any need for concern regarding the college entrance examination? They would undoubtedly triumph. 2 elite class transmuters, one at level 12 and the other at 16. What could other high schools possibly use to contend against them? It was utterly unexpected that Gao Zhentian, nearing retirement, could still cultivate such remarkable students, marking a grand finale to his career. The principal beamed like a resplendent chrysanthemum, eliciting envious glances from his fellow principals. However, at that moment, a cold female voice pierced through the air. What is so extraordinary about being level 16? Let us not forget, he is a forbidden spellcaster. If he recklessly casts forbidden spells, leveling up at an accelerated pace is hardly surprising. Zhuge and I couldn't restrain herself, her discomfort growing as she observed Ye Lin basking in the limelight. How can someone like him deserve this? Only a man like Ling Yi is worthy of such adulation. Upon hearing Zhuge and I's remarks, several faces shifted subtly, their expressions now tinged with scrutiny and derision instead of awe. So he is a forbidden spellcaster. No wonder. The profession itself is an exceptionally rare existence, trading life for power. Is Ye Lin out of his mind? Recklessly unleashing forbidden spells in a novice's secret realm? Most forbidden spellcasters do not survive past 25. At this rate, he may not even see 20. How foolish it is to risk one's life for fleeting fame. Let us not be so harsh, someone interjected. Others may risk their lives to level up, hoping to evoke our envy. If he has traded his life for this, let him enjoy his moment of glory. Just as Ye Lin had been exalted, he now faced a calamitous fall from grace. His rapid ascent to level 16 in just 7 days had become a source of ridicule. It was akin to discovering that a friend had suddenly acquired immense wealth, only to find out that their days were numbered. Would you still envy them? Chapter 14. What if Ye Lin is the Ling Yi you seek? In a mere utterance, Zhuge and I transformed Ye Lin from a figure of admiration into a target for collective mockery. Oh, Ye Lin, why must you endure this? Sighed Principal Su from Yucai High School, his voice heavy with sorrow. If I am not mistaken, it was your principal, Gao Zhentian, who encouraged you to rapidly level up in the novice secret realm, was it not? You have been deceived, Ye Lin. He is sacrificing your life for the school's glory. The principal's expression shifted abruptly, his innermost thoughts laid bare as he shouted defensively, Su, do not speak such nonsense. As an educator, how could I ever joke with a student's life? Well, whether it is true or not, we can simply ask Ye Lin, can't we? I refuse to believe that a young man in the prime of his life would recklessly gamble with his existence without some form of coercion. As Principal Su spoke, glimmers of suspicion flickered in the eyes of many, casting wary glances at the principal, causing a cold sweat to trickle down his back. Slander. This is slander. He is defaming me. The principal of the high school hurriedly attempted to counter, but President Su paid him no heed, his gaze intensely fixed upon Ye Lin. Ye Lin, come forth and unveil the truth. Fear not. I assure you, no one shall dare to retaliate against you. Did your principal indeed coax you into the novice secret realm to level up? He had long harbored disdain for the old rascal, Gao Zhentian. Should Ye Lin reveal the truth in front of everyone today, it would spell disaster for Gao Zhentian's reputation. The high school principal became instantly anxious, for he had indeed allowed Ye Lin and the others to level up, even bestowing a ring of equipment upon Ye Lin and Zhuge and I. If Ye Lin were to expose this matter publicly, a glint of malice flickered in the principal's eyes as he regarded Ye Lin. The moment Ye Lin lifted his head, the principal felt as though his heart had momentarily ceased to beat. Others also turned their gazes toward Ye Lin, eager to uncover the truth. President Su, no one coerced me. My actions within the novice secret realm were entirely voluntary. The principal felt a sense of satisfaction, yet President Su was far from pleased. Ye Lin, do you truly believe in what you just said? President Su, Ye Lin replied, fixing his gaze upon the principal's eyes. If you were to transition into the role of a forbidden spellcaster, what would your choice be? Would you choose to live in fear, a coward for all your days? Or would you seize the moment, striving boldly, even if it means perishing at the height of glory? I choose the latter. Ye Lin clenched his fists tightly. I would rather be a hero for a mere minute than live a lifetime as a coward. His words resonated powerfully, plunging the entire assembly into silence. Among those who had just mocked him, many now exhibited glimmers of respect, astonished by Ye Lin's aspirations. Yet, a greater number maintained their scorn, believing that a grand demise was still a demise. President Su opened his mouth, seemingly intent on saying something, yet he hesitated, unsure of how to begin. Clap, clap, clap. The sound of applause broke the silence as Zhuge Qinsheng regarded Ye Lin with interest. Young friend Ye Lin, your ambitions are indeed lofty. Regardless, it is undeniable that you have achieved a remarkable level of 16, the highest among students in this novice secret realm, is it not? You are the foremost. With Zhuge Qinsheng standing in support of Ye Lin, others dared not voice further objections. While they might disregard Ye Lin, they certainly could not afford to overlook Mr. Zhuge. However, upon witnessing her father's endorsement of Ye Lin, Zhuge and I became displeased. Dad, who told you he was the best? Once Ling Yi emerges, his level will surely match or exceed that of this fellow. Oh, is that so? Who is this Ling Yi, this talented youth? Zhuge Qinsheng inquired, looking towards the various principals. All the principals shook their heads in confusion, having never heard of Ling Yi. Ah, never mind. You will know once he appears. He is the true prodigy, Zhuge and I stated with unwavering conviction. Such a person you hold in high regard certainly piques my interest, Zhuge Qinsheng said with a gentle smile, subsequently producing a business card to hand to Ye Lin. Hello, I am Zhuge Qinsheng, the father of Zhuge and I. Should you require any assistance in the future, do not hesitate to contact me. At the moment their eyes met, Ye Lin felt a tightening in his chest, as if Zhuge Qinsheng's profound gaze behind his glasses could see through all his secrets. Thank you, Mr. Zhuge. I shall take my leave now, Ye Lin replied, averting his eyes from Zhuge Qinsheng. 3 days after the conclusion of the novice realm, the day of the college entrance examination would arrive, an event far more significant than the novice realm. After Ye Lin departed, the others initially intended to leave as well. However, upon recalling Zhuge Ni's mention of a genius superior to Ye Lin, they found themselves unable to resist lingering. After all, Ye Lin's impressive level of 16 was enough to leave everyone in awe, while Zhuge and I trailed behind by a full 4 levels. Just how formidable could this genius be? Had he perhaps already reached level 20? The crowd waited in silence, with Zhuge and I fixated on the exit of the novice realm. As dusk descended, the sun cast its final rays before disappearing on the horizon. The entrance to the novice realm slowly closed, signaling that all newcomers had been teleported out. After a prolonged wait, the crowd could no longer refrain from glancing at Zhuge and I. Wasn't he there supposed to be a genius more powerful than Ye Lin? Where was he? Zhuge Ni's complexion turned pale. It couldn't be. She had been vigilant from start to finish, observing everyone. Where was Ling Yi? Suddenly, she realized, that bothersome Ye Lin. It was his doing. Infuriated by this revelation, Zhuge Ni's anger surged. Seeing her furious expression, no one dared to question her, for she was the beloved daughter of Mr. Zhuge. Feeling deceived, the crowd dispersed, heads hanging low. Dad, you don't believe me either. That genius named Ling Yi truly exists. He even saved your daughter's life. Zhuge and I exclaimed passionately, recounting the entire sequence of events to Zhuge Qinsheng, who found himself both amused and exasperated. So, you left the novice realm early just to identify him? Zhuge Qinsheng inquired, a glimmer of intrigue in his eyes. Zhuge and I, her voice barely above a whisper, cautiously lifted her gaze to meet his. Although Zhuge Qinsheng was indulgent towards her, he held firm principles. Pushing up his glasses, he smiled lightly and said, and I. Have you considered the possibility that Ye Lin might be the Ling Yi you have been searching for all along? Chapter 15, Manager Wang of Brain King Oral Liquid. Zhuge and I burst into laughter at her father's conjecture. Dad, please do not insult Ling Yi. How could that guy, Ye Lin, even be compared to him? He wouldn't even be worthy to carry Ling Yi's shoes. He fled in terror at the sight of the dragon blood behemoth. Moreover, Ling Yi possesses an extraordinary command over fire elements, even able to manipulate the flames of the underworld, skills that Ye Lin lacks entirely. If Ye Lin and Ling Yi were indeed the same person, I, Zhuge and I, would serve him as a humble servant without hesitation. Zhuge and I scoffed. For one was the object of her budding affections, while the other incited her utmost disdain. How could these two individuals possibly be one and the same? It was utterly absurd. Zhuge and I would rather believe that she had been ensnared by an illusion, that Ling Yi was merely a figment of her imagination, than accept that these two figures were identical. Was this true? Perhaps. Zhuge Qinsheng, with a smile, adjusted his glasses, choosing not to further dispute with Zhuge and I. A glimmer of brilliance flickering in his eyes. A full moon hung high in the night sky, its silvery light flowing like mercury along the streets. Upon returning home, Ye Lin let out a sigh of relief. Although his abode was situated in a squalid slum rife with filth, it was nonetheless the place where he felt most secure. A level 16 transcender, a master of forbidden spells, wielding 16 powerful incantations. From this moment forth, he was no longer a mere ordinary individual lacking strength. Even if his immortality were to be discovered, he could easily escape to the outskirts of the city. If that failed, he could retreat into the remote mountains, where finding him would prove exceedingly difficult. The possession of self-preservation was undoubtedly the source of Ye Lin's peace of mind. Suddenly, a series of knocks echoed at the door. Ye Lin's heart raced. This was a slum, and even thieves would think twice before intruding here, as the residents were often poorer than the thieves themselves. Who would be knocking at his door at such a late hour? Steeling himself for a confrontation, Ye Lin rose and opened the door, revealing a middle-aged man in a tailored suit, clutching a briefcase, his expensive attire starkly contrasting with the grimy surroundings. Who are you? Ye Lin inquired, puzzled. You are Ye Lin, correct? At last, I have found you. The middle-aged man wiped the sweat from his brow and extended his hand toward Ye Lin. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Manager Wang from Qingqing Brain Overlord Oral Liquid Company. Ye Lin hesitated, glancing at the damp hand, feeling no inclination to shake it. My apologies. The vehicle could not enter, and it's a long walk, hence the sweat. Manager Wang awkwardly chuckled, wiping his hand on his trousers. Do you have a moment to discuss something? Get to the point, Ye Lin replied bluntly. Indeed. You have recently transitioned into your profession and broken the highest level record in Qingqing's novice secret realm, correct? I wish to inquire if you would be interested in filming a commercial. Manager Wang raised 3 fingers. I can offer you 300,000 for the advertisement. Ye Lin was taken aback, finally grasping Manager Wang's intentions, and silently contemplated the stark reality of an ordinary person's life being so inexpensive. Previously, he had nearly sold all his organs just to earn a mere 100,000. Yet now, as a renowned level 16 transcender, a single advertisement could yield 300,000. In the past, he would have had to sell 10 kidneys to amass such wealth. Noticing that Ye Lin did not immediately decline, Manager Wang seized the opportunity. 300,000 is merely the starting offer. Should you become the spokesperson for our Brain Overlord Oral Liquid and achieve excellent results in the college entrance examination, we can provide you with even greater compensation. The company has promised me an allowance of 3 million. Ye Lin squinted his eyes. He was indeed in dire need of money. As a transcendent, his profession was notoriously expensive. He need not worry about skills, for with the endless spell, leveling up would grant him an inexhaustible supply of forbidden spells. However, when it came to equipment, he could only purchase it with hard cash. To this day, the only item he possessed was a ring given by the principal of Qingqing High School, Gao Zhentian, which merely added 10 points to his mental strength and lacked any level designation. Noticing Ye Lin's interest, Manager Wang stepped aside. Ye Lin, standing here is not ideal. Shall we find a place to dine and discuss further? That works. Ye Lin nodded and walked out with Manager Wang. A sleek black luxury car awaited at the entrance of the slum. Although Ye Lin was not well versed in automobiles, it was evident that this vehicle was quite expensive. Manager Wang opened the door and both took a seat in the back. After about 10 minutes, the car halted in front of a somewhat secluded farm. Come, Ye Lin, step out. Manager Wang cheerfully beckoned. Do not be deceived by the humble appearance of this farm. The produce here is exceptional. The chickens are true free range, and the vegetables are all organically grown, nourished naturally. The fish are freshly caught. Once you taste them, you will understand. The chicken has a distinct flavor. The fish has its own essence, and the vegetables, well, they have a unique taste too. Ye Lin interjected. Manager Wang's expression suddenly stiffened. Ye Lin, you have quite the sense of humor. Let us proceed inside. He led Ye Lin into the farm, where everything appeared brand new, as if it had just opened, with a faint scent of fresh paint lingering in the air. Once seated in a private room, the waitstaff promptly began serving dishes. And Ye Lin wasted no time in indulging. Indeed, Manager Wang had not misled him. The cuisine was a feast for the senses. The chicken was tender and melted in the mouth, imbued with a delightful flavor, and Ye Lin savored every bite. Despite the farm's unremarkable surroundings, the food was anything but cheap. Previously, Ye Lin would never have had the opportunity to enjoy such delicacies. Take your time, Ye Lin. No need to rush. If you find it insufficient, we can always order more, Manager Wang said cheerfully, serving him more dishes. Thank you. You are truly a kind person, Ye Lin replied, thoroughly enjoying his meal, while Manager Wang's expression grew increasingly peculiar. Of course, I am a good person. Is it delicious, Ye Lin? Delicious. Ye Lin nodded enthusiastically, swallowing a piece of chicken leg. Do you not feel a bit dizzy? Manager Wang asked with a cold smirk. Perhaps just a little. No sooner had he spoken than Ye Lin's head drooped, and with a thud, he slumped unconscious on the dining table. Chapter 16. The Terror of the Eternal Frozen Eyes. How easily he fell for it. What a fool. I had prepared so many contingency plans. Manager Wang wiped his hands and looked disdainfully at the now unconscious Ye Lin. He kicked Ye Lin's limp body, which lay motionless on the ground. With a cruel twist, he pressed the hard heel of his leather shoe onto Ye Lin's palm, grinding it mercilessly until it was a bloody pulp, yet Ye Lin showed no sign of response. After confirming that Ye Lin had slipped into unconsciousness, Manager Wang retrieved a phone. Hello, boss, it's all set. This kid is now as unresponsive as a dead pig. After hanging up, approximately 3 to 4 minutes passed before the door to the private room swung open, revealing a shrewd-looking middle-aged man. Had Ye Lin not been drugged, he would have recognized this man as the unscrupulous boss from the black market organ trade on the day he sold his kidney. Well done. The unscrupulous boss nodded approvingly at Manager Wang. However, boss, I fail to comprehend why you would go to such lengths for a mere college entrance examination candidate. If word gets out, we could find ourselves in serious trouble. Manager Wang couldn't help but voice his concerns. A college student, especially one who was also a potential transcendent, was a figure that could draw the attention of the higher-ups in Qingqing. If Ye Lin weren't an orphan without any backing, Manager Wang would never have dared to take on such a job. Do not ask too many questions. The more you know, the sooner you meet your end. The unscrupulous boss shot a cold glance at Manager Wang. Leave. No one is to approach this private room without my command. Those who disobey will be killed. Understood, boss. Manager Wang nodded and, with his tail between his legs, exited the room, closing the door behind him at the boss's behest. Once alone, the unscrupulous boss squatted down, his gaze fixed intently on the unconscious Ye Lin, akin to a seasoned professor who had dedicated his life to studying extraterrestrial beings suddenly encountering a real alien. He extended his coarse hand and began to explore Ye Lin's body. Kidneys, spleen, liver, gallbladder, cornea, coronary arteries, large intestine, small intestine. The boss's expression grew increasingly sinister, the excitement in his eyes beyond words. Incredibly, all the organs this boy had previously sold me have regrown. This is simply astonishing. Gently caressing Ye Lin, the boss treated him as if he were a priceless treasure. If I could unlock the secret of organ regeneration, a glimmer of ambition sparked in the boss's eyes. If you could uncover the secret of organ regeneration, even the most powerful figures would have to honor you as a guest of distinction. A voice whispered in the boss's ear. Yes, exactly. At that time, countless individuals will kneel before me, pleading for my favor. The unscrupulous boss nodded repeatedly, nearly bursting with excitement at the thought. Yet, suddenly, he sensed something was amiss. In this room, aside from the unconscious Ye Lin and himself, who could possibly be the third presence? Who? He whirled around sharply, only to be met by Ye Lin's expressionless face. You're awake? How is that possible? The food you consumed was laced with triple the dosage of sedative. Even an elephant wound tea regained consciousness within 6 hours. The unscrupulous boss exclaimed, his face a mask of shock. That is not a question for you to ask. I am more curious about how you managed to track me down. Humph. That question will be addressed once I subdue you. I merely drugged you to avoid complications. Do you really think you stand a chance against me? The unscrupulous boss sneered, brandishing a sharp long knife. It was then that Ye Lin realized this unscrupulous boss was also a transcendent, and astonishingly, at level 20, Zhao Liang, the Phantom Blade Master. At level 20, is not only adept at speed but also possesses an extraordinary ability to conceal his presence, arriving and departing without a trace, hence the name Phantom. Ye Lin suddenly realized that a class changer was stalking him, an ordinary person, which explained why he had been unable to detect him. Kid, surrender quietly. If I make my move, I cannot guarantee you won't be missing a limb or two. The unscrupulous boss licked the blade, a sinister gesture. Ye Lin's expression turned peculiar. It was akin to a first-grade student posturing and warning. Be careful, my fists are quite strong. Blood flames erupted from Ye Lin's body. He had intended to unleash the world-ending thunder to swiftly conclude the fight, but considering their indoor setting, he opted for a less conspicuous forbidden spell. Forbidden spell, Eternal Frozen Gaze. Eternal Frozen Gaze. The caster sacrifices their own eyeballs, and before becoming blind, freezes everything within sight. Having encountered only monsters that could be dispatched in a single blow within the novice realm, Ye Lin had yet to utilize this spell since acquiring it. The moment Eternal Frozen Gaze was activated, his black eyes transformed into a pure white, crystalline and resplendent. He skillfully avoided the unscrupulous boss's head, instead focusing on the area below his neck. Before the unscrupulous boss could react, ice crystals began to form on his body. Alarmed, he raised his knife to shatter the ice, but when he struck, sparks flew, and the blade clattered to the ground. The ice remained unscathed, while his hands suffered, blood streaming from the cracks formed by the ice's hardness. Soon, the lower half of the unscrupulous boss was entirely encased in an ice sculpture, plunging Ye Lin into darkness. Eternal Frozen Gaze is indeed powerful, albeit taxing on the eyes, but this was of no concern to Ye Lin. With a mere thought, his eyeballs regrew. Impossible. This cannot be. You are only level 16, while I am a full level 20. Even if you are a forbidden spellcaster, you cannot defeat me in one blow. What manner of monster are you? The unscrupulous boss's face was etched with disbelief. He attempted to struggle, but a forbidden spell cast at the cost of Ye Lin's own eyes was not so easily escaped. Now, we can have a proper conversation, Ye Lin said, adjusting his still somewhat unfamiliar new eyeballs. Tell me, how many know that my organs can regenerate? The unscrupulous boss pressed his lips together, reluctant to speak. The cold emanating from the ice crystals, turning his complexion a sickly shade of purple. It's fine if you don't want to talk, but at this rate, your lower half will surely freeze solid, and you will go from a prestigious level 20 class changer to a paralyzed wretch. Ye Lin leisurely strolled to the table and poured himself a cup of hot tea. Don't drink that. The tea is laced with a sedative. The unscrupulous boss exclaimed urgently, not out of concern for Ye Lin's well-being, but rather fearing that if Ye Lin fell unconscious, he would indeed be left frozen and paralyzed. However, in the face of his counsel, Ye Lin remained utterly unfazed. As he rolled his throat, he consumed a large cup of hot tea infused with a significant amount of narcotics. Chapter 17. The true culprit behind the scenes. The unscrupulous boss, his face ashen from the cold, watched in disbelief as Ye Lin drank the entire cup of tea laced with potent sedatives, then casually wiped his mouth. The look of shock was palpable in the eyes of the villainous entrepreneur. Why does the drug not affect you? Curious, Ye Lin inquired with a smile. The black-hearted boss nodded slightly. First, tell me, how many people are aware of my organ regeneration ability? Ye Lin countered. The boss's lips were already turning a deep shade of purple from the cold. Yet, I never anticipated that despite your blindness, you could navigate the black market with such ease. My interest was piqued, and upon discovering you were an orphan, I orchestrated a trap to bring you here. Ye Lin slowly approached the unscrupulous boss. Is it truly only you who knows? I sense that you might be deceiving me. Because I wish to monopolize the secret of organ regeneration, I have not disclosed this matter to anyone, not even my subordinates. They only know to abduct you. Unaware of the purpose, the black-hearted boss replied candidly. Well, I've divulged all I know, so it's only fair you tell me why you fear not the narcotics. Correct? The boss pressed on. Oh, do you desire me to share this with you, or with those behind you? Ye Lin seized the boss's knife and swiftly severed his left hand. The frozen arm fell to the ground, shattering like ice shards. At that moment, a small black camera he had clutched slipped from his grasp. Ye Lin bent down, retrieving the camera from the pale-faced boss, and then invoked a forbidden spell. Fiery crimson and violet flames erupted, reducing the camera to ashes. Who are the individuals behind you? Ye Lin positioned the knife against the boss's neck. Go ahead and kill me. The boss resignedly closed his eyes. If I do not reveal this, only I shall perish. If I do, my family will face dire consequences. As you wish. Before he could finish, Ye Lin struck with precision, severing the boss's head, which rolled away like a watermelon, his expression frozen in disbelief. Unable to fathom Ye Lin's swift and decisive action. After dispatching the black-hearted boss, Ye Lin turned the blade upon his own abdomen and performed a flawlessly executed seppuku, extracting his stomach. Inside, several layers of plastic bags were astonishingly revealed. The narcotic-laced food he had ingested was contained within these bags, never entering his stomach for digestion. Though he possessed an immortal body, toxins still affected him, yet they could not kill him. When he had secured the bags, he had taken precautions against leaks, wrapping 5 layers in total. As for the choice of plastic bags, it was due to their composition as high molecular compounds, resistant to degradation by natural substances and impervious to gastric acid. Furthermore, they were cost-effective. To err on the side of caution, Ye Lin resolved to spare none of the inhabitants of the farm, directly unleashing the forbidden spell, Return of the Undead. Return of the Undead. The brain cells of the spellcaster perish at a staggering rate of 100 million per second, creating a barrier sealed by countless undead creatures. This barrier cannot be breached until the spellcaster's demise. Note, if the barrier is attacked, the spellcaster's brain cell death will accelerate. The moment the spell was activated, countless skeletal warriors emerged from the earth, their hollow eye sockets ablaze with ethereal blue flames. Following them were headless horsemen, bone dragons, liches, and a myriad of other undead entities surrounding the entire farm. Unless Ye Lin was slain, no one could escape from this place. The people within the farm were paralyzed with fear. They had never witnessed such a terrifying sight, as if a natural disaster had befallen them. Fortunately, these undead creatures seemed to harbor no intention of attacking, merely standing guard around the farm. Ye Lin, one hand wielding a knife and the other grasping the head of the unscrupulous owner, pushed open the door to the private room. The boss, Manager Wong, stationed at the door, was rendered speechless. Although he had heard some strange noises moments earlier, he recalled the unscrupulous owner's orders that no one should enter without his command. Thus he had remained vigilant at the entrance. Little did he expect that his vigilance would culminate in the discovery of the owner's corpse. Seize him. Take this scoundrel down, Manager Wong shouted, and the surrounding bodyguards rushed forward. They were all transferees, but of low rank. Forbidden spell, infernal conflagration. With a single strike of the forbidden spell, those who approached him fell, leaving only a handful alive. Why are you awake? Manager Wong stammered, collapsing to the ground, his face ashen. He distinctly remembered confirming that Ye Lin was unconscious. Thanks to you, I have awakened. By the way, I have a question for you, Ye Lin said, smiling as he approached Manager Wong. Who are the ones pulling the strings behind the scenes? Manager Wong's pupils constricted sharply. He swallowed hard, but remained silent. Choosing not to speak, are we? A cruel smile spread across Ye Lin's face as he plunged his knife into the chest of a nearby bodyguard who had not yet succumbed. The bodyguard's face was a mask of disbelief as he stared vacantly at Ye Lin, as if questioning why he was being targeted instead of the one who had been stabbed. You are a demon. Manager Wong's terror deepened, for the teenager before him seemed to embody the very essence of evil, executing his killings with such nonchalance. Little did he know, Ye Lin had exhibited far greater cruelty while testing his immortality prior to this moment. So can we speak now? Ye Lin withdrew his knife and moved to another bodyguard who had been grievously wounded by the infernal flames, casting a glance at Manager Wang. You cannot contend with those behind the scenes. I advise you to leave. Manager Wang gritted his teeth in defiance. In response, Ye Lin delivered another expressionless strike, leaving another lifeless body on the ground. After dispatching this individual, Ye Lin chose to approach Manager Wang directly. The identity of the puppeteer is inconsequential to me. However, should you choose to remain silent, your demise is imminent. Contemplating this, Ye Lin raised his knife, instilling maximum terror within Manager Wang. I will speak. I will speak. The person behind the scenes is the underground king of Qingqing, Qinsen. Chapter 18. One of the top 10 philanthropists, Qinsen. Qinsen? Ye Lin furrowed his brow. The name resonated with a disconcerting familiarity. He had recently been honored as one of Qingqing's top 10 philanthropists and had even appeared on television. As Manager Wang quietly reminded him, that's why it sounds so familiar. On the surface, he may be one of Qingqing's distinguished philanthropists, but beneath it all, he is the leader of all underground forces. Quite the game we are playing, Ye Lin thought, a twinge of headache brewing. To be targeted by such a powerful figure would undoubtedly complicate his future days. He could only hope that the unscrupulous boss had not yet relayed this information to Qinsen. Should Qinsen learn of his potential for organ regeneration, he might deduce that Ye Lin possesses an immortal essence, which would lead to troublesome consequences. Ye Lin was not so arrogant as to believe he could contend with the underground king of Qingqing. That would be sheer folly. Who knows how many formidable reclassifiers Qinsen commanded? Power, after all, boils down to strength. If he were at level 50 or 60, Qinsen would merely be a matter of a forbidden spell. Brother, I have divulged all that I know. Will you spare me? Manager Wang trembled as he implored. Casting a cold glance at him, Ye Lin retorted, Begone. Ye, do not slay cowards. Thank you. Thank you. Manager Wang scrambled to his feet, desperate to escape. Stop. Ye Lin's voice rang out suddenly, causing Manager Wang's heart to race and his complexion to shift dramatically. What is it, brother? He stammered. Do you have cash on you? Hand it over, Ye Lin commanded. Why yes. The sensation of narrowly escaping death filled Manager Wang with cold sweat as he tremulously produced several thousand yuan in cash, shoving it into Ye Lin's hands. All right, you may go now. Why are you so frightened? I have stated, I do not slay cowards. Would I deceive you? Ye Lin rolled his eyes in exasperation. Yes, my apologies, brother. I misjudged you. I shall take my leave now. Manager Wang hastily exited. But just a few steps away, he felt an intense wave of scorching heat surging from behind. The purplish-red flames of karma engulfed him in an instant. With a shriek, he was reduced to ashes within mere breaths. Indeed, Ye Lin's blade does not slay cowards, but unfortunately, he also possesses a modicum of forbidden spells. Observing the flames before him, Ye Lin kindly explained to Manager Wang as he slowly raised a hand. Forbidden spell, flames of karma. Ye Lin's complexion visibly paled as a breathtakingly terrifying lotus of fire began to coalesce in his palm. The moment the fire lotus blossomed, the entire farm was shrouded in boundless flames, burning fiercely. Perhaps some individuals on this farm are innocent, yet Ye Lin finds himself incapable of discerning their fates. When one's very life is at stake, he can only strive to ensure these individuals meet a less agonizing end. In such terrifying temperatures, the human body may even vaporize instantaneously, thus rendering a painless demise. After erasing all traces, Ye Lin summoned the power of the dead and vanished into the night, leaving behind only a patch of charred earth. Upon returning home, Ye Lin washed his face, taking several deep breaths. Yet he could not quell the tumultuous emotions surging within him. He had taken a life, unlike the previous encounters with malevolent creatures. This time he had slain a living person. Even more unsettling for Ye Lin was the impending retribution from Qinsen. Fortunately, in just 3 days, he would be participating in the college entrance examination. Once he entered that realm of trials, he would be safe, and at that point, even Qinsen would not dare to pursue him. The pressing issue, however, was where he should go in the meantime. Remaining at home would surely lead to his demise. Just as Ye Lin was lost in thought, a knock echoed at his door. His heart raced. Could Qinsen's revenge have arrived so swiftly? Rather than opening the door directly, he climbed out the window and circled around to the front, gripping a forbidden spell in his hand. If it were Qinsen's men at the door, he would hurl the spell and flee, hoping to take a few of them down with him. As he prepared to act, the moonlight illuminated the figure at his doorstep, revealing none other than Ye Lin. What could this young man want with him? Yet, it seemed the dilemma of his whereabouts might find resolution. Without further ado, Ye Lin declared, Money is trivial. I accept you as my little brother. Let us go to your home, since you've called me your leader. I must protect you closely. He wrapped an arm around Ye Lin and strode forward. The Ji family enterprise was among the most prominent in Qingqing. Surely, Qinsen would not dare to intrude upon their domain. Really? Is that true? Ye Lin could hardly believe his ears, a surge of accomplishment swelling within him. His father had been correct. Ye Lin, proud yet impoverished, had been easily convinced to become a free bodyguard. The two walked arm in arm, resembling perfectly synchronized partners. At that moment, both harbored ulterior motives, yet their thoughts aligned seamlessly, each feeling they had struck a remarkable deal. As Ye Lin boarded Ji Lingyu's car and departed, a shadow stealthily slipped away into the darkness from a dimly lit corner. In the underground black market of Qingcheng, a man with a large cigar lounged on a sofa, while a voluptuous beauty knelt before him. This man sported an oily pompadour and had gained a bit of weight. His smile exuded a benevolent demeanor. Were it not for the context, no one would suspect that he was Qinsen, the notorious leader of the underground black market in Qingcheng. Qinsen took a puff of his cigar, his brows furrowing momentarily before relaxing again. His gaze drifted, losing focus as he stared at the ceiling, and after a considerable pause, his attention snapped back into focus. Where's that fool Jihu? Has it really taken this long to capture a high school student? Half an hour ago, he became unreachable. When our dispatched personnel arrived, the farm had already been reduced to ashes. The blaze bore the hallmark of a transcender's handiwork, and just 5 minutes prior, the high school student Ye Lin had been taken away by Ji Lingyu of the G Group. The G Group? Their shadow looms behind this. Qinsen's expression fluctuated between darkness and light. Earlier that day, his subordinate Su Jihu, responsible for the illicit trade of human organs, informed him of an anomaly he had discovered in a high school student, suggesting that this youth concealed a significant secret. Shortly thereafter, Su Jihu vanished without a trace. What secret could the high school student Ye Lin possibly harbor that would draw the G Group's involvement? Qinsen slowly leaned back, a glint of ruthlessness flashing in his eyes. It seems I have been inactive for too long. Even the G Group dares to provoke my ire. It is high time for everyone in Qingcheng to recognize who reigns eternally over the underground world. Chapter 19. The lavish lifestyle of the G family. The vehicle made its way to the affluent district of Qingcheng, halting before a standalone villa. Ye Lin could not help but marvel at the stark contrast between the wealthy enclave and the slums, having just exited to use a public restroom. He found even the facilities here exuded an enticing fragrance. It was no wonder that so many were enamored with wealth. Indeed, having money is a wonderful thing. Upon entering the Ji household, Ji Lingyu had meticulously arranged everything for Ye Lin's arrival. Before him stood 2 neat rows of strikingly beautiful maids, bowing graciously in his direction. Good evening, young Master Yi. The maids' uniforms, already loose-fitting, accentuated their allure as they bent forward. Ye Lin found himself captivated. Was this the joy of the affluent? How utterly infuriating. Before his transmigration, he had been a pauper, and now his existence was scarcely better, confined to a slum. Had it not been for his immortality, he might have succumbed to starvation long ago. Yet, while he endured hunger, what was Ji Lingyu doing? Enjoying the company of all these maids in a villa? As this thought crossed his mind, Ye Lin cast a resentful glance at Ji Lingyu, feeling an unfamiliar envy towards him. If only he could transmigrate as a wealthy heir. He wouldn't have to toil so hard to enhance his power. Boss, do you like them? If any catch your eye, feel free to tell me. Ji Lingyu chuckled, a knowing smile gracing his lips. This one, and this one. Ye Lin pointed to 3 of the maids. 3 are sufficient? Ji Lingyu asked, somewhat surprised. No. I don't want these 3. Send the rest to my room. Ye Lin retorted. Ji Lingyu. All right, I was just teasing. Just provide me with a place to sleep. Ye Lin shook his head. Fine, I'll arrange that. Ji Lingyu was taken aback. Amidst such temptation from these beauties, Ye Lin remarkably held his composure. Ji Lingyu led Ye Lin into the Ji villa, where Ye Lin also encountered Ji Lingyu's father. The man appeared to be an ordinary middle-aged individual with a slightly balding head, yet a flicker of shrewdness occasionally flashed in his eyes, hinting at his extraordinary nature. Soon, Ye Lin had his own room within the Ji household. Reclining on a soft king-sized bed measuring 3 by 3 meters, Ye Lin peacefully drifted into slumber. Having sought refuge within the Ji family, how could Qinsen possibly venture forth to apprehend him? With this thought, Ye Lin drifted into a peaceful slumber. Unbeknownst to him, at that very moment, the entire underground force of Qingcheng was gathering under Qinsen's command, a clear indication that he was planning something significant. Upon awakening the next morning, Ye Lin found a maid waiting by his bedside. With gentle hands, she tucked his bangs behind his ear, exuding a nurturing warmth. Young Master Yi, you are awake. Please wash your face, she said, promptly presenting him with a steaming towel. The suddenness of this scene prompted Ye Lin to pinch himself, suspecting he had yet to awaken from a dream. Having lived in the slums for so many years, he had never experienced the luxury of a beautiful maid offering him a warm towel upon waking. Young master, are you all right? Did you have a nightmare? The maid grasped Ye Lin's hand, concerned for his well-being. No, it's fine. I can manage myself, he replied, still unaccustomed to such tender care. By the time he finished brushing his teeth, Ji Lingyu awaited him at the door. Boss, how do you find your accommodations? Are they to your liking? Ji Lingyu inquired. It's acceptable, Ye Lin nodded in response. Great. Then let us go and have breakfast, Ji Lingyu said, leading Ye Lin to the dining room, where only the 2 of them sat, yet the table was lavishly adorned with over 20 exquisite dishes. 8 stunning young women were already present, and upon the arrival of Ye Lin and Ji Lingyu, they bowed in unison. Good afternoon, young Master Ji, young Master Yi. Boss, please take a seat. Ji Lingyu effortlessly plopped down onto a chair, prompting one of the young women to immediately present him with a bowl of perfectly warm soup. After a sip, another young woman offered him a peeled shrimp, and as he took a bite of the most succulent portion, the shrimp was devoured in an instant. No sooner had he finished the shrimp than another young woman swiftly placed cherries, 2 red and 2 green, before him. Following the cherries, 2 young women, one on each side, took turns feeding him shrimp and crab meat, expertly prepared and ready to eat. This spectacle left Ye Lin utterly astonished. In his previous life, although the wealthy indulged in extravagance, it paled in comparison to this level of opulence. The presence of job changers in this world evidently diminished the status of ordinary people to a mere servant-like existence. Boss, please sit down. Are the dishes not to your taste? If you desire something else, I can have it prepared immediately, Ji Lingyu urged, noting Ye Lin's lingering hesitation to sit. Ha ha ha, you'll get used to it in time. I pay, and they serve me. It is only natural, Ji Lingyu chuckled heartily. Once they had eaten their fill, Ji Lingyu clapped his hands, and 2 rows of young women approached Ye Lin, each carrying a tray adorned with garments, shirts, trousers, ties, everything one could desire. What is this? Ye Lin asked, puzzled. Boss, let them assist you in changing your attire. This evening, we are attending an auction gala, where all the prominent figures of Qingcheng will be present, Ji Lingyu explained. This was also a lesson imparted by his father. Once one acknowledges a leader, loyalty must be unwavering. Before the esteemed figures in Qingcheng, he publicly recognized Ye Lin as his superior. Henceforth, would he have any reservations about Ye Lin coming to his aid in times of need? Ji Lingyu even began to envision himself as Gao Qiqiang, with Ye Lin embodying the role of old Mo. All he had to do was express a yearning for fish, and Ye Lin would surely intervene on his behalf. An evening banquet? No, he thought, shaking his head. Ye Lin simply wished to hide in the Ji residence until the commencement of the college entrance examination. He turned to enter the restroom, intent on relieving himself, only to discover that 4 maids awaited him inside. One held a dry tissue, another a wet one, while the remaining 2 stood empty-handed. Welcome, young master, to the restroom. Chapter 20. The Qingcheng Banquet, a reunion with Zhuge and I. Ye Lin's expression darkened instantly, and he fled the restroom in haste, his initial urge to urinate vanishing entirely. Boss, what's wrong? Ji Lingyu inquired, puzzled. It's nothing. I believe attending the banquet has become imperative. Ye Lin suddenly reversed his decision, suspecting that remaining in the Ji household could lead to a most uncomfortable predicament. Boss, your change of heart is splendid. Tonight's auction banquet promises an array of treasures, including equipment and skills, Ji Lingyu remarked. Such delights exist? Ye Lin paused, taken aback. Indeed, each year, Qingcheng holds an auction banquet prior to the college entrance exams. Though the common folk remain oblivious to it, Ji Lingyu elucidated. Ye Lin fell silent momentarily. He was not even counted among the commoners, but rather classified as impoverished. Although he resolved to attend the banquet, he ultimately decided against donning the formal attire Ji Lingyu had arranged for him, as wearing such garments felt exceedingly uncomfortable. He preferred the familiarity of his own clothing. As evening swiftly approached, Ji's father escorted Ji Lingyu and Ye Lin to the opulent Yunqing Hotel in Qingcheng. The entrance was already graced by a multitude of luxury vehicles, and upon sighting Ji's father, the doorman promptly welcomed him with deference. After all, the Ji group stood as a formidable enterprise within Qingcheng. The trio ascended to the hotel's pinnacle via the elevator, where a splendid scene awaited them. 2 long tables adorned with an abundance of exquisite delicacies for guests to indulge in at their leisure. Individuals clad in lavish attire gathered in clusters, sharing laughter and conversation. Among them were titans of industry, highly skilled reclassifiers, and political magnates. Nearly all prominent figures of Qingcheng were present. Upon arrival, Ji's father mingled with familiar acquaintances, a sight Ji Lingyu had long since come to accept. Our elders have their circle. We, the younger generation, have ours. Let us proceed to that table, Ji Lingyu suggested, gesturing towards a nearby gathering of youth. Go ahead. I shall manage on my own. Ye Lin, having grown quite hungry after barely eating a morsel in the company of the maids at noon, disregarded Ji Lingyu and approached the table, ready to feast heartily. The individuals present displayed an exquisite elegance in their dining manners, adorned in lavishly tailored evening gowns. However, Ye Lin's gluttonous approach to the feast immediately drew the attention of many around him, and Ji Lingyu's toes began to tap anxiously against the ground. Boss, why don't we wait a while before eating? Let me first introduce you to my friends, Ji Lingyu suggested, his urgency palpable. Not yet. Let me satiate my hunger first, Ye Lin replied with impatience, acutely aware of the increasing number of eyes upon them. Yet, Ye Lin was oblivious, delighting in his meal. In a moment of desperation, Ji Lingyu contemplated seizing the lobster from Ye Lin's grasp, which caused Ye Lin's gaze to sharpen instantly. Forbidden spell, he uttered, causing Ji Lingyu to freeze in place, an embarrassed smile creeping onto his face. It's all right, boss, please continue eating, Ji Lingyu said. his face buried in his hands as he retreated from Ye Lin's side. His intention for bringing Ye Lin to the banquet was to introduce him to his friends, hoping to elevate Ye Lin's stature. Yet, with Ye Lin's ravenous demeanor, Ji Lingyu hesitated to present him, fearing he would become the laughingstock of the elite circles in Qingqing. Once Ji Lingyu was out of the way, Ye Lin joyfully indulged in his dinner, indifferent to the opinions of those around him. His primary concern was filling his stomach. However, just as he was relishing his meal, a cool female voice suddenly called out from behind him. Ye Lin, chewing on a piece of lobster. Ye Lin turned to see the astonished face of Zhuge and I. Accompanying her was a girl in a white dress, petite and significantly shorter than Zhuge and I. Yet her beauty was equally striking. It's really you. What are you doing here? Zhuge and I exclaimed, her face revealing a clear disdain upon recognizing Ye Lin. You didn't sneak in to mooch off the food, did you? Uninterested in engaging with Zhuge and I, Ye Lin felt a wave of misfortune wash over him. It seemed he could encounter this air-headed woman anywhere. Nonetheless, considering Mr. Zhuge's stature, it was not surprising that Zhuge and I would be present at such an event. And I? Who is he? The girl in white inquired curiously, having never witnessed such overt disdain on Zhuge Ni's face before, even when pursued by relentless admirers. Zhuge and I had never displayed such an expression. Who is he? Humph, just a cowardly fellow. Do you remember the one I told you about, the one who saved me? Ling Yi? Zhuge and I asked, looking at the girl in white. I remember. You said he wields the flames of the underworld and possesses formidable strength. Having annihilated an 8th-level monster on the very first night, he entered the novice secret realm. The girl nodded. Before encountering Ling Yi, I met this guy. His strength is not to be underestimated. Had he been willing to join forces with me against that 8th-level blood dragon beast, I would never have been cornered into a deadly situation. But he, being the coward he is, abandoned me and fled. As she recounted this, Zhuge and I glared at Ye Lin with gritted teeth, yet Ye Lin remained engrossed in his meal, completely ignoring her presence. Huh. The girl in white tilted her head in confusion. However, the instinct to seek fortune and avoid misfortune is inherent to human nature. Although he is indeed fearful of death, it hardly justifies provoking such wrath from you, Lu Yanwei. Zhuge and I called out the name of the girl in the white dress with indignation. Which side do you truly stand on? Lu Yanwei playfully stuck out her tongue. If it weren't for him, I would not have been cornered by the dragon blood beast. And I would not have encountered Ling Yi in such a disheveled state. Ling Yi views me as a burden, which has directly led to my current predicament of not being able to find any news about him. Do you think I should be angry? Zhuge and I retorted. Indeed. You have every right to be angry. I would feel the same. Lu Yanwei nodded. Well aware of how frantically Zhuge and I had been searching for Ling Yi over the past few days, almost digging through the very earth of Qingqing in her quest. All right. Since we are upset, let us not dwell on him. Out of sight, out of mind. Come, let us move to another area. Lu Yanwei gently urged Zhuge and I away to avoid further conflict with Ye Lin, though Zhuge and I cast a fierce glare back at him as they left. As Ye Lin continued his meal, a mischievous thought stirred within him. It seemed that his impersonation of Ling Yi had left a significant impression on Zhuge and I. He suddenly found himself curious about what expression she would wear upon discovering the truth of his ruse. Chapter 21. Painting a grand vision for Ji Lingyu. However, this fleeting thought quickly dissipated. He had no desire to become entangled with Zhuge and I, preferring to keep his distance. After satisfying his hunger, Ye Lin sought a quiet spot to await the commencement of the auction evening. He was somewhat intrigued by the equipment and skills that Ji Lingyu had mentioned would be available at the auction house. While he lacked skills, his equipment was utterly lacking, possessing only a ring with 10 points of mental strength, which would undoubtedly place him at a disadvantage during the high-stakes examination. After all, the examination would be conducted under the scrutiny of many, and he certainly could not rely on the same tactics as in the novice secret realm, where he could simply cast a forbidden spell on anything he encountered without raising suspicion. Yet, a dilemma arose. He lacked funds. He desired equipment, but could not afford it. Was there a solution? Ye Lin glanced at Ji Lingyu, contemplating whether he could entice him with some grand vision, perhaps to secure some benefits at his expense. As if reading his thoughts, Ji Lingyu approached, accompanied by a large group. Everyone, allow me to introduce you. This is my boss, Ye Lin. After waiting for Ye Lin to finish his meal, Ji Lingyu finally felt bold enough to approach with his companions. His introduction elicited skeptical expressions from those behind him, who regarded Ji Lingyu with a mix of disbelief and curiosity. Ji Xiao, are you jesting with us? He may consider you his boss, but do you truly regard him as such? The crowd scrutinized Ye Lin, their eyes filled with confusion. This individual, clad in humble attire, seemed utterly out of place at the grand banquet. What was Ji Lingyu thinking? With a mysterious smile, Ji Lingyu acknowledged the skepticism. His friends were largely the second generation of Qingqing, either wealthy or noble, and it was entirely reasonable for them to look down upon Ye Lin. Then, with a conspiratorial grin, he continued to speak. One should not judge a person by their appearance, nor can the vastness of the sea be measured by a mere cup. An ordinary individual surely lacks the qualification to be my leader, Ji Lingyu, yet he is different. Do you know what level my leader currently holds? 16. And that is a professional level. The crowd inhaled sharply, their initial disdain for Ye Lin evaporating in an instant. Regardless of the setting, the powerful effortlessly command respect. I thought the name Ye Lin sounded somewhat familiar. He is the top scorer of this novice secret realm. Moreover, he has set a new record for Qingcheng. Someone exclaimed in awe. Emerging from the novice secret realm, attaining levels 8 or 9 already signifies extraordinary talent. Yet Ye Lin has astonishingly reached level 16. A feat truly terrifying. Observing the crowd's reaction, Ye Lin clasped his hands behind his back, a smug expression adorning his face. This was precisely the effect he desired. Who would dare to undermine the leader Ye Lin has chosen now? Having basked in his moment of showmanship, Ye Lin prepared to weave a vision for him. Ye Lin, do you feel confident about achieving a commendable score in the upcoming college entrance examination? Ye Lin inquired. If only we could venture outside the city. I could assist you in leveling up, thereby securing a better result, he sighed. How could that be possible? To prevent powerful individuals from aiding in leveling. It is strictly prohibited to leave the city for 3 days following the novice trial, Ye Lin replied, shaking his head vigorously. Is that so? Yet I have heard that the passage to the college entrance examination lies just outside the city, Ye Lin implied. Your meaning is? Ye Lin's breath quickened. This is indeed the first hurdle of the examination. Although there are not many monsters near the city walls, they certainly exist. Each year, all examinees must dash through this checkpoint at the fastest pace possible, and Ye Lin's insinuation seemed to suggest he intended to guide him in leveling up there. But that is outside the city, a realm far beyond the novice secret realm. The monsters within the novice secret realm peak at level 10, appearing only in its deepest recesses, whereas those outside the city begin at level 10, a place where careless mistakes could cost one their life. Each year, countless transferees perish at the hands of monsters beyond the city. Ye Lin sighed, an air of helplessness about him. Equipment? That is easily arranged. Ye Lin dismissed this concern. However, my primary worry, dear leader, is our safety, especially since we are outside the city. Ye Lin remained apprehensive. If the Ji family could send a powerful guardian to protect him, he would feel secure. Yet, with only a level 16 Ye Lin, it was a daunting prospect. One call of leader and a lifetime of loyalty. Ye Lin's voice rang out with conviction. Rest assured, my willingness to undertake this means I possess confidence. Even should we encounter a monster I cannot defeat, I assure you I will fall before you do. Do you not wish to elevate your level further to gain entry into a superior institution? You must understand, these opportunities cannot be purchased with mere money. A hint of guilt flickered in Ye Lin's eyes. Ye Lin had been so considerate of him, yet he had merely intended to exploit Ye Lin, seeking a free bodyguard skilled in forbidden spells. However, his gaze soon solidified with determination. One should not mix righteousness with commerce. This was a lesson imparted to him long ago by his father. Given the ephemeral nature of forbidden spellcasters, had he not allowed Ye Lin to indulge in a more opulent lifestyle before his inevitable demise? When one considers it, he had not truly wronged Ye Lin. After all, a merchant must prioritize profit. Ye Lin was indeed correct. Wealth could procure many things, yet admission to prestigious academies remained an unattainable luxury without excelling in the rigorous entrance examinations. In the realm of the Great Xia, no alternative path existed. Rest assured, boss, whatever catches your eye at tonight's auction, just let me know, and I shall secure it for you, Ye Lin declared resolutely. Excellent. That is precisely what I wish to hear. Fear not. With the right equipment, I guarantee we shall elevate your level beyond 10. Ye Lin reciprocated, equally earnest. Once he reached level 10, with diligent preparation for the entrance exam, securing a place in any top-tier academy within the Great Xia would be all but assured. The two exchanged knowing smiles, each silently acknowledging the fortune they had stumbled upon. Chapter 22. The auction commences, the Emperor Dragon's fortune ring. At this moment, Ye Lin's circle of affluent friends gazed at him with envy. What an extraordinary stroke of fortune it was for a level 16 forbidden spellcaster to risk his life aiding Ye Lin in leveling up. Their initial doubts about Ye Lin's intellect had transformed into genuine admiration for their leader, whom they now deemed exceedingly fortunate. Had pride not held them back, they might have even inquired if Ye Lin was seeking any additional subordinates. To ascend from level 7 to 10 simply by aligning oneself with a capable leader, who would not relish such an opportunity? Boss, wait for me. I must first confer with my father, Ye Lin said as he approached his father. The auction gala was filled with influential figures, and relying solely on his own merit would not suffice to acquire anything of value. With his father's approval secured, Ye Lin felt considerably emboldened. Boss, fear not. It is all taken care of. I assure you, I will procure the equipment you desire tonight. Ye Lin nodded, aware that only 6 pieces of equipment could be utilized simultaneously for class changes, with no restrictions on their types. Whether one adorned 6 rings or wielded 6 swords was entirely a matter of personal preference. For the average individual, gathering 6 suitable pieces of equipment was an arduous endeavor, making the path of the class changer a financially burdensome one. Those without wealth could only serve the affluent class changers, while they still stood above ordinary folk, fundamentally. Little had changed, merely a transition from common laborer to elite laborer. Yet, With Ye Lin's opulent backing, Ye Lin could temporarily set aside his concerns regarding equipment. Clap. At that moment, the lights in the entire venue suddenly extinguished, plunging the banquet into complete darkness. Yet, the guests seemed unfazed, calmly awaiting what was to come. A beam of light illuminated the center stage, revealing an enchanting woman clad in a classic qipao, her figure exquisitely curvaceous, having seemingly appeared there without anyone noticing. A subtle touch of makeup adorned her face, rendering her breathtakingly beautiful. Each smile and frown appeared to captivate the hearts of many, and a glint of avarice flickered in the eyes of several men. Good evening, everyone. I am Qingqing, the auctioneer for tonight's gala auction, representing the Zhenbao Auction House. I extend a warm welcome to all of you, and wish that you may successfully bid on your desired treasures this evening. With a slight bow, she presented herself, her alluring form drawing the gaze of numerous men, yet none dared to act inappropriately. Not even a single lewd remark was uttered. After all, the Zhenbao Auction House was not to be trifled with. It stood as the largest auction house in the ancient nation of Daxia, with branches established in nearly every city across the realm. The gala auction has always been spearheaded by Zhenbao Auction House. To make a crude jest towards Qingqing would be to offend Zhenbao, and the individuals present were prominent figures of Qingqing, unlikely to engage in such folly over a mere woman. Given their stature, acquiring a woman would be but a simple beckoning. Without further ado, as in previous years, this evening would showcase 100 auction items, the first 50 being skill scrolls, followed by 50 pieces of equipment. With a gentle smile, Qingqing clapped her hands, and soon, a bundle of skill scrolls was presented on a tray. The first item for auction is an epic skill scroll, fire-based skills, suitable for mage professions. The starting bid is 500,000, with minimum increments of 10,000. As her words echoed, the crowd erupted in astonishment. Skill levels were categorized into 4 tiers: common, rare, epic, and legendary, and epic skills were exceedingly rare. To commence with an epic skill scroll indicated that Zhenbao Auction House had indeed come well prepared this year. A class changer could only possess 6 pieces of equipment at a time, yet the number of skills was limitless, which was precisely why class changers often found themselves spending exorbitantly. Wealthy class changers, equipped with numerous high-level skills, naturally boasted superior combat prowess. Experts had previously conducted experiments indicating that, at the same level, a well-equipped class changer could effortlessly overpower 10 unarmored peers of the same rank. The assertion of being able to defeat 10 was not merely a boast. 501,000. 550,000. The prominent figures in attendance rapidly began bidding, and the price of the epic skill scroll soared, soon surpassing the million mark, leaving Ye Lin in astonishment. Here, money seemed to exist solely as a number. Fortunately, his profession as a forbidden spellcaster required no skill scrolls, as he could unlock new skills simply by leveling up. Otherwise, as a pauper, he would have found the experience even more arduous. Of course, his vocation did not permit the use of skill scrolls. A forbidden spellcaster could only wield forbidden spells. Ultimately, when Zhuge Qingqing proclaimed a price of 3 million, the epic scroll was secured in his possession, silencing any further bids. The price was already sufficiently steep, and in the confines of Qingsheng, few would dare to provoke Mr. Zhuge unless absolutely necessary. Congratulations to Mr. Zhuge for acquiring the epic skill scroll. Now, let us present our second item for auction, a rare skill scroll containing a sword technique, suitable for sword-related professions. The starting price is set at 100,000, with each increment no less than 10,000. Qingqing first graciously congratulated Zhuge Qingqing before unveiling the second auction item. Although the level of the second skill scroll did not match the first, its sword technique instantly piqued the interest of many, ultimately culminating in a final price of 800,000. After perusing several auction items, Ye Lin lost interest and reclined in his chair, feigning sleep. The first 50 items were all skill scrolls, and even the emergence of a legendary skill held no allure for him. In contrast, Ye Lin successfully bid on 2 desirable skills, his profession being a shadow swordsman. The second rare skill scroll was indeed acquired by him. Well, we have now concluded the auction of our 50 skill scrolls for this year. For those who did not secure a scroll, do not despair. For the next segment, we'll feature the auction of equipment. Qingqing smiled charmingly, and with a clap of her hands, the first piece of equipment for the evening was brought forth, shrouded in a red cloth, obscuring its shape. However, judging by its size, it likely resembled a ring, necklace, or bracelet. The crowd craned their necks in anticipation of Qingqing's introduction, and she did not keep them in suspense, instead beaming as she dramatically unveiled the red cloth. Tonight's 51st auction item is a rare-grade piece of equipment, the Imperial Dragon's Auspicious Ring. Its attributes enhance the mental attribute by 30 and comes with a passive skill, Dragon's Aura. The starting price is set at 8 million, with each increment no less than 100,000. As Qingqing's words echoed in the hall, a wave of astonishment swept through the audience. Unlike the classification of skills, equipment is divided into 7 tiers: low-level, mid-level, high-level, rare, epic, legendary, and divine. Furthermore, the rarity of equipment far surpasses that of skills. Only those who have transitioned to crafting professions of level or higher possess the capability to forge such items. The advancement in life professions is not comparable to that of combat professions. For combat roles, as long as one perseveres and continues to defeat monsters, levels naturally increase. However, life professions present a different challenge. Take, for instance, the blacksmithing profession, which is categorized into low-level, mid-level, high-level, master blacksmith, grandmaster, and the legendary divine craftsman. To elevate one's level, one must invest substantial resources into crafting, honing their skills through practice, as proficiency naturally leads to advancement. The vast resources required for a blacksmith's development are beyond the reach of an average individual. Even in the entirety of Qingcheng, the highest level blacksmith achieves only high-level status, indicating that the best equipment produced in Qingcheng can only reach high-level quality, and even then, success in crafting is not guaranteed. With perhaps only one successful attempt in 100 for each forging, rare-grade equipment can only be crafted by a master blacksmith. This implies that the Imperial Dragon Ring before him must surely be the handiwork of such a master. At this moment, Ye Lin couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth. A single ring capable of enhancing one's mental power by 30 was an extraordinary boon for any class changer. It was no wonder that a god-tier class changer could easily overpower 10 novices. However, the price of the Imperial Dragon Ring was daunting, an astounding 8 million. Merely the starting bid. Based on previous experiences with auctioning skill scrolls, the final price would undoubtedly soar beyond 20 million. 20 million. Ye Lin calculated mentally, realizing he would have to part with 666 of his kidneys to amass such a sum. A figure that even he, with his immortal body, found ludicrous. Fortunately, he had Ji Lingyu. 9 million. Ji's father immediately announced his bid, elevating the price of the Imperial Dragon Ring by 1 million in an instant. Yet this sum was evidently insufficient to deter other competitors, as numerous bids followed. 9,200,000. 10 million. 12 million. Everyone understood the rarity and value of such equipment. In Qingcheng, wealth alone could not procure such treasures, as there were no master blacksmiths in the area. At that moment, Ji's father raised the bid once more. 15 million. A wave of astonishment swept through the crowd as the price surged by 3 million. It became apparent that the Ji group was determined to secure the Imperial Dragon Ring. Bids continued to trickle in, but the number of competitors dwindled significantly. When Ji's father raised the bid to 18 million, silence enveloped the room. 18 million for a rare-grade piece of equipment was a reasonable price, and further bidding seemed unnecessary. A faint smile graced Ji's father's lips. 18 million for a chance to enroll his only son in a prestigious academy was worth it. After all, with only one son, where else could he spend his money? Although the Imperial Dragon Ring was intended as a gift for Ye Lin, the profession of a forbidden spellcaster was notoriously short-lived. And in a few years, should Ye Lin perish, wouldn't the equipment revert to his son Ji Lingyu? 18 million once. 18 million twice. 18 million thrice. Congratulations to the Ji group. Just as the auctioneer of the Treasure Pavilion was about to announce Ji's father as the successful bidder for the Imperial Dragon Ring, a languid yet arrogant voice interrupted. 20 million. Ji's father's expression darkened abruptly, his gaze sharp as an eagle's. However, upon recognizing the bidder, everyone in attendance fell into stunned silence. It was a man with a slicked-back hairstyle, appearing somewhat portly, yet wearing a benevolent smile. The king of the underworld, Kinsen. Was this intentional or merely a coincidence? The Ji group and Kinsen were worlds apart. Whispers filled the room, and an unusual tension hung in the air. Although Kinsen had not made any significant moves in recent years, everyone knew there was but one eternal king in the underground world of Qingcheng, and that was Kinsen. Ji's father, now bewildered, could hardly comprehend the situation. He had never wronged Kinsen and had barely crossed paths with him. What could this imply? Mr. Kinsen, might I inquire if I have inadvertently offended you in some manner? Adhering to the principle that harmony fosters prosperity, Uncle Ji maintained his composure and donned a smile. Mr. Ji, what are you saying? At an auction, it is undoubtedly the highest bidder who prevails. Is it not permissible for me, Kinsen, to desire this Imperial Dragon Rui ring? Kinsen smiled benevolently, devoid of any pretense, his gaze subtly scanning Ye Lin, while inwardly he mused. Ah, the Ji group, still feigning ignorance, I see. That Ye Lin has positioned himself behind you. At this moment, Ye Lin too scrutinized Kinsen, and had he not spoken, he would never have guessed that the man before him was indeed the king of the underground in Qingcheng. Their eyes met across the room. A glimmer of coldness evident in both, while Uncle Ji stood bewildered in between. Could it be that Kinsen truly only coveted the Imperial Dragon Rui ring? 21 million. Uncle Ji tentatively bid. Yet, the scenario unfolded identically. The instant the price was declared, Kinsen immediately countered with 22 million. A jolt of realization struck Uncle Ji. He could now ascertain that Kinsen was indeed targeting the Ji group, a decidedly ominous sign. Mr. Kinsen, may I ask where the Ji group has wronged you? I implore you to clarify, Uncle Ji said with utmost respect. It was not fear that drove him, but rather the senselessness of offending such a figure, which was entirely against his interests. Clarify? Kinson's demeanor chilled at this inquiry. He leaned closer to Uncle G's ear and whispered, "You dare ask me for clarification after having my people killed? You possess quite the audacity. I, Kinson, accept your challenge. I vow to bring ruin upon your household." Just moments prior, Ye Lin had set fire to his numerous subordinates and the estate, and now he was personally escorted by Ji Lingyu, the eldest son of the Ji group. Kinson would not believe that the Ji group was not behind the scenes stirring the pot. Uncle Ji's feigned ignorance, in Kinson's eyes, was nothing short of a blatant provocation. Uncle Ji was utterly flabbergasted. What? A challenge? How had he issued a challenge to Kinson? Yet he understood the ominous 4 words, ruin upon your household. Uncle Ji's expression hardened instantly. He had repeatedly yielded to Kinson, yet Kinson now threatened his family's lives. Should he continue to retreat, he would truly be a coward. The Ji group was no soft target to be easily manipulated. Since Mr. Kinson refuses to clarify, let us adhere to the auction's rules. 30 million. Chapter 24. Survival is the key to contribution. 30 million. Upon this declaration, the audience erupted in astonishment. A piece of rare-grade equipment fetched the astronomical sum of 30 million, an unfathomable occurrence. With that amount, one could even acquire a lower-quality epic-grade item. However, Uncle Ji's countenance remained unperturbed. In terms of financial might, the Ji group had never feared anyone in Qingqing. What of Kinson, the king of the underground? In the realm of wealth, even 2 Kinsons would pale in comparison to the Ji group. Very well, 30 million. Kinson's expression darkened. Even he would feel the sting of such a hefty price for a rare-grade item. This is the auction held by the Treasure Pavilion, and even he, being Kinson, would not dare to recklessly place bids here. With this act by Uncle Ji, the enmity between the Ji group and Kinson has been irrevocably established. Ultimately, the Imperial Dragon Ring was successfully secured by Uncle Ji. Damn it, is Kinson out of his mind? When have I ever harmed his people? Although he successfully acquired the Imperial Dragon Ring, there was no hint of joy in Uncle Ji's eyes. Offending Kinson in Qingqing is undoubtedly a grave predicament, especially since he had no intention of crossing him. It was Kinson who had come at him like a rabid dog from the very beginning. Uncle Ji, we must look beyond the surface to discern the essence. When someone intends to attack you, even a lost soldier can serve as an excuse. Whether Kinson's men are dead or alive is ultimately for him to decide. Ye Lin analyzed the situation for Uncle Ji, not daring to reveal that Kinson was targeting the Ji group because of him, lest he be cast aside. When one's strength is insufficient to resolve conflicts, one can choose to amplify them. Kinson has long sought to cleanse himself from the underground and become a legitimate businessman, yet the market in Qingqing is already saturated, leaving him no opportunity for entry. However, if he were to seize the Ji group, he would possess a ready-made enterprise. Ye Lin's words plunged Uncle Ji into deep contemplation, his eyes glinting with uncertainty. A chilling realization struck him. He had initially thought Kinson was merely madly lashing out. But if Kinson's madness was but a facade hiding his true intent to covet the Ji group, then any action he takes would be devastating. If he were unprepared, he would undoubtedly be caught off guard by Kinson. After all, in terms of the number of formidable subordinates, the Ji group could not compete with Kinson. Ye Lin. Thank you. Those embroiled in the fray often lose clarity, while an observer sees clearly. Had it not been for your reminder, I would not have considered this aspect. Uncle Ji gazed at Ye Lin with gratitude. It's nothing, Uncle. You are the father of Ji Lingyu, and as I consider him my brother, I naturally regard you as a father figure as well. Ye Lin beamed, revealing a radiant smile. Uncle Ji was somewhat taken aback, looking at Ye Lin's sincere expression, and a hint of guilt rose within him. You too are a child of misfortune. If you do not mind, you may reside with the Ji family from now on. All right, Uncle. Ye Lin nodded eagerly. At that moment, a server presented the Imperial Dragon Ring before Uncle Ji. The ring lay quietly in the tray, intricately engraved with dragon patterns, emanating a faint glow, as if it harbored endless secrets. Take it, see if you like it, Uncle Ji said with a warm smile. Handing the Imperial Dragon Ring to Ye Lin. Ye Lin slid the ring onto his finger, and a peculiar surge of energy emanated from it, enveloping him in a sensation of profound comfort, akin to soaking in a hot bath on a frigid winter's day. Imperial Dragon Ring. Grade, rare. Attributes, mental power amplification 30, can be refined. Skill, Dragon Aura Embodiment. Dragon Aura Embodiment. The wearer of the Imperial Dragon Ring is blessed by the Dragon's aura, enhancing their fortune by 10. Ye Lin felt a sudden jolt in his heart. The concept of luck value was indeed enigmatic. With good fortune, one could stumble upon an extraordinary secret manual even after tumbling down a cliff, while misfortune might lead to being falsely accused of inappropriate behavior on public transport. Although luck, being intangible, was elusive, possessing it was undoubtedly preferable to its absence. Moreover, the spiritual enhancement offered by the Imperial Dragon Ring was already worthy of its rare classification, especially considering it provided a percentage increase. Thank you, Uncle. Rest assured, even if I must bear the weight, I will ensure Lingyu gains admission to a prestigious institution. Ye Lin proclaimed earnestly. In familial bonds, there was no need for formality. Discussing such matters felt overly distant. If there's anything else you desire, just let me know. Uncle Ji chuckled, his heart swelling with satisfaction. He had invested substantial resources, eagerly awaiting Ye Lin's assurance. Observing the amiable exchange between Ye Lin and Uncle Ji, Kinsen's eyes glimmered coldly, solidifying his conviction that the demise of his subordinates was undoubtedly orchestrated by the Ji group. During the subsequent auction, no rare-grade equipment emerged. The majority consisted of high-grade items, with a few mid-tier pieces. Yet, regardless of the item, every time Uncle Ji placed a bid, Kinsen would inevitably follow suit, often necessitating Uncle Ji to exceed the previous offer by over 50% to secure an item. Kinsen's malicious price inflation incensed Uncle Ji, yet the auctioneer, Ching, showed no inclination to intervene. After all, higher bids translated to greater profits for their treasure pavilion, and they had no desire to interfere in the proceedings. In the meantime, Uncle Ji successfully acquired a ring, 2 bracelets, and a necklace for Ye Lin, all high-grade equipment. Tianqing Xianlei Ring, grade, high. Attribute, 15 increase in spiritual power, upgradable. Skill, Thunder Strengthening. Thunder Strengthening increases the power of thunder-based skills cast by the wearer by 20. Shuangxing Yinyang Bracelet, grade, high. Attribute, 40 increase in spiritual power, upgradable. Skill, Yinyang Duality. Yinyang Duality, when both the Yin and Yang bracelets are worn simultaneously. Their synergy promotes rapid healing of the wearer's injuries. Funyu Necklace, grade, high. Attribute, 200 fixed spiritual power, upgradable. Skill, none. Among these 4 pieces, each possessed the ability to enhance spiritual power. Combined with the Imperial Dragon Ring, Ye Lin's spiritual power enhancement had now reached an astonishing 85, along with a fixed bonus of 200 points. Gently caressing the Shuangxing Yinyang bracelet, Ye Lin felt a profound satisfaction, despite occupying 2 equipment slots. This particular item was his favorite. The capability for rapid healing provided a logical explanation for his recovery from injuries. Ye Lin, for this final piece of equipment, you should opt for something that ensures your survival. Among the last 3 auctioned items, there is a soft armor with exceptional defensive capabilities that I believe would suit you well, Uncle Ji remarked with a chuckle. The first 5 pieces of equipment for Ye Lin are solely focused on enhancing combat prowess. If the last piece is not a life-preserving item, he could easily fall victim to an ambush. Survival is essential for output, a timeless truth. In Chapter 25, the Life-Extending Blade Technique, Ye Lin lifted his gaze towards the final 3 auction items on the stage: a blade, a piece of soft armor, and a bracelet, all of which are rare-grade artifacts and the concluding treasures of this auction. Uncle Ji, please bid on the soft armor for Lingyu. I have no need for it, Ye Lin stated, shaking his head. Not only did he possess an immortal body, but his own forbidden spell also granted him immunity to fatal damage, rendering the acquisition of life-preserving gear superfluous. Lingyu already has armor. Do you not desire the bracelet? Uncle Ji inquired, puzzled. That is not the case, Uncle Ji. What I seek is the blade. Ye Lin's eyes gleamed as they fixated on the blade displayed on the stage. The blade? Uncle G's expression was one of confusion, and even Lingyu voiced his bewilderment. Boss, are you not a forbidden spell practitioner? What need have you for a blade? I possess a forbidden spell that specifically requires a blade for its execution, Ye Lin replied succinctly, not elaborating further to Uncle Ji and his son. Upon reaching level 10 in the Novice Secret Realm, he had unlocked his first weapon-dependent forbidden spell, known as the Life-Extending Blade Technique. Forbidden Spell, Life-Extending Blade Technique. For every strike delivered by the forbidden spell practitioner, 1 year of life is consumed, with each subsequent strike dealing double the damage of the previous one, stacking up to a maximum of 99 layers. Only Ye Lin understood the true absurdity of this forbidden spell. Each strike dealt an astonishing damage of 69, 827, 899, 287, 272, 927, making a damage output of 999 entirely feasible. With the boon of his immortal body, he need not worry about depleting his lifespan. There was no requirement to release any skills, nor were there any delays or casting times. Each ordinary attack could inflict nearly 32,000 damage. If he were provided with 2 watermelon knives within the Novice Secret Realm, he estimated that he could decimate all magical creatures in that domain. The sole drawback of this skill was that it necessitated a blade in hand to activate, and ordinary blades could not withstand the might of the Life-Extending Blade Technique. Ye Lin had previously experimented with a kitchen knife, which broke after just 2 strikes. Though Uncle Ji did not comprehend why a forbidden spell practitioner would desire a blade, he chose to respect Ye Lin's wishes. Neither the soft armor nor the bracelet garnered his interest, and ultimately, the soft armor was claimed by a prominent figure from Qingcheng, while the rare-grade bracelet was acquired by Zhuge Qinqing. When the bidding for the blade commenced, Uncle Ji exerted his full effort. Despite facing competition from Qin-san, Uncle Ji ultimately secured the rare-grade treasure, the Falling Star Blade, for a price of 28 million. Name, Falling Star Blade. Grade, rare. Attributes, Strength 300, upgradable. Skill, Radiance of the Stars. Radiance of the Stars, under the light of the stars. The power enhancement of the falling star blade can continuously increase, with a maximum enhancement of 100. The starfall blade lay serenely before Ye Lin. Its blade approximately 3 feet in length, suffused with a profound celestial radiance. It resembled the Milky Way cascading from the heavens, intricately engraved with patterns that seemed to harbor the infinite mysteries of the universe. The spine of the blade was robust, yet its edge was remarkably keen, exuding an aura of ferocity. As Ye Lin grasped the hilt, the starlight upon the blade appeared to intensify, as if conversing with the stars. The light reflected from the edge resembled a shooting star streaking across the sky, leaving behind a dazzling celestial mark. In that moment, the starfall blade resonated with the cosmos, emanating a heart-stirring essence. Such a magnificent weapon. Surprise gleamed in Ye Lin's eyes. Attending this auction dinner had proven to be immensely worthwhile. From a mere novice, he had transformed into a wielder of 6 formidable pieces of equipment, significantly amplifying his combat prowess. Although his level remained at 16, the acquisition of these 6 items instilled him with the confidence to sweep aside all challengers below level 20. If he were to unleash his full potential without the fear of his immortal nature being discovered, he would not hesitate to challenge even a level 30 class changer in a contest of strength. Following the acquisition of the Starfall Blade by Uncle G, the auction came to a close amidst the sweet laughter of the auctioneer. As they departed, Kinsin coldly turned his head and made a throat-cutting gesture towards Uncle G before striding away. Uncle G narrowed his eyes slightly. His conflict with Kinsin had now been irrevocably established, and he knew he must prepare accordingly. All right, father, Ji Lingyu obediently complied. Despite being a privileged heir outside, he dared not act recklessly in front of Uncle Ji, fully aware of his father's sternness. Let us go, boss. Ji Lingyu waved to Ye Lin, who quickly followed suit. Though he had been scheming against the Ji family, he understood the principle of gratitude and reciprocity. Given the generosity of the Ji family, he was not one to be stingy. With his new gear, he was fully confident he could assist Ji Lingyu in rapidly leveling up to 10, or even beyond. When they ventured outside the city, the monsters beyond the gates, while stronger, would yield greater experience and a variety of materials and skill equipment upon defeat. Watching Ye Lin's departing figure, Zhuge and I scoffed coldly, her eyes filled with disdain. She could not fathom why the Ji family held any regard for such a cowardly individual. Spending lavishly on equipping him, the Ji group had expended nearly 100 million on equipment alone that night, a substantial sum that represented a significant financial loss for the company. The sight of Ye Lin, the one she despised, gaining such advantages was deeply unsettling for her. At that moment, Lu Yanwei beside her suddenly received a phone call, her expression shifting to one of incredulity. And I, the person you've been investigating, Ling Yi, has news. But it is not good. What? There's news about Ling Yi? Where is he? Tell me quickly. Hearing news of her beloved, Zhuge and I could hardly focus on Ye Lin any longer, urgently pressing Lu Yanwei for details. There is news from the Investigation Bureau. A farm in Qingsheng has been consumed by flames, resulting in the tragic loss of dozens of lives. Residual traces of the inferno were found at the scene, suspected to be linked to the individual you mentioned, Ling Yi. The Investigation Bureau wishes for your cooperation in the inquiry, Lu Yanwei said cautiously, observing the subtle shifts in Zhuge Ni's expression. Ling Yi, a murderer? Why? Confusion clouded Zhuge Ni's beautiful eyes. It is inconceivable. If he were a killer, he would never have saved me back then. Wei, take me to the scene. Chapter 26, News of Ling Yi. Zhuge and I and Lu Yanwei quickly drove to the agritourism site they had previously visited with Ye Lin. The place lay in ruin, utterly devoid of life. The earth itself scorched to a deep brown hue. Indeed, the atmosphere here bore the unmistakable scent of the inferno, Zhuge Ni's expression wavering with uncertainty. Zhuge and I possessed a keen sensitivity to the fire element, and the aura of power resonated with that of Ling Yi in the novice secret realm. The one who wrought destruction here was undoubtedly Ling Yi, but the question lingered. Why would he do such a thing? There are rules within the city. Even those who have undergone a class change must not kill indiscriminately. Violating this code could lead to arrest, and in severe cases, immediate execution. The Investigation Bureau is responsible for upholding these regulations, and the scene had long been cordoned off. Shortly after their arrival, a middle-aged investigator approached them proactively. Miss Zhuge. Miss Lu, good evening. I apologize for summoning you at such a late hour. My surname is Huang. You may call me Investigator Huang. After introducing himself, Investigator Huang promptly produced a pen and paper. Let us get straight to the point. Miss Zhuge, you mentioned encountering someone named Ling Yi in the novice secret realm, who wields the power of the inferno and was capable of defeating an 8th-level beast with a single strike. Can you locate him? Investigator Huang continued his inquiries. I am searching for him as well, but he seems to have vanished into thin air, Zhuge and I replied. All right, let us change the question. Are you acquainted with Ye Lin? Investigator Huang's gaze was steady, filled with a resolute strength as if capable of penetrating one's mental defenses. I know him. He is a coward, Zhuge and I replied, a flicker of undisguised disdain crossing her face. Thus far, our investigation has yielded a high probability that Ye Lin is indeed Ling Yi, Investigator Huang stated, maintaining his intense focus on Zhuge and I, seeking a breakthrough. After all, Ye Lin was a college entrance examination candidate and currently associated with the Ji family group. If they were to arrest someone without substantial evidence, the repercussions would be dire. Ye Lin and Ling Yi are the same person? Investigator Huang, please do not jest, Zhuge and I scoffed coldly. That individual fled before my eyes. He could not possibly be Ling Yi, nor does he possess the power of the Inferno. Are you so certain? Investigator Huang furrowed his brow, clearly at odds with their investigative findings. Absolutely. I am the only one who has witnessed Ling Yi firsthand. He could never be that cowardly Ye Lin. Zhuge and I asserted with unwavering conviction. The investigator Huang fell silent for a moment before marking ends next to Ye Lin's name. As a transmuter with the profession of a lifestyle-oriented lie detector, his experience rendered the interrogation of Zhuge and I effortless. He was confident that every word Zhuge and I had uttered thus far was true. If Ye Lin were not Ling Yi, then pursuing this lead would be a futile endeavor. Devoid of any necessity, Huang rubbed his temples in frustration. If Ling Yi was not Ye Lin, the trail would be entirely lost. A fire that had consumed everything too thoroughly. Moreover, it was on Kinson's territory, and the deceased were all Kinson's people. That fellow Kinson was utterly uncooperative with their investigation bureau. They could not even ascertain the identities of the victims. It seemed this case would remain a mystery, a conundrum that defied resolution, as transmuters possessed a myriad of peculiar abilities. Each year, several such cold cases emerged, beyond their capacity to solve. A reality Huang had grown accustomed to. Miss Zhuge, thank you for your cooperation. Do you have any additional leads to provide? Huang inquired politely. None. Zhuge and I shook her head. Huang's heart sank at her response. He sensed a shift in Zhuge Ni's emotions. She was lying. Clearly. She possessed information about Ling Yi that she had withheld. All right, thank you. You may leave now. With a decisive flick, Huang lit a cigarette. Although he was acutely aware that Zhuge and I was deceiving him, he felt powerless. After all, she was Mr. Zhuge's beloved daughter. In this world, the truth was not always paramount. Even if their investigation bureau succeeded in apprehending Ling Yi, should Zhuge and I call upon Zhuge Qianqing to protect him, they would likely have to concede. Vivi, hurry. I might be able to find Ling Yi soon. Zhuge Ni's cheeks flushed with excitement. What? Then why didn't you inform Investigator Huang earlier? Ling Yi has killed dozens. Lu Yanwei exclaimed, covering her mouth in astonishment. He must have his reasons. I need to find him and clarify things first. Rest assured, if Ling Yi truly is a heartless murderer, I will not shield him. Zhuge and I declared, her gaze resolute. And I, you're clearly infatuated. You're already considering him before even being together. Lu Yanwei remarked with a smirk. Don't say such things. How could I possibly be infatuated? Zhuge and I retorted as she hurried along a path. Had Ye Lin been present, he would have recognized it as the route he took after dispatching the unscrupulous boss and manager Wang. And I, how do you intend to find him? Lu Yanwei could not help but ask from behind. I am acutely sensitive to the essence of fire elements. Though a day or two has elapsed, I can still perceive the faint trace left by the infernal flames. Zhuge Ni's eyes sparkled with excitement. In all of Qingqing, only someone of her caliber as a fire mage could sense it. It was fortunate that it had not rained in the past couple of days. Otherwise, Zhuge and I would have been powerless. She felt grateful, believing this was surely a fated connection orchestrated by the heavens. Zhuge and I pursued the lingering flames of Ye Lin with unwavering determination, eventually arriving at the squalid depths of the slums. In this realm of flowing sewage and scattered refuse, the elegance of Zhuge and I and Lu Yanwei, adorned in their opulent gowns, appeared starkly out of place. The pair furrowed their brows, taken aback by the disarray and filth surrounding them, a sight they had never encountered in their sheltered lives. During their journey, they were approached by a gaunt figure, eyes glinting with greed, intent on preying upon them. However, upon Zhuge and I hurling a fireball in his direction, the would-be assailant quickly retreated. For a transcendent was not someone to be trifled with. As they ambled forward, Zhuge and I soon found herself halting at the threshold of Ye Lin's abode. The scent of the flames dissipated within the confines of this dwelling. It seemed that here lay Ling Ye's home. A surge of excitement coursed through Zhuge and I as she gazed at the door before her, behind which lingered the very person she had longed for incessantly. She contemplated knocking but hesitated momentarily, taking a moment to smooth her attire and arrange her hair, then turned to Lu Yanwei and inquired, Wei Wei, is my makeup intact? Yes, it looks splendid, Lu Yanwei replied with a hint of exasperation. That's a relief. Zhuge and I exhaled deeply several times before summoning her courage to step forward, her heart racing as she rapped upon Ye Lin's door. Chapter 27. 100 cuts to test the waters. Knock, knock, knock. 1 minute. 2 minutes. 3 minutes. Time trickled by, yet the door showed no sign of yielding. Undeterred, Zhuge and I raised her hand once more and struck the door with vigor. This time, it creaked open of its own accord. Ye Lin had never been in the habit of locking his door, for within his home, there was naught but emptiness. Even a thief would leave in tears, having found nothing of value. Ling Yi, are you home? Ling Yi, I'm coming in, Zhuge and I declared, mustering her resolve as she stepped inside Ye Lin's dwelling. The interior was starkly furnished, an aged, darkened table, a three-legged stool, an iron-framed bed, and a set of faded, washed-out bedding and pillows. Aside from these, the home held nothing else. Zhuge and I surveyed her surroundings, her gaze inevitably drawn to the bare walls of Ye Lin's residence. And she felt a pang of sorrow, her lips pressing together as her eyes glistened with unshed tears. So, Ling Yi had grown up in such an environment? No wonder he exuded that air of aloofness, as if keeping the world at bay. His upbringing must have been fraught with hardship. Even so, when I found myself in peril, he acted without hesitation, trapped in darkness, yet ever reaching for the light. Zhuge Ni's heart ached at the thought, solidifying her belief that Ling Yi must have been compelled to commit acts of violence only out of necessity. How could such a benevolent soul, one so pure and untainted, possibly take a life without just cause? Unbeknownst to Ye Lin, Zhuge and I had inadvertently shielded him from a great calamity, entirely unaware that his connection to Ling Yi was perilously close to being unveiled. Had he not fortuitously moved to the Ji family, he would have surely collided with Zhuge and I head-on. At that moment, Ye Lin was lost in the euphoria of acquiring a new set of gear. With this equipment, his combat prowess had surged, at least doubling, if not more. He was eager to find a location to test the combat capabilities of his new equipment. Unfortunately, the city was under lockdown, preventing Ye Lin from accessing either the secret realms or the outside world. Boss, I know a place where you can try out your new gear. Ji Lingyu interjected after hearing Ye Lin's concerns. Where? Ye Lin inquired urgently. The Class Change Guild. They have specialized training rooms available for practitioners to engage in real combat training. Ji Lingyu explained. Through Ji Lingyu's elucidation, Ye Lin finally grasped the essence of the Class Change Guild, established by the official authorities of the Great Xia Ancient Kingdom. A Class Change Guild exists in every human city. They offer a myriad of services including material trading, equipment sales, task assignments, and practical training, all tailored specifically for those undergoing class changes. Upon learning that the Class Change Guild provided practical training, Ye Lin was unable to contain his excitement and promptly requested Ji Lingyu to turn around and lead him to the guild. The Class Change Guild was located at the city gate of Qingqing. As soon as they stepped inside, a young lady dressed in black stockings approached them with a welcoming demeanor. Good evening, gentlemen. Are you here for practical training? She inquired. I don't need it. It's primarily for my boss. Ji Lingyu quickly waved his hand. Very well, may I ask for your level? The lady turned her attention to Ye Lin. He revealed his level, and upon seeing that he was level 16, she responded with a sweet smile. All right. I will arrange a training room suitable for practitioners below level 20. The fee is 200,000 per hour. Ye Lin was taken aback. 200,000 for just 1 hour? Being a practitioner is indeed costly, but fortunately, I have Ji Lingyu. Could you arrange a room suitable for those below level 40? Ye Lin asked. The young lady momentarily displayed surprise before promptly nodding. Of course, however, the fee for a room suitable for level 40 and below is a staggering 800,000 per hour. That's fine. I will take the room for level 40 and below, Ye Lin replied with a nod. Although the young lady was puzzled as to why Ye Lin required a room for such a high level, she was simply there to facilitate the arrangements. And she clicked her heels as she walked away. Your training room is ready. Please follow me. She returned shortly, holding a card. Would you mind waiting outside? I fear I might accidentally harm you, Ye Lin said to Ji Lingyu. Remembering the incident when Ye Lin had nearly struck him with the cataclysmic thunder, Ji Lingyu shuddered. Boss, it's fine. You practice on your own while I wait outside. All right. Ye Lin nodded and followed the young lady into the training room. The training room was spacious, roughly the size of a basketball court, with a row of dummies positioned in the center. According to the young lady who guided him, this training room was constructed from specialized materials by top-tier builders, capable of withstanding full-force attacks from practitioners below level 40. Even the dummies were designed such that it would be no easy feat for a practitioner below level 40 to leave a mark on them. Would you like a training partner? The young lady inquired. No need for that. I prefer solitude. Ye Lin did not wish for others to witness the scene of him exerting himself to the fullest. Very well, I wish you a pleasant training session. As the young lady departed, she kindly closed the door behind Ye Lin. He stepped forward, locked the door, and meticulously scanned the training room, ensuring there were no surveillance cameras or similar devices. Only after confirming the absence of such intrusions did he exhale in relief and draw forth his starfall blade. The life-extinguishing blade technique. Does each strike truly consume a year of life? Let me test it with 100 strikes. Forbidden art, life-extinguishing blade technique. Ye Lin inhaled deeply, gripping the starfall blade tightly as he instantly entered a profound state of focus. His gaze transformed into one of unwavering determination and depth. With a swift motion, he unleashed his first strike. The resounding roar that followed reverberated through the training room as if something had been utterly torn asunder. A brilliant light flickered along the blade's edge, signifying the years of life Ye Lin was willingly sacrificing. Chapter 28. The sudden turmoil of the Ji family. Following the initial strike, the subsequent blow was even more fierce and powerful. The atmosphere within the training room seemed to cleave apart, crafting an invisible blade of energy. Then came the third, fourth, and fifth strikes. Ye Lin's speed of execution accelerated, each blow surpassing the last in ferocity. By the time he reached his 99th strike, the entire training room trembled, the air thick with intense energy fluctuations. In that moment, an astonishing brilliance erupted from the starfall blade, illuminating the entire space. An invisible wave of cutting energy surged forth from the blade, instantly marking a shallow cut upon the neck of the training dummy. Were there an onlooker present, their jaw would undoubtedly drop in astonishment. After all, this was a dummy capable of withstanding the full force of a level 40 transmuter. How could a mere level 16 transmuter like Ye Lin leave a mark upon it? Yet, this was not the end. He continued with the 100th, 101st, and 102nd strikes. With the life-extinguishing blade technique layered up to 99 times, each of Ye Lin's strikes reached terrifying heights. In that moment, he resembled a god of war. After executing several hundred strikes, a resounding crack rang out as the head of the training dummy, which was renowned for its ability to withstand the full force of level 40 transmuters, was cleaved cleanly in two, rolling away with a soft thud. What a magnificent blade! Ye Lin wiped the sweat from his brow, his admiration for the starfall blade deepening. In the subsequent hours, Ye Lin further experimented with the formidable power of the forbidden arts, having acquired the Huanglong Rui ring, the Tianqing Xianlei ring, the Yinyang twin bracelets, and the burning moon necklace. He summoned a forbidden spell that sacrificed all his organs, and the dummy he had previously split in two instantly shattered into countless fragments. Such terrifying might elicited an involuntary gasp from Ye Lin. It seemed he had underestimated his own strength. If he were to unleash his full potential without fear of exposing his immortal form, he could even contend with transmuters around level 35. Immediately following, Ye Lin tested his forbidden spells on the training dummies one after another. After gaining a rough estimate of his current strength, he contentedly exited the training room. You're out so soon? Even if it's less than an hour, it still counts as a full hour. The lovely attendant gently reminded him. I understand that. By the way, if I were to damage anything in your training room, I wouldn't be liable for compensation, would I? Ye Lin inquired. Sir, you jest. This training room is designed for those below level 40. If a level 16 practitioner could destroy anything within, it would indicate a lack of quality. And how could we possibly charge you for that? The attendant replied with a smile. That's good to hear. Well then, I shall take my leave. Ye Lin sighed in relief and hurriedly pulled Ji Lingyu away. After Ye Lin departed, the attendant entered the training room to conduct her inspection, only to discover that nearly everything was intact. She couldn't help but chuckle. I told you. How could a level 16 practitioner possibly damage a training room meant for those below level 40? As she turned to close the door and leave, she suddenly felt that something was amiss in the otherwise empty training room. Wait, where are the dummies? How could all the dummies have vanished? Meanwhile, a startling transformation was unfolding at the G family estate. BRR, it's freezing today. Bro, care for a smoke? At the entrance of the G family, two practitioners, one plump and one slender, were shivering as they smoked. Though they were practitioners, their levels barely exceeded 10, and they lacked the courage to face the ferocious monsters outside the city. The guards at the G family estate were the perfect position for them, safe, well paid, and with the occasional chance to slack off. It was just a bit troublesome during winter nights when they had to endure the cold while on watch, but overall, it was quite satisfactory. Damn it, I can't help but feel the urge to relieve myself whenever I smoke. You keep watch for a bit. I'll go take care of business. The plump practitioner grimaced and walked toward a distant patch of grass. What are you doing? You refuse to use the public restroom and insist on going out in the open? The slender practitioner's face was filled with disdain. What do you know? The open air allows for better communion with the spirit of nature. The plump practitioner retorted, squatting down in the distance. However, the moment he squatted, his complexion turned ashen. It is well known that a man, no matter how strong, is vulnerable when attending to nature's call. In that instant, he was horrified to discover that the dense greenery was filled with people. Just as he was about to alert his companion, a large hand covered his mouth, silencing him completely, followed by a knife plunging into his lower back, allowing him to feel the life force draining from him. Meanwhile, the slender practitioner noticed the cigarette but in the bushes had extinguished, signaling that something was amiss. Fatty, what's wrong? Why can't I see you anymore while you're... At this moment, the figures cloaked in black were momentarily stunned. Their plan for a sudden ambush was unexpectedly thwarted when the corpulent man rushed into the bushes to relieve himself. This unforeseen act shattered their meticulously crafted scheme. Curse that fat fool for such an inappropriate moment. The black-clad individuals were nearly driven to the brink of fury. Left with no alternative, they could only forcefully dash toward the entrance. Enemy attack. The slender transferee gasped in shock, hastily sounding the alarm. He could scarcely comprehend how anyone would dare to assault the G Corporation, who in Qingqing possessed such audacity. After pulling the alarm, the slender transferee turned and fled. He had no intention of risking his life in a confrontation over a mere monthly salary of a few thousand. However, the alarm was sufficient. The once dark G family villa was suddenly illuminated, awakening all its inhabitants in an instant. Chapter 29. The terrifying recklessness of a forbidden spellcaster. Accompanied by the jarring sound of the alarm, Ji's father was abruptly roused from his slumber. A swift transferee burst into his bedroom with urgency. President Ji. The area is swarming with transferees. They initially intended to infiltrate, but upon being discovered, they have now chosen to launch a full-scale assault. They are overwhelming us. You must come with me at once. What? Ji's father was filled with both shock and rage. Kinsen's retaliation had come swifter and more brutally than he had anticipated. Just as he had finalized his plans against Kin-san within the Ji Corporation, the retribution had arrived. How could this man dare to attack his villa? Did he not fear inciting the collective wrath of all Qingqing? It was utterly outrageous. President Ji, we must leave now. It will soon be too late, urged the speedster transferee. But in the next moment, a cold glint flashed, and a sharp blade pierced through the speedster's heart. Kin-san had appeared behind him. Cigar in mouth, without a sound. Shaoli, Ji's father exclaimed, his eyes wide with fury. Once upon a time, a small child lay on the street, emaciated and on the brink of starvation. Passers-by hurried by, some glancing at him, yet none stopped to help. Moved by compassion, Ji had offered a warm bowl of noodles to the child, watching as he devoured the food with fervor. Ji decided to take the child in as his own. That child had not disappointed him. He grew to become Ji's trusted right hand. Shaoli felt his vitality ebbing away with each drop of blood. Yet he endured the excruciating pain and turned with all his strength, embracing Kin's son from behind. President Ji, run! The gravely wounded Shaoli screamed in a desperate roar. Are you not afraid of death? Kin's son inquired, astonished. My life was exchanged for a bowl of noodles by President Ji. It holds little value, Shaoli replied, his face contorting into a fierce smile. What a touching bond between master and servant. I, Kin-san, hold great respect for those with loyalty and sentiment. I shall grant you a complete corpse. Kin's son nodded expressionlessly, then raised his hand with a swift motion, snapping Shaoli's neck with a sickening crack. Kin's son. Uncle Ji's eyes were blood red, evidently consumed by rage. He drew a black handgun from a nearby drawer and aimed it directly at Kinson, pulling the trigger without hesitation. However, before the gun could discharge, a gleaming long knife flashed like lightning, severing Ji's hand that clutched the weapon. Using a gun against a transcendent? What a fool. Kinson smirked disdainfully. Firearms might pose a threat to newly transitioned individuals, but once one's power surpassed level 30. A gun was no more than a child's toy in the presence of a transcendent. In your next life, remember not to oppose me, Kinson. I may have kept a low profile, but I am far from finished. As Kinson raised his blade, intent on ending Uncle Ji's life, a subordinate hurried over and whispered urgently in his ear. What? Let them escape? You useless wretch. Kinson slapped the subordinate across the face, retracting the knife he had intended to use on Ji. With Ji Lingyu and Ye Lin having fled, Uncle Ji could not be killed just yet. Doing so would sever Ji Lingyu's only lifeline. If the roots of the weeds remain, they will sprout anew with the spring breeze. He aimed to utilize Uncle Ji to lure the two out and eliminate them both. Uncle Ji, being a cunning fox, immediately discerned Kinson's intentions from his reaction. In a desperate bid, he charged towards the nearby wall. His son was his sole concern, and he would not allow himself to become the catalyst for his son's demise. Yet, Kinson would not allow Ji to have his way. Before he reached the wall, Kinson struck him down with a swift chop, rendering him unconscious. Take him away. In less than half an hour, everyone in the Ji family's villa, except for Uncle Ji, had turned into lifeless corpses. Kinson, the underground king, would undoubtedly solidify his notorious reputation after this night. Ye Lin's pupils dilated in shock. Even while hiding in the Ji residence, Kinson was relentless in his pursuit. Would he go so far as to annihilate the Ji family just to capture him? Ye Lin harbored serious doubts, suspecting that Kinson had uncovered some of his secrets, driving him to such madness. This Kinson might not be allowed to live. As Ji Lingyu was about to enter, Ye Lin stopped him, saying meaningfully, you should brace yourself. What are you talking about, boss? Ji Lingyu, oblivious to the impending danger, pushed the door open and stepped inside. The moment he crossed the threshold, he stood frozen in shock. Ye Lin glanced ahead, revealing a scene reminiscent of a hellish nightmare. The floor was littered with the corpses of the Ji family's hired transcendent warriors and household servants, dismembered limbs scattered about, their faces etched with terror, as if they had encountered the most fearsome of demons before their demise. Boss, are we in the wrong place? This doesn't look like my home. Ji Lingyu forced a grim smile, retreating a few steps. He sought a denial in Ye Lin's expression, but the seriousness on Ye Lin's face confirmed it. This was indeed the Ji residence, the home he had known for over a decade. Consumed by madness, Ji Lingyu plunged into the sea of blood and corpses, crying out, Dad, Dad, where are you? Ji Lingyu shouted in terror, desperately seeking his father, yet haunted by the fear of discovering his father's lifeless body amidst the sea of corpses. When he reached the doorway of his father's bedroom, his heart raced to his throat, and with a resolve akin to facing death itself, he pushed the door open. The room was immaculate, as if thoroughly cleansed, save for a severed hand clutching a gun, quietly resting on the table. Ji Lingyu rushed forward, recognizing it instantly as his father's hand. To save your father. Bring Ye Lin to the underground black market to find me. Every 6 hours, I will carve a piece of flesh from your father. The chilling message echoed in his mind, driving Ye Lin to madness. Kinsen, I will kill you, he shrieked, intent on confronting Kinsen, the only one capable of abducting his father from the depths of the underworld. Get away. Don't stop me. Ye Lin's eyes blazed with fury directed at Ye Lin. Anyone who obstructed him from rescuing his father was now his enemy. Observing Ye Lin's loss of sanity, Ye Lin, weary of words, struck him sharply across the face. The blow was unrestrained, and with a resounding crack, half of Ye Lin's face swelled instantly. Uncle G is still alive because Kinsen has yet to capture you. Do you believe that once you fall into his hands, both you and Uncle G will meet your demise? Ye Lin clenched his teeth, tears streaming uncontrollably down his cheeks. With a primal scream of anguish, he pounded the ground, as if to release the pent-up fury within him. What should I do? What can I do? His desperate cries echoed like a cornered beast facing its end. Find a safe place to hide and don't get caught. Leave everything else to me, Ye Lin reassured him. Leave it to you? Ye Lin looked up, bewildered. Have you forgotten? A leader is a leader for life. Uncle G is in danger. How can I stand idly by? Ye Lin replied with a smile. Tears streamed down Ye Lin's face, overwhelmed by a profound sense of guilt. He had schemed against Ye Lin, yet Ye Lin had treated him with unwavering sincerity, leaving Ye Lin unable to escape the weight of his remorse. Chapter 30. My dear, times have changed. Qingqing, the underground black market. This was the darkest corner of Qingqing, rife with malevolence and filth. With enough money, one could procure nearly anything one desired in the underground black market. While killing someone from the outside world would attract the attention of the Transgressor Investigation Bureau, the deaths occurring within the black market went unnoticed. This realm belonged to the underground king, Kinsen. Whoosh! A shadow darted through the night sky like a phantom, silently approaching a guard. The entire underground black market was teeming with Kinsen's spies. To rescue Ye Lin's father without a sound, Ye Lin had to first eliminate the outer surveillance. Cloaked in black attire, with a face concealed by fabric and a black scarf enveloping his head, he melded seamlessly into the night, making it nearly impossible for anyone to discern that this dark figure was indeed a person. Upon activating the Dance of Instants, his speed became akin to lightning. Harnessing the formidable force of inertia, the Starfall celestial mark in his grasp pierced directly through the heart of the guard. To prevent the stench of blood from permeating the air, Ye Lin swiftly employed the Eye of Eternal Frost to freeze the wound. Thus, a flawless assassination was executed silently in the shadows. Ye Lin exhaled a sigh of relief. The operation unfolded even more smoothly than he had anticipated. If he could infiltrate undetected and catch Kinsen off guard, perhaps he would indeed have a chance to eliminate him. Yet, just as this thought crossed Ye Lin's mind, he found himself surrounded by countless subordinates of Kinsen. How did you discover me? Ye Lin pondered in confusion, having believed his execution to be perfect, only to be detected so swiftly. The leader, a brash yellow-haired youth adorned with a scorpion tattoo on his palm, arrogantly pointed to a hidden camera above Ye Lin's head. Sir, times have changed. Our surveillance now features infrared night vision. Who still relies on stealth attire in this day and age? Ye Lin realized, indeed, he had been somewhat careless. Nevertheless, it mattered little. As long as he eliminated everyone, no one would uncover his infiltration. Forbidden spell, Celestial Inferno. Empowered by a terrifying mental force, the unleashed inferno illuminated the night sky, and in that instant, Kinsen's subordinates beheld the light. They remained utterly unaware of the horrific monster they were about to face. A searing line of fire erupted from Ye Lin's palm, the terrifying purplish-red flames seemingly capable of incinerating everything in their path. The flames spread with astonishing speed, swiftly engulfing all of Kinsen's subordinates. Their screams, wails, and cries for help were consumed by the inferno, leaving only the crackling sound of the flames. The yellow-haired youth, now singed, was engulfed in terror as he attempted to flee the blazing inferno, but the purplish-red flames pursued him relentlessly, reducing him to ashes after a few futile thrashes. Forbidden spell, Return of the Undead. Ye Lin invoked the return of the undead, and countless spectral beings emerged from the earth, encircling the entire underground black market. With so many nuisances, there was no fear of irritation. After all, Ling Yi had already borne quite a few burdens under this identity, and he was unafraid of adding the assassination of Kinsen to his list of transgressions. The condition was clear: not a single survivor must escape the underground black market today. Otherwise, the secret of Ye Lin's invulnerability would be exposed. Having already been discovered, Ye Lin grew weary of pretense. He activated the Lifespan Blade technique and began to unleash a flurry of strikes with the Starfall Celestial Mark. That's the one. Capture him, commanded Kinsen's leader. Insisting on a live capture, this underground black market was indeed Kinsen's domain, and just as Ye Lin had finished off the yellow-haired group, more of Kinsen's subordinates emerged. This time, they were no longer mere lackeys. They were genuine advanced practitioners. The dozen or so who arrived were all above level 20. Those who have transcended the 20th level of class advancement have truly surpassed the realm of ordinary individuals. The destructive potential of such individuals is not in the slightest inferior to that of a fully armed special forces soldier. A figure lunged forward, targeting Ye Lin, evidently. This individual was a speedster among classed fighters, darting through the air like a nimble spirit cat. Yet, as swift as he was, Ye Lin was even swifter. With the enhancement of the ephemeral dance, Ye Lin positioned himself directly in the path of his assailant. Startled by the sudden appearance of Ye Lin's visage, the classed fighter quickly regained composure and launched a fierce attack consisting of a left jab, a right roundhouse kick, and a left front kick. In the face of this ferocious onslaught, Ye Lin stood his ground, not flinching nor evading. It was not carelessness, but rather a deliberate choice. As the fighter's blows struck him, Ye Lin's great blade arced upward, delivering a decisive strike to the throat, clean and efficient. Simultaneously, he suffered injury from the attack, staggering back several steps, a mouthful of blood erupting from his lips. The classed fighter clutched his bleeding throat, eyes wide with terror. Unable to fathom that Ye Lin could be so ruthless, trading injury for life. The gruesome demise of their companion instantly heightened the vigilance of the others, who comprehended that underestimating Ye Lin would lead to dire consequences. However, what class was this individual? Just moments ago, he wielded flames, and now he brandished a blade? The specifics eluded them, but caution was paramount. His flames were undeniably formidable. All right, Old 6, find a way to distract him. Old 8. Look for an opportunity to strike from behind. The rest of you, follow me. Let us create openings for Old 6 and Old 8. Kenson's subordinates conferred on how to tackle Ye Lin, yet Ye Lin paid them no heed, focusing solely on layering his longevity sword technique. One classed fighter surged ahead, unleashing a punch akin to a roaring tiger, his fist crashing down upon Ye Lin's chest like a heavy hammer. Yet, once more, Ye Lin chose to stand firm. Crack. Upon impact, Ye Lin's chest caved in, accompanied by the excruciating sound of bones fracturing. Evidently, several ribs had succumbed. The fighter's face lit up with triumph. Just as he was about to proclaim his success in severely injuring Ye Lin and completing their mission, a glint of cold light flashed before him. Before his eyes, a breathtaking starry sky unfolded, with shooting stars leaving luminous trails across the firmament. In the next heartbeat, he felt the cosmos spin chaotically, and a headless corpse appeared before him, blood gushing forth. It dawned on him, his own head had been severed. As the final flicker of consciousness faded from his mind, the world around him succumbed to darkness. Chapter 31. This time, he is surely done for. Old 9, cried a classed fighter with a horse-like face in a lamenting wail, gazing in anguish at the man slain by Ye Lin. All of you charge. That brat has already been gravely wounded by Old 9's iron fist. He cannot last much longer. Soon, another individual surged forward, this time a swordsman whose blade glimmered with a chilling brilliance in the dark. He struck with incredible speed and ferocity, thrusting his sword diagonally into Ye Lin's lung, piercing through the lobe. Rest assured, my aim is true. This injury won't be fatal, but it will render you utterly incapable of fighting. Any movement will send waves of excruciating pain through your lungs. Before he could finish speaking, Ye Lin's knife was already upon him, the Yangshuo blade technique having accumulated to 70 layers, its might now terrifying. With a single stroke, the swordsman was cleaved in two. Old 7. The horse-faced warrior let out a mournful wail. Charge. This lad has already been wounded by Old 7's blade. He can't possibly endure any longer. Swish. A flash of cold light preceded the arrival of a gun-wielding combatant, who lunged forth and pierced Ye Lin with a shot that sent a chill through him. Old 11. Go now. He has already been stabbed by both sword and gun. He surely can't withstand this. The horse-faced warrior cried out again in despair. Wind technique. Wind blade slash. Another combatant swiftly formed seals with both hands, causing the air around Ye Lin to become violently turbulent, as if a furious beast were roaring. An invisible force coalesced, forming a razor-sharp wind blade that cleaved through the night sky, aimed directly at Ye Lin. In the reflection of the wind blade, Ye Lin appeared exceptionally solitary, yet he did not evade this lethal onslaught. Swoosh. The sound of the blade slicing through flesh resonated as the wind blade carved numerous deep gashes into Ye Lin's body, one of which nearly severed his abdomen, almost spilling his intestines. Severely wounded, Ye Lin could no longer hold on and collapsed weakly to the ground. Huh, I told you he wouldn't last. Bind him up. Hand him over to Boss Kenson. The horse-faced warrior shouted excitedly. The others breathed a sigh of relief. Having sustained such grave injuries, if Ye Lin did not fall now, they would surely go mad. 3 warriors approached, intending to bind Ye Lin tightly, but suddenly he sprang up, shouting, for Piltover, for the great black horse. He swung the Starfall celestial mark, spinning fiercely, and the Yangshuo blade technique, now at 85 layers, instantly bisected the 3 warriors who had ventured too close. Old 5. Old 6. Old 10. The horse-faced warrior cried out tragically, unable to comprehend how Ye Lin, despite his severe wounds, could still muster the strength to resist. Covered in blood, Ye Lin resembled a specter, with a sword and a spear embedded in him. By all accounts, a person in such a state would be incapacitated, unable to do anything but lie down and recover. Yet Ye Lin continued to leap about as if unfazed, a spectacle of incredulity. This time, no one dared to be reckless. The three warriors attacked simultaneously from three directions. Among them was the earlier wind element combatant, whose razor-sharp wind blade surged forth once more. The other two, one wielding a blade and the other a fire mage, combined their powers. The wind stoked the flames, creating a conflagration that filled the sky. At this moment, Ye Lin's longevity sword technique had ascended to the full 99 layers, and he was no longer content to remain passive. Forbidden spell, dance of instantaneous moments. Ye Lin sacrificed a heart, directly exchanging it for tenfold agility, transforming himself into a streak of light as he dashed into the inferno before him. By the time the two job changers realized what was happening, Ye Lin had already appeared before them with his blade drawn, resembling the Grim Reaper himself. Swish, swish. Two arcs of blade light flashed, and the wind and fire wizards fell, lifeless and warm, enhanced by the 99 layers of the longevity sword technique. They had no means of resistance against his close-quarters assault. Second, fourth, the horse-faced job changer howled in despair once more. In the next moment, two shadows emerged behind Ye Lin, the sword-wielding job changer and the long-hidden eighth brother. The sword-wielding job changer struck Ye Lin's back, while eighth brother brandished a sharp dagger that swiftly pierced Ye Lin's side, inflicting grievous harm once again. Ha 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 ha, do you truly believe you can slay me? Ye Lin retaliated with a swift strike, effortlessly extinguishing the lives of the two assailants. Third, eighth, the horse-faced job changer lamented for the sixth time, now left utterly alone. Gazing at Ye Lin, who approached with 7 orifices bleeding, his body marred by wounds, one sword embedded in his left chest, a gun lodged in the right, a knife protruding from his back, and a dagger piercing his side, the horse-faced job changer was driven to madness. Monster, you are a monster. How can you still be alive after such injuries? Are you human or ghost? Ye Lin tilted his head slightly. A monster, you say? That description is not entirely inaccurate. I maintain this human form purely as a matter of personal preference. Long ago, Ye Lin had discovered that even if he were to be severed into pieces and reassembled into a non-human entity, he would still survive. Yet, having lived as a human for so long, he found it more comfortable to retain this form. With a decisive motion, Ye Lin severed the tendons in the horse-faced job changer's hands and feet. Listening to his screams, Ye Lin lowered his gaze expressionlessly and placed his blade against the man's throat, demanding, "Now, tell me, where is Kinson? What is the highest level of job changer in this underground black market?" Chapter 32, Inquiring While Slaying. You will never get me to tell you. I refuse to betray Boss Kinson. In a moment of desperation, the horse-faced job changer shut his eyes, adopting a resigned demeanor. Oh, that's quite all right. Do you enjoy barbecued meat? Ye Lin tilted his head, inquiring innocently, like a naive boy next door. Barbecued meat? The horse-faced job changer was taken aback, seemingly caught off guard by Ye Lin's sudden shift in topic. After all, the current circumstances appeared to have little to do with barbecues. Upon hearing this, Ye Lin flashed a warm smile. With a swift motion, he severed a piece of meat, marbled with fat and lean, from the body of the horse-faced transmuter. As the horse-faced transmuter opened his mouth, ready to emit a piercing scream, Ye Lin had already dislodged his jawbone. With a snap of his fingers, crimson and violet flames erupted, quickly charring the piece of flesh and releasing a burnt aroma. My apologies, I am not particularly adept at roasting. It may be a tad overcooked. Yet fret not, there is ample flesh upon you. With practice, I shall surely perfect my technique, he remarked. Devil, you are a devil. The horse-faced transmuter, witnessing Ye Lin's intent to force the charred meat into his mouth, succumbed to utter despair. I will speak. I will divulge everything. Seeing that Ye Lin showed no signs of relenting, and poised to shove the piece of meat into his mouth, the horse-faced transmuter, terrified, spilled every secret he knew as if pouring beans from a bamboo tube. Boss Kinson should be with Sister Chien at this hour. Located at the heart of the underground black market, the highest-ranked transmuter there is Boss Kinson, though I cannot say his current level. He hasn't made a move in ages. Last year, he was already at level 48. After the horse-faced transmuter finished his confession, he pleaded with Ye Lin, gripping his severed tendons. I beg you, grant me a swift end. Having acquired the desired information, Ye Lin had no wish to squander further time on the horse-faced transmuter. With a decisive strike, he delivered a merciful end. A fleeting smile of relief graced the transmuter's face as he met his demise. Ye Lin then set fire to the bodies, eliminating all traces of evidence. Level 48? This could prove troublesome, he mused, furrowing his brow. If he were to exert himself recklessly, he could perhaps contend with a level 40 transmuter at best. Given that Kinson was already at level 48 last year, he might have surpassed level 50 by now. To eliminate him, a direct confrontation would be unwise. He must devise a cunning plan to outsmart the old wretch. Wait, there seems to be a glimmer of hope. Ye Lin suddenly realized that opportunities might still exist. If he could seize the moment, appearing at a critical juncture for Kinson, he could contend against even a level 58 transmuter. With clarity of thought, Ye Lin embarked once more on his bloody journey. This night would be marked by carnage throughout the underground black market of Qingqing. As he wove through the darkness, his steps were light yet resolute, perfectly embodying what it meant to be a true hunter. Empowered by the techniques of the 99 layers of lifespan sword art and the dance of instantaneous movement, transmuters below level 20 fell beneath his blade effortlessly, becoming mere specters of his wrath. For those above level 20, a few more strikes sufficed. Ye Lin moved as if possessed by a fierce spirit, ensuring that every living creature within his sight met his blade. Following each strike, he would casually incinerate the remains, providing a comprehensive cremation service. As he pressed onward, there was not a single corpse in sight, nor a trace of blood. Only charred imprints of human shapes marred the ground, bearing witness to those who had recently lain there. During his journey, Ye Lin had encountered several class-changed individuals above level 30, yet when faced with an invincible spellcaster whose incantations filled the air, even those seasoned warriors found themselves powerless. With a strategy that demanded his very life, Ye Lin managed to overpower even those in their 30s. However, this came at a dire cost, as his body was marred with numerous fatal wounds, punctured by weapons and bearing the scars of frost and flame, rendering him akin to a vengeful specter emerging from the underworld. Ye Lin continued his relentless advance, dispatching foes while inquiring about Kinson's whereabouts. But soon he encountered a formidable obstacle. A class-changed individual of level 42 stood before him like a veritable wall, a man of imposing stature, exuding an aura as formidable as a mountain. His visage was etched with malice, his eyes gleaming with a sharp intensity. Clad in dark battle armor and wielding an enormous battle axe, he emanated a chilling presence that could instill dread. You possess remarkable audacity. It has been many years since anyone dared to stir trouble alone in the underground market, the man intoned, his voice deep and resonant, as if capable of piercing the very soul. Ye Lin halted, a sense of caution blossoming within him as he regarded this powerful adversary. He understood that he must tread carefully. Observing the myriad weapons embedded in Ye Lin's form, Zhai Xiuqi could not suppress his internal musings. As a renowned enforcer of the underground market, he had long served Kinson and had faced countless difficult opponents. Yet, he had never encountered anyone quite as peculiar as Ye Lin. If another had sustained such grievous injuries, they would likely have perished 20 times over. How could this individual still be alive? It was illogical. Why are you still alive? Zhai Xiuqi could not contain his curiosity before the battle commenced. Lower your axe, and I shall reveal the answer, Ye Lin replied, glancing at the weapon in Zhai Xiuqi's grasp, a flicker of trepidation crossing his features. Forget it. Perhaps you ought to remain silent. I will seek the answer myself. Zhai Xiuqi tightened his grip on the battle axe, resolute in his determination not to relinquish it during combat, much like a warrior would never remove his mask. Ye Lin frowned at the unfolding situation. He had hoped to deceive Zhai Xiuqi into lowering his axe for a surprise attack, but that plan had faltered. Zhai Xiuqi swung his battle axe and charged at Ye Lin, each step causing the ground to tremble beneath him. Ye Lin's expression grew grave. He dared not underestimate Zhai Xiuqi. Arcane dance of instantaneous spells. He unleashed 2 spells in quick succession, elevating his state to its zenith. Burning one's life force to exchange for combat power. How long can you endure this? Zhai Xiuqi scoffed at Ye Lin's actions, swinging his battle axe violently towards him. Ye Lin raised his Starfall Sky mark, clashing with Zhai Xiuqi's axe, yet was forcefully sent staggering back, a spray of blood erupting from his mouth. Nevertheless, his greatest advantage lay in his resilience. He could not be easily vanquished. Although Zhai Xiuqi's strike had pushed him back, Ye Lin, seemingly unfazed, charged forward once more with the Starfall Sky mark in hand. Little did he know, Zhai Xiuqi was equally astonished. Ye Lin appeared so young, merely a teenager, yet he could withstand the full force of his axe. Zhai Xiuqi could not afford to be careless. The battle axe erupted in a dazzling radiance, surging forth with an even more terrifying might as he swung it down upon the advancing Ye Lin. Ye Lin attempted to block the strike, but the force sent his weapon flying. The axe, undeterred, struck down upon his shoulder with brutal force. Crack! The sickening sound of bones fracturing echoed, the sound of Ye Lin's shoulder and collarbone shattering under Zhai Xiuqi's assault. Blood spurted from Ye Lin's mouth. His body propelled like a cannonball, crashing heavily against a wall not far away. However, just as Zhai Xiuqi moved to deliver a finishing blow, Ye Lin suddenly leapt to his feet, raising his left hand to conjure a terrifying purplish-red flame, while his right hand pointed skyward, summoning thunder. Forbidden spell, infernal fire of the heavens. Forbidden spell, annihilating thunder. In this moment, Ye Lin sacrificed all that he could to summon the legendary chaos divine thunder. Yet, forbidden spells are not omnipotent. Even the mightiest spells require the caster to possess sufficient strength. With Ye Lin's actual level being merely 16, it would be nearly impossible for a common thunder to inflict significant damage upon Zhai Xiuqi. The purplish-red infernal fire coalesced into a massive fireball, hurtling towards Zhai Xiuqi. His gaze sharpened, recognizing the extraordinary nature of the flames before him. He aimed to avoid contamination, swinging his battle axe in a swift arc, as if to cleave the heavens. Holy axe of the falling sun, The battle axe radiated brilliant light as it descended with ferocity, cleaving the fireball in two without a trace touching Zhaixioqi, nor causing him any harm. However, in the next moment, the entire night seemed to be torn asunder, leaving only a chaotic aura of thunder raging through the air. Its size was akin to an arm, yet its colors were ever-changing, one moment deep purple, the next a furious red, seemingly encompassing all hues while transcending them. The thunder roared deafeningly, as if the very fabric of the universe trembled in response. Zhaixioqi's pupils constricted. He felt an unprecedented sense of crisis. He swung his battle axe with all his might, attempting to withstand the divine thunder, yet the thunder moved with a sentient grace, evading his axe and striking directly upon him. A surge of unparalleled power coursed through his body, as if it aimed to tear him apart. The battle axe slipped from his grasp, and he fell backward, crashing heavily to the ground. His eyes were filled with shock and disbelief. He could hardly fathom that such a young lad could render him so utterly helpless. Ye Lin afforded him no respite, swiftly retrieving the Starfall heavenly mark and, in a flash, appearing before Zhaixioqi, bringing the weapon down with tremendous force, intent on claiming Zhaixioqi's life. Just as Ye Lin believed he would succeed, Zhaixioqi suddenly raised his arms to block the strike, deflecting the blow with an impressive display of strength. Bang! The impact of Ye Lin's strike resonated through Zhaixioqi's arms, numbing Ye Lin's entire limb. In stunned silence, he beheld the faint black glow emanating from Zhaixioqi's dark armor, as if a mysterious force shielded him. Ye Lin's pupils constricted as a realization dawned upon him. Could it be refined rare-grade equipment? Zhaixioqi regarded him coldly, a glimmer of icy resolve flashing in his eyes. Indeed, this divine light black armor has accompanied me for quite some time, enhanced to the level of 7 stars. Its defensive capabilities have reached an astounding degree. Your attacks merely left me slightly disheveled, unable to inflict any fatal harm upon me. Ye Lin staggered backward, blood gushing from his mouth. Fully aware that he had encountered genuine peril, equipment could indeed be refined, its attributes perpetually augmented, with each successful enhancement adding a star, up to a maximum of 9 stars. A rare-grade piece refined to 7 stars could rival even epic-grade gear. No wonder his Chaos Divine Thunder had failed to inflict any damage on Zhaixioqi. If he could not breach Zhaixioqi's divine light black armor, victory would be impossible. They were bound to a stalemate, one unable to kill, the other unable to advance. What manner of creature are you? How are you still alive after such devastation? Zhaixioqi was astounded. He had witnessed Ye Lin's internal organs reduced to a mere fraction, yet he remained vibrantly alive, defying all logic. Hold your tongue. Let me ponder. Ye Lin disregarded his own injuries, contemplating whether the forbidden spells at his disposal could alter the tide. Soon, a spark of inspiration ignited within him. Among the forbidden spells he mastered, one specifically targeted high defenses. So the 7-star refined rare-grade divine light black armor, is it? Let me test its resilience. Forbidden spell, Eternal Metal. Chapter 34, Slaying Zhaixioqi. As Ye Lin recited the incantation of the forbidden spell, golden light began to flicker within him, illuminating his form in a resplendent hue. The radiance was dazzling yet gentle, enveloping Ye Lin in a golden aura. Streams of golden light surged forth from his being, with each emission draining his vitality. Before him, the golden light whirled rapidly, colliding in a mesmerizing dance, ultimately coalescing into a magnificent golden spear. This spear exuded an ancient and mysterious aura, its tip glimmering with the sharp, chilling brilliance unique to eternal metal, as if capable of piercing through all defenses in existence. Ye Lin raised his hand to grasp the golden spear, a flicker of resoluteness glimmering in his eyes. With a fierce swing of his arm, the spear, accompanied by a whistling sound that cleaved the air, surged directly towards Zhaixioqi. Forbidden spell, Eternal Metal of Gold. The forbidden spellcaster sacrifices all metallic elements within their body to forge a spear crafted from eternal metal, capable of piercing through anything and obliterating the strongest defenses. Since acquiring this forbidden spell, Ye Lin had never employed it, for it was a single target attack with a significant casting delay, far less convenient than the cataclysmic thunder or the infernal flames. Yet, faced with the tortoise-like tenacity of Zhaixioqi, he recalled this potent spell. As the golden spear hurtled towards him, Zhaixioqi's expression flickered with uncertainty. The assaulting spear eluded his grasp of comprehension. Nevertheless, he chose to trust in his rare equipment, honed to a 7-star level. Gripping his battle axe tightly, he summoned the full defensive power of his divine light armor, bracing himself to endure the impending strike. The armor radiated an even more dazzling brilliance, as if enveloping Zhaixioqi in a protective light shield. At the moment of contact between the golden spear and the divine light armor, there was no thunderous crash, nor did the earth quake. It was akin to a silver needle piercing a balloon. The spear punctured the armor with a pinpoint precision, rendering Zhaixioqi's prideful defense utterly impotent. In an instant, the light shield shattered, and a blood hole appeared, piercing through Zhaixioqi's body. The wound was small, merely the size of a fingertip, and not immediately lethal. yet it left him in a state of disorientation. Impossible. How could this be? The disbelief etched across Zhai Xiuqi's face was palpable. The divine light armor had accompanied him through countless battles over the years, never sustaining such severe damage. While he was momentarily dazed, Ye Lin charged forward, wielding the Starfall blade with deadly intent. Each strike of the 99-layered life blade was lethal, forcing Zhai Xiuqi to retreat repeatedly, his mind in disarray, unable to mount a defense. Soon, Zhai Xiuqi encountered an even more astonishing reality, despite battling for so long. Ye Lin had been engulfed in flames of blood, indicating he had been activating the forbidden spell at the cost of his vitality. Yet, after burning for so long, how was it that Ye Lin showed no signs of fatigue? Boy, are you truly immortal? Zhai Xiuqi was both astonished and enraged, questioning what manner of monster Qin Sun had provoked this time. Not only did Ye Lin wield the forbidden spell while sacrificing his life force for such an extended period, but he also appeared vibrant and unscathed, devoid of any signs of impending death, an utterly terrifying prospect. Forbidden spell, cataclysmic thunder. Once again, familiar chaotic divine thunder descended. Ye Lin held nothing back, launching an all-out assault. Although the divine light armor could still withstand the chaotic divine thunder's onslaught, it was already in a damaged state, and the thunder surged through the breaches, wreaking havoc upon Zhai Xiuqi's body. Zhai Xiuqi was both astonished and furious. If this continued, he would indeed perish at Ye Lin's hands. However, having emerged from a sea of corpses and blood, he faced the looming threat of death with an unsettling calm rather than fear. Regaining his composure, Zhai Xiuqi swung his battle axe once more, driving Ye Lin into a disadvantaged position, each strike imbued with tremendous force. Ye Lin, unyielding, raised his hand to unleash another blast of eternal Gungjin, the golden spear once again hurtling towards Zhai Xiuqi. This time, Zhai Xiuqi dared not confront it head-on. A glimmer of brilliance flashed in his eyes as he suddenly vanished, his speed surging dramatically. The technique known as shadow escape. Zhai Xiuqi's velocity was astonishing, defying belief. His robust physique moved with an agility that seemed impossible. He left but an afterimage behind as he evaded the incoming golden spear, so swift that Ye Lin barely had time to react before Zhai Xiuqi stood before him. With a thunderous swing, he unleashed the falling sun's sacred axe. An axe shadow streaked across like a bolt of lightning, chillingly sweeping through the air, and in an instant, Ye Lin's head soared from his body, rolling to the ground with a look of terror etched upon his features, leaving behind a headless corpse standing in a daze. Zhai Xiuqi panted heavily. Despite so effortlessly dispatching Ye Lin with a single blow, this was all he had. Huh, I've severed your head. I refuse to believe you can survive this. He exhaled a sigh of relief, aware of the perilous nature of their confrontation. He had narrowly escaped death at Ye Lin's hands. Just as he believed he had vanquished Ye Lin, a starlit long knife suddenly pierced his heart, obliterating the life within him. In disbelief, Zhai Xiuqi turned his head. The battle had just concluded, and he was utterly unprepared. To his shock, it was none other than Ye Lin's headless corpse that had struck him. After stabbing Zhai Xiuqi's heart, the headless body moved toward the fallen head, picked it up, and after a few attempts, reattached it to the neck. You are formidable. Yet you were far too complacent. Ye Lin calmly withdrew his blade, blood pouring from the wound, heralding the imminent end of Zhai Xiuqi's life. In his final moments, Zhai Xiuqi glared at Ye Lin, a tempest of anger and disbelief in his eyes. I was careless, damn it. You truly are undying. With this realization, Zhai Xiuqi understood that his demise was not unjust. Against an indomitable foe with formidable strength, his death was almost commendable. After all, who could have anticipated that an enemy, from whom one had severed the head, could still rise and strike from behind? Zhai Xiuqi refrained from uttering any further words to Ye Lin. Instead, he mustered his strength, turning to face a direction within the black market, his gaze filled with trepidation. Boss Qin Sun, flee swiftly from that monstrosity. Chapter 35, CC's New Tricks. A creature with an indomitable body, capable of casting forbidden spells with a mere gesture, was enough to instill dread in anyone. After Zhai Xiuqi's final words, Ye Lin swiftly ended his life with a single stroke of his blade. After dealing with Zhai Xiuqi, Ye Lin encountered no further formidable opponents on his journey. It seemed that in the entirety of the underground black market, aside from Qin Sun, Zhai Xiuqi was the most formidable adversary. Through inquiries, Ye Lin soon approached a room, and upon hearing the sounds emanating from within, he breathed a sigh of relief, realizing he had arrived just in time. He crouched outside the window, attentively listening at the base of the wall, waiting for the moment when Qin Sun's vigilance would be at its lowest. This man likely never anticipated that a mere level 16 youth would dare to come alone to assassinate him. At last, the sounds inside the room ceased abruptly, followed by Qin Sun's thunderous shout. Who? Qin Sun's voice echoed, and true to his reputation as the king of the underground, his alertness remained exceptionally high, as he immediately detected Ye Lin's presence. In response, a blade, as beautiful as a meteor streaking across the night sky, sliced through the air. The flash of the knife was so swift that, despite Qin Sun's quick reflexes, he could not evade the strike. His left arm was severed cleanly at the forearm, the wound smooth and glistening, blood streaming forth. Kinsen cried out in agony, stumbling backward, his eyes wide with terror. Sister Qian was so shocked that she stood frozen, mouth agape in fear, before stealthily making her escape. Ye Lin paid no mind to Sister Qian's flight. With the spirit requiem in play, she wouldn't get far. He frowned at Kinsen, feeling a twinge of disappointment that his strike had claimed Kinsen's life. Nevertheless, severing an arm would undoubtedly diminish Kinsen's combat prowess significantly. If one strike wasn't sufficient, then he would unleash several more. As Ye Lin prepared to strike again, Kinsen flicked on the lights with a snap. Illuminated by the sudden brightness, he finally discerned the assassin's identity. You are Ye Lin, the high school student who killed Su Jihu. Kinsen was both astonished and enraged. He never expected that the one who had severed his arm would be a mere high schooler. How did you manage to get here? Where's Zhai Xiuqi? What about the others? Kinsen was baffled. The underground black market was his stronghold, with numerous subordinates guarding the periphery, yet a high school student managed to infiltrate and strike him. They're all dead. You will be next. Ye Lin raised his weapon, the Starfall blade, and without hesitation, swung it towards Kinsen. Death. That word is far removed from me. Too many wish to kill me. You, a mere child, are not worthy. Kinsen, a fierce character in his own right, despite having lost his left arm to Ye Lin's ambush, was no novice. After all, he was known as the king of the underground for a reason. As Ye Lin charged with his formidable blade, Kinsen swung his remaining right arm with ferocity, delivering a powerful blow that sent Ye Lin crashing into the wall, embedding him within it. A cold, murderous intent flickered in Kinsen's eyes. He was a level 50 berserker, and even with one arm lost, he was not someone a high school student could easily confront. Coughing violently, Ye Lin was filled with shock. Kinsen's strength was evidently even more terrifying than Zhai Xiuqi's. Had it not been for the fact that he had stealthily severed one of Kinsen's arms, the outcome of his assassination attempt tonight would have unequivocally ended in capture. With that single blow, his own chest cavity had been shattered, fractured ribs piercing into his lungs. To prevent further coughing that would compromise his fighting capability, Ye Lin resolutely sacrificed his own lung. The forbidden spell, Annihilating World Thunder. A flash of golden lightning surged forth, striking towards Kinsen. Yet, confronted with the oncoming golden thunder, Kinsen's visage twisted in fury, and with a mighty swing of his fist, he obliterated the lightning into a myriad of arcs. Following this, Kinsen charged forward like a colossal mountain, crashing into Ye Lin with a thunderous roar, sending him sprawling to the ground, creating a deep impression in the earth. Kinsen then followed up with a brutal kick, only ceasing when he heard the sickening crack of Ye Lin's skull. Seeing that Ye Lin was beyond the brink of death, Kinsen approached his liquor cabinet, pouring a bottle of white liquor over his wounds, the searing pain causing the veins on his forehead to bulge. Damn it. Having played the eagle all my life only to be pecked in the eye, Kinsen lit a cigar, and under the influence of nicotine, the pain finally subsided somewhat. He moved towards his severed left hand, knowing that if he could locate a healer or a class changer, he could potentially reattach his arm and restore it to its former glory. Just as Kinsen bent down to retrieve his hand, a resplendent golden spear suddenly flashed into view, pinning his right hand to the ground. Immediately after, a blade of light sliced through, severing Kinsen's right arm at the root. What? How are you still alive? Kinsen glared at Ye Lin, his expression a mask of disbelief. He distinctly remembered shattering Ye Lin's skull. How could this fellow still be so sprightly? Is he immortal? Apologies. But my class is that of a forbidden spellcaster, and I possess a spell known as immortal and indestructible. By sacrificing 2.5 years of my lifespan, I can become immune to a fatal injury once. Ye Lin took it upon himself to elucidate this to Kinsen. With both arms severed, he found it hard to believe that Kinsen could still emerge victorious in such a state. Just as this thought crossed his mind, the disarmed Kinsen suddenly soared into the air, delivering a precise kick to Ye Lin's chin, sending him soaring through the air. Chapter 36. Defeating the King of the Underground. Immortal and indestructible? I shall see how you manage that. Despite having lost both arms, Kinsen's combat prowess was fearsome beyond measure. He first sent Ye Lin flying into the air with a kick, and then leaped up, delivering a crushing whip kick that sent Ye Lin hurtling towards the ground like a cannonball. With a thunderous crash, amidst the swirling dust, Kinsen descended once more, delivering a brutal stomp onto Ye Lin. As a level 50 berserker, even without employing any skills, each punch and kick was enough to inflict fatal damage upon Ye Lin, who was merely level 16. Boy, you are still far too young. One of the gravest blunders in battle is revealing one's true capabilities to an adversary who is yet to be rendered powerless. Even without my arms, I, Kinsen, am not someone that a mere high school student can contend with. I shall see for myself. How much time do you have left to evade a fatal attack? Bang. Bang, bang, bang. Faced with the now defenseless Ye Lin, Kinsen showed no mercy this time, landing every kick squarely on Ye Lin's heart and head. The twin yin-yang bracelets on Ye Lin's wrists radiated light, beginning to heal his injuries. Yet the speed of recovery was no match for Kinsen's relentless assault. Just as Ye Lin's wounds were mended, Kinsen's attacks would descend anew. Under the torrent of Kinsun's onslaught, Ye Lin's body was soon reduced to a gruesome, bloodied mess, mingled with shards of white bone, an utterly horrifying sight. The twin yin-yang bracelets continued to emit their glow, but they could no longer restore Ye Lin's body. Kinsun exhaled a sigh of relief, drenched in sweat. He had inflicted at least 100 fatal blows on Ye Lin. Surely, he must be dead by now. He could hardly believe that Ye Lin still possessed over 200 years of life left. Out of breath, Kinsun walked away, gritting his teeth against the agony of his severed arms. Damn it! The profession of a forbidden spellcaster is truly bizarre. No wonder they have such short lives. Kinsun couldn't help but curse, having been disarmed by a mere high school student. If this became known, his reputation as an underground king would be utterly ruined. While no one would dare speak of it in his presence, he could only imagine the whispers behind his back. The thought of it made him exceedingly vexed. Just as he was stewing in frustration, he felt a chill creeping up from behind. Kinsun spun around abruptly. A streak of starlight flashed past, and a robust thigh rose high into the air. Kinsun froze, standing on one leg in a daze, staring at Ye Lin with a bewildered expression. He seemed utterly unprepared for the fact that Ye Lin was still alive. The immense impact momentarily made him forget the pain of his severed leg. Did you really think I was dead? You're far too young to trust your enemy's words. Ye Lin chuckled, and despite Kinsun having lost 2 arms and a leg, he believed that Kinsun could not possibly defeat him with only 1 leg remaining. Bang! Kinsun viciously delivered a heavy blow to Ye Lin's head, causing him to see stars. However, this time he chose not to continue his assault, but instead hastily made his escape on 1 leg. Fear flickered in Kinsun's eyes. He was truly frightened. Ye Lin stood before him like an unkillable cockroach. If this continued, he feared that he might truly perish at Ye Lin's hands with just 1 leg left. Thinking of fleeing. Forbidden spell, Eternal Frost Eyes. Ye Lin sacrificed his own eyeball, and it turned pitch black. In his last moment of vision, he cast a glance at Kinsun's remaining leg. Just as Kinsun leaped away, the last leg began to crystallize with ice, ultimately freezing him in place. No. Kinsun struggled. But with his arms and another leg gone, he was utterly powerless to escape. Once his vision returned, Ye Lin approached Kinsun, wielding the starfall blade, the tip scraping against the ground, producing a series of sharp, ringing sounds and sparks. Tell me, where is Uncle G? Before arriving here, Ye Lin had searched countless places, but had yet to uncover any trace of Uncle G. It was evident that the man had been confined by Kinsun to some secret location. Kinsun clenched his teeth, refusing to speak. Ye Lin said little more. Instead, he snapped his fingers, and a burst of crimson fire descended upon the ground, reducing Kinsun's left arm to ashes. No. Kinsun's eyes widened in horror. If he could find a healer with a severed arm, there might still be a chance for recovery. But without even a limb, hope was lost. Those capable of regenerating severed limbs were far beyond Kinsun's reach. Ye Lin had effectively severed his last avenue of escape. From now on, he would be known as the one-armed Kinsun. Ye Lin remained composed. You. Kinsun's eyes burned with fury. Do you really believe you can let me go? Kinsun. Ye Lin replied with a faint smile. You know, I am a man of honesty. I came here solely to rescue Uncle G. Your subordinates will be unharmed, for you will manage them. However, if I were to kill you, that would present a major issue. I am not foolish enough to eliminate the underground king of Qingqing. That would be a grave mistake. My caution does not equate to cowardice. Uncle G has done me a great favor, so think carefully. Do not push this honest man too far. At this point, a glint of coldness flashed in Ye Lin's eyes, his demeanor ominous. Kinsun hesitated. Yet with 3 of his limbs incapacitated and his last leg encased in ice, he found himself with no choice but to acquiesce to Ye Lin. Rest assured, that old fellow G is not dead. He merely has a severed hand. He is imprisoned in a cell outside, Kinsun declared. Upon hearing this, Ye Lin breathed a sigh of relief. If Uncle G had perished, he would have felt a pang of guilt and sorrow, regardless of G's intentions. He had genuinely invested in Ye Lin's well-being, a kindness that warranted gratitude. With a swift motion, the sharp starfall blade transformed into a streak of light, aimed directly at Kinsun's neck, intending to behead him. Sensing the icy intent to kill, Kinsun's body bristled with fear. You are indeed deceiving me, beast. Kinsun, disregarding his last leg, twisted his waist with all his might, and the frozen limb snapped off, sending him tumbling to the ground in a desperate attempt to evade Ye Lin's lethal strike. Such a strong will to survive, but it was futile. Ye Lin raised the starfall blade once more, determined to ensure that no one who knew his secret could live. At this moment, with all his limbs gone, Kinsun had lost any means of resistance. A bitter smile crossed his face as he closed his eyes in despair, never anticipating that the underground king would meet his end at the hands of a mere high school student. Just as Ye Lin was about to claim Kinsun's life, a sharp voice rang out from the doorway. Stop. Release him, or I will kill that G immediately. Chapter 37. I do not kill women. You may leave. The mental state of Uncle G was severely deteriorated, evidently having suffered brutal beatings. His complexion was ashen due to excessive blood loss. He was bound tightly, resembling a rice dumpling, with his mouth gagged, rendering him utterly voiceless. Sister Qian held a black pistol, aimed squarely at Uncle Ji's head. Sungu. Upon witnessing Qin Sun's grotesque disfigurement, Sister Qian gasped, tears streaming down her face in an instant. No, I will not abandon you. She shook her head vehemently, pressing the gun firmly against Uncle Ji's temple. Release Sungu, otherwise, I shall end his life this very moment. Ye Lin narrowed his eyes, his fingers lightly tapping on the starfall blade. He hesitated, contemplating whether to gamble on this probability. After deliberation, he ultimately resolved to forego the risk. Though a 60 success rate was not insignificant, it pertained to Uncle Ji's life. What do you propose? Shall we exchange hostages? Ye Lin inquired. Impossible. If I have no hostages, you will undoubtedly kill us at once. Allow Sun Gu's subordinates to take him away, and I shall remain here with the hostages. Sister Qian declared through gritted teeth. Ye Lin frowned. It was evident that this woman, having followed Qin Sun, was not easily deceived. However, he could not afford to let Qin Sun escape. Failing to eliminate him today would be tantamount to releasing a tiger back into the wild, inviting great peril upon himself. Had it not been for the element of surprise against Qin Sun tonight, he would have been apprehended without even having the chance to approach him. Listening to Sister Qian's words, Qin Sun was consumed by a mix of fury and despair. He realized that she intended to barter her own life for his. He will not spare me. You must leave. You have always been the one to heed my words. Go. Qin Sun's desperate cries grated on Ye Lin's nerves. In frustration, he seized a double-headed dragon from Qin Sun's bed, silencing him by forcing it into his mouth, causing Qin Sun to choke and gag. Unable to utter another word, Ye Lin then turned his gaze towards Sister Qian. I cannot acquiesce to your terms. Once Qin Sun departs, he will undoubtedly rally his forces to hunt me down, and neither Uncle Ji nor I would survive that. You have someone you wish to save, and so do I. Thus, if you fear my pursuit of you and Qin Sun, I can assure you of your safety. Ye Lin adjusted the blade of the starfall, directing it toward himself. In a swift motion, for glimmers of steel flashed, severing the tendons in his hands and feet, blood gushing forth. He collapsed to the ground, utterly incapacitated. Yet, he was not finished. He inflicted a deep gash upon his abdomen, his intestines spilling out uncontrollably. What do you think? Can you now trust that I will no longer pursue you and Qin Sun? Ye Lin's pallid face bore an expression of utter weakness. Sister Qian covered her mouth in disbelief, unable to fathom the lengths to which Ye Lin had gone. Uncle Ji is of paramount importance to me. I am an orphan. He is like a benevolent father who suddenly entered my life. I must ensure his safety. Ye Lin's resolute words stirred tears in Uncle Ji's eyes. Despite his mouth being gagged, in the ruthless realm of business, where compassion was scarce, such sincere emotions resonated far deeper than mountains of wealth. Witnessing Ye Lin inflict such self-harm, Sister Qian lowered her weapon in response. Seeing this, Qin Sun desperately wanted to shout, even after being trampled into a pulp by him. Ye Lin was still alive. Such injuries were trivial in comparison. However, Ye Lin had long since sealed his mouth with the two-headed dragon, preventing him from warning Sister Qian. Observing Qin Sun's struggle, Sister Qian mistakenly believed he was calling for her and hurriedly released Uncle Ji to rush over. Brother Sun. I'm here, Brother Sun. She quickly approached and withdrew the two-headed dragon. Upon witnessing Sister Qian release Uncle Ji, Qin Sun's face turned ashen. Sure enough, as he turned his head, he saw Ye Lin walking towards him, stuffing his entrails back into his abdomen. You want to kill me? I have no objections, but could you spare Qian Qian? She knows nothing. She isn't a transcender. She poses no threat to you. Qin Sun spoke hastily. In my life, I have done everything but begged anyone. Consider this my plea. You, how can you still stand? At that moment, Sister Qian was horrified, unable to comprehend how a person with severed tendons could still be upright and wielding a knife. Ye Lin looked at Qin Sun with a complex expression. In some aspects, Qin Sun could be regarded as a loyal and righteous man, but unfortunately, he had left Ye Lin with no choice. If the secret of his immortality were to be exposed, his fate would be 1,000 times worse than Qin Sun's. With an impassive expression, Ye Lin raised the starfall celestial mark. I beg you, spare Qian Qian. I implore you. I can give you money or anything you desire. Just let her go. The blade glimmered with starlight as Qin Sun's voice abruptly ceased. This underground king of Qingqing widened his eyes, unable to close them in death. Brother Sun. Sister Qian let out a heart-wrenching scream, tears streaming down her face as she gazed at Qin Sun's lifeless body, crying inconsolably. I'm sorry, Brother Sun. I was useless. I was too foolish. Then, with a fierce expression, she picked up a gun and unhesitatingly pulled the trigger at Ye Lin. Bang, 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 bang. After 6 shots rang out, the gun was emptied, smoke billowing from the barrel. Unfortunately, all the bullets she fired were intercepted by the starfall celestial mark, failing to harm Ye Lin in the slightest. Ye Lin had not intended to block the shots, as he was not in danger of death, but considering Uncle Ji was present, he decided to put on a show. Kill me then. Take me with you. Sister Qian screamed hysterically, wishing only to die alongside Qin Sun. Ye Lin shook his head and sighed. Do not be foolish, sister. I do not harm women. You should leave. Chapter 38. Ye Lin. You are still too kind and merciful, not harming women. Sister Qian was momentarily taken aback, unsure of how to respond to Ye Lin's words. Indeed, Kinsen was a respectable man in life. Your survival allows you to give him a proper farewell. Alas, were it not for his kidnapping of Uncle Ji, I truly would not wish to be his enemy, Ye Lin sighed. At the mere mention of Kinsen, Sister Qian's tears flowed once more, as if a dam had burst. Ye Lin chose not to engage further with her, and instead turned towards Uncle Ji. Uncle Ji, I am sorry for arriving late. He released Uncle Ji from his shackles and removed the towel that had been stuffed in his mouth. Do not worry, my child. Your willingness to risk such great danger to save me has deeply moved me, Uncle Ji expressed, his eyes brimming with emotion. He was acutely aware of the formidable power wielded by Kinsen and could scarcely fathom the tribulations and efforts Ye Lin must have endured to effectuate his rescue. Uncle Ji, let us depart. Ye Lin gently assisted Uncle Ji toward the exit of the underground black market. Ye Lin, you must have faced considerable hardships to fight your way in here, Uncle Ji remarked with concern. Uncle Ji, you underestimate me. I am merely at level 16. Even as a forbidden spellcaster, I could not possibly contend with so many of Kinsen's subordinates. They could exhaust me to the point of demise, Ye Lin replied, shaking his head. Oh, then how did you manage to enter? And what caused Kinsen to end up in such a pitiful state? Uncle Ji inquired with curiosity, having witnessed Kinsen's limbs being severed, reducing him to a wretched figure. It was due to the assistance of a friend. Ye Lin hesitated briefly before continuing. This friend has requested that I keep his identity confidential, so I am unable to divulge it, Uncle Ji. Uncle Ji nodded, a glimmer of shrewdness characteristic of a businessman flickering in his gaze. The growth of forbidden spellcasters is rapid, despite Ye Lin's current level. Once he finishes his examinations and ventures into the wilderness, it would not take long before he becomes a formidable force in his own right. It appeared that others in Qingcheng were also recognizing Ye Lin's potential. Understanding this, Uncle Ji refrained from further inquiries, for he considered himself fortunate to have survived the night. The ordeal of being kidnapped by Kinsen had imparted many insights. Ye Lin, do not find me tedious. The core and essence of relationships in this society is rooted in mutual benefit. Only when you possess value will others approach you. Exercise caution and do not trust anyone lightly, including me. Uncle Ji's expression was complex, as he recalled that his initial intent in introducing Ji Lingyu to Ye Lin was also motivated by a desire to leverage Ye Lin's potential. Understood. I shall remember your teachings, Uncle Ji. Ye Lin will forever cherish your wisdom. Ye Lin nodded obediently. Since you acknowledge me as your uncle, there is something else I must discuss with you, or you may find yourself at a significant disadvantage in the future. Uncle Ji's tone turned serious, as he now regarded Ye Lin as a second son, his status only secondary to Ji Lingyu. Please, Uncle Ji, I am all ears, Ye Lin replied attentively. You are far too kind and excessively merciful. A cold glint flashed in Uncle Ji's eyes. This is a grave mistake. Kindness does not command troops. Righteousness does not nurture wealth. Goodness does not govern. Emotion does not establish affairs. And benevolence does not engage in politics. This is an unchanging truth. Take, for instance, that woman associated with Kinsen. I must admit, their genuine feelings are indeed moving, but precisely for that reason, you must not let her go. Otherwise, should she regain her composure, given her ties to Kinsen, she will undoubtedly rally his remnants to seek vengeance upon you. At that point, it would create significant turmoil, and you could even be in peril. Ye Lin feigned a look of terror and quickly responded, there is no need for that. The aftermath of the underground black market is a matter I shall attend to with utmost care. I merely wish for you to amend your tendency towards leniency. Uncle Ji shook his head and then kindly addressed Ye Lin. Ye Lin, compassion is commendable, but it should be reserved solely for those close to you. Once it is clear that the other party is an enemy, they have already sealed their own fate. Understood, Uncle Ji, Ye Lin replied obediently. As they conversed, they made their way towards the outskirts of the black market. However, when they reached the periphery, Uncle Ji was taken aback. Countless skeletal warriors stood guard at the edge of the market, their hollow eye sockets ablaze with eerie blue flames. Behind the skeletal sentinels lurked headless horsemen, bone dragons, liches, and a myriad of other undead creatures. The rusted short swords of the skeletal warriors were stained with fresh blood, evidently from some unfortunate soul who had attempted to escape, only to be struck down. Could Kinsen's revenge have arrived so swiftly? Uncle Ji felt a surge of dread, quickly replaced by a flicker of resolve. Ye Lin, if it becomes impossible to proceed, abandon me and flee. Uncle Ji, how could I possibly do that? Ye Lin exclaimed, panic-stricken. Uncle Ji was about to articulate further, but he caught sight of a skeletal warrior stealthily approaching from behind Ye Lin. Ye Lin, be careful. Uncle Ji urgently pushed Ye Lin aside, only to receive a powerful blow to the face, rendering him unconscious. Ye Lin touched his nose, gazing at the unconscious Uncle Ji with a hint of guilt as he murmured, I'm sorry, Uncle Ji. I didn't want this, but without you losing consciousness, I wouldn't be able to proceed. The secret of the undying body was of paramount importance. Ye Lin wished to keep it concealed from anyone. As for the individuals in the underground black market tonight, he had no intention of sparing any of them. Forbidden spell, infernal fire. Ye Lin raised his hand, feeling his blood being instantaneously drained, transforming him into a mere husk. Yet, this was not the end. With a thought, his undying body regenerated his blood, and he made another sacrifice. Ye Lin continued to oscillate between the states of a normal human and a mere skin and bones figure. With each transformation, the purplish-red infernal fire in his grasp grew increasingly potent, eventually resembling a radiant little sun. The orb of purplish-red fire pulsated in Ye Lin's hand, as if it might break free at any moment, incinerating everything in its path. Ye Lin could distinctly sense that he was nearing the brink of losing control over this power. The infernal fire he was about to unleash was far more formidable than any he had previously summoned. Drawing a deep breath, he hurled the infernal sun towards the black market. The purplish-red fireball traced a long arc through the air, akin to a comet streaking across the night sky, imbued with an aura of apocalyptic devastation as it descended into the depths of the black market. The moment the purplish-red fireball made contact with the ground, a deafening explosion resonated through the air. A mushroom cloud ascended above the black market. As the terrifying infernal fire erupted instantaneously, flames roared with unparalleled intensity, threatening to incinerate everything in proximity. The once living beings within the black market let out heart-wrenching cries under the oppressive heat, only to be consumed by the flames in an instant, leaving not even ashes in their wake. The entire black market was engulfed in flames, transforming into a sea of fire. The flickering light proclaimed the definitive end of what was once the greatest den of iniquity in Xingqing. Chapter 39. Humanity and Bestiality. The crimson glow cast a flickering light upon Ye Lin's face. As he gazed upon the raging inferno, his emotions were a tumultuous blend. He retrieved a pack of cigarettes he had found, igniting one with the flames before placing it between his lips and discarding the entire pack into the blaze. The acrid scent of nicotine permeated his mouth and lungs, gradually calming his racing thoughts. The instinct to smoke in times of distress seemed to be an innate memory embedded in the genes of every man. A mere high school student, newly transitioned and at a meager level of 16, had single-handedly slain the underground king of Qingsheng, Kinsun, and set the entire black market ablaze. It was a feat so astonishing that even he would struggle to convince others of its truth. Even the authorities would never suspect him. It was akin to the assassination of a prominent figure in a distant nation, where no one would think to investigate the viewer before the screen. When the flames extinguished, all responsibility would be laid upon the non-existent figure of Ling Yi. Ye Lin lowered his gaze, peering through the white smoke of his cigarette at the still unconscious Uncle Ji. The sole concern at present was Uncle Ji, the only person to witness his act of killing Kinsun. If he were to eliminate Uncle Ji first, then send Ji Lingyu to his demise, feigning mortal wounds beside Ji Lingyu, he would undoubtedly absolve himself of all involvement. Any ensuing investigation would conclude that Kinsun had attacked the Ji family, annihilating Uncle Ji's entire clan, only to be subsequently eradicated by the enigmatic Ling Yi. He would merely be a hapless victim. With this thought, Ye Lin slowly raised the starfall celestial scar, a glint of cold light flashing in his eyes. Just then, Uncle Ji slowly opened his eyes, immediately meeting the soft glow of starlight swirling about the starfall celestial scar. Ye Lin, what are you planning to do? Accompanied by a flicker of cold light, a perfectly peeled, crimson apple was revealed. Uncle Ji, would you care for an apple? Ye Lin blinked innocently. Uncle Ji exhaled deeply. Still shaken. Ye Lin, you nearly terrified me. What apple is there to eat at a time like this? Those skeletons just tried to kill us, but thankfully. Brother Ling Yi, oh no. Ye Lin hastily covered his mouth, feigning an expression of having misspoken, and corrected himself. That mysterious figure saved us and set the entire black market ablaze. Ling Yi, where did this mysterious powerhouse come from? How have I never heard of him? Ye Lin nodded. The Investigation Bureau was an official organization dedicated to handling those who had transitioned. Kinsun's death would undoubtedly provoke their utmost scrutiny. He had indeed contemplated killing Uncle Ji, but ultimately quelled that notion. If he were to murder the one who had shown him kindness, along with Ji Lingyu, in order to secure his own safety, it would signify a complete abandonment of his humanity. Human beings are a complex amalgamation of humanity and bestiality, often manifesting as shrewd and self-serving, yet sometimes succumbing to the urge for selfless sacrifice. He yearned for life, driven by primal instincts. And he saved Uncle Ji out of gratitude, a reflection of humanity. Were he to entirely abandon his humanity, living on would merely render him a long-lived beast in human form. Upon witnessing Uncle Ji's safe return with Ye Lin, Ji Lingyu burst into tears. Embracing Uncle Ji tightly, the most beautiful aspect of life lies in the joy of regaining what was lost. Foolish child, why do you weep? Your father is right here. Isn't he? Rest assured, as long as I am alive, the sky shall not fall, Uncle Ji said, affectionately ruffling Ji Lingyu's hair, his eyes also glistening with unshed tears. Ji Mu passed away early, and Ji Lingyu was raised solely by him. It could be said that Ji Lingyu became his entire world after Ji Mu's departure. Enough with the tears, you hardly resemble a man. Step aside, your father has many matters to attend to. A flicker of sharpness crossed Uncle G's gaze. And in that moment, he transformed back into the formidable Mr. G of the business world. The incident involving Kinson would undoubtedly send ripples through the entire Qingqing soon. The investigation bureau would be out in full force to probe this matter. His immediate priority was to ensure that Ye Lin and Ji Lingyu could attend the college entrance examination smoothly. Once they entered the examination hall, not even the investigation bureau could touch them. This night was destined to be one of wakefulness, both for Uncle G and for others in Qingqing. Qingqing Investigation Bureau. Investigator Huang sat at his desk, having just organized the case files concerning the Su Jihu farm incident. Su Jihu, a subordinate of Kinson, the underground king of Qingqing, had received word from Kinson to cease any further inquiries into this matter. Consequently, Investigator Huang classified the case as unresolved and, raising his head after finishing the paperwork, he realized it was already past 3 in the morning. He rubbed his temples with his fingers, contemplating the malignant presence of the underground king in Qingqing, which was truly a cause for concern. Just as he finished his thought, the door swung open abruptly with a bang, startling Investigator Huang. Upon looking up, he recognized his young apprentice, Su Xiao, whose face was etched with panic. What is it? Why the clumsiness? Have I not taught you to remain calm and composed in the face of adversity? Panic and agitation solve nothing, Huang admonished. Yes, you are right, master. But something truly monumental has occurred. Su Xiao stammered, his throat visibly tightening with anxiety, beads of cold sweat dotting his forehead. Oh, Huang replied with a faint smile, his demeanor unfazed as he took a sip of water from his cup. Pray tell, what is this monumental event? Youth these days cannot keep their composure. They become overly agitated over trifles. Master, please don't be alarmed when I tell you. Su Xiao exclaimed in terror. Fear not. Your master has been an investigator for many years. What haven't I seen? Giants, human centipedes. What could possibly scare me? Huang remarked with a calm demeanor, continuing to sip his water. However, just as the words left his mouth, Huang choked, spraying water all over himself. What? Who has died? Kinson. Chapter 40. The headache of Investigator Huang Litian hurriedly rushed forward, seizing Su Xiao's shoulders and shaking him violently. Who has died? Repeat that. Who has perished? Su Xiao felt as though his brain might be scrambled from the force of Huang's shaking. Master, did you not say that one should remain calm and composed in the face of adversity? Slap, slap. Huang Litian, upon hearing this, struck Su Xiao twice across the face, his voice rising in a fierce roar. Kenshin, Su Xiao replied, feeling aggrieved. Is it a case of the same name? Huang Litian asked, clinging to the last shred of hope, his voice softening. No, it is indeed that underworld king, Kenshin. From the looks of the situation, he and all his subordinates in the black market are likely dead, Su Xiao stated candidly. Upon hearing this, Huang Litian released Su Xiao, staggering back several steps until he collided with the desk, barely regaining his balance. Huang Litian, a polygraph expert, clearly understood that his young apprentice was not lying. Yet at this moment, he fervently wished that Su Xiao was, for it was Kenshin who had perished. Moreover, his death occurred within the city, along with the annihilation of an entire underground black market. This was an event of monumental significance. Regardless of Kenshin's clandestine reputation as the king of the underground in Qingqing, he was, on the surface, recognized as one of the top 10 distinguished philanthropists of the city, a notable figure of prominence. The death of such a person could very well incite chaos in Qingqing. Let us proceed to the scene, Huang Litian exclaimed, the veins on his forehead pulsating. With the high-stakes examination imminent, there could be no unforeseen incidents in Qingqing at this critical juncture. When Huang Litian and his apprentice arrived at the scene, the flames had not yet fully extinguished, with sporadic violet tongues of fire leaping forth. Huang Litian strode forward briskly, but Su Xiao hurriedly grasped his arm. Master, do not be hasty. The flames are peculiar and uncontrollable, posing a great danger. I understand. Do not restrain me, Huang Litian replied, his expression darkening considerably. The scene was eerily familiar, the very same flames. All evidence had been consumed, leaving nothing but charred earth. Even the bones had been reduced to ash. This black market was merely a magnified version of the previous farm incident. Damn Kenshin, Huang Litian muttered under his breath, unable to suppress his frustration. Had Kenshin not obstructed their investigation into the truth of the farm, perhaps today's grim scene could have been avoided. He now believed Zhuge Ni's assertion that Ye Lin and Ling Yi were not the same person. After all, how could a mere high school student possess the capability to slaughter an entire black market? While others may be oblivious, their investigation bureau was acutely aware that Kenshin was, in fact, a high-level class changer, boasting an impressive level of 50. Was this all the work of that mysterious Ling Yi? Yet, that could not be right. According to Zhuge and I, she had encountered Ling Yi within the novice realm, thus precluding him from being the culprit. Could it be that Ling Yi was merely responsible for destroying evidence, while the true perpetrator remained at large? Huang Litian's head throbbed with confusion. Just then, Su Xiao rushed over in a panic, bringing yet another piece of news that furrowed Huang's brow even deeper. 10 minutes later, within the confines of the Qingqing Investigation Bureau, Huang Litian encountered Uncle Ji, the esteemed Ji Zong. As Huang extended his hand in a gesture of greeting, Ji Zong, with a pained smile, raised his left arm, which had been severed by Qinsin. Huang's lips quivered slightly at the sight. Ji Zong, given the urgency of the situation, I shall dispense with pleasantries. It has come to my attention that your villa was besieged by Qinsin and his men around 10 o'clock. Is that correct? Indeed, Ji Zong replied, his eyes closing in anguish. Everyone else perished. My son and his classmate were outside, which spared them from the massacre. Employing his professional skill in mind reading, Huang sensed that Ji Zong spoke the truth, prompting him to furrow his brow. Ji Zong, could you elucidate how you managed to survive? I mean no offense, but as far as I am aware, you are merely an ordinary individual, not a transcendent. Huang's implication was clear. All the transcendents had perished. Yet here stood a common man, alive. How could that be? It was Xiao Li, Ji Zong replied, lighting a cigarette with a snap. His eyes brimmed with sorrow. Xiao Li is an orphan I adopted, and he served as my personal bodyguard. He sacrificed his life to grant me a chance to escape. And what transpired thereafter? Huang pressed. I lost consciousness, and it was my son's classmate, Ye Lin, who discovered and rescued me. I then reported the incident to the bureau, Ji Zong recounted, taking a drag from his cigarette. Qinsin is dead. Are you aware of this? Huang fixed his gaze intently upon Ji Zong. I am. On my way to the bureau, I heard the news of his demise. Good riddance. Had he lived, I would have sought his end myself. Damn him, Ji Zong declared fiercely. Huang furrowed his brow. Thus far, every word from Ji Zong had proven to be unerringly true, indicating that he had not lied at all. Observing Ji Zong flicking the ash from his cigarette, Huang became convinced that Ji Zong possessed knowledge regarding Qinsin's death. For instance, the national football team is renowned worldwide. No other nation's team has ever bested them in the World Cup. Similarly, when my girlfriend was betrayed by her closest friend, I, in a fit of rage, exacted a severe lesson upon her confidant. Such is the art of a montage of lies, where truth is wielded to deceive. This cunning old fox was a challenge even for Huang, an officer skilled in polygraph techniques. Very well, Ji Zong, I appreciate your cooperation. I now intend to speak with your son, Ji Lingyu, and his classmate, Ye Lin. You have no objections, I trust? Huang inquired. None whatsoever, Officer Huang. Please proceed. Ji Zong replied with a genial smile. He had already conspired with Ji Lingyu and Ye Lin regarding their testimonies, confident that Huang could uncover nothing of significance. Before long, Ji Lingyu and Ye Lin were ushered into the investigation bureau. Ye Lin surveyed his surroundings anxiously, his demeanor betraying guilt, which immediately drew Huang's attention to him. Both individuals were merely high school students, lacking the cunning of an old fox like Ji Zong, making them prime candidates for Huang's line of inquiry. Moreover, given Ye Lin's previous status as the principal suspect in the farm incident, Huang had long wished to engage him in a thorough discussion. Hello, Ye Lin. I am Huang. Feel free to call me Officer Huang. Huang Litian extended his large hand and shook hands with Ye Lin. Ye Lin's expression was notably serious. Hello, Officer Huang. To reach Urxiankyo, I must take Chenghua Avenue. I can only take a few passengers, not too many. Huang Litian replied. Chapter 41. The terrifying intuition of Huang Litian. I am asking if this vehicle is capable of making the journey? Huang Litian said with a headache. It can reach Urxiankyo. Ye Lin nodded earnestly. No, I mean, Ye Lin. Huang Litian realized he had been led astray by Ye Lin. I understand now, Officer Huang. I apologize. I merely thought you were being too serious and wanted to lighten the mood with a joke, Ye Lin said, scratching his head innocently. Thank you, Huang Litian said solemnly. Do you know Su Jihu? Huang Litian confirmed that Ye Lin was not lying but still pressed on with his inquiries. Have you been to the farm? Yes. Ye Lin's expression suddenly turned fearful upon mentioning it. What is at the farm? Huang Litian fixed his gaze intently on Ye Lin. A lead was emerging. There are chickens at that farm. Huang Litian was nearly infuriated enough to punch Ye Lin. Of course, there are chickens at a farm. No, Officer Huang. Not just any chickens. I'm talking about ones that weigh around 100 pounds, Ye Lin said earnestly. Upon hearing about the 100-pound chickens, those around them instantly perked up, eager to hear what Ye Lin would say next. One of those chickens even asked me if I wanted to play, saying my conditions were good and that it wouldn't charge me. I was so frightened that I ran away. Ye Lin blinked as he spoke, asserting that he was telling the truth. Back when he lived in the slums, there were often older and scrupulous women trying to deceive him. Huang Litian fell silent, realizing that every word Ye Lin spoke was indeed true. Now, there were two possibilities. Either Ye Lin was a cunning fox, more devious than Ji Fu, pretending to be foolish, or Ye Lin had no connection to Su Jihu's death. Huang Litian leaned towards the latter. So he refrained from further inquiries about the farm and instead asked about Ye Lin's whereabouts that night. However, this line of questioning yielded no fruitful results, as Ye Lin had indeed been practicing swordplay with Ji Lingyu at the Transmigrators Guild that night, a fact easily verifiable through their records. Huang Litian quickly retrieved the records, and upon discovering that Ye Lin had destroyed a training dummy capable of withstanding attacks from transmigrators below level 40, his eyes narrowed. Ye Lin, can you explain why? At level 16, you were able to destroy a dummy designed to withstand attacks from transmigrators below level 40? Huang Litian asked with a half-smile. I possess innate strength. Ye Lin replied, unfazed. Innate strength? I advise you to speak the truth. Otherwise, I may have to keep you here for the night. Huang Litian's fingers lightly tapped on the table. Ye Lin cursed inwardly, realizing that while others could not access the detailed records of the Transmigrators Guild, the Investigation Bureau certainly had that privilege. Had he known he would be going to confront Kinson tonight, he would not have acted so conspicuously. Thanks to Uncle G's generosity in providing me with exceptional equipment, coupled with my identity as a forbidden spell master, I have reached such heights of power. After all, the training dummies do not evade. Ye Lin stated candidly. Huang Litian narrowed his eyes, his fingers gently tapping the table. If one were to put it that way, it is indeed plausible. The sheer force of forbidden spells is inherently terrifying, and with superior equipment, even a level 16 could potentially annihilate a level 40 training dummy. You disregard your health to unleash forbidden spells merely to test your strength on a dummy? Why? Huang Litian inquired, furrowing his brow. Are you trying to court death? Is that a crime? Ye Lin blinked innocently. Not a crime. Huang Litian chose not to pursue this line of questioning further and abruptly shifted the topic. Do you know Kinson? I do. He is one of the top 10 outstanding philanthropists in our city, though I have rarely seen him on television. Oh, how so? Huang Litian's gaze sharpened. My family is poor. We cannot afford a television. Huang Litian. Ye Lin, it seems you truly know something about Kinson's death. A glimmer of insight flashed in Huang Litian's eyes. From the very beginning, you have been deflecting my attention, clearly reluctant for me to delve deeper. Simultaneously, a bold conjecture surfaced in Huang Litian's mind. A forbidden spell master, capable of destroying a level 40 training dummy. This Ye Lin before me could perhaps be the enigmatic Ling Yi. And Ling Yi may not merely be a singular individual, but rather a well-trained organization. Once this thought took root, it became inescapable. This revelation made many things fall into place. After the incident at Su Jihu's farm, Ye Lin was taken in by the Ji family, shortly after which the Ji family faced Kinson's retaliation, and soon thereafter, Kinson was silenced. You possess something that drew the attention of Kinson and the Ji group. Su Jihu was the first to discover it, which led to his demise. The farm and its inhabitants were consumed in flames, completely obliterated. Subsequently, Kinson suppressed the incident and secretly plotted revenge against the Ji group, resulting in the slaughter of everyone at the Ji villa, with President Ji losing a hand. Perhaps you, or the force behind you, took action to eradicate Kinson's entire family. Am I correct, Ling Yi? Huang Litian's gaze bore into Ye Lin's eyes, as though seeking to unearth a flicker of panic within. Yet he was met with disappointment. Despite a tempest of fear within, Ye Lin maintained an air of na-vet, even winking at Huang Litian. Officer Huang, what are you saying? Please refrain from making unfounded claims without evidence that might hinder unity. With those words, Huang Litian felt deflated, like a punctured balloon. Indeed, no evidence. Whether at the farm or the underground black market, everything was incinerated, leaving no trace behind. Even if his suspicions were the truth, what could he do without evidence? He remained unable to substantiate his claims. Huang Litian inhaled deeply, firmly convinced that his deductions, even if not the absolute truth, were indeed close to it. Only such an understanding could elucidate the series of recent events. However, one aspect eluded him. The massacre at the Ji family villa occurred around 10 in the evening, while the inferno in the underground black market ignited shortly after 3 in the morning. What transpired during those intervening 5 hours? If a large-scale confrontation among transmuters had erupted in the underground market, the Investigation Bureau would have been alerted immediately. Yet, those 5 hours passed in utter silence, as if nothing had transpired, until the flames suddenly erupted, raising the entire underground black market to cinders. Huang Litian cast a deep glance at Ye Lin, realizing that further inquiries would yield no revelations. He glanced at his watch and spoke. Ye Lin, it is now 5 in the morning, and there are 27 hours remaining until the college entrance examination begins. You would do well to hope that within these 27 hours, I uncover no evidence. In Chapter 42, the schemes of Zhuge Qinqing unfolded. Ye Lin found himself detained at the Investigation Bureau, confined within a specially designed cell. The Bureau's prisons were constructed through the collaboration of masters in materials science and architecture, rendering any escape a futile dream, unless unforeseen circumstances arose. Ye Lin was poised to spend the next 27 hours here, preceding the examination. Despite the relentless efforts of Ji Fu and the influence of the Ji family, their attempts proved fruitless. The loss of life was too great this time, compounded by the presence of Kinson, the underground king of Qinqing. Unbeknownst to the Investigation Bureau, a formidable power capable of obliterating Kinson had emerged in Qinqing. When Huang Litian reported this information, it left everyone in the Bureau utterly astounded. It was unacceptable that such a force could arise unnoticed in their territory. If this mysterious power remained uninvestigated, they could potentially face the same fate as Kinson, obliterated without forewarning. The situation immediately garnered the utmost attention of the Qinqing Investigation Bureau. They granted Huang Litian the highest level of investigative authority, placing him in full command. and dispatched 2 formidable transmuters for his protection. Observing Huang Litian depart with his entourage, Ye Lin felt a sense of relief wash over him as he leaned back in his chair, a smile slowly curling at the corners of his mouth. Though Qinsin was dead, his influence extended far beyond the underground market. This king of shadows wielded power throughout Qingqing. Those loyal to him were not like Huang Litian, who adhered to the principles of evidence and due process. They would rather err on the side of violence than let any potential threat slip away. What Ye Lin needed to do now was find a safe haven until the examination began, and in Qingqing, where could be safer than the investigation bureau itself. In this world, transmuters, particularly those of exceptional talent, possessed considerable privileges, as long as they attracted the attention of the provincial universities during the examination. Even if Huang Litian uncovered irrefutable evidence of his involvement in Qinsin's demise, it would hold no weight. Regarding his own strength and talent, Ye Lin possessed ample confidence. He had handled the matter concerning Qinsin with utmost discretion, thus harboring no concerns that Huang Litian would dig deeper. In a mere 27 hours, it was impossible for Huang Litian to uncover any irrefutable evidence. Ye Lin comfortably reclined on the small iron bed, surrendering to slumber to rejuvenate his spirit for the impending Gaokao trials. Meanwhile, as dawn broke, Huang Litian arrived at the Zhuge residence in Qingqing. The small building of the Zhuge family stood apart from the world, resembling an ancient courtyard detached from the mundane. The low courtyard walls shimmered in the morning sun, each brick seemingly whispering the secrets of Qingqing's history. Mr. Zhuge, I am Huang Litian, a level 7 investigator from the Qingqing Investigation Bureau, seeking an audience. Huang Litian respectfully knocked on the door, refraining from any impudence, for the master of this estate was none other than Zhuge Qingqing. Ah, it is Investigator Huang. Please, come in. The gate opened with a creak, seemingly without a breeze. Within the courtyard, ancient trees towered, and emerald bamboos swayed gently. The winding path paved with blue stones was perfumed with the subtle aroma of tea, each whiff refreshing the spirit, making time appear to stand still, allowing one to forget the tumult of the outside world. Zhuge Qingqing was seated in the courtyard, preparing tea, as if he had anticipated Huang Litian's arrival. Investigator Huang, please take a seat. Zhuge Qingqing delicately offered a cup of tea to Huang Litian. Upon receiving the tea, Huang Litian took a small sip, the fragrance cleansing his soul. He set down the cup, his expression turning grave as he addressed Zhuge Qingqing. Mr. Zhuge, I have come with significant matters to discuss. Zhuge Qingqing smiled faintly. Your visit is ostensibly for me, but in truth, it is for my daughter, is it not? You seek information regarding Qinsin? Indeed, nothing escapes the keen insight of Mr. Zhuge, Huang Litian replied with an awkward smile. He had sensed during their last encounter at the farm that Zhuge and I was privy to certain information, yet her silence had prompted him to turn a blind eye. After all, Su Jihu was not a good man, and his demise was of little consequence. However, this situation was different. The stakes were too high for Huang Litian to overlook this lead. He meticulously recounted the details surrounding Qinsin's death and the emergence of mysterious forces in Qingqing. After listening, Zhuge Qingqing gently set down his teacup and remarked, I have already heard of this matter. I can arrange for my daughter to assist you, but I also require a favor from you, Investigator Huang. Would that be acceptable? Huang Litian, eager and anxious, replied, Mr. Zhuge, you honor me. Please, share your request. I shall do my utmost to assist. Zhuge Qingqing nodded slightly, speaking softly. Great changes are impending in Qingqing. I hope you can ensure my daughter's safety. I request that you, as members of the Investigation Bureau, escort her through the Gaokao trials and publicly announce that she is now a level 9 investigator of your bureau, officially commencing her work post-graduation. Huang Litian paused, quickly grasping Zhuge Qingqing's intention to leverage the bureau's power to protect Zhuge and I. After all, no matter how formidable a transmigrator might be, unless utterly deranged, they would not dare to harm members of the Investigation Bureau, as it would invite the wrath of the entire Great Xia Empire. He pondered for a moment and solemnly nodded. Rest assured, Mr. Zhuge, with me here, no one can harm Miss Zhuge a hair. Although he maintained a calm facade, Huang Litian's heart was tumultuous with waves of anxiety. The fact that Zhuge Qingqing had entrusted him with the protection of Zhuge and I during the arduous college entrance examination was deeply unsettling. If Zhuge Qingqing were present, no one would dare to lay a finger on Zhuge and I. So what monumental shift had occurred that necessitated Zhuge Qingqing's reliance on their investigative bureau's strength? Seeing Huang Litian's acquiescence, Zhuge Qingqing nodded with satisfaction and summoned Zhuge and I. Dad, what is the matter? It's so early. The sun has just risen. Zhuge and I, clad in her bare pajamas, clearly expressed her displeasure at being awakened so early by Zhuge Qingqing. You've been wanting to find that Lingyi, haven't you? I have news, Zhuge Qingqing said with a smile. Huh, really? Her eyes, still heavy with sleep, sparkled at the news. This is Officer Huang. Please change your clothes and accompany him. Officer Huang will explain everything. Zhuge Qingqing continued with a grin. Okay. Zhuge and I's expression turned slightly awkward upon seeing Huang Litian, as she recognized him. As she departed the courtyard with Huang Litian, Zhuge Qingqing let out a deep sigh. He produced an ancient key from his pocket. gently caressing its surface, which bore the marks of time, as if it were narrating endless tales of the past. This seemingly ordinary bronze key, adorned with patches of rust, concealed a profound power capable of revealing the origins of all things in the world. Suddenly, Zhuge Qinqing was seized by a violent fit of coughing, crimson blood splattering onto the key, a shocking sight, yet his expression remained remarkably composed. Ye Lin, I never expected you could single-handedly resolve the Kinsun matter. When will you come to seek my assistance? My time is running out. Chapter 43. I am a poet. In the Qingcheng Investigation Bureau's prison. Knock, knock, knock. The clanging of iron roused Ye Lin from his slumber. A cup of mixed soy milk and an aluminum-laden fried dough stick, accompanied by 2 lymph meat buns, were placed before him. Ye Lin, it's time to eat, said Su Xiao, Huang Litian's apprentice, as she handed breakfast to him at his cell door. This immediately sparked discontent from another inmate. Seriously? We're both locked up. Why does he get soy milk, fried dough, and buns while I get plain steamed buns and kanji? He.s. a college entrance examinee. You can have the same if you're also a candidate tomorrow. Su Xiao retorted sharply, glaring at the man, who promptly recoiled, silenced by her gaze. Ye Lin looked up and noticed that the cell across from him housed a wiry man, resembling a monkey, with sunken eyes and an overall appearance that suggested a lack of vitality. Upon noticing Ye Lin's gaze, the monkey-like man couldn't help but greet him. Hey, brother. How is it that you, a college entrance examinee, ended up in here? That doesn't seem right. What grave offense have you committed? Me? They suspect I killed Kinsun. Ye Lin replied candidly. What? The voice of the monkey man suddenly became sharp. Just you? A high school student? And you killed Kinsun? Brother, I've traveled far and wide and seen countless people, but you are undoubtedly the most boastful of them all. And you? What brought you here? Noticing the disbelief in the other's eyes, Ye Lin refrained from explaining and took a bite of his bun, saying, those who can be locked up in the Investigation Bureau's prison are all transcenders. Speaking of this makes me furious. Damn it, I had no issues at first. I transitioned into the Swift Spirit Shadow Thief class, and everything I did was remarkably fast, which is why I became a flower thief. Until I inadvertently provoked the wife of a significant figure. That is how I ended up here, the monkey man lamented. Ye Lin's lips twitched slightly. It was the first time he had encountered someone who could describe their swiftness in such a refreshingly unique manner. Moreover, as far as he knew, the Swift Spirit Shadow Thief was a rare class known for its incredible speed and agility, capable of disappearing in an instant, leaving no trace behind. The higher the level of a Swift Spirit Shadow Thief, the better they became as scouts and assassins. Yet, this monkey man had awakened the Swift Spirit Shadow Thief class and used its speed to become a flower thief. Truly, in every profession, there are exceptional talents. Are you not curious about which significant figure it was? The monkey man chuckled. When I was captured, nearly 10 investigators above level 40 were dispatched. Ye Lin paused slightly, a flicker of curiosity rising within him. In the small town of Qingcheng, investigators above level 40 were already considered immensely powerful. What kind of influential person would prompt the Bureau to mobilize such force? Do tell, Ye Lin said, swallowing the last of his bun and looking intently at the monkey man. That significant figure? You can't mention his wife, Ye Lin reminded. You may not believe it. But that woman is the wife of the deputy director of the Qingcheng Investigation Bureau, the monkey man declared proudly. The wife of the deputy director of the Qingcheng Investigation Bureau? Ye Lin's expression turned peculiar. No wonder the Investigation Bureau had dispatched 10 investigators above level 40 to apprehend this fellow. The fact that they hadn't killed him outright was already a testament to their mercy. Brother, you truly have audacity, daring to touch another man's woman. Ye Lin couldn't help but shake his head. Hey, what do you think of that deputy director? I was hiding in his closet and overheard him on the phone with Kinsun, who mentioned something he wanted to present to him. The monkey man scoffed. What did you say? Ye Lin stood up abruptly, glancing at the monkey man with uncertainty. The deputy director and Kinsun were in cahoots? If they were allies, wouldn't he be walking straight into a trap? Just as he stood, a wave of dizziness washed over him. It was apparent that there was some unknown substance in the breakfast he had just consumed. With a crash, Ye Lin stumbled and fell to the ground, feeling as if all his strength had drained away. Brother, what is wrong with you? The monkey man asked. Don't worry about me. You should be more concerned about yourself. Ye Lin forced a smile. If the other party intended to harm him, then the monkey man, positioned directly across from him, would certainly not survive, as he had a clear view of Ye Lin's side. And I have nothing to worry about. In 2.5 years, I will be released. The man, known as Monkey, was filled with confusion, but in the next moment, a long blade struck like a flash of light, pinning him to the wall. He never anticipated that someone would attack him within the confines of the Investigation Bureau's prison, leaving him utterly defenseless. Blood poured from his mouth as he raised his hand in a futile attempt to speak, only for his head to droop, and he breathed his last. With a sickening crunch, Monkey's life was extinguished, and the prison door swung open. A tall, slender man, cloaked in a hat, mask, and sunglasses, entered, fully shrouded. He seized Leaf's hair, yanking him upwards, and coldly demanded, Speak. Where is it? What are you talking about? Leaf frantically sacrificed his own gut and blood to cleanse the toxins. Bang! The tall man slammed Leaf's head against the bars, causing a deafening roar in his mind. And he nearly lost consciousness amidst the dazzling stars before his eyes. Stop feigning ignorance. Kinson died by your hands. The key must be with you. The man's voice was icy and cruel, as the dagger in his hand glinted ominously before Leaf's eyes. Hand over the key you obtained from Kinson, and we can put his death behind us. Continue to play dumb, and I will start by removing your eyes. Leaf was in a difficult position, for he had not taken anything from the underground black market to avoid leaving evidence or traces. Even if there were a key, he had reduced it to ashes in a fire. However, he knew he could not display any signs of abnormality. Otherwise, this tall man would undoubtedly resort to brutal measures, risking the exposure of his secret immortal life or condemning him to a lifetime of blindness. Go ahead and try. Leaf, fueled by desperation, glared fiercely at the tall man. The key is with me, but not on my person. If you harm me, I assure you, you will never find that key. Chapter 44. The exposure of immortality. Although Leaf was unaware of the nature of the key the tall man spoke of, he understood that it was his sole lifeline. As anticipated, the tall man narrowed his eyes at Leaf's words. Initially, he had approached Leaf with the mindset of leaving no stone unturned, but unexpectedly, his gamble paid off. The key is indeed with you. Now tell me, what will it take for you to hand it over? First, take me out of the investigation bureau. Leaf had intended to remain in the bureau until the college entrance examination. But now it seemed that the bureau was a true den of danger. He could not fathom that even the deputy director had ties to Kinson. Are you certain? The tall man shot Leaf a cold glance. If you leave the investigation bureau now, you will become a wanted criminal, unable to participate in the examination. Leaf pressed his lips together, feeling as though he was indeed trapped in a deadlock, with no chance of escape. In his perception, the strength of this tall man was even more terrifying than Kinson's. Whether to fight or flee, he clearly had no opportunity at all. May I contact someone? In the depths of desperation, Ye Lin recalled a certain individual whose assistance might prove invaluable. It was a last resort, indeed. Very well, I shall grant you 1 minute. The tall, slender man stated nonchalantly. He certainly did not believe that Kin's son had been slain by Ye Lin, a mere high school student acting alone. It was evident that a vast and enigmatic force loomed behind him. In the tall man's perspective, Ye Lin's actions were a clear attempt to reach out to that hidden power. This suited him well, as he could follow the trail and uncover the secrets of that mysterious entity. A glimmer of excitement flickered in his eyes as Ye Lin dialed a number. As the phone rang, Zhuge Qianqing smiled on the other end, adjusting his glasses and chuckling softly. At last, I have been waiting for your call. After answering, moments later, a man clad in a trench coat with an air of refined elegance materialized in the interrogation room of the Qingqing Investigation Bureau. The tall man was momentarily taken aback upon recognizing the visitor. You are Mr. Zhuge, he exclaimed, his heart racing with astonishment. He could hardly fathom that Ye Lin had managed to summon Zhuge Qianqing. Was it possible that the mysterious force behind Ye Lin had ties to Zhuge Qianqing as well? Do you wish to leave on your own, or shall I assist you? Zhuge Qianqing pushed up his glasses, his tone imbued with an undeniable authority. Mr. Zhuge. The tall man gasped, fixated on Zhuge Qianqing, then gritted his teeth and continued. It is said that Mr. Zhuge is indifferent to power, which is why he resides in Qingsheng, yet it appears he harbors greater ambitions than anticipated. If Zhuge Qianqing were indeed acting behind the scenes, the swift demise of Qin's son and the underground black market would be entirely justified. Ambition is not the motive, it is merely a matter of survival. Zhuge Qianqing remarked suddenly, producing an ancient key from his pocket, emanating a peculiar aura. Here, this is what you sought. The tall man stood in stunned silence as he beheld the very key he had been searching for now resting in Zhuge Qianqing's hand. This solidified his belief that Ye Lin's benefactor was indeed Zhuge Qianqing, for the key rightfully belonged to Qin's son. However, this revelation left him perplexed. If Zhuge Qianqing had no desire for the key, why then had he chosen to eliminate Qin's son? Seemingly reading the tall man's confusion, Zhuge Qianqing adjusted his glasses and smiled. Qin Sen's demise is merely due to his transgressions against the wrong individuals. Each matter must be addressed distinctly. You seek the key, and I seek his life. Quite reasonable, wouldn't you agree? Upon hearing this, the tall man was struck with a profound realization. He glanced at Ye Lin, then back at Zhuge Qianqing. I understand now, Mr. Zhuge. This situation is of Qin Sen's own making. I shall report this and conclude the case. With the key secured, he deemed it unnecessary to provoke the formidable presence of Zhuge Qianqing. Despite Qin Sen's notorious reputation as the underground king, in the eyes of true power players, he was merely a useful pawn. In a flash, the tall man vanished from the interrogation room. Once he had departed, Ye Lin exhaled a sigh of relief and respectfully bowed to Zhuge Qianqing. Thank you, Mr. Zhuge. If there were any alternatives, Ye Lin truly would not wish to solicit this individual. He harbored an unsettling feeling that Zhuge Qianqing could see through all his secrets. Zhuge Qianqing smiled faintly, refraining from elaborating further, and instead turned to the deceased monkey man, delivering a swift kick. Stop feigning death. In an instant, the monkey man sprang to life, chuckling, Mr. Zhuge, Your foresight is truly remarkable. Even my act of death cannot deceive you. Ye Lin was taken aback. He had witnessed the monkey man being stabbed through the heart. How could he still be alive? The monkey man seemed to share a familiarity with Zhuge Qinsheng, and the key that the tall, lean man desired ought to have been in Kinsen's possession, yet inexplicably, it had appeared in Zhuge Qinsheng's hands. Ye Lin felt as though he had unwittingly become entangled in an extraordinary affair. Have you reflected during your 2 years of confinement? Zhuge Qinsheng inquired. I have indeed reflected. Mr. Zhuge, what I detest most now are women. I find them utterly bothersome, I swear. The monkey man proclaimed, raising 3 fingers. Then come with me, Zhuge Qinsheng nodded. Certainly. The monkey man promptly followed Zhuge Qinsheng. With a gentle wave of his hand, a fissure appeared in the air before them, and he led Ye Lin and the monkey man through it. On the other side of the crevice lay a courtyard adorned with towering ancient trees and swaying emerald bamboos, exuding an antique charm. Guoqin, wait for me outside, and ensure no one approaches this vicinity. Understood, Mr. Zhuge. Guoqin vanished from sight with astonishing swiftness, as if he had evaporated into thin air. Only Zhuge Qinsheng and Ye Lin remained in the courtyard. Ye Lin, it has been a long time. Please take a seat. Zhuge Qinsheng invited, settling himself at a stone table with an unpretentious demeanor. Thank you, Mr. Zhuge. Had it not been for your timely intervention, I might have found myself in grave peril, Ye Lin replied respectfully. Perilous indeed, Zhuge Qinsheng remarked, pushing up his golden-rimmed glasses with a meaningful gaze. After all, if the secret of your immortality were to become public knowledge, it is likely that the foremost powers of the Great Xia, and even those from overseas, would seek to harm you. Chapter 45, The Ancient Key of Revelation. Zhuge Qinsheng's words struck Ye Lin like a heavy hammer upon his heart. Immortality. Zhuge Qinsheng had uncovered the secret of his undying nature. This revelation had always constituted Ye Lin's ultimate line of defense. He had never disclosed it to anyone. Fully aware of the adage that an innocent man may suffer for possessing a treasure, whether it was Su Jihu or Kinsen, Ye Lin had been prepared to eliminate them, as they posed a risk of revealing his secret. Now that Zhuge Qinsheng knew, what was he to do? Should he kill him? At such close range. If he were to strike while Zhuge Qinsheng was unprepared, he could summon the chaos divine thunder with his utmost strength, potentially inflicting severe injury or even death. But then what? Oh, I detect a murderous intent in your gaze. Is it directed at me? It seems I have deduced correctly. You truly possess immortality. Rearranging the characters of Ling Yi spells Ye Lin, does it not? As Ye Lin pondered whether to act, Zhuge Qinsheng's voice resonated once more, and he could not help but express his sentiments. Indeed, when all possibilities have been eliminated, what remains, however improbable, must be the truth. You possess an immortal body, yet you appear so frail. It seems that the legend is indeed true. With a complex expression, Zhuge Qinsheng murmured to himself. Ye Lin, despite sensing the multitude of flaws in him, felt an instinctive awareness that any attempt to confront Zhuge Qinsheng would surely lead to his own defeat. Concurrently, Ye Lin was filled with regret. Had he known Zhuge Qinsheng was merely toying with him, he would not have reacted so dramatically. Just as Ye Lin was engulfed in his vexation, Zhuge Qinsheng suddenly lowered his gaze and spoke. Ye Lin, would you be willing to take me as your master? What? Ye Lin was taken aback, genuinely perplexed by Zhuge Qinsheng's intentions. He had revealed the secret of his immortality, and instead of dissecting him for research, he wished to accept him as a disciple. What must I do? Ye Lin retorted. Zhuge Qinsheng smiled faintly. When you grow stronger, you will come to understand the burdens you bear. As for my sole request, a trace of sorrow flickered in his eyes after my demise. Take good care of Ni, and do not allow others to bully her. Ni? That fierce woman? Who could possibly bully her? Ye Lin muttered quietly to himself. Now, back to the matter at hand. Will you take me as your master? Zhuge Qinsheng inquired with a smile. Absolutely. Although uncertain of Zhuge Qinsheng's ulterior motives, Ye Lin recognized that having such a distinguished figure as a mentor could only benefit him. With his greatest secret now known to Zhuge Qinsheng, Ye Lin decided to embrace the situation. After all, Zhuge Qinsheng had never harmed him and had previously advocated for him during the novice trials, even helping him fend off the tall, slender man. Ye Lin respectfully performed a bow of apprenticeship before Zhuge Qinsheng, who responded with a sincere smile. Rest assured, I will not harm you. Since you have pledged to be my disciple, I must present you with a gift. Here, take this key. With a playful wink, Zhuge Qinsheng produced another key identical to the one he had just given to the tall, slender man. Wait, what? Ye Lin was momentarily stunned. He had just witnessed Zhuge Qinsheng handing a key to someone else. Could it be that there were 2 keys? Seemingly aware of Ye Lin's confusion, Zhuge Qinsheng chuckled and clarified. The key he received is a counterfeit, crafted by an old friend of mine who is a master blacksmith. This one, however, is the genuine Celestial Awakening key. The Celestial Awakening key? Ye Lin could not help but scrutinize the key in his hand. Crafted from bronze, it bore the marks of age and rust, emanating an aura both ancient and mysterious. Have you heard of the origin artifacts? Zhuge Qinsheng inquired as he brewed a cup of hot tea. Ye Lin's heart raced. He certainly had. In this world, there had once been no monsters or classes, Until one fateful day, the celestial gateway descended, and from behind its threshold fell 7 origin artifacts, scattered across the land, each possessing utterly unique powers. The initial cohort of 7 individuals who acquired the ancient relics became formidable taboo entities. With the advent of the Apocalypse Gate, a cataclysmic transformation engulfed the world, enabling humanity to evolve into transcendent beings. Various bizarre and powerful monstrosities, alongside numerous dungeons, began to emerge in rapid succession. Throughout this tumultuous period, countless terrifying battles erupted between humans and monsters, as well as among humans themselves, leading to the shattering of certain ancient relics. Today, the existence of these relics has dwindled to mere legend. It is said that the Emperor of the Great Xia wields one such ancient relic, though its authenticity remains shrouded in mystery. Undoubtedly, these ancient relics stand as the most potent equipment in existence. Even if the world's most skilled artisans were to unite, they could not forge a single ancient relic. Ye Lin's throat involuntarily rolled as he pondered this. Teacher Zhuge, could this apocalypse key lead to the discovery of an ancient relic? He inquired. Certainly not, Zhuge Qianxing replied, presenting a cup of tea to Ye Lin. However, the apocalypse key may unlock the apocalypse gate, which could harbor entities even more formidable than the ancient relics. Ye Lin's breath quickened as the weight of Zhuge Qianxing's gift became apparent. The 7 ancient relics had all fallen from the apocalypse gate. Could there possibly be an 8th within? Yet, Ye Lin soon recognized the discrepancy. Teacher, if this apocalypse key is so powerful, why do you not utilize it yourself? He questioned. Because I cannot ascertain the location of the apocalypse gate, Zhuge Qianxing admitted, spreading his hands in earnest. The apocalypse gate appears at random intervals, potentially in the wilderness, in uninhabited zones, within dungeons, or even at the heart of human settlements. Even with Zhuge Qianxing's divination skills, he could not predict its emergence. Rest assured, the deputy director of the investigation bureau possesses a counterfeit apocalypse key. He will likely mobilize official resources to seek out the apocalypse gate. And we shall wait patiently for the opportunity, Zhuge Qianxing reassured him with a smile. It dawned on Ye Lin the deeper meaning behind Zhuge Qianxing's decision to entrust the key to the lanky man. Indeed, opposing Zhuge Qianxing would be tantamount to courting death. However, teacher, having the apocalypse key bears no benefit for me, does it? Even if the apocalypse gate were to manifest, I would surely be outmatched by the others. Ye Lin expressed, self-aware of his limitations. His victory over Kinsen had been a stroke of luck and stealth. Should the apocalypse gate appear, those who would come forth would undoubtedly be more terrifying. Zhuge Qianxing took a sip of hot tea and addressed his concerns. You need not worry about that. Your immediate priority is to secure admission into the Supreme Academy through the upcoming entrance examination. The Supreme Academy? The most prestigious institution for transcendent beings in the Great Xia? I thought it was the Great Xia Academy, Ye Lin queried, puzzled, as he had never even heard of the Supreme Academy. If entry into the Great Xia Academy was reserved for the elite, then admission to the Supreme Academy was a privilege granted only to the most extraordinary of talents. Zhuge Qianxing adjusted his glasses. Let me put it this way. The Supreme Academy admits only 100 students each year, the pinnacle of excellence from the entire entrance examination. Ye Lin, upon hearing this, inhaled sharply, fully aware that entrance into the Supreme Academy would undoubtedly grant him access to the vast resources of the Great Xia Empire. I understand, teacher. I shall certainly gain admission to the Supreme Academy, Ye Lin affirmed earnestly, nodding his head. Initially, he had intended to approach the college entrance examination with a casual demeanor, but it now appeared that such an attitude would not suffice. With so many candidates from the Great Xia Empire, securing a position among the top 100 would undoubtedly prove to be a formidable challenge. I will do my utmost, he resolved, carefully stowing away the key and seeking a room to rest. I have already spoken to the manager on your behalf. Zhuge Qianxing indicated towards a small building within the courtyard. Thank you, teacher, Ye Lin replied. Then picked up Zhuge Qianxing's tea knife and cautiously made an incision in his abdomen, delicately placing the ancient key within before allowing the wound to heal. Chapter 46. Zhuge's obsession. Miss Zhuge, are you certain this is the right direction? Absolutely. I am highly sensitive to the aura of the infernal fire. There is no mistake, Zhuge and I affirmed with a nod. After Huang Litian guided her to the remnants of the underground black market, Zhuge and I indeed traced a familiar essence from the lingering infernal fire. However, upon observing the direction Zhuge and I was pursuing, Huang Litian's gaze sharpened slightly. The path she followed led directly to the location of the investigation bureau. A surge of excitement coursed through Huang Litian, as it seemed he was on the brink of obtaining substantial evidence to accuse Ye Lin. This confirmed his previous suspicions. Even if Kinsen was not slain by Ye Lin, the affairs of the underground black market were undoubtedly intertwined with him. Zhuge and I was exhilarated as she pursued the trail, for she was soon to reunite with her long-desired Ling Yi. Yet, upon arriving at the investigation bureau's prison, they found it utterly vacant. Gazing at the empty cell, Zhuge and I felt a mix of disappointment and elation. She was disheartened at not finding Ling Yi, yet delighted that he had managed to escape the clutches of the investigation bureau. In her view, Kinson, the mastermind behind the underground black market, was a genuine villain. Ling Ye's act of killing him was merely a service to the public, ridding society of a scourge. Where's everyone? Where have they gone? Huang Litian exclaimed, his eyes wide with disbelief. His apprentice, Su Xiu, hurriedly arrived. Master, they have been released, Su Xiu timidly confessed. Released? Huang Litian charged forward, seizing Su Xiu by the collar, spittle flying as he demanded, who permitted you to release them? How dare you act without my orders? I do not know, master. It was the deputy director who signed off on it. Not only were they released, but the case concerning Kinson has also been closed, and no further investigation is required. Su Xiu replied, his expression one of despondency. Closed? No further investigation? Huang Litian felt as though all the bones had been extracted from his body. Collapsing weakly to the ground, he sensed that all his efforts over the past days had been rendered a farce, a complete and utter joke. Damn it! Huang Litian struck the wall with a heavy fist, crimson blood instantly staining the pristine surface. In the eyes of those in power, were they merely a collection of pawns in a larger game? Officer, could you enlighten me about the whereabouts of the person who was released? Zhuge and I inquired, her gaze fixed intently on Su Xiu. Regrettably, I am also in the dark, Su Xiu replied, shaking his head. The report states that the Kenshin case was concluded as an accidental fire, thus Ye Lin has been exonerated. Zhuge and I felt a tinge of despondency. Very well, she conceded. Miss Zhuge, I appreciate your cooperation, but I believe our matters here have reached a conclusion, Huang Litian remarked, a bittersweet smile gracing his lips. However, rest assured, I shall fulfill my promise to Mr. Zhuge. Tomorrow morning, I will personally escort you to the examination hall, and upon your graduation from university, you will join the Bureau of Investigation. Thank you. Zhuge and I nodded appreciatively. I shall take my leave now. Stepping out of the investigation bureau, Zhuge and I felt an inexplicable sense of loss. Ling Yi, you are indeed an enigmatic character. Her curiosity about him deepened. The more elusive he became, the more intrigued she was. The name Ling Yi tugged at her heartstrings like a playful kitten, igniting a restless yearning within her. To her astonishment, she found herself face to face with someone she detested the most. Ye Lin, what are you doing here? Zhuge Ni's brows furrowed in displeasure. At that moment, Ye Lin was busy raking leaves in the yard for Zhuge Qianqing. In response to her inquiry, he shrugged nonchalantly. Do you believe that Mr. Zhuge has taken me on as his disciple? You're talking nonsense. Zhuge and I erupted in fury. How could my father possibly take in a coward like you as a disciple? It appears you are not only a coward but also a liar. Well, if you say so, Ye Lin replied, raising his hands in surrender. Choosing not to engage further with Zhuge and I, life is rarely smooth sailing. Having become a disciple of Zhuge Qianqing and possessing the legendary Apocalypse ancient key, he felt it was reasonable to endure a few barbs from Zhuge and I. After all, being scolded wouldn't cost him anything, a notion he had learned to embrace. Having grown up in a slum, he had faced countless insults and beatings. The vitriol hurled at him was far more vicious than Zhuge Ni's words. Comparatively, he found her scoldings almost endearing. Get out right now. Immediately, Zhuge and I commanded, her voice sharp as she pointed towards the door. The Mr. Zhuge you speak of is my father. Do you truly believe he would show favoritism to an outsider? Seeing Ye Lin's defiance only fueled Zhuge Ni's ire. Father, please expel this coward from our home. He is nothing but a cowardly liar. Why do you permit him to stay? She pleaded anxiously. Actually, Ye Lin is not lying. My relationship with him is indeed that of a master and disciple, Zhuge Qianqing interjected, but before he could elaborate, Zhuge and I erupted in outrage. What did you say? Father, have you lost your mind? You accepted him as a disciple? Are you insane? Zhuge and I exclaimed, pointing accusingly at Ye Lin, her agitation palpable, even setting aside his character. What could you possibly teach him? A forbidden spell master? They don't live past 25. He might perish before you. Father, what are you thinking? As astute as Zhuge Qianqing was, he found himself at a loss for words. He certainly could not divulge the secret of Ye Lin's immortality to Zhuge and I, could he? And I, do not speak so harshly. Ye Lin is not as despicable as you imagine. In fact, he is the very person you have been desperately searching for, Ling Yi. Ye Lin and Ling Yi are one and the same. Zhuge Qianqing had anticipated that Zhuge and I would come to see Ye Lin in a different light after hearing this revelation. To his dismay, Zhuge and I merely scoffed coldly. Her icy gaze directed at Ye Lin. How unexpected. Not only are you cowardly and deceitful, but you are also a fraud who deceives the world. Even my father has fallen for your ruse. She had witnessed Ye Lin turning and fleeing with her own eyes. And she had also seen Ling Yi descend upon her like a savior. How could these two possibly be the same person? Such is the nature of humanity. Once one becomes fixated on a notion, it is exceedingly difficult to extricate oneself from that obsession. At that moment, Zhuge and I was ensnared by such a fixation. This family, it is either him or me. Zhuge and I exclaimed, flinging her hand as she stormed away. As she passed by Ye Lin, she gritted her teeth and vowed. Just you wait. I will undoubtedly find the true Ling Yi and unmask your hypocritical facade. Chapter 47. The relationship between the hotel and the parking lot. Zhuge Ni's words left Ye Lin with a peculiar expression. With a resounding bang, the courtyard gate was slammed shut as she dashed out. Teacher, should I follow to protect her? Ye Lin inquired. Not necessary. In Qingcheng, no one dares to harm the daughter of Zhuge Qianqing. Zhuge Qianqing replied with a bitter smile and a shake of his head. Ye Lin, do not take it to heart. And I is not a bad child. She is simply a bit headstrong. I understand, teacher, Ye Lin nodded. Considering his age, nearly 40 years, including his previous life, he certainly would not quarrel with a girl in her teens. Alas, this is my fault. I have spoiled her too much. I apologize on her behalf. Please accept this. Zhuge Qianqing produced a wooden box and handed it to Ye Lin. Teacher, this is too much, really. Ye Lin protested even as he firmly pulled the box into his pocket. Zhuge Qianqing simply smiled. When Ye Lin opened the wooden box, he discovered a mask. Delicate as a cicada's wing, lying within. Gazing at the mask, a chill ran down his spine. This was no mere mask. It was a lifelike human face, as though freshly peeled from someone. Teacher, what is this? Ye Lin stammered. This is a trinket crafted by an old friend of mine, a blacksmith. It is called the illusory visage. When you don this mask, you can transform into another person. Both your voice and aura will be completely different. Zhuge Qianqing adjusted his glasses. With this, if you wish to strike with full force in the future, you may don the illusory visage beforehand, thus reducing the likelihood of exposure. Ye Lin's eyes sparkled with excitement. While this item did not enhance his combat prowess, it would undoubtedly prove invaluable at critical moments. Thank you, teacher, he exclaimed, suddenly feeling that being scolded by Zhuge and I had been quite worth it. If enduring a reprimand could yield such a valuable item, he would not mind if Zhuge and I scolded him more often. The following morning, as dawn broke, Ye Lin awoke with a start. Today marked the day of the rigorous college entrance examination, a pivotal moment for those who had transitioned into new professions. The significance of gaining admission to a prestigious university was akin to Pan Jilian's dependence on Shimenqing. Ye Lin donned the attire meticulously prepared for him by Zhuge Qianqing and, brimming with enthusiasm, made his way to the courtyard, where Zhuge Qianqing awaited him with a hearty breakfast. Come and eat. After breakfast, Guqin will take you to school, Zhuge Qianqing said with a smile. At that moment, she was clad in pajamas, gently stirring a pot of congee with a spoon. Had it not been for her words, one would hardly suspect that this was the renowned Zhuge Qianqing of Daxia. Teacher, are you not coming? Ye Lin inquired as he accepted a bowl of congee. I shall not. I is undoubtedly still sulking over something. My presence would only serve to dampen her spirits and adversely affect her examination performance. Zhuge Qianqing replied with a wry smile and a shake of her head. Teacher, that notion is misguided, Ye Lin exclaimed, downing half his bowl of congee in one gulp. Women, as a species, require coaxing when they are upset. Even if they remain angry, your efforts to placate them are imperative. Otherwise, their ire will only deepen. Zhuge Qianqing paused for a moment. And how do you propose one should proceed? Your appearance should be strategically timed, not too early, but rather when she has begun to lose hope and is feeling disappointment and anger. That is the moment to make your entrance. It's all about timing. Ye Lin asserted confidently. There appears to be some wisdom in your words. Create an expectation and then deliver a more profound sense of satisfaction. Zhuge Qianqing's eyes sparkled with insight. Indeed, the young are teachable. Ye Lin nodded in agreement. After satisfying his hunger, Ye Lin prepared to head to Qingcheng High School, where all examinees were expected to congregate before being escorted by school officials to the city gate. Just as he stepped out of the courtyard, he spotted Guqin squatting at the entrance, waiting for him. What are you dawdling for? Hurry up, Ye Lin called out. Up. Ye Lin's eyes widened in surprise. Yes, Zhuge Qianqing instructed me to escort you to school, Guqin replied. Surely, escort implied a protective manner, did it not? Shall we not take a car then? Ye Lin's lips twitched. Forget it. No vehicle can match my speed. Trust me, Guqin declared before hoisting Ye Lin onto his back. However, Guqin was not only slender but also shorter than Ye Lin by half a head, making the sight quite comical, akin to a small horse pulling a grand carriage. Let us go. Allow me to demonstrate the swiftness of a flower thief, Guqin proclaimed as he sprinted through the streets, transforming into a streak of light. The speed with which they traversed left Ye Lin astonished. He sensed that even if he activated the forbidden spell Instant Dance, he would still be unable to catch up to Guqin. Their speeds were simply not comparable, especially with Guqin bearing him as a burden. As Guqin raced forward, he casually narrated the scenery along their route. This residence belongs to an 18-year-old maiden who fancies wearing black stockings. While her figure is somewhat flat, her long legs make her quite captivating in various styles of stockings. The next house is inhabited by a slightly plump young woman, unmarried, thus somewhat unremarkable, as her beauty has yet to reach its zenith. Chapter 48. The bet between Zhuge and I and her father. Does the hotel have a parking lot? Guqin, my dear brother, I believe your transformation is far from complete. You ought to spend at least another decade behind bars. Wouldn't you agree? I share your sentiment. Guqin nodded in profound agreement. At that moment, they arrived. During their conversation, Guqin had already escorted Ye Lin to the entrance of Qingcheng High School. It is worth noting that while Guqin's demeanor may be charming, his speed was undeniably impressive. It would be challenging to find a faster mode of transportation in all of Qingqing. However, disembarking was a tad awkward, as the eyes of nearly everyone at the school gate were fixed upon them. Others had arrived by car, electric bike, or motorcycle. But Ye Lin's unusual entrance by being carried was indeed a spectacle. Fortunately, Ye Lin had a thick skin and was not overly concerned about the attention. Ye Lin, best of luck on your college entrance examinations. Once you finish, I shall introduce you to my niece. She was rather young and foolish when she served her sentence. But now, by my calculations, she should be out, Guqin enthusiastically declared. Your niece? How old is she now? Ye Lin inquired, observing Guqin's visage, which suggested he was in his 30s. Fear not, she is merely 15 years my junior, 33 this year. A woman of maturity is more capable of compassion. Besides, she is my own niece, well known to me, Guqin responded. What landed her in prison? Ye Lin asked, puzzled. Oh, it was a matter of financial desperation. She wished to purchase the latest iPhone 13 and resorted to selling her own. Naturally, she was apprehended. It is not uncommon for young women to be vain. She has since reformed. Guqin waved his hand dismissively. Ye Lin, if there's nothing pressing, let us refrain from keeping in touch, and if anything arises, let us not contact each other. Upon witnessing Ye Lin arrive at the examination venue, Principal Gao Jintian of Qingqing High School finally exhaled a sigh of relief. A level 16 forbidden mage from the class of 16, he was undoubtedly a standout candidate for the college entrance examination this year. Coupled with a level 12 fire mage, Zhuge and I, Qingqing High School was assured of success. Boss, upon spotting Ye Lin, Ji Lingyu rushed over in excitement. Boss, I heard from my father that you've become a disciple of Master Zhuge? Ji Lingyu inquired eagerly. Indeed, Ye Lin nodded, aware that the news of Zhuge Qingqing accepting him as a disciple would soon spread, and he saw no need to keep it a secret. Ah, that explains it. I was wondering why even Kinsen was defeated. It must have been Master Zhuge's intervention. Ji Lingyu nodded in understanding. Ye Lin smiled faintly, but chose not to elaborate, as his teacher had inadvertently shouldered a considerable burden of blame. Rest assured, the promise I made you still stands. Once we leave the city, you shall remain by my side. Understood, boss. I shall follow your lead. Ji Lingyu responded promptly. Ji Lingyu, as the esteemed heir of the Ji group, how could you lack such discernment? Aligning yourself with this individual as your superior? Zhuge Ni's voice intruded at an inopportune moment, casting a cold glance at Ye Lin and Ji Lingyu. Hey, Zhuge Ni, you can insult me all you like, but how dare you criticize your own father? He has taken my boss as his disciple. Does that not reflect poorly on him as well? Ji Lingyu retorted. My father was deceived by this vile scoundrel. Ye Lin is nothing but a fraud, masquerading as something he is not. Zhuge Ni scoffed. As Zhuge Ni's words fell, the expressions of those surrounding her shifted dramatically, their gazes towards Ye Lin taking on an odd quality. Initially, they had envied Ye Lin for being accepted as a disciple by Zhuge Qingqing, a renowned astrologer esteemed throughout the vast realm of Daxia. However, hearing Zhuge Ni's insinuations, it appeared there was more to the story than met the eye. Zhuge Ni, your claims must be substantiated. Ji Lingyu interjected, furrowing his brow. I will uncover the truth, and at the appropriate time, I shall reveal your true nature before everyone. Zhuge and I shot Ye Lin a cold glare before turning to leave. Her disdain for him was palpable. After all, it was because of Ye Lin that she was brought to the college entrance examination by Huang Litian, while Zhuge Qingqing had not even made an appearance. This only intensified her animosity towards Ye Lin. Once she confronted Ling Yi and had a face-to-face reckoning with Ye Lin, the truth would inevitably emerge. Damn, how could I have once held affection for her, even venerating her as my white moonlight? I must have been blind. Ji Lingyu cursed. Fortunately, my dear friend, your 3 strikes of enlightenment have awakened me. White moonlight, you say? Were you not merely captivated by her beauty? Coupled with unrequited love, you cloaked her in divine luminescence, making her your white moonlight while you became a mere servant of light. Ye Lin shrugged, retorting. Isn't this akin to how Zhu Yuanzhang could never believe his precious pearl, jade, and white jade soup was merely a bowl of wilted cabbage leaves? Ji Lingyu inquired, half comprehending. The white jade soup undeniably saved old Zhu's life, whereas you, having never even touched the bowl's edge, could only be deemed a jester. Ye Lin replied, spreading his hands. Has anyone ever told you that your words can be rather hurtful? Ji Lingyu lamented, clutching his chest with a choked voice. Merely a tad hurtful. I am, after all, quite amiable. Come now. The bus has arrived. Ye Lin directed his gaze towards the school gate. A fleet of buses stood neatly aligned at the entrance of Qingcheng High School, ready to transport them to the city gates. Principal Gao Jintian awaited them, his demeanor grave. Dear students, first and foremost, congratulations on becoming formidable transmuters. Today marks the day of the college entrance examination trial, which will determine your future prospects in attending a prestigious university. The rules of the examination remain unchanged from previous years. The entrance to the trial is located beyond the city gates. You must traverse approximately 10 kilometers through uninhabited wilderness to reach the entrance. Should you encounter insurmountable dangers, remember, withdraw immediately. While the college entrance examination is indeed significant, A single trial does not dictate your entire life. Life is the utmost priority. As long as the Green Mountains remain, one need not fear the absence of firewood. All right, let us board the buses. Ye Lin and Ji Lingyu climbed aboard the same vehicle. The entirety of Qingcheng made way for the college entrance examination, the streets eerily deserted, devoid of any vehicles. Only the sidewalks were thronged with people, a cacophony of voices rising as numerous parents cheered for their children. Some mothers, possessing striking figures, donned elegantly cut cheongsams, symbolizing a victorious start. However, Ye Lin found it difficult to comprehend such displays, observing intently in an effort to understand. The bus swiftly arrived at the city gate, where a magnificent archway loomed before them, towering several dozen meters high and wide enough for multiple buses to pass side by side. Majestic and solemn, it was adorned with intricate carvings and patterns, each stroke imbued with a profound and enigmatic allure. Under the sunlight, the silhouette of the gate stood out against the sky, evoking an indescribable sense of awe. For many, it was their first encounter with the gate of Qingcheng, leaving them spellbound by its wall-like grandeur. This very gate separated Qingcheng from the wilderness, warding off the formidable and terrifying magical creatures beyond its threshold. In due course, buses from other high schools arrived, and within 10 minutes, all the graduating students of Qingcheng high schools had gathered at the gate. The college entrance examination was of utmost significance for the entire realm of Daxia. It was rare for anyone to arrive late, unless they were lacking in common sense. They had prepared for years, all for the moment when the examination would commence. The eyes of numerous candidates burned with ambition as they awaited the moment the gate would open. Zhuge and I scanned her surroundings, seemingly awaiting someone. After searching in vain, a flicker of disappointment crossed her beautiful eyes. And I, are you looking for your father? Zhuge Qianqing appeared silently beside her. Upon seeing him, Zhuge and I initially brightened, only to immediately scowl. Who is looking for you? Come or don't, I don't care. Understanding that her anger had subsided but her pride was still wounded, Zhuge Qianqing couldn't help but reflect on the wisdom imparted by Ye Lin. Indeed, the old adage rings true, one learns throughout life. Clearly, that young man understood women better than he did, and he would need to seek his guidance more often. My precious daughter is participating in the college entrance exam. How could I possibly not be here? You must do your best. Zhuge Qianqing affectionately reached out to ruffle Zhuge and I's hair, only to have her deftly evade him. Humph, don't touch me. Go bother your good disciple instead. Why are you still angry? You've really misunderstood Ye Lin, Zhuge Qianqing said with a wry smile. I haven tea. Since you trust him so much, let us make a bet. If my ranking is above his in this exam, you will sever ties with him and drive him away. How about that? Zhuge and I lifted her long, fair neck like a proud swan. All right, I'll take your bet. But what if you lose? Zhuge Qianqing chuckled. If I lose, I won't interfere with your affairs anymore. Don't even think about taking him as a disciple. If you marry him, I won't care. Zhuge and I declared earnestly. Child, how can you speak to your father like that? Zhuge Qianqing replied with a bittersweet smile. Marrying Ye Lin? Was that even feasible? The laws of Daxia wouldn't permit it. Regardless, it's settled. Just wait. He cannot possibly win against me. Zhuge and I proclaimed as she strutted away. Watching her retreating figure, Zhuge Qianqing opened his mouth to speak, yet refrained from discouraging her, instead murmuring to himself. Nini, do you have any idea what sort of monstrous entity you are about to confront? Chapter 49. The Bloody World Beyond the City. The morning sun cast a myriad of golden rays, as the horizon gradually blossomed with a soft orange hue, reminiscent of an artist's palette, rich in color and nuance. The sun's brilliance illuminated the entire world, as well as the hopes and dreams nestled within the hearts of the people. In this splendid moment, everything brimmed with boundless potential and vitality. Several principals of Qingcheng stood atop the city walls, gazing at this batch of examinees who radiated with life akin to the dawn. The Gaokao trials were finally about to commence, while the novice trials served merely as practice. The Gaokao trials represented a veritable gauntlet where countless individuals would traverse a single narrow bridge. Can you guess how many from Qingcheng will gain admission to the Daxia Academy this year? Last year, there were 5. I speculate that this year there will be at least 7. Not to mention, that scoundrel named Gao has 2 students of advanced professions who, barring any unforeseen circumstances, are as good as guaranteed admission to Daxia Academy. Flattery, flattery. Gao Jinyu, the principal of Qingcheng High, feigned modesty, yet his face betrayed an undeniable joy. Wang Zhenglin from Experimental High School is a level-class Rainbow Blade professional. He is bound to secure one spot. And then there's Old Su. Luo Jun from Yucai High is also a level-class Shadow Dragon Spear professional, and he too should be able to clinch a spot at Daxia Academy. That already makes 4. With 2 or 3 dark horses, I believe 7 spots will pose no challenge. One principal shared his conjecture, and Principal Su merely smiled faintly. Luo Jun's aspirations extend beyond Daxia Academy. He aims for the title of Qingcheng's top scholar. The other principals showed no surprise at this, for in recent years, the top scholars from Qingcheng have predominantly emerged from Yucai High School. Their gazes then shifted back to Gao Jinyu. Especially since Qingcheng High this year had not only produced the record-breaking Zhuge and I, but also the extraordinary Ye Lin, who boasts an astounding level of 16. Principal Su cast a sidelong glance at Gao Jinyu and remarked coolly, the combat prowess of a job changer does not solely depend on their level. Equipment and practical experience are equally crucial. If mere level were sufficient for victory, why even hold the Gaokao trials? We could simply rank by level. Does Principal Su not understand that sheer strength can overcome all? If one possesses a sufficiently high level, other factors become trivial, Gao Jinyu retorted with a scoff. The two principals engaged in a silent contest of wills. At that moment, with a creaking sound, the massive city gates slowly swung open like two colossal walls. This signified the commencement of the Gaokao trials. To enter the Gaokao trials, one must traverse a 10-kilometer expanse of wilderness, which serves as the first hurdle of the examination. As the gates opened, many examinees could hardly contain their eagerness to rush out, among them Ye Lin and Ji Lingyu. In her determination to surpass Ye Lin, Zhuge and I resolved to remain in the wild to level up. Thus she was also among the first batch of examinees, even leading the charge. A greater number of candidates, however, opted to linger behind, patiently awaiting their turn, unfazed by the urgency. The first batch to rush out may not necessarily reach the entrance more swiftly, but they would inevitably encounter ferocious magical creatures sooner. Hence, those who lacked confidence in their abilities typically hesitated to be among the initial wave. If the second group were to set out, they would encounter significantly less resistance. Upon stepping outside the city, a foul stench assaulted their senses, a noxious odor emanating from the creatures of darkness, mingled with the metallic scent of congealed blood. Many candidates, upon catching a whiff of this aroma, were compelled to retch. For most, it was their first venture beyond the city's walls, and they were unprepared for the stark contrast between the two realms. They had long forgotten that this world was encircled by countless monstrous beings. No sooner had they exited the city than a deafening roar shattered the tense, yet orderly atmosphere. A colossal lizard, towering over 3 meters, emerged. Its body clad in tough gray scales, its eyes glinting with a bloodthirsty gleam, its long tongue flicked in and out, reminiscent of a demon clawed from the depths of hell, instilling a chilling dread in all who gazed upon it. It was a bloodthirsty demon lizard, an 11th level beast. Panic ensued among the candidates as they scattered in every direction, desperately attempting to evade the creature. Yet the bloodthirsty demon lizard moved with astonishing speed, leaping several meters in a single bound, swiftly closing in on a few fleeing candidates. Its claws were as sharp as steel, and with a single swipe, blood erupted in a gruesome display. A horrific scream pierced the wilderness. This sudden spectacle of carnage left many candidates paralyzed with fear, their instinct to flee momentarily forgotten. They had not anticipated such a gory scene upon leaving the city. On the city walls, several headmasters remained notably composed. Only through the baptism of blood can one truly mature. Otherwise, they remain mere blossoms in a greenhouse. They would not intervene unless faced with a creature of level 20 or higher. Observing the candidates in disarray, one headmaster shook his head in disappointment. This year's cohort seemed lacking. A mere 11th level bloodthirsty demon lizard had terrified them so thoroughly. With so many present, a single skill from each could have easily vanquished the beast. At that moment, a shadow surged against the tide of panicked candidates. It was Ye Lin. With a stoic expression, he brandished his celestial starfall blade and charged forward. With swift precision, he activated the life-extending blade technique, unleashing a dazzling sequence of 4 starry flashes. The once terrifying bloodthirsty demon lizard was swiftly dismembered, reduced to a writhing mass. What a fearsome blade. It must be at least a rare-grade weapon. One headmaster exclaimed from the wall. Is this the renowned spellcaster Ye Lin? At level 16, coupled with a rare-grade weapon, dispatching an 11th level bloodthirsty demon lizard is indeed effortless. Yet, why does he not slay it outright? As curiosity swirled among the onlookers, Ye Lin gestured behind him. Ji Lingyu, come finish it off. Coming, boss, Ji Lingyu exclaimed, brandishing his sword as he rushed forward. By this time, the bloodthirsty demon lizard had lost all capacity for resistance, and with a single strike, Ji Lingyu ended its life. Team victory over the 11th level bloodthirsty demon lizard grants 40 experience points. A level 11 monster should yield an experience value of 110 points. However, due to the division of experience among team members, this amount has been reduced to merely 40 points, with the remaining 70 points presumably awarded to Ji Lingyu. Observing this absurd scene before them, the crowd stood in stunned silence. It dawned on them why Ye Lin had opted merely to sever the bloodthirsty lizard's limbs rather than slay it. The fearsome creature that had sent them fleeing in all directions had, in Ye Lin's presence, transformed into a mere tool for Ji Lingyu's leveling up. At that moment, a wave of impulse swept over the onlookers, compelling them to rush forward and cling to Ye Lin's leg, inquiring whether he needed any more underlings. Chapter 50, The Kind-Hearted Colleague. The prospect of having a master to guide them in leveling up was an enticing offer that none could resist. Amidst the envious gazes of the crowd, Ye Lin and Ji Lingyu did not hasten into the high-stakes examination, but instead swept to the right, clearing their path. Ye Lin, just you wait. This time, I shall not be outdone. Zhuge and I shot a glare at Ye Lin's retreating figure before darting off to the left. In her view, her prior struggle in the novice dungeon was simply a result of her lack of seriousness. This time, she vowed not to grant Ye Lin any opportunity, opting instead to hunt monsters in the wild to elevate her level. These two formidable forces, one to the left and the other to the right, brought immense relief to the other examinees who had emerged alongside them. The sudden alleviation of pressure prompted them to cast envious glances at Ye Lin and Zhuge and I. Indeed, there are still many good-hearted individuals in this world. They paid no heed to anything else and hurried towards the entrance of the high-stakes examination. Team kill of a level 12 Chimera, reward, 50 experience points. Team kill of an 11-level Seahorse Warrior, reward, 40 experience points. Team kill of a level 13 Skeletal Archer, reward, 60 experience points. Along the way, whenever they encountered a monster, Ye Lin would swiftly deliver a few decisive strikes, leaving it on the brink of collapse before moving on. Following closely behind, Ye Lin gradually developed a seamless coordination with him, stepping in to land a finishing blow on the gravely injured foes. Under Ye Lin's guidance, Ye Lin's level ascended rapidly, soon reaching level 8. Boss, no need for any words. From this moment forth, you are my true leader, Ye Lin exclaimed with unbridled excitement. At this rate, before the sun set, he could easily reach level 12, perhaps even 13. The entrance to the high-stakes examination would remain open throughout the day, as long as they arrived before sunset. Let us not celebrate too early. The monsters near the city walls are rather sparse, and we may need to venture deeper, Ye Lin observed, noting the noticeable reduction in monsters around them. But, boss, if we go deeper, we might encounter level 20 or even 30 monsters. Ye Lin's expression shifted with concern. A trivial matter. I can handle level 20, and for level 30, we will simply retreat, Ye Lin replied, wielding his sword as he pressed further into the wild. Not only did Ye Lin aim to elevate his level, but Ye Lin too sought advancement. For his aspirations were set on the Supreme Academy. With determination, Ye Lin brandished his sword and gradually vanished from the gaze of the several headmasters. Ye Lin had ventured too far. How could he bring Ye Lin to such a perilous place? Gao Jinyu furrowed his brow. With Ye Lin's skill level, gaining admission to the Great Xia Academy was a foregone conclusion. What could he possibly be after? Do not worry, headmaster. Proctors have already surrounded the area. There will be no unexpected occurrences, another headmaster reassured. Let us hope so, Gao Jinyu muttered, his right eyelid twitching uncontrollably, for reasons he could not fathom. An ominous premonition gnawed at him. As they progressed, Ye Lin continued to dispatch foes with ease. He needed not invoke other forbidden spells. With merely the technique of the Lifespan Blade, he could effortlessly slay monsters below level 20, requiring only a few extra strikes at most. Ye Lin followed closely, reaping the rewards of their efforts, while Ye Lin remained at his original level. Meanwhile, Ye Lin had ascended 2 levels, reaching level 9. Just as they were about to advance further, a man adorned with a Proctor's badge suddenly obstructed their path. Do not stray from the examination grounds. It is perilous. Are we not allowed to proceed? Ye Lin inquired, frowning. Very well. As Ye Lin prepared to change direction, he abruptly halted and earnestly cautioned the proctor. Look behind you. Not a chance. I will not be deceived. Move quickly, or I shall deem you in violation and annul your examination. Before the proctor could finish, a low, thunderous roar erupted from behind him. A monster, towering at 4 meters, clad in formidable armor and wielding a massive spiked club, approached with earth-shaking strides. Level 33, Goblin Champion. Ye Lin's face turned ashen with fear. This stubborn fool. A level 33 monster. Unless he reveals his immortality and unleashes his full strength, he cannot contend with that Goblin Champion. Ye Lin, you must flee. I will distract it. Boss, how can we do this? We should run together. Ye Lin protested urgently. Enough of this. You cannot outrun me, Ye Lin exclaimed, giving Ye Lin a firm kick that sent him tumbling away. With resolve, he swung his blade at the Goblin Champion. The starlight shimmered as the creature was indeed incited to charge at him. Ye Lin swiftly activated the dance of instantaneous movement. However, to avoid arousing suspicion, he sacrificed his appendix and a segment of his large intestine to triple his agility. The consequence was that he found himself unable to evade the Goblin Champion, whose distance from him continued to diminish. With a crack of thunder, a brilliant bolt of lightning erupted, coalescing into a robust streak of electric power that struck the Goblin Champion with devastating force. The proctor struggled to rise, his face pale, yet his eyes gleaming with unwavering determination. Hurry, escape. I will ensure that no examinee suffers harm before my eyes. But scarcely had he uttered these words when his eyes rolled back, and he collapsed, unconscious. Ye Lin mused, you certainly have a good heart. The proctor, already gravely injured from a surprise attack by the Goblin Champion, had shown remarkable resolve merely by standing to cast a spell. Fortunately, he had managed to send out a distress signal, and soon, 2 other proctors were hastening toward their location. Candidates, please step away to avoid any misfortune. One of the proctors softly commanded. Understood. Ye Lin obediently sidestepped. The 2 proctors immediately set about dealing with the Goblin Warrior, who showed no resistance under their relentless assault. Utterly overwhelmed, one of the proctors swung an axe, sending the massive goblin warrior crashing to the ground, raising a cloud of dust. In that moment, a glint of determination flashed in Ye Lin's eyes as he sacrificed his heart and activated the tenfold instant dance, rushing towards the unconscious health proctor. Utilizing the cover of the dust, he swiftly began to strip the proctor of his garments, hastily donning them himself and affixing the proctor badge around his neck. Next, Ye Lin retrieved the illusory mask gifted by Zhuge Qianxing, placing it upon his face. The gossamer thin mask conformed flawlessly to his features, transforming him into a man in his 30s, complete with a fine stubble. Thus, a brand new proctor emerged into existence. At that moment, the goblin warrior staggered back to its feet, dazed from the heavy blow it had received, its armor in tatters, clearly grievously injured. Beast, how dare you disrupt the examination hall? I shall not spare you. Colleagues, allow me to assist. Ye Lin's voice was low and resolute. He then gathered the essence of metal into his palm, golden light surging forth from within him, coalescing in his hand. Faced with the level 33 goblin warrior, he held nothing back. Forbidden spell, eternal metal. A golden spear, emanating an ancient and mysterious aura, materialized in Ye Lin's grasp. He raised it high, swinging his arm with vigor, the spear slicing through the air with a piercing sound as it lunged towards the goblin warrior. The golden spear penetrated the severely wounded goblin warrior's head, delivering a fatal blow. Team kill, level 33 goblin warrior. Reward, 220 experience points. Item, symbiotic talisman. Did something drop? Ye Lin was taken aback. It was known that defeating monsters might yield items, equipment, or skill scrolls, albeit with a low probability. Yet he hadn't expected to receive anything from this goblin warrior. However, now was not the time for inspection. He turned and fled without a moment's hesitation. Damn it. Who the hell are you? Which department do you belong to? How can you snatch kills like that? The proctor wielding the massive axe nearly fumed with rage. After battling for so long, this newcomer had appeared and effortlessly dispatched the goblin warrior, an outrageous turn of events. Call me good guy. Ye Lin's voice echoed back. I'll call you a big watermelon. The proctor growled, raising his axe to pursue, but the other proctor quickly intervened. Hold on, there's no need to rush. Maintaining order in the examination hall is paramount. I've memorized his face. We will settle this later. Indeed, it's infuriating that we are all proctors, crossing paths daily. And yet he dares to steal kills. The proctor with the axe cursed. On the other side, Ye Lin first circled around, returning the clothing and examination credentials to the unconscious proctor before turning to leave, his task accomplished, concealing his deeds and name. It must be said that the illusory mask is remarkably effective. Once removed, the two proctors would never be able to trace him. At this moment, Ye Lin inspected the newly acquired item. Symbiotic token. Hand in hand, we coexist. When two transcenders with a level difference of less than 10 clasp hands and use the symbiotic token, the experience points gained from slaying monsters are shared completely for the next 6 hours. Note, only one person can use the symbiotic token at the same time. Remarkable. Ye Lin's eyes sparkled with delight. He had initially planned to level up Ji Lingyu to level 10 before discarding him, but with the symbiotic token, even if Ji Lingyu defeated the monsters, he would receive the full experience points. However, the method of using the symbiotic token was rather peculiar, requiring their fingers to intertwine. When Ye Lin found Ji Lingyu, the latter was being pursued by a level 13 Anubis soldier. The soldier, shrouded in black smoke, was a shadow beneath its dusty armor. Upon seeing Ye Lin, Ji Lingyu instantly rejoiced. Boss, you're safe. That's wonderful. What about that goblin warrior? Rest assured, the goblin warrior has been slain by other proctors. Ye Lin replied with a faint smile. He stepped forward, extending his warm hand, which coiled around Ji Lingyu's fingers like a serpent, their hands tightly clasped. Ji Lingyu trembled, momentarily frozen in place, his pupils constricted. Although he had clasped fingers with girls many times, this was his first experience doing so with a male. Even the Anubis soldier seemed momentarily stunned, struggling to comprehend what had just occurred. Ji Lingyu's throat involuntarily shifted, realizing why Ye Lin had been indifferent to the maids in his household. Perhaps this was his true preference? Reflecting on these thoughts, Ji Lingyu felt an overwhelming surge of emotion. Boss, it's a pity I'm a guy. Otherwise, I would truly wish to dedicate myself to you. Ye Lin. He swiftly activated the symbiotic token and then pushed Ji Lingyu away. Get away, keep your distance. With that, Ye Lin struck at the Anubis soldier. And amidst a flicker of starlight, only a pile of broken armor remained. Under the influence of the symbiotic token, both Ye Lin and Ji Lingyu gained 130 experience points. Is this the symbiotic token? Boss, where did you acquire such a treasure? This is something money can't buy. Ji Lingyu exclaimed excitedly. Ye Lin turned and walked away without a moment's hesitation. Grasping the Starfall blade, he unleashed a massacre. With proctors guarding the perimeter, monsters above level 25 could not enter the examination area. Thus Ye Lin needed not to employ any other forbidden spells. Merely utilizing the sun's lifespan technique, combined with the 300 points of strength conferred by the Starfall Blade, was sufficient for him to dominate the examination grounds. However, he did not attract too much attention. When encountering monsters of a lower level, he would swiftly dispatch them with a single stroke. When faced with those of a higher level, he feigned a struggle before delivering the final blow. Throughout this ordeal, he sustained numerous injuries. Yet under the protective veil of the twin yin-yang brace's healing abilities, he called upon his undead resilience to recover and promptly resumed his monster hunting. Meanwhile, Ye Lin was left in a state of shock as he observed his own level ascending steadily. Without a doubt, he knew that on the other side, Ye Lin was wreaking havoc, for under the influence of the symbiotic talisman, their experience points were shared. In that moment, Ye Lin grasped the feeling of a doe being cradled by Zhao Yun, infiltrating the Chao army with audacity and causing chaos. He was responsible for the chaos, while Ye Lin took charge of the slaughter. Chapter 52. So many people. Run. The bloodthirsty minotaur is almost upon us. In the realm of martial arts, only speed is invincible. I do not need to outrun the bloodthirsty minotaur. I only need to outrun the others. Damn it. How could we be so unfortunate? The first group has already breached the entrance, yet a bloodthirsty minotaur lies in wait. A dozen or so examinees, pale-faced, fled desperately. Hot on their heels was a towering minotaur, brandishing a massive double-headed axe, its body of vivid crimson, standing upright. This creature stood approximately 3 meters tall, its muscles rippling like blood-stained granite, instilling a sense of dread, and it boasted an impressive level of 15. Trailing at the back were a young couple, their hands tightly clasped as they exerted every ounce of strength to escape. Should they be eliminated here, they would lose their qualification to participate in the final examination, and thus they were unwilling to concede. However, as they ran, the girl suddenly slipped, crashing to the ground. Xinjin, the boy exclaimed in alarm, his face paling. Torn between his beloved and a bright future, he found himself in a dilemma. Bing, you must go. Don't worry about me. The girl's eyes brimmed with tears, aware that escape was no longer an option. All right. Watching Bing retreat, Xinjin felt as though something within her had shattered. As the bloodthirsty minotaur loomed closer like an impending mountain, she forced a bitter smile, closed her eyes, seemingly resigned to her fate. But at that moment, a furious voice rang out. What a farce this King S game is. The bloodthirsty minotaur deserves to perish. With a swift motion, a glint of cold light flashed, and a shower of starlight erupted. Ye Lin, who had been on the hunt for monsters, delivered a decisive strike, cleaving the minotaur in two and slaying it instantly. Xinjin was momentarily stunned, staring blankly at Ye Lin, who wielded the Starfall Blade, until it registered that he had moved on. Xinjin, I'm so relieved you're all right. We can still apply to the same university. Upon witnessing the bloodthirsty minotaur's demise at Ye Lin's hands, Bing turned back, elated, and embraced Xinjin. Yet, at that moment, Xinjin coldly pushed Bing away, her expression devoid of warmth. The earlier scene had unveiled the true nature of this man to her. I apologize, but I suddenly feel less inclined to attend the same university as you. Cherish me, for only then do you deserve to possess me. Xinjin turned away, leaving without a trace of hesitation. Meanwhile, a similar scene unfolded outside the city, where numerous creatures met their demise in an instant. Some of the monsters, resembling sheep, were haunted by the whispers of demons. Doused in a mouthful of fragrant pepper and salt, with scalding rapeseed oil and a splash of vinegar, the essence of the soul was poured forth. As soon as the command was uttered, the sheep-like creature would be beheaded in a single stroke. A candidate was being relentlessly pursued by a monster, leaping in every direction, when suddenly a streak of starlight flashed, cleaving the creature in two. They scarcely caught a glimpse of the assailant. Another candidate was intercepted by a peculiar individual, inquiring how they had found the monsters, as if he were deranged. They could barely evade the creatures, let alone dare to seek them out themselves. On the city walls, several principals and prominent figures from Qingcheng gazed in astonishment. The college entrance examination trials occurred annually, and they had witnessed countless iterations, noting that indeed, some exceptionally skilled candidates opted to level up before entering. However, witnessing individuals wielding blades in pursuit of monsters was an unprecedented sight. Alas, if only this child were not a forbidden spellcaster, how splendid it would be. If he were not a forbidden spellcaster, Qingcheng would have truly given rise to a true dragon. One principal lamented, shaking his head in regret. A formidable class changer capable of sweeping away monsters in the wild would undoubtedly become a powerful entity if they matured, yet forbidden spellcasters rarely live past the age of 25. Fear not, for at least the number of candidates from Qingcheng participating in this year's trials will surpass that of previous years. Another principal nodded in agreement. Thanks to Ye Lin, the number of candidates unable to enter the trials due to monster attacks had significantly decreased. Wherever Ye Lin ventured, no monster could escape his sight. He was akin to an automated cleaning device, eradicating all monsters within the examination grounds. At that moment, those candidates who had chosen to wait for others to exit the city before making their move looked upon the desolate expanse outside, their faces adorned with expressions of triumph. A young man fanning himself broke into a smile, exclaiming, "See, I told you there are advantages to coming out later. The faster ones have been dealt with, allowing us a much easier passage. Many following behind him nodded in agreement. The distance from the city to the entrance of the examination was a full 10 kilometers, and they had already traversed half of it without encountering a single monster. Indeed, it was wise to delay the departure. Meanwhile, Ye Lin had also come to a halt. It seemed that not a single monster remained. It was only 4 o'clock in the afternoon, yet all the creatures within the examination grounds appeared to have been thoroughly eliminated by him. At this moment, his level stood at 18. Name: Ye Lin. Occupation: Forbidden Spellcaster. Level: 18, 233. Strength: 180, 300. Agility: 270. Mentality: 540, 659. Occupational talent: Endless Spell. As a forbidden spellcaster, each level gained unlocks a forbidden spell. The higher the level, the more arduous the ascent becomes. Alas, it is time to enter the examination hall. Ye Lin shook his head, reflecting that the experience required to ascend from level 1 to level 16 was not significantly different from that needed to progress from level 16 to level 18. With a considerable distance still to cover before reaching level 19, he concluded that it would be far more pragmatic to step directly into the examination hall rather than exhaust himself hunting the few remaining magical beasts. The portal to the high-stakes examination loomed like a colossal gate of light, suspended in the sky and radiating a gentle glow. As he approached the portal, he could sense a mysterious force pulsating, a manifestation of spatial magic capable of transporting individuals instantaneously to distant realms. Ye Lin stepped through, and the scene before him disintegrated. When it reassembled, he found himself standing in a vast plaza of azure stone. Surrounding the plaza were 10 towering stone pillars, each inscribed with ancient runes that exuded an aura of antiquity and enigma. At the center of the plaza stood a monumental stone tablet emblazoned with the words High Examination Trial, the characters archaic and flowing like the dance of dragons and serpents. Is this truly the venue for the High Examination Trial? Ye Lin surveyed his surroundings, noting the throngs of people densely packed around the plaza, a sight that sent a shiver down his spine. So many individuals. Chapter 53, Comprehensive Ability Assessment. A pang of regret tugged at Ye Lin's heart. Had he known the crowd would be this substantial, he would have allowed the magical beast to eliminate some competitors before making his entrance. Alas, he lamented. He had been too soft-hearted and benevolent. Boss, Ji Ling Yu shouted as he rushed over, wrapping his arms tightly around Ye Lin. Boss, you are truly my dear boss. My goodness, you're incredible. Ji Ling Yu was so overwhelmed with excitement that his words tumbled out in a disjointed rush. For he had astonishingly reached the formidable level of 15. This was indeed level 15, barring unforeseen circumstances, with his current standing. Gaining entry to the Great Xia Academy was virtually assured. Ye Lin, however, was not surprised. Under the influence of the symbiotic talisman, Ji Ling Yu's experience points were shared with him, making his elevation to level 15 quite unremarkable. All right, let go of me. Public places are not for such displays of affection, Ye Lin chided. No, from now on, you are my true boss, Ji Ling Yu exclaimed, clinging to Ye Lin's leg in excitement. Get off me, Ye Lin replied, exasperated, having noticed many curious glances directed their way. Yet, truth be told, he relished this camaraderie. The playful banter with a friend. Since arriving in this world, he had kept a low profile in the slums to conceal the secret of his immortality. And Ji Ling Yu had become his first true friend in this new existence. It had been a long time since Ye Lin had experienced the warmth of friendship. After a while, Zhuge and I appeared at the High Examination Trial. Her expression darkened. She was only at level 14, having gained merely 2 levels. Initially, her progress had been smooth. She had aspired to catch up to Ye Lin's 16, but inexplicably, she found herself unable to locate a single magical beast thereafter. Damn it, Zhuge and I muttered, a hint of frustration in her tone. But it's all right. It is merely a matter of 2 levels of backwardness. It is certainly possible to compensate for it through skill and capability. In the depths of Zhuge Ni's beautiful eyes, a fierce determination was inscribed. As time flowed on, at the very moment when the sun cast its final rays of twilight, the towering portal closed completely. This signified that those who had not entered the examination arena would be irrevocably excluded from this year's college entrance examination. Once the portal had sealed shut, a seemingly amiable elder silently appeared before the stone tablet in the center of the Qingshi Square. Concurrently, hundreds of invigilators emerged in every corner of the square, vigilantly monitoring the movements of all candidates. Greetings, candidates of Qingqing. Welcome to the 886th college entrance examination. I am Lin Yuan, the chief examiner of Qingqing. The elder's voice was not loud, yet it resonated deep within the hearts of each individual, as every person in the square could hear him clearly. I will now announce the assessment criteria for this year's examination. During my announcement, please listen attentively and refrain from making any noise. Violators will forfeit their examination eligibility. As soon as he finished speaking, all candidates prudently sealed their lips. The college entrance examination consists of 2 parts, a comprehensive skills assessment and a tournament battle, to be held over the course of 2 days. Tomorrow will feature the comprehensive skills assessment, wherein each candidate will undergo different evaluation criteria based on their profession. The assessment is divided into 10 stages. Candidates may choose to withdraw early or complete all stages. The examiners will assign scores based on performance in each stage. Each stage has a maximum score of 10 points. And only those candidates who clear all 10 stages with a score of 85 or above will be eligible to participate in the tournament battle the day after tomorrow. The tournament battle will likewise last for one day. Each victory will yield an additional 10 points, capping at a maximum of 150 points, and will determine this year's top achiever in the college entrance examination. During both the comprehensive skills assessment and the tournament battle, any equipment may be utilized. But no special items are permitted. Violators will be disqualified from the examination. With the announcement concluded, Lin Yuan chuckled softly. Rest well tonight. The comprehensive skills assessment begins early tomorrow. The expressions of the candidates turned gravely serious, as they understood that tomorrow would be the true highlight. Many candidates promptly retrieved sleeping bags from their backpacks, evidently well prepared. Boss, did you not bring a sleeping bag? Seeing Ye Lin produce nothing, Ye Lin expressed surprise. I have no need for such things, Ye Lin shook his head. The conditions in the slums were far worse than here, and I managed to sleep just fine. It is merely sleeping on stone floors, hardly a challenge. That will not do. How can you possibly have sufficient energy for tomorrow's comprehensive skills assessment without proper rest? Ye Lin frowned, then handed his branded sleeping bag to Ye Lin. Boss, use mine. Touched, Ye Lin could not help but inquire, what about you? As for me, I am perfectly fine. Ye Lin waved his hand dismissively. He clapped, and 2 invigilators brought over a luxurious mattress beside him. Ye Lin. Wait. Hold on a moment. Ye Lin was taken aback. During the high-stakes examination, they actually offered luxurious king-size beds? They did provide them, albeit at an exorbitant price. This bed, though inferior to the one at home, cost a staggering 200,000. It felt like daylight robbery. If it weren't for the fact that the boss had brought a sleeping bag, he would have been reluctant to part with it. Ye Lin lamented, visibly pained at the thought of renting a bed for 200,000. Despite his wealth, he was not foolish. Ye Lin fell into a contemplative silence. Was this what it meant to be extravagantly wealthy? Even during the rigorous examination, the treatment was markedly different. While others slept on cold stone slabs with sleeping bags, Ye Lin was nestled in a plush mattress. Ultimately, Ye Lin managed to persuade Ye Lin to relinquish the 200,000 bed to him, demonstrating that virtue could indeed be persuasive. The following morning, Ye Lin awoke with renewed vigor. As the time approached, Lin Yuan was ready to make his appearance. The comprehensive ability assessment was about to commence, and he instructed all candidates to form 10 orderly lines, entering the assessment room one by one. As soon as Lin Yuan's voice faded, 10 towering stone pillars in the square opened portals, suggesting that the assessment would take place within them. The throngs of people quickly organized themselves into 10 lines, each individual mindful not to overstep. Everyone understood the significance of the high-stakes examination. It was the most pivotal test in the Great Xia Empire, a decisive watershed moment in their destinies. Ye Lin found himself in the 6th line, following the crowd forward. Upon stepping into the portal, he vanished instantaneously, only to reappear in a confined metallic chamber. A beam of light swept across him, revealing his level and profession. Ye Lin, Forbidden Spell Master, level 18. Chapter 54. Full marks, yet again full marks. All candidates entered the stone pillars in turn. Lin Yuan, as the chief examiner for this year's high-stakes test, stood quietly in the square, gazing at the 10 pillars. Behind him, several formidable middle-aged individuals, who were the deputy examiners, emerged. Among them was a woman clad in a flowing azure gown. Her presence was akin to a gentle spring breeze caressing a tranquil lake, bringing with it a refreshing aura. Though advanced in years, she appeared remarkably well-preserved, her features strikingly ethereal, with long hair cascading like a waterfall over her shoulders, dancing lightly in the breeze. Her slender figure embodied the grace of a dignified fairy descending to earth. Approaching Lin Yuan, she slightly bowed and softly remarked, "Chief Examiner Lin, I apologize for my tardiness." Lin Yuan smiled gently, his eyes reflecting deep respect as he replied, "Teacher Su, you are most welcome." The other deputy examiners could not help but express their admiration upon seeing her. This woman was Su Qingxin, the head of the Supreme Academy. While ordinary candidates may have never heard of the Supreme Academy, the examiners were acutely aware of its prestige. It was the most formidable institution within the Great Xia realm, and every student emerging from the Supreme Academy was a prodigy capable of dominating their surroundings. As they prepared for further pleasantries, one of the stone pillars suddenly illuminated, and the sculptures atop it seemed to come to life in that moment. Level 18? Lin Yuan's gaze sharpened slightly. To attain level 10 ensures admission into a prestigious university. Reaching level 12 paves the way for competing for the elite institutions. While level 18 can only be described with one term, prodigious. Even Su Qingxin found herself intrigued, her gaze intensely directed towards Ye Lin's position. At level 18, He was already qualified for acceptance into the Supreme Academy. However, upon discerning Ye Lin's occupation, she couldn't help but furrow her brow. How could he be a forbidden spellcaster? At level 18, he could easily switch to another profession, even one of mere level 1, and she could relax the criteria to facilitate his entry into the Supreme Academy. Yet, a forbidden spellcaster was an exception. Although it is a level 1 profession, everyone is aware that forbidden spellcasters rarely survive past the age of 25. The examiners exchanged wistful glances. Alas, what a pity. Were it not for his status as a forbidden spellcaster, Qingcheng would truly have produced a dragon of remarkable caliber. It seemed that this profession had not surfaced for quite some time. The last appearance was over a decade ago, if memory serves. Yes, the last forbidden spellcaster only lived to the age of 23 before meeting his demise. Surely, he must have recklessly unleashed forbidden spells to grind for experience. Achieving such a high level at the cost of his future, an imprudent choice, likely preventing him from even reaching 23. How shall the scores for the first level assessment be determined? Let it be graded normally. He is already at level 18, so denying full marks would indeed be unreasonable. Very well. Once the examiners concluded their deliberation, a mechanical female voice echoed in Ye Lin's ears within the metallic chamber. Candidate Ye Lin, Comprehensive Ability Assessment, First Level. Level Assessment, Full Score, 10 points. As the words faded, the metallic wall opposite Ye Lin slowly opened, revealing a crystalline orb. Comprehensive Ability Assessment, Second Level, 3-dimensional Attribute Assessment. Candidate Ye Lin, please place your hand upon the testing sphere. Strength, 480 points. Agility, 270 points. Spirit, 1,199 points. Candidate Ye Lin, Comprehensive Ability Assessment, Second Level. 3-dimensional Attribute Assessment, Full Score, 10 points. In the Qingstone Square, one examiner couldn't restrain a remark. I can understand most things. But why does his strength measure at 480 points? Has this fellow equipped something to enhance his attack power? What does a forbidden spellcaster need strength for? Casting forbidden spells already harms the body. Does he intend to engage in melee combat? At level 18, obtaining a full score in the second level's 3-dimensional attribute assessment was reasonable. However, Ye Lin's 480 points of strength made the examiner's lips twitch in disbelief. Such strength surpassed many warriors who had transitioned into their professions. To the examiners, Ye Lin radiated an aura of incongruity. It would soon become evident. As the third level commenced, demanding action, Lin Yuan spoke calmly, and within Ye Lin's metallic chamber, a training dummy materialized. This dummy resembled those found in the Practitioner Guild's training rooms, albeit with a more exquisite design. Comprehensive Ability Assessment, Third Level, Attack Capability Assessment, Candidate Ye Lin. Please unleash your most powerful skill upon the dummy before you. The dummy will display your score based on the intensity of your attack. The emotionless, mechanical voice resounded once more. Your most powerful skill? Ye Lin's first instinct was to summon the chaotic divine thunder, a feat that would require the sacrifice of all his organs. However, he felt that such a display would be excessively ostentatious for merely taking an entrance examination. While the power must not be insignificant, as he was aiming for the esteemed Supreme Academy, where achieving full marks at every stage was imperative, he pondered his options. Ultimately, he made a decisive choice and raised his hand. Forbidden spell, world-destroying thunder. He sacrificed his tonsils to conjure the most mundane form of thunder. A resounding crash echoed as a bolt of lightning struck down, obliterating the mannequin into a fine powder. Ye Lin was taken aback. This was already the weakest forbidden spell he could muster, yet the mannequin disintegrated so effortlessly. Moreover, the examination guidelines indicated that the mannequin would display his score. Now that he had shattered it, how would his score be calculated? At that moment, several examiners in the Stone Plaza were equally astonished. The mannequin was designed to withstand the attacks of those below level 25, and yet this youth, at level 18, had obliterated it with a single strike. He had invoked a forbidden spell, which was widely recognized for its immense power. What should they do now? The mannequin was gone. How would they assess his score? Perhaps they should provide him with another mannequin? Ultimately, they decided against wasting teaching materials and awarded him full marks instead. Lin Yuan could not help but shake his head in disbelief. This young man was truly relentless, participating in an entrance examination and resorting to a forbidden spell. Lin Yuan couldn't restrain an expletive, and the other examiners nodded in agreement. Utilizing a forbidden spell undoubtedly came with consequences. Using one in an entrance examination was akin to wagering one's lifespan for game items. Candidate Ye Lin, Comprehensive Ability Assessment, Third Stage, Attack Ability Assessment, Full Marks, 10 points. Upon hearing this announcement, Ye Lin, who had been on edge, finally exhaled in relief. He had feared that damaging the mannequin would lead to the cancellation of his score. At that moment, he also gained a clear understanding of the drawbacks of being a forbidden spellcaster. There was simply no room for leniency. Every strike was a forbidden spell. And no matter how one attempted to hold back, it would not suffice. After passing the third stage, the subsequent 3 stages consisted of spellcasting speed assessment, instantaneous burst capability assessment, and sustained output capability assessment. These challenges posed no obstacle for Ye Lin, and amidst the astonished gazes of the examiners, he swiftly achieved full marks and all. In the 7th stage, Ye Lin finally encountered something different. Before him appeared a specially designed cage. Inside, a monstrous creature roared, its eyes ablaze with a fiery red, exuding an overwhelming aura of madness. Its massive frame, with muscles like twisted vines, resembled a moving mountain. Its claws scraped against the cage, producing a jarring metallic screech as if to articulate its fury. Comprehensive Ability Assessment, 7th Stage, Escapability Assessment. Please withstand the pursuit of a level 25 magical beast, the Blazing Fire Wolf, for 3 minutes without sustaining injury to achieve full marks. A timer materialized at the end of the corridor. The assessment commenced. As the mechanized female voice fell silent, the cage gradually opened, allowing the level 25 Blazing Fire Wolf to step forth with deliberate strides. Its crimson eyes glowed with an insatiable thirst for blood, having endured prolonged hunger. The moment it laid eyes on Ye Lin, it resembled a forlorn bachelor beholding a stunning beauty, lunging forth with fervor. Forbidden Spell, Cataclysmic Thunder. With a resounding boom, a dazzling silver lightning bolt surged forth, and in the blink of an eye, the Blazing Fire Wolf was reduced to a charred carcass. Chapter 55. Even a perfect score has its discrepancies. The timer commenced its countdown from 3 minutes. However, at that moment, the very Blazing Fire Wolf tasked with pursuing Ye Lin lay lifeless. As the countdown reached its conclusion, the mechanized voice resonated once more. Candidate Ye Lin, Comprehensive Ability Assessment. 7th Gate, Escapability Assessment, full score, 10 points. The examiners observing Ye Lin's performance fell into a stunned silence. Such an occurrence was unprecedented. A level 25 monster is an undeniably formidable opponent, insurmountable for any candidate preparing for the college entrance examination. In the face of such a creature, candidates typically resort to utilizing skills to buy time until the 3 minutes elapse, thus achieving clearance. Each year, some candidates manage to navigate this gate unscathed through remarkable maneuvers. Yet this year, an unexpected turn of events unfolded, as Ye Lin, with a single forbidden spell, instantly vanquished the level 25 beast within the first second of the assessment. For the subsequent 2 minutes and 59 seconds, Ye Lin simply sat in contemplation, awaiting the conclusion of the countdown. Despite Ye Lin's astonishing display, the examiners appeared unconvinced, believing that such behavior jeopardized his health and future. Within the examination hall, Ye Lin had now entered the 8th gate. Examiner Lin. Should we elevate the difficulty of the final 3 gates for candidate Ye Lin? One examiner could not help but inquire of Lin Yuan. The forthcoming 3 gates involved practical assessments, where candidates would confront monsters of equal level, 2 levels higher, and 4 levels higher than themselves. This implied that even by the 10th gate, Ye Lin would only face a level 22 creature, having dispatched the level 25 Blazing Fire Wolf with ease. A level 22 adversary would pose no challenge. Lin Yuan furrowed his brow, caught in a dilemma. Should he refrain from increasing the difficulty? Ye Lin would undoubtedly achieve a perfect score. However, raising the stakes seemed fundamentally unfair to him. Teacher Su, I wish to solicit your opinion. If, after increasing the difficulty, Ye Lin still manages a perfect score, would you consider accepting him into the Supreme Academy? Lin Yuan posed the question to Su Qingxin. Should Su Qingxin acquiesce? The elevation of difficulty would pose no obstacle, allowing them to gauge Ye Lin's true limits, as thus far, he had displayed an effortless demeanor. Apologies, Examiner Lin, but I cannot concur. Su Qingxin shook her head, glancing towards several other candidates. In my view, Luo Jun, Wang Zhenglin, Zhuge and that Ji Lingyu are all more deserving of admission to the Supreme Academy than Ye Lin. Ye Lin is a master of forbidden spells, and the power he currently possesses is a fleeting result of exhausting his own life and future. Such an individual is not what our Supreme Academy requires. Nurturing him would merely squander resources. Lin Yuan opened his mouth, seemingly wanting to say something, but he quickly closed it again. The 4 individuals mentioned by Su Qingxin are indeed genuine talents. However, with the existence of the anomaly that is Ye Lin, they appear somewhat less remarkable. Ultimately, the difficulty of Ye Lin's assessment was not raised. Faced with level 18, 20, and 22 magical creatures, the battles unfolded without any surprises, resulting in swift victories. After passing the final hurdle, Ye Lin reappeared in the Qingshi Square, becoming the first candidate to successfully navigate all 10 challenges. Boss. Ji Lingyu dashed toward Ye Lin. Boss. I scored 96 points. I'm in for sure. This time, I'm definitely in. Ji Lingyu was brimming with excitement. Based on this score, if he wins 3 more matches in the arena, he would undoubtedly gain admission to the Great Xia Academy. Did you not score full marks? Ye Lin inquired with curiosity. Ji Lingyu's level was already at 15, and although the comprehensive assessment for warrior classes should differ from that of mage classes, the difficulty should be relatively similar. Don't mention it. I lost points in the practical assessment. My level has risen too quickly, and I couldn't quite adapt. Ji Lingyu scratched his head awkwardly. His level was largely inflated, as he had only reached level 15 by sticking close to Ye Lin. Without Ye Lin, he would still be at level 7. As the two were conversing, Lin Yuan announced the results of the comprehensive capability assessment. First place, Ye Lin, 100 points. Second place, Zhuge Ni, 100 points. Third place, Luo Jun, 98 points. Fourth place, Ji Lingyu, 96 points. Fifth place, Wang Zhenglin, 95 points. After reading out the candidate scores, Lin Yuan spoke clearly. Alright, candidates scoring below 85 points, please exit the examination room in an orderly manner under the guidance of the invigilators. Those scoring above 85 may also leave. But doing so will be considered a forfeiture of tomorrow's arena match. As soon as Lin Yuan's words fell, Zhuge Ni's eyes widened in disbelief. Her face a mask of confusion. She had clearly achieved full marks. Why was she still ranked behind Ye Lin? Since they both scored full marks, they should be tied for first place. Why was she placed second? Zhuge Ni raised her hand and spoke loudly. Examiner, I have an objection regarding this score. We both achieved full marks. Why am I in second place? Her words instantly sparked confusion among many. Indeed, both scored full marks. Why aren't they tied for first? Why does the male candidate rank ahead when both have the same score? How much more bias against women must this world endure? This is unfair. This is discrimination against women. This is oppression of women. If a reasonable explanation cannot be provided, we shall appeal. Yes, we demand fairness. In the face of the candidate's fervent outcry, Lin Yuan's expression remained unchanged as he called up the footage of Ye Lin and Zhuge Ni's assessments. Please observe. Chapter 56, the comparison of assessment videos. The videos of Zhuge Ni and Ye Lin participating in the comprehensive ability assessment were alternately displayed. On Zhuge Ni's side, her performance was nothing short of spectacular, showcasing her exceptional skills. Clad in a form-fitting athletic outfit that accentuated her voluptuous figure, Zhuge Ni caught the attention of many male candidates, who could hardly contain their admiration. Her passage through the challenges was truly astonishing. At level 14, she epitomized the pinnacle of what a fire mage can achieve at that level. Like a graceful butterfly in flight, she flawlessly navigated 10 levels, demonstrating what it means to complete each challenge with perfection. Particularly during the 7th level, when faced with the 25-level Blaze Wolf, Zhuge Ni exhibited the brilliance of human ingenuity. Although she was outmatched in strength, she deftly maneuvered around the Blaze Wolf for a full 3 minutes without suffering a single hit, remaining beyond its reach. The spectators were left in awe. Truly, Zhuge Ni is the daughter of Mr. Zhuge. Such skill and adaptability are unparalleled. Despite her level being merely 14, I would wager that very few candidates below level 20 could stand against her. She was not merely participating in an assessment. It felt as though she was presenting a flawless artistic performance. Her perfect score was undeniably well-deserved. How could she not be ranked first? Clearly, there is bias against women. The crowd buzzed with admiration for Zhuge Ni, their eyes filled with respect. Simultaneously, they began to question the fairness of the comprehensive ability assessment. Having achieved such perfection, how could Ye Lin possibly rank above her? The crowd then turned their attention to Ye Lin's assessment video. In stark contrast to Zhuge Ni's extraordinary performance, Ye Lin's display seemed rather unremarkable. After completing the first 2 levels to measure his level and attributes, he proceeded through levels 3 to 10 with a monotonous routine. Cast a forbidden spell, pass the level. Cast a forbidden spell, pass the level. Cast a forbidden spell, pass the level. This sequence repeated a total of 8 times. Throughout this process, Ye Lin appeared leisurely, as if he were a carefree elementary student out on a spring outing rather than a participant in a rigorous examination. As they watched Ye Lin's assessment video, the audience fell into silence, particularly at the 7th level. When Ye Lin dispatched the Blaze Wolf in the first second, and then spent the next 2 minutes idly daydreaming, their emotions erupted. What the heck? This guy obliterated the 25-level Blaze Wolf with a single forbidden spell? Brilliant. In an assessment of escapability, eliminating the pursuing monster means there's nothing left to chase me. Full marks for understanding. This individual is nothing short of a monster in human guise. It's utterly outrageous. I suddenly comprehend why, despite both achieving perfect scores, Zhuge Ni is placed in second. Zhuge Ni earned her perfect score through her exceptional abilities, while Ye Lin's perfect score merely reflects the limited nature of the assessment itself. In other words, if the comprehensive ability assessment were converted to a scoring system out of 1,000, Zhuge Ni would still remain at 100, while Ye Lin would need to soar to 700 or 800 at the very least. A hint of sympathy flickered in the eyes of many candidates as they glanced at Zhuge Ni. In previous years' college entrance examinations, her performance and caliber would have undoubtedly marked her as the top student. However, this year, with the presence of the extraordinary Ye Lin, Zhuge Ni was certain to feel overwhelmed. Zhuge Ni pressed her crimson lips together, remaining silent as she fixated on Ye Lin's assessment video, replaying it over and over. Her fair hands tightly clenched. She could not accept it. The thought of being defeated by Ye Lin, whom she had always looked down upon, and to such a devastating extent, was unbearable. Is there anyone who disputes the results of this comprehensive ability assessment? The chief examiner, Lin Yuan, spoke calmly. The Qingstone Square fell into a profound silence, no one daring to utter a word. It was no joke. With a single skill, Ye Lin had obliterated the level 25 Blaze Demon Wolf. Who would dare to contest the first place of such a monster? They had all faced the Blaze Demon Wolf and understood the sheer terror of a level 25 creature. Since there are no objections, all candidates scoring below 85 may leave in an orderly manner. Those with scores above 85, please rest well and focus on preparing for tomorrow's arena competition, Lin Yuan announced. Soon, the candidates with insufficient scores departed from Qingstone Square, leaving only 104 individuals remaining. With nearly 100,000 candidates from Qingqing, the small number left highlighted the high elimination rate. The results of the comprehensive ability assessment were swiftly announced to the public. Several principals closely monitoring the college entrance examination gasped upon seeing the scores. First place Ye Lin, second place Zhuge and I. Good heavens, Lao Gao, your Qingqing High School is defying the odds, exclaimed one. This year, 2 perfect scores, both from your school. You must have struck luck this time. And look at the 4th place. That Ji Lingyu is also from Qingqing High School. 3 out of the top 5 belong to your institution. Another added. Lao Gao, indulge in whatever you wish. I suspect you've used up all your luck this year. The principals did not conceal their envy towards Gao Jinyu. Knowing that with such remarkable students, Qingqing High School would undoubtedly become a popular choice for applicants next year. Gao Jinyu was so overwhelmed with excitement that he trembled, speechless. He never anticipated that Ye Lin and Zhuge and I would bring him such immense joy, not to mention the unexpected surprise of Ji Lingyu. Outside the examination hall, Ji's father stood up abruptly upon seeing the results. Wonderful. Excellent, he exclaimed, tears of joy glistening in his eyes. With a score of 96, Ji Lingyu was assured a place in one of the top 20 universities in the nation. If he won more than 2 matches in the arena competition, he might even aim for the prestigious Daxia Academy. Zhuge Qingqing quietly observed the results, a slight smile gracing her lips, remaining unperturbed. The astounding achievements of Ye Lin and his companions brought pride to the students of Qingqing High School, prompting them to lift their heads with renewed confidence. However, just as Gao Jinyu was lost in his delight, an untimely voice suddenly pierced the air. Old Gao, do not rejoice too soon. Tomorrow's arena battle is the true highlight, as it is the contest for the title of Qingqing's champion. The speaker was none other than Principal Su from Yucai High School, who had always harbored animosity towards Gao Jinyu and could hardly bear to see him so triumphant. Oh, Gao Jinyu chuckled with unabashed mirth. Do you believe that your student Luo Jun can contend with an 18th level Forbidden Spell Master? Who can say? Principal Su replied with a cryptic smile before turning away and departing. Observing Su's smile, Gao Jinyu felt a flicker of unease, but he quickly shook his head. That old man was merely putting on an act. How could an 18th level Forbidden Spell Master possibly lose? Chapter 57. The Weeping Bebe time is akin to the dowry you save. It accumulates slowly but vanishes in an instant when spent. In the blink of an eye, an entire night had slipped away quietly. It must be said that excelling academically indeed brings privileges. Last night, every candidate was even allocated a private room for rest. Refreshed after a good night's sleep, Ye Lin arrived at Qingshi Square, only to collide with Zhuge and I. Zhuge and I bore 2 prominent dark circles under her eyes, clearly having had a restless night. I shall not lose to you in the arena, she declared through clenched teeth. Ye Lin was somewhat at a loss for words. He could not fathom what had prompted this woman to target him since the day of the transition ceremony. He chose to ignore her. As the clock struck 7:30, Lin Yuan and the other examiners made their timely appearance. Today, the arena competition would commence. The Gaokao trials for the other candidates had concluded, while your Gaokao trials were only just beginning. The rules of the arena competition were straightforward. It would be conducted via a draw system, where each participant must compete in at least 5 rounds. Winning a match would earn 10 points and advancement to the next round, while losing would incur no penalty. However, once defeated, one would be relegated to the loser S bracket, signifying the end of the race for the champion title. The one who triumphs in all rounds would be crowned this year as Qingqing Gaokao champion. As a side note, the arena competition would be broadcast live, which meant that your friends, family, and relatives were currently watching from outside, silently cheering for you. As soon as Lin Yuan finished speaking, a candidate who had been absent-mindedly picking his nose abruptly ceased his actions. Now, let us begin the draw. There are 104 candidates, and here are 104 balls inscribed with numbers. Candidate number 1 will face number 104, number 2 will face number 103, and so forth. After drawing the corresponding label, proceed to the arena as directed by the invigilator. No sooner had Lin Yuan finished his announcement than an invigilator approached, carrying a large box draped in black cloth. Ye Lin grasped the rules. Each person must compete in a minimum of 5 rounds, and to vie for the champion title, one would need to contend in the 6th, 7th, or even 8th rounds. While these rules might appear somewhat flawed, they were fundamentally sound. After all, the champion must be the strongest among all candidates. If one could not even manage to win from start to finish, they would be unworthy of the title. As for others, even if they drew a stronger opponent in the first round, as long as their abilities were sound, they would undoubtedly triumph in the subsequent 4 matches and secure high scores. Ultimately, it is the strength that speaks. A glimmer of determination flashed in Ye Lin's eyes. He was resolute in his quest to enter the Supreme Academy and seize the title of champion. The candidates took turns drawing their numbers. And when it was Ye Lin's turn, he fished out a small ball inscribed with the number 18. Boss, what number did you get? Ye Lin could not help but inquire. 18, Ye Lin replied. 18? Hee, I got 24. Splendid. It seems I won't encounter you so soon. You nearly scared me to death. Ye Lin exhaled in relief. Had he faced Ye Lin in the first round, he would have surely succumbed to despair. As long as he did not confront Ye Lin or the likes of Zhuge Ni and Luo Jun, his level 15 prowess would be more than sufficient to sweep the arena. Under the guidance of the proctor, Ye Lin ascended to a platform. According to the rules, his opponent was the candidate who drew the ball numbered 86. Before him stood a petite girl with an expression of unwavering determination. Both candidates, please stand within the circle. Do not make unnecessary movements until I announce the commencement, the proctor declared with an impassive demeanor. Now, please present your class and level. Ye Lin, Forbidden Spellcaster, level 18. By Bei, Water Mage, level 10. With the professions and levels revealed, the match commenced. Casting a glance at his opponent's level and class, Ye Lin could not help but twitch the corner of his mouth. Classmate, you should concede. No, I shall not yield. Although you are formidable, do not underestimate me. Attack. By Bei's expression was resolute, her small face etched with determination. Achieving a score exceeding 85 in the comprehensive assessment was no small feat, having finally reached the arena. She was unwilling to concede easily. In truth, Ye Lin did not look down upon her. It was simply that apart from forbidden spells, he lacked other skills. Given the disparity in their levels and the inherent fragility of a mage, Ye Lin was certain that any forbidden spell he unleashed would result in severe injuries or even death for her. It seemed she was undeterred by the potential consequences, and Ye Lin shook his head in resignation before sacrificing one of his wisdom teeth. Forbidden spell, annihilating thunder, Ye Lin declared, raising his right hand towards the heavens. Instantly, tumultuous storm clouds gathered, and brilliant silver arcs of lightning danced like ethereal serpents within the clouds. With a resounding crash, a colossal dragon of thunder, as thick as a person's embrace, surged from the clouds, intertwining with Ye Lin's hand, resembling a chain of lightning. In that moment, Ye Lin appeared as a deity wielding dominion over thunder. Goodness, he begins by summoning a forbidden spell to call down lightning? Has that little girl transgressed some divine law? Such a cute girl, and he conjures such a formidable bolt of thunder to strike her? How could her petite frame withstand that? While others may describe risking their lives as a metaphor, this fellow is genuinely putting his life on the line. In a high-stakes examination arena, unleashing a forbidden spell was akin to the absurdity of Ku Jie participating in a Go competition for elementary and middle school students. Such a contest would be easily dominated by a formidable presence like the Warhawk faction. The invigilator was taken aback, subsequently exclaiming in horror, "Candidate Ye Lin, homicide is strictly prohibited in this competition. Otherwise, your qualification for the college entrance examination will be revoked. I wish to avoid such an outcome. Yet you must compel her to concede," Ye Lin replied, exasperated. In that moment, Bei stood frozen in terror, having watched Ye Lin's recordings the previous day. She was already aware of his prowess. However, witnessing it firsthand was far more overwhelming than merely viewing it on screen. Standing opposite Ye Lin, she comprehended the extent of his formidable capabilities. Bei felt akin to a fledgling stepping into the boxing ring, only to find herself facing the peak of Tyson. Then, the peak Tyson extended a hand to her, smiling warmly as he introduced himself. "Greetings, I am today's referee, Tyson. Your opponent is the Ultraman from the 78th Nebula." Under such terrifying pressure, Bei's legs turned to jelly, and with a thud, she collapsed onto the ground. The next moment, she burst into tears. Chapter 58. Advancing to the fourth round without lifting a finger. The arena was ablaze with fierce battles. Zhuge Ni wielded a thick tome, evidently a piece of extraordinarily powerful equipment. As she flipped through its pages, horrifying flames surged forth, compelling her opponent to retreat under the intensity of her assault. Each skill she unleashed was executed with remarkable precision, leaving no room for her adversary to maneuver. Before long, Zhuge Ni triumphed, securing victory in the first round. Ye Lin, brandishing a longsword, faced an opponent of merely level 8, his own prowess soaring to level 15, rendering him devoid of any pressure. With a few swift strikes, he compelled his opponent to concede on the spot. Luo Jun from Yucai High School, gripping a black lance entwined with a vividly animated shadow dragon, unleashed a barrage of attacks accompanied by the dragon's roar with each swing. With a mocking demeanor, he toyed with his opponent until the final moment, at which he unceremoniously kicked them off the stage. Wang Jinglin from Experimental High School was swifter still. As a professional wielding the rainbow blade, his speed was ghostly. In a mere flash, he dispatched his opponent. Every arena was alight with exhilarating combat, yet the atmosphere at Ye Lin's stage was strikingly discordant. As a petite girl in a short skirt sat weeping inconsolably. There's no winning against him. He is a monster, utterly unbeatable. Bei's cries echoed through the arena, a poignant sound that drew tears from listeners and heartache from witnesses. Those unaware might have thought the petite girl had suffered some form of bullying at Ye Lin's hands. Everyone stood in stunned silence, including Ye Lin, who appeared momentarily bewildered, uncertain of how to react. The forbidden spell he clutched felt weighty, neither to be released nor to be withdrawn. He had not anticipated her psychological resilience to be so fragile that she would be reduced to tears. Ultimately, Bei was assisted off the stage by the Invigilator, marking Ye Lin's victory in this contest. She was subsequently taken to a psychological counselor, where her sobs gradually subsided after a lengthy half-hour of guidance. On the 18th, candidate Ye Lin emerged victorious in the first round, earning an additional 10 points. The proctor announced the results with an unusual expression. Over the years, he had witnessed fierce battles, instances of immediate surrender, and even moments when a single move had left opponents in tears. Yet, this was the first time he had encountered someone who could frighten their adversary to the point of tears before any confrontation had even begun. Ye Lin had indeed forged a new precedent in the examination, instilling fear in his opponent. He was the only contestant to achieve victory without engaging in any combat. How outrageous! To think that such a charming girl could be reduced to tears by someone so unfeeling, devoid of any compassion for a delicate flower. I had always believed that scaring someone to tears was merely a hyperbolic expression, never realizing it could be a verb in actuality. Did he perhaps whisper some ferocious words to that girl to frighten her into tears? Listening to the whispers around him, Ye Lin felt a wave of exasperation. By all that is holy, he truly hadn't done anything. He hadn't even touched her. After a 10-minute intermission, the second round of the tournament officially commenced. This time, Ye Lin's opponent was a swordsman bearing a long sword on his back. The swordsman possessed striking features and a tall, slender figure, exuding an aura that naturally drew attention. Upon seeing Ye Lin ascend the stage, the swordsman's expression shifted slightly, and he narrowed his eyes, muttering to himself, "If my opponent is you, it could prove somewhat challenging. Nevertheless, I shall prevail. After all, I am the strongest." As he spoke, the swordsman unsheathed his long sword, its dazzling light illuminating the entire arena. Ye Lin's demeanor immediately grew grave as he regarded this opponent with the seriousness it warranted. Even when battling a mere rabbit, a lion must exert its full strength. He would not underestimate any adversary. The myriad of professions among transmuters and their uniquely exceptional skills meant that visible levels did not truly represent combat prowess, a lesson Ye Lin had learned well. The proctor's expression also turned serious. "Both candidates, please stand within the circle. Until I announce the start, refrain from any unnecessary movements. Now, please reveal your profession and level." Ye Lin, Forbidden Spellcaster, level 18. Chun Chung Chun, Cloudwalker Swordsman, level 11. Ye Lin's gaze sharpened. Level 11? He indeed possessed a measure of confidence. Once the professions and levels were displayed, the second round commenced. Meanwhile, Chen Qingchen's calm and self-assured voice reached both Ye Lin and the proctor's ears. "I forfeit. Ye Lin, is that all? Proctor, really?" It felt akin to dining at a 5-star hotel only to have the grand finale served as a bottle of Lao Gan Ma. They had expected this individual, so adept at posturing, to unveil some formidable trick against Ye Lin, yet he surrendered without a fight? "Didn't you claim you would win?" Ye Lin could not restrain his curiosity. "Indeed, I shall win, but not today, not now," Chen Chengchen replied with a confident smile. As serene as a gentle breeze on a tranquil day, Ye Lin fell silent. It was evident that all candidates in this examination were exceptionally talented and articulate. However, avoiding combat was preferable. In the glaring scrutiny of the audience, it was best to minimize actions to avert drawing suspicion from those with ulterior motives. On the 18th, candidate Ye Lin emerged victorious in the second round, earning an additional 10 points. The Invigilator, with a peculiar expression, once again announced Ye Lin's triumph. It was his first realization that overseeing the exam could be so effortless, while others remained tense and vigilant, monitoring the candidate's combat situations to avert any life-threatening dangers. He merely recited the rules, free from any further obligations. As the third round commenced, in light of the cautionary tales from the two preceding competitors, the current candidate, upon drawing Ye Lin's name, quickly resolved within himself, "Damn it, what terrible luck to face such a monster. Invigilator, I forfeit." He harbored no desire to engage Ye Lin in battle. Having witnessed the recent display of thunderous might, he understood that he was no match. Since victory was unattainable, risking severe injury that could impair his performance in the subsequent round was unwise. Thus, he chose to forfeit without a fight. Consequently, Ye Lin advanced to the fourth round without lifting a finger, his score soaring to an astonishing 130 points. At that moment, both the candidates within the examination hall and the spectators watching the live broadcast outside were left dumbfounded. How foolish these individuals were. Why not confront him? What is there to fear? Casting spells as a forbidden sorcerer comes at a cost, merely a high-stakes examination. Could he truly risk his life? While I cannot ascertain whether he values his life, one strike from his thunderous spell would surely spell my demise. Alas, might this fellow advance without so much as a single movement, securing a perfect score? Surely not. Among those who reached the fourth round, who would easily concede? Who among them would be significantly weaker? If Ye Lin aims for the 5th round, he must engage in combat. Hold on. Look quickly, he has drawn a bye. Chapter 59, a bye indeed. Among the 104 candidates entering the arena, after 3 rounds, only 91 progressed to the losers bracket. Thus, merely 13 contenders remained to vie for the prestigious title of Qingqing's top scholar. The 4th round did not adhere to the customary rule of matching the smallest and largest numbers. Instead, a new draw occurred, resulting in one individual receiving a bye. The fortunate candidate, astonishingly, was Ye Lin. Had another individual drawn the bye, the rest might have envied his fortuitous luck. However, with Ye Lin receiving a bye, the other candidates collectively exhaled in relief, feeling fortunate indeed. Ye Lin's bye signified that none of them would face this formidable monster in the 4th round. For anyone encountering Ye Lin, it almost assuredly meant a descent into the losers bracket. Thus, his bye was undeniably welcome news. The results of the remaining draws were swiftly revealed. The other 2 matches appeared rather mundane, with the sole exception being the intriguing clash between Luo Jun and Wang Jingguang. 2 elite professionals finally stood upon the same stage. Candidates, please take your positions within the circle. Do not engage in any unnecessary movements until I declare the commencement. The invigilator for this match, now doubled, was acutely aware that this battle would undoubtedly be a fierce contest between titans. Now, let both contestants present their professions and levels. Luo Jun, Shadow Dragon Spear, level 14. Wang Jingguang, Rainbow Blade, level 13. The levels of the 2 are strikingly 14 and 13. Had it not been for the emergence of the monster Ye Lin this year, both Luo Jun and Wang Jingguang would undoubtedly shine as the most illustrious stars of Qingqing. Luo, it seems you will be entering the losers bracket, Wang Jingguang remarked, brandishing 2 daggers that glimmered with a chilling light, instilling fear in the hearts of onlookers. Meanwhile, Luo Jun thrust his black spear into the ground, sending a tremor through the arena, a clear demonstration of his almost terrifying strength. You are simply not enough. Luo Jun cast a disdainful glance at Wang Jingguang. In response, Wang Jingguang narrowed his eyes. The match between an assassin and a warrior was inherently challenging. He would have preferred to face Zhuge and I over Luo Jun. Yet, having drawn the short straw, he resolved to give his all. With the professions and levels displayed, the 4th round of the competition commenced. No sooner had the proctor's words faded than Wang Jingguang vanished from the stage like a ghost, the speed of the Rainbow Blade profession utterly dazzling. Luo Jun's gaze sharpened instantly as he wielded his black spear, creating a flurry of spear shadows that resonated with a series of metallic clangs throughout the arena. Spectators understood that Wang Jingguang was exerting his full strength, yet they could not perceive his figure, making it appear as though Luo Jun was performing a solo display of spear techniques. How terrifying! Is this the scene of 2 high-level professions clashing? I can't even see where Wang Jingguang is. If I were to step onto the stage, I would likely be eliminated in the very first second. How frightening it is. As fellow transferees, I feel as though I am not even in the same realm as them. Watching the dazzling sparks erupting intermittently from the arena, many gazes reflected deep apprehension. The disparity between individuals can sometimes be greater than that between humans and dogs. Despite having all participated in the transfer ceremony and entered the novice realm, they were now competing in this high-stakes examination. Yet, Luo Jun and Wang Jingguang existed on a completely different tier. Teacher Su, who do you think will win? Chief Examiner Lin Yuan inquired of Su Qingxing. Luo Jun. She replied without hesitation. Lin Yuan chuckled. Oh, Teacher Su believes Wang Jingguang will lose. He has been dominating Luo Jun throughout the bout. On the stage, Luo Jun continuously defended himself, not even brushing against the hem of Wang Jingguang's attire. It's not that I think so. He will certainly lose. If he starts off with full force and cannot subdue Luo Jun in a short time, his stamina will dwindle. And that will be the moment for Luo Jun to counterattack. Although it appears Luo Jun is merely on the defensive, he is effortlessly managing the situation, utilizing the sturdiness of his spear to fend off attacks, each thrust perfectly timed. In the ebb and flow of their confrontation, Wang Jingguang is destined for defeat. Su Qingxin boldly expressed her opinion, causing Lin Yuan's gaze to grow considerably more serious. The head of the Supreme Academy possessed a discerning gaze, mirroring the insights of Su Qingxin. As anticipated, shortly after Su Qingxin articulated her assessment, the dynamics of the arena began to shift dramatically. Sustained high-speed movement proved to be a considerable strain for Wang Jingguang, causing his pace to falter slightly. In that fleeting moment of deceleration, Luo Jun surged forth like a tiger that had lain in wait, seizing the opportunity. Gripping his black spear tightly, he unleashed a flurry of shadowy strikes aimed at the vital points surrounding Wang Jingguang. This strike was an opportunity Luo Jun had long awaited, leaving Wang Jingguang no chance to react. With a change in expression, Wang Jingguang attempted to defend himself. Yet, in a direct confrontation, he stood no chance against Luo Jun. The black spear lunged at him like a massive dragon, and although Wang Jingguang managed to deflect it into the air, Luo Jun swiftly seized the tail of the spear. With a powerful thrust, the spear descended upon Wang Jingguang like a colossal pillar. He raised 2 daggers in defense, but was struck down to his knees. A sharp, agonizing crack echoed through the arena, the sound of Wang Jingguang's knee fracturing. A chilling scream escaped his lips as he curled up on the ground, clutching his injured knee. The onlookers felt a palpable sense of dread, taken aback by the severity of Luo Jun's assault. In short order, 2 doctors ascended the stage to lift Wang Jingguang away, as his injuries were grave and required immediate treatment. Otherwise, they could jeopardize his future career. Luo Jun descended the stage with an impassive expression, marking the conclusion of the 4th round. Alongside Ye Lin, only 7 contenders remained, signifying that yet another individual would have to forfeit, directly advancing to the top 4. Could it truly be so uncanny? Standing before the drawing box, Ye Lin wore a peculiar expression as he reached inside and grasped a small ball. His instincts hinted that this ball could very well signify the forfeit, yet Ye Lin, undeterred, withdrew it. The outcome soon validated his intuition. Lin Yuan glanced at the ball and promptly announced, "Candidate Ye Lin, for the 5th round, you are exempt." Chapter 60, Ji Lingyu and Zhuge and I. Ye Lin fell silent, astonished that he had managed to be exempt for 2 consecutive rounds. The audience, engrossed in the live broadcast of the examination, was equally bewildered. They began to refer to Ye Lin as the deity of the draw, heralding him as the most unexpected contender in this examination. Having not lifted a finger, he had effortlessly advanced to the top 4, a record unprecedented in history and likely unrepeatable in the future. In the 1st round, he had frightened his opponent into submission. In the 2nd and 3rd rounds, his adversaries had forfeited. In the 4th and 5th rounds, he was exempt. Such implausibility would be deemed too far-fetched even in fiction. "Boss, your luck is simply extraordinary," Ji Lingyu remarked in awe. "Well, if you relish forfeit, I suppose it could be arranged," Ye Lin replied nonchalantly. No. I certainly do not." Ji Lingyu hastily shook his head. "A buy can be both a blessing and a curse, for it does not contribute to one's score. Suppose you receive a buy in the 4th round. Consequently, in the following round, you must confront the 6 most formidable contenders of this year's examination. Only by vanquishing one among them can you accrue the precious 10 points. Ye Lin has endured 2 buys, and at present, his score stands at a mere 130 points. The 6th round is the semifinals, while the 7th round is the final. This implies that if he aspires to achieve the perfect score of 150 points, he must triumph in both forthcoming battles to secure the title of Qingqing's top scholar. Without sufficient prowess, the outcome of 2 buys would undoubtedly lead him to become a mere stepping stone in the semifinals. "Who is your opponent in the 5th round?" Ye Lin inquired. Ji Lingyu had already amassed a score of 136 points, a mark that grants him admission to any prestigious institution in the country. Therefore, whether he wins or loses in the 5th round bears little significance for him, unless he desires to contend for the title of Qingqing's top scholar. "Take a guess?" Ji Lingyu winked, wearing a rather mischievous grin. Observing this expression, Ye Lin raised an eyebrow. "It wouldn't be Zhuge and I, would it? You are indeed clever." "Just as I thought." Ji Lingyu nodded. "She is quite a challenging opponent. If it becomes too difficult, I shall forfeit," Ye Lin advised. Although Ji Lingyu's level exceeds that of Zhuge and I by 1 rank, Ye Lin is acutely aware of how Ji Lingyu attained that level. Currently, Ji Lingyu is yet to fully harness the power that comes with such a sudden surge in rank, and moreover, his class level remains limited. Hence, despite Ji Lingyu's higher level, his chances against Zhuge and I are rather slim. "Forfeit? That woman has it in for you. I cannot defeat her. But I must teach her a lesson. Rest assured, boss," Ji Lingyu declared, thumping his chest. Ye Lin wished to say more, but at that moment, the chief examiner, Lin Yuan, announced, "All right, the 5th round of the arena competition is about to commence. All candidates, please step onto the stage." Aside from Ye Lin, who had drawn a buy, only 6 contenders remained. Zhuge and I, Fire Mage, level 14. Ji Lingyu, Shadow Swordsman, level 15. This astonishing level disparity caused gasps of astonishment among the spectators. A level 14 facing a level 15 is typically a scenario reserved for the struggle for the top scholar in previous years. Yet this year, even before reaching the semifinals, a battle between a level 14 and a level 15 had already emerged, prompting lively discussions among the audience. "Shadow Swordsman, I recall that this is a Tier 1 class, isn't it? A Tier 1 class has managed to reach level 15? Each individual's physique is distinct. I once leveled up 20 times in a state of extreme anger." "You are unaware, are you? I witnessed with my own eyes how Ye Lin severely weakened a magical beast and then left it for Ji Lingyu to finish off. His level has surged solely due to Ye Lin's assistance." "Really? Such fortune exists? I have a friend who wishes to inquire if Ye Lin is still in need of any leg enhancements. No wonder a Tier 1 class can achieve level 15. It turns out there are such intricacies involved." At that moment on the stage, Zhuge and I regarded Ji Lingyu with a cold gaze, her exquisitely beautiful face devoid of any expression. "Ji Lingyu, I truly fail to comprehend what enchantment Ye Lin has cast upon you, rendering you utterly devoted to him," Zhuge and I remarked, holding a tome in her hands. "You need not understand. With a single utterance of boss, one is bound for life." With that, Ji Lingyu unsheathed a long sword that shimmered with a cold light, his demeanor shifting to one of seriousness. When you finally come to realize the true nature of Ye Lin, you will undoubtedly regret your choices. Zhuge and I shook her head, clearly disdainful of Ji Lingyu's decision. To her, Ji Lingyu was merely a fool deceived by Ye Lin. As the proctor announced the commencement of the contest, Zhuge and I immediately unleashed her skill. Explosive Phoenix Fire. The tome in her hands radiated brilliance, and soon countless fireballs erupted from her graceful silhouette, hurtling towards Ji Lingyu. The terrifying heat caused the temperature of the arena to soar. Before the attacks even arrived, beads of sweat began to form on Ji Lingyu's forehead, gripping his sword tightly. He moved like a wraith, adeptly utilizing the edges and corners of the arena to evade Zhuge Ni's onslaught rather than recklessly absorbing the fireballs. As fireballs detonated around him, flames erupted, yet none managed to touch him. How many more can you evade? Zhuge and I calmly turned the pages of her tome. Instantly, all the fireballs coalesced into a massive wall of fire, surging toward Ji Lingyu with an apocalyptic force. Confronted with such indiscriminate aggression, Ji Lingyu's gaze sharpened. He recognized that this blow could not be avoided and must be faced head-on. Taking a deep breath, the power within him surged forth, the sword gleaming with icy radiance as he struck directly at the incoming firewall with a decisive slash. Blade technique, slash. The sword energy intertwined with the firewall in a fierce clash, producing a deafening roar. The wall was instantly torn asunder by the sword energy, transforming into countless splintered flames that bloomed in the air like a lotus of fire. Ji Lingyu's figure flickered amidst the blaze. While the flowing flames threatened to sear his skin, he charged recklessly toward Zhuge and I. He understood well that against Zhuge and I, a fire mage, only close combat could grant him any semblance of victory. Zhuge and I, witnessing this, was momentarily taken aback. She had not anticipated Ji Lingyu would withstand her formidable assault so boldly. Simultaneously, a surge of irritation welled within her. She was determined to surpass Ye Lin and prove herself to her father. If she could not even manage Ji Lingyu, how could she hope to confront Ye Lin? With this thought, a sharp glint flickered in her eyes. As Ji Lingyu approached, she remained unflustered, responding with heightened composure. The pages of her tome turned once more, and streams of fire arrows ascended, hurtling toward Ji Lingyu with blinding speed. Ji Lingyu darted like the wind, a shadow weaving deftly among the flaming arrows, occasionally leaping or diving to artfully evade Zhuge Ni's strikes. When faced with an unavoidable arrow, he would swing his long sword, unleashing a fierce sword energy that cleaved the fiery projectiles asunder. After a few swift movements, Ji Lingyu found himself face to face with Zhuge and I, successfully closing the distance. At that moment, rather than displaying any signs of panic, Zhuge and I instead flashed a smile that sent a sudden jolt through Ji Lingyu's heart. In the next instant, the tome in her hand began to flip its pages rapidly, as if stirred by an unseen force, while her long hair danced wildly around her. The Crimson Flame Sea. In Chapter 61, Ji Lingyu's unexpected actions unfolded. The atmosphere on the arena abruptly grew scorching, and Ji Lingyu was assailed by a terrifying wave of heat that nearly suffocated him, each breath feeling as if his nostrils were being seared. He looked up to behold Zhuge and I engulfed in roaring flames. These flames were no longer a mere ordinary red, but instead radiated a profound golden hue, seemingly imbued with the power to annihilate the world. In an instant, the flames converged, morphing into a fearsome sea of fire that enveloped him entirely. The terrifyingly intense energy contained within this inferno appeared as though it sought to consume the very world itself. As the sea of flames surged, the entire arena trembled violently, struggling to withstand such overwhelming force. A legendary skill. To unleash a legendary skill at just level 14, her talent is indeed exceptional. A flicker of astonishment passed through the eyes of Chief Examiner Lin Yuan. There was an element of cunning involved. The magical tome in her possession was an epic-grade artifact. Yet her innate gifts were undeniably remarkable, praised Su Qingxing. That boy, Ji Lingyu, is bound to lose. Another examiner shook his head disapprovingly. At that moment, Ji Lingyu's expression turned exceptionally grim. He finally comprehended that Zhuge and I had intentionally allowed him to close in, merely to set the stage for this very moment. Concede. You cannot break through my Crimson Flame Sea. Zhuge and I stood enshrouded in flames, her hair billowing like a goddess of fire. At this moment, with a mere thought, the endless sea of fire could engulf Ji Lingyu entirely. Despite having victory seemingly within her grasp, Zhuge and I felt no joy within her heart. This move was originally reserved for her confrontation with Ye Lin. She had not anticipated being compelled to utilize it against Ji Lingyu. Hey, you haven't T1 yet. Don't act as if you've already secured victory. A fierce glint flashed in Ji Lingyu's eyes. He had no option for retreat. Embracing his fate, he charged directly into the raging sea of flames, disregarding the perilous threat posed by the fire. Foolish. Zhuge and I furrowed her brow slightly, raising her pristine arm. In an instant, the sea of flames coalesced into a terrifying tsunami of fire that surged toward Ji Lingyu with lethal intent. Under the blanket of the Crimson Flame Sea, Ji Lingyu had no chance of approaching her. The colossal wave of flames bore down upon him like an apocalyptic force, rendering Ye Lin's figure minuscule amidst the inferno, as if he could be swallowed by the relentless tides of fire at any moment. Yet, faced with such a cataclysmic onslaught, Ye Lin did not flinch. He charged headlong into the fiery wave. This sudden turn of events left everyone in shock, and Ji's father stood up abruptly, alarmed. Has this boy lost his mind? Exam proctors, prepare to intervene, Lin Yuan shouted, and with that, he darted toward the arena. As the flames made contact with his skin, Ye Lin felt an excruciating pain surging through his entire being, as if countless fiery blades were slicing through his flesh. In an instant, his garments ignited, turning to ashes and revealing his charred skin, yet he did not waver in the slightest. As a scion of a wealthy family, death was the most terrifying prospect for Ye Lin. However, at this moment, he cast aside the notions of life and death. With a swift motion, a darkened figure surged forth from the sea of flames, and in the astonished gaze of Zhuge and he lunged forward with his sword aimed at her. Zhuge and could hardly fathom that Ye Lin, despite enduring the full brunt of the inferno, was determined to continue his assault. Nonetheless, she remained remarkably composed, quickly evading the strike, though Ye Lin's sword was exceedingly swift, leaving a gash on her left arm from which blood began to seep. A sinister chuckle escaped Ye Lin's lips upon successfully injuring Zhuge and He had been scorched into a figure resembling a blackened ember, yet his eyes retained their brilliance. Beware, my master is the one I respect most, second only to my father. Should you dare speak ill of him again, do not expect mercy from me. No sooner had he uttered these words than Ye Lin, overwhelmed by his injuries, rolled his eyes back and fainted. Without hesitation, Ye Lin dashed onto the stage, harnessing the power of the yin-yang duality brace to commence Ye Lin's healing, for his body was riddled with burns, and some flesh had even begun to cook. I didn't mean to. I had no idea he would go to such lengths, Zhuge and I found herself inexplicably explaining, observing Ye Lin's grim demeanor. I know it's not your fault, Ye Lin replied coldly. Witnessing his indifferent attitude ignited an unnamed fury within Zhuge and I. What are you pretending for? If you hadn't deceived Ye Lin, he wouldn't have ended up like this. In the end, it's you who has harmed him. The label of foolishness had firmly etched itself into Ye Lin's mind regarding this woman, and he was disinclined to engage further. Had Zhuge and I not been the daughter of his mentor, Zhuge Qianxing, he would have cast a spell to silence her. Zhuge and I glared at Ye Lin's retreating figure, her silver teeth clenched, her beautiful eyes shimmering with a complex light. She suddenly recalled Ye Lin's previous words. The coward she had deemed him was willing to exert himself so fiercely. She could not comprehend why Ye Lin would go to such lengths for someone like Ye Lin, whom she saw as a cowardly charlatan. Why did her father trust him, and why did Ye Lin believe in him, yet no one believed in her? An inexplicable emotion surged within her. Was it envy or jealousy? Zhuge and I could not discern. But in that moment, her desire to defeat Ye Lin had reached its zenith. She could not abide Ye Lin's facade of indifference while he was, in fact, a cowardly fraud. Only a resounding victory could cleanse the turmoil in her heart. Moreover, she had a wager with her father. She intended to expel Ye Lin from her father's tutelage. Such a person did not deserve to be her father's disciple. Zhuge Ni's face was etched with cold determination. Ye Lin, I shall undoubtedly unveil your true self. Chapter 62. Do you think you are the only one who can cast forbidden spells? In the 6th round of the arena competition, only 4 candidates remained: Ye Lin, Luo Jun, Zhuge and a contestant named Lin Linglin. The other candidates had already completed their 5 rounds, concluding their trials for this year's college entrance examination. And the top scholar of Qincheng would emerge from these 4. Zhuge was eager to face Ye Lin, but after the draw, she found herself matched against Lin Linglin, while Ye Lin was pitted against Luo Jun. This outcome exhilarated the spectators. They all recognized Ye Lin's formidable strength, yet none had witnessed his true prowess in action. Meanwhile, Luo Jun had just decisively defeated Wang Zhonglin, another formidable contender, without sustaining any injuries. Zhuge Ni's recent battle with Ye Lin had demonstrated that a lower level did not necessarily equate to weakness, leading many to favor Luo Jun. The principals of Qincheng High School were now filled with excitement. For them, the match between Luo Jun and Ye Lin held greater significance than the finals themselves. Unless Lin Linglin experienced an unexpected surge in power, she stood little chance against Zhuge. Should Ye Lin triumph over Luo Jun, it would guarantee a showdown between 2 students of Qincheng High School, ensuring that the top scholar would emerge from their institution. Conversely, if Luo Jun were to win, Yucai High School would still have a chance at maintaining its status as the reigning champion, given that the top scholars of the past 3 years had all hailed from there. Principal Su, do you believe Luo Jun has a high chance of winning? One principal could not help but inquire. Naturally, he is my student, and I have great confidence in him. Principal Su replied with a subtle smile, radiating an unspoken assurance. But he is an 18th level forbidden spellcaster. The power of a forbidden spell is inherently terrifying, especially since his opponent is of a higher level. Can Luo Jun truly prevail? Another principal expressed his astonishment. What of it? Principal Su dismissed the concern. In a contest of this nature, can he afford to recklessly unleash forbidden spells without regard for his life? The other principals nodded in agreement. It was a known fact that the power of forbidden spells was immense, yet casting them took a toll on the body, unless one faced a life-or-death situation. Aside from forbidden spell casters, few would willingly resort to such measures. What if he cannot withstand even a single forbidden spell? Gao Jinyu remarked thoughtfully. We shall see once the match commences. Principal Su retorted coldly. On the arena, Ye Lin and Luo Jun had each demonstrated their levels. Luo Jun, Shadow Dragon Spear. Level 14. Ye Lin, Forbidden Spell Caster, Level 18. The black spear in Luo Jun's hand pointed menacingly at Ye Lin, glimmering with a ghostly sheen under the sunlight. Resembling a true dragon lurking within, Luo Jun's eyes burned with fierce battle intent, and one could almost hear the distant sound of a dragon's roar. Ye Lin, I have finally encountered you. Amongst all, you are the only one I consider a worthy adversary. Once I defeat you, the title of this year's top scholar will undoubtedly be mine. The words caused Zhuge Ni's expression to darken, as Luo Jun's remarks evidently disregarded her entirely. Ye Lin remained silent, quietly gripping the Starfall Celestial Scar. With the proctor announcing the commencement, the battle commenced amidst everyone's anticipation. This marked Ye Lin's first contest since entering the arena. Luo Jun's figure suddenly flickered, launching towards Ye Lin like a ferocious tiger. The obsidian spear in his hand surged with overwhelming force, thrusting directly at Ye Lin's heart. Yet, Ye Lin remained unperturbed, his figure shifting slightly as the Starfall Celestial Scar traced a brilliant celestial arc to counter the black spear. He refrained from employing the chaotic forbidden spells, opting instead for the most straightforward and unadorned Yangshuo blade technique. Luo Jun, at level 14, faced the daunting reality that each strike of the Yangshuo blade technique doubled in power from the previous one. It stood to reason that by stacking it to around 20 layers, the might of the Starfall Celestial Scar would surpass anything Luo Jun could withstand. Moreover, using the Yangshuo blade technique alleviated Ye Lin's concerns about accidentally delivering a fatal blow, which was his primary motivation. A blade? Luo Jun was taken aback. Having only witnessed Ye Lin unleash the cataclysmic thunder, he had anticipated a different approach. He never fathomed that Ye Lin would draw a blade. A forbidden spellcaster proficient in close combat? How was he unaware of this? As the obsidian spear and the Starfall Celestial Scar clashed repeatedly, Luo Jun felt increasingly alarmed. Ye Lin's blade technique, seemingly simplistic, concealed an astonishing potency, with each strike compounding in strength. The Starfall Celestial Scar etched luminous trails in the air as it collided with the black spear, producing a clear metallic resonance and igniting a flurry of sparks. Initially, the black spear held a definitive advantage, yet as Ye Lin increased his strikes, Luo Jun sensed his own limitations, beads of cold sweat forming upon his brow. Though Ye Lin's technique was merely a straightforward hack, the cumulative power of the Yangshuo blade technique was utterly formidable. The spectators surrounding the arena were left in astonishment. This was no typical duel between a forbidden spellcaster and a warrior, but rather a confrontation resembling two warriors clashing head-on. Is this how forbidden spellcasters engage in battle? Isn't he a forbidden spellcaster? Why has he refrained from casting any forbidden spells, and yet can match Luo Jun blow for blow? Such absurdity. I too am intrigued. I had anticipated a barrage of forbidden spells, yet this is the scene that unfolds before me. The viewers watching the live broadcast were bewildered. This battle appeared to deviate greatly from their expectations. Meanwhile, the principals of Qingcheng High School began to discern the underlying truth. Is it that forbidden spell? It must be. Sacrificing his own lifespan to make each strike more powerful than the last. How many strikes has he executed? Is it worth risking his own life for victory in this arena? The principals murmured amongst themselves, while Principal Su's expression grew increasingly grim. He never imagined that Ye Lin would be so relentless, wagering his lifespan in the process. Principal Su, did you not assert that Luo Jun might not necessarily lose? Based on the current situation, it seems he is destined for defeat, Gao Jinyu remarked, grinning with delight. Do not celebrate too soon. Principal Su retorted through gritted teeth. On the arena, Ye Lin's life-extending blade technique had reached an astonishing 15 layers, each strike infused with an overwhelming force. Luo Jun felt an unprecedented pressure. Even his tiger's mouth had cracked, blood oozing profusely. This cannot continue. Defeat is imminent. A flicker of panic crossed Luo Jun's eyes as he sensed the escalating might of Ye Lin's every slash, multiplying as if boundless. He must take a desperate gamble to seize a chance at victory. With a fierce determination, he unleashed the Shadow Breaker, gripping the end of his spear. The black lance surged forth like a colossal pillar aiming fiercely at Ye Lin. Reluctantly, Ye Lin chose to parry, not wanting to appear too ostentatious, and positioned his blade horizontally to deflect the incoming strike. The impact sent him staggering backward. Seizing the moment, a ruthless glint flashed in Luo Jun's eyes. Ye Lin, do you think you are the only one capable of casting forbidden spells? Forbidden spell, Dark Dragon's Fall. The spearhead of Luo Jun radiated with a brilliant light. a testament to his utmost effort in casting the forbidden spell. Under this strike, the entire arena seemed to tremble, the atmosphere thick with a palpable sense of slaughter. As if even a true dragon would bleed at its piercing. As the black lance pierced forth, it erupted with blinding brilliance and a deafening roar. Ye Lin felt an immense force surge towards him, his body involuntarily retreating several steps. A crimson hole began to widen in his chest, staining his garments with blood. Looking down, he saw the spearhead had punctured his heart, while Luo Jun regarded him with a cold, triumphant gaze, filled with scorn and arrogance. Chapter 63. To act is to fully engage. In that instant, all of Qing City fell into silence, as if someone had pressed the pause button on time. The sudden turn of events shocked all present. No one anticipated that Luo Jun would resort to casting a forbidden spell, let alone that he would pierce Ye Lin's chest with a single thrust. Luo Jun emerged victorious. Who would have thought that a forbidden spellcaster, heralded as invincible among peers, could be bested by Luo Jun, who was 4 levels his junior? Luo Jun truly took a risk, directly employing a forbidden spell. The crowd erupted in fervent discussions, their expressions etched with astonishment. Old Su, you wretched old man. To win, you actually imparted forbidden spells to your students? Gao Jinyu, infuriated, rushed forward, intent on confronting Principal Su. Despite Luo Jun's exceptional talent, his current prowess was insufficient to master a forbidden spell. The only plausible explanation was that Principal Su, in his relentless pursuit of securing the top student in Qing City, disregarded Luo Jun's future to ensure he learned the forbidden spell. Recognizing that the outcome was sealed, Principal Su wore a smug smile as he spoke indifferently. What's wrong? Is there any rule against teaching forbidden spells to students? A loss is a loss. Are you unwilling to acknowledge it? Shameless! Gao Jinyu exclaimed in anger, while the other principals wore grim expressions. Casting a forbidden spell imposes a tremendous burden on the body, especially since Luo Jun was a novice in his profession, with an exceedingly promising future. Sacrificing a budding genius merely to secure the top position starkly contradicted their educational principles. Luo Jun himself concurred, so there is no need for your concern. Principal Su stood with an air of confidence and vigor. What are the forbidden spellcasters? This year's top scholar still hails from Yutsai High School. Zhuge and I gazed blankly at the arena, her emotions a tumultuous blend of complexity. She had never anticipated that Ye Lin would be defeated by Luo Jun. Yet, the power of Luo Jun's spear was undeniably fearsome, and Zhuge and I felt no assurance that she could evade it. Initially, she had ardently wished to vanquish Ye Lin, but now, witnessing his imminent demise, Zhuge and I could not help but sigh. Life extinguishes with death. There was no need to cling to her opponent any longer. She had long advised Ye Lin that the power of a forbidden spellcaster comes at the cost of depleting one's future and life, yet he had disregarded her counsel. Had he heeded such advice, perhaps he would not have met such a fate today. Zhuge and I shook her head, murmuring softly. On the arena, Luo Jun gasped for breath. His complexion pale. It was evident that casting the Dark Dragon's descent had drained him significantly. What of level 18? He would still fall beneath my spear. Luo Jun proclaimed with pride. Who told you I have been defeated? Ye Lin calmly lifted his gaze. His heart has been pierced, yet he persists in defiance? Luo Jun scoffed disdainfully. It appears that the absence of forbidden spellcasters for too long has led the world to forget the terror associated with this profession. Ye Lin opened his arms wide. No one can slay a forbidden spellcaster. They only perish beneath their own forbidden spells. Immortal and indestructible. As Ye Lin unleashed his forbidden spell, a mysterious energy erupted from him, causing the air around the arena to seem to solidify. Though his heart had been pierced, Ye Lin appeared unfazed as he swung the celestial meteor toward Luo Jun once more. Luo Jun's expression changed drastically. How could someone with a pierced heart wield such terrifying power? Is this individual truly human? Simultaneously, the dual yin-yang bracelets on Ye Lin's wrist glowed with brilliance, channeling a powerful energy that swiftly restored his body. The wound inflicted by the Dark Dragon's descent healed at a visibly rapid pace until it vanished entirely. This sudden turn of events left everyone in astonishment. They had never witnessed someone survive a pierced heart. Could this individual possess an immortal body? Immortal and indestructible? Hadn't this forbidden spell long been lost to time? To witness it in one's lifetime is truly astonishing. The profession of forbidden spellcaster is profoundly terrifying. Possessing an innate ability to master forbidden spells. By sacrificing one's lifespan, one becomes immune to lethal damage. This forbidden spell indeed ranks among the most powerful and practical, granting immunity to a fatal blow. First, by being immortal and indestructible, one can withstand lethal damage and then heal the wounds with equipment. This individual is remarkably composed. Were he not a forbidden spellcaster, he would undoubtedly achieve great things in the future. An examiner could not help but shake his head, his eyes filled with regret. To be a forbidden spellcaster is to embrace a short life. This is an unyielding truth. Ye Lin pressed forward relentlessly, each swing of the celestial meteor imbued with terrifying might. As defeat loomed on the horizon, a fierce glint flashed in Luo Jun's eyes. Having already unleashed his forbidden spell once, he was undeterred from casting it again. Forbidden spell, Dark Dragon's Fall. Luo Jun aimed once more, this time targeting Ye Lin's head. As the black spear erupted in a dazzling light and surged toward him, Ye Lin frowned. He had no desire to publicly invoke his immortality again. Overuse might lead to exposure. Thus, he raised his hand decisively. Forbidden spell, Annihilating Thunder. Since this young man was so fond of forbidden spells, Ye Lin would engage him with a counterstrike of his own. With a firm press of his palm forward, the skies darkened with dense clouds, and bolts of lightning flickered with ferocity, threatening to engulf the entire arena. Boom. As Ye Lin completed his motion, a colossal bolt of lightning descended from the clouds, aimed directly at Luo Jun. Impossible. Luo Jun's terrified scream echoed. Despite both spells being forbidden, why was Ye Lin's manifestation so overwhelmingly powerful? He frantically attempted to evade, but the speed of the lightning was instantaneous, leaving him no time to react. The thunderous strike collided violently with Luo Jun, sending his body hurtling away and crashing against the edge of the arena. Charred and smoldering, arcs of electricity still danced across his form. Had he not been lying at the arena's edge, twitching, the onlookers might have mistaken him for a lifeless corpse. Witnessing Luo Jun's pitiful state, an eerie silence enveloped the crowd. No one had anticipated that Luo Jun, who seemed assured of victory just moments ago, would be reduced to cinders by Ye Lin's thunderous assault. This sudden turn of events left the audience momentarily at a loss for how to respond. Ye Lin stood calmly upon the stage, but then, as if struck by a thought, he suddenly coughed up blood and collapsed to the ground, his face ashen. To maintain the illusion, having unleashed such a formidable forbidden spell, he could not appear unscathed. That would arouse suspicion. Chapter 64. The Dancer Rising from the Flames. Luo Jun, now a mere shadow of his former self, was carried away by medical personnel. Given the severity of his actions, Ye Lin felt no obligation to show leniency. This battle concluded with Ye Lin's victory, elevating his score to 140 points. This meant that the final match of the current examination would pit Zhuge Ni against Ye Lin. A clash within Qingqing High School. Regardless of the outcome, the top scholar would emerge from Qingqing High, and Gao Jinyu had already begun to pop champagne in celebration. However, the individual who found Luo Jun's defeat most intolerable was undoubtedly Principal Su of Yucai High School. His teeth ground in frustration as he fixated on Ye Lin on the stage. To secure a win, he had not hesitated to teach Luo Jun forbidden spells, even at the expense of Luo Jun's future. Yet despite these efforts, they still faced defeat, a reality Principal Su struggled to accept. I must report this. I will certainly report Ye Lin of Qingqing High for his deliberate attempt to eliminate his opponent. He, an 18th level job changer, wielding such a formidable forbidden spell against a mere 14th level job changer, is nothing short of murder. Principal Su rose to his feet, shouting vehemently. In the arena, intentional killing of opponents is absolutely prohibited. Each participant in the tournament is a prodigy destined to become a formidable force in the future. The loss of any one of them would be a tremendous blow to the great Xia. Therefore, there exists a strict regulation in the college entrance examination trials. Should any contestant cause the death of an opponent, they will be disqualified and all achievements nullified. Under different circumstances, witnessing Luo Jun's dire state would have swayed the crowd as Principal Su had suggested. However, recalling Luo Jun's merciless strike that pierced through Ye Lin's heart, the expressions of those present were peculiarly complex. If one were to speak of deliberate murder, Luo Jun's actions truly epitomized that. Had Ye Lin not been a forbidden spell master, but rather of another profession, he would have been left either dead or severely incapacitated. Reporting you to the examination officials is futile. Voicing your grievances here is pointless. Gao Jinyu scoffed, regarding Principal Su with the disdain reserved for a jester. Gao Jinyu, just you wait. This matter is far from over. Principal Su ground his teeth in frustration, then turned to leave, unwilling to witness any further. What awaited was the internal conflict at Qingqing High School, and observing it would only serve to aggravate him. A promise is a promise. Double happiness is at hand. Gao Jinyu grinned widely, the wrinkles on his face unfurling in that instant. He had thought the internal conflict of the finals at Qingqing High School was already a source of great joy, only to find the eyesore had wisely departed on its own. How splendid. Alas, I am utterly exhausted. The college entrance examination is more exhausting than battling Kensen. Ye Lin murmured to himself as he stepped down from the arena. Against Kensen, he could unleash his full power, casting forbidden spells without restraint. Yet, in the context of the college entrance examination, he felt constrained, fearful of revealing any hint of his true capabilities. After all, the tournament is being broadcast live, with countless eyes scrutinizing his every move. Otherwise, given Luo Jun's prowess, he could not only withstand a single strike, but could easily best 100 Luo Jun combined. He must hasten to elevate his strength. The day will come when he is powerful enough to no longer fear exposure of his immortality, freeing him from such limitations. Moreover, the final battle against Zhuge Ni only adds to Ye Lin's woes. He certainly cannot employ a forbidden spell as he did against Luo Jun. Otherwise, should he reduce Zhuge Ni to ashes, Zhuge Qinqing would undoubtedly seek retribution. Let me ponder if there exists a forbidden spell that could both vanquish Zhuge and I without inflicting severe harm. Spells like the Cataclysmic Thunder or Fiery Inferno are out of the question, as even a warrior like Luo Jun could not endure them, while a mage like Zhuge and I would merely brush against them and perish. Just as Ye Lin was deep in thought, the 7th round, the final showdown, arrived. However, for many, this decisive battle had lost its suspense. Through his actions in the fight against Luo Jun, Ye Lin had already demonstrated the terrifying potential of a forbidden spell master. Zhuge and I would surely be doomed upon receiving even a single forbidden spell. In the arena, Zhuge and I stood opposite Ye Lin, her exquisite visage reflecting a myriad of complex emotions. She had initially believed that Ye Lin was destined to perish under Luo Jun's gunfire. However, to her astonishment, Ye Lin suddenly turned the tide with an indestructible forbidden spell. With the examiner's command, the battle that would determine the top scholar of Qingqing officially commenced. Strangely, neither Ye Lin nor Zhuge and I seemed inclined to make a move. They stood frozen in place. Ye Lin feared that a careless use of the forbidden spell might inadvertently harm Zhuge and I, while she appeared lost in her own thoughts. After a moment, Zhuge and I coldly spoke. Ye Lin, if you require a moment to rest, I can wait until you are ready to strike. I do not wish to take advantage of you. No need. Just go ahead and make your move. Ye Lin waved his hand, his expression one of distress. He mentally reviewed all the forbidden spells he currently possessed, only to find that none were applicable. Very well. Do not blame me for being merciless, for I have compelling reasons to secure victory. A resolute glint flashed in Zhuge Ni's eyes as she opened a tome and unleashed her skill. Explosive Phoenix Fire. Flames erupted on the arena, transforming into a multitude of scorching fireballs that rushed toward Ye Lin. Dance of the Forbidden Spell. In response to the oncoming fireballs, Ye Lin sacrificed a kidney to gain a 5-fold increase in agility. Since he could not attack, he resolved to evade until Zhuge Ni's mana was exhausted. With only 140 points, he needed a perfect score to enter the Supreme Academy, which meant he could not afford to lose this match. Ye Lin's figure darted through the flames, resembling a specter navigating a sea of fire. His movements were extraordinarily swift, shifting positions with every moment, allowing the fiery projectiles to narrowly miss him without making contact. The arena blazed with fire, yet Ye Lin moved through it with the grace of flowing water. This spectacle left the audience in awe. It was astonishing that a forbidden spellcaster could possess such agility. However, they soon noticed something amiss. Why was Ye Lin only dodging and not attacking? Had he not just used the thunderous forbidden spell to secure victory? Perhaps the spell was too taxing, and he was unable to summon it again so soon? That seemed plausible. Otherwise, how could one explain his refusal to counterattack? I wager Ye Lin is smitten by Zhuge Ni's beauty, showing her kindness by withholding his strikes. Your information is outdated. I have heard through the grapevine that Ye Lin has already been taken as Zhuge's disciple. He is deliberately conceding the top position to her. Chapter 65. The Sighing Wall of Forbidden Spells. On the arena, observing Ye Lin's evasive tactics, Zhuge Ni clenched her silver teeth. Humiliation etched across her delicate features. Ye Lin, is dodging all you can do? Zhuge Ni seethed. To her, Ye Lin's behavior of evasion without retaliation was nothing short of a deliberate affront. It was akin to a powerful stallion teasing a frail lamb with a mouthful of spiced salt. Is there a rule against dodging? Ye Lin shrugged indifferently. Very well. I shall see how you evade. The crimson flame sea. With a commanding shout, Zhuge Niao's long hair defied the winds, and in an instant, the air above the arena became intensely scorching, the temperature rising rapidly. Flames erupted from Zhuge Niao, radiating a dazzling crimson gold hue that was utterly breathtaking. This fiery inferno surged forth towards Ye Lin, encircling him. Ye Lin furrowed his brow and swiftly leapt to the sides to evade. The sea of flames blazed fiercely, yet his form flowed through it with the grace of a stream, his movements executed with utmost precision. Despite the terrifying nature of the crimson gold fire, it could never graze him. In a moment of urgency, Ye Lin sacrificed a portion of his liver, enhancing his agility 7-fold. This sudden surge propelled his already formidable speed to new heights, transforming him into a streak of light hurtling towards Zhuge Niao. Zhuge Niao was utterly unprepared for Ye Lin's increased velocity, leaving her no time to react. With a resounding thud, Ye Lin struck her on the head with the back of his heavy blade, producing a sharp sound. Crouching on the ground, Zhuge Niao clutched her head, tears brimming in her eyes from the pain. Having been pampered since childhood, she was unaccustomed to such humiliation, and a large bump rose prominently on her head. You have lost, Ye Lin stated calmly, the disparity in their strengths now glaringly apparent. Had he used the blade's edge instead of the back, with the sharpness of the starfall blade, her skull would have been cleaved in two. Those three simple words shattered Zhuge Niao's psychological defenses. Humiliation. It was a blatant disgrace. She would rather be carried off the stage like Luo Jun than accept such a degrading defeat. Who told you I lost? I did not concede. Nor have I lost my fighting spirit. This match can still continue, she declared angrily, refusing to acknowledge her defeat. With a swift motion, she unleashed a barrage of fireballs towards Ye Lin. He frowned, taken aback by her stubbornness. If that was the case, he would simply kick her off the stage next time, to avoid accidentally causing her harm. Ye Lin refrained from employing other forbidden spells and only used the dance of instantaneous movement. As he dodged left and right, slipping away like an eel, Zhuge Niao's fury intensified. I cannot lose. I refuse to lose. I absolutely will not be defeated by this insufferable individual. Her innate pride surged within her, causing her fiery power to reach its zenith. With a fierce shout, she swiftly formed seals with her hands. A force more potent than before erupted from her being, and the tome before her began to flip rapidly. On the arena, the air seemed to warp under this newfound power, twisting into crimson patterns that resembled ancient sigils materializing in the air. Ye Lin, since you are so adept at evasion, let's see you dodge this move. Zhuge Niao's voice resonated with overwhelming fury. Tornado flame spell. Zhuge Ni, with her delicate hands, thrust forward, and in an instant, the crimson patterns converged into a colossal fiery tornado, roaring towards Ye Lin. This fiery vortex was unlike the previous sea of flames. It appeared to possess a life of its own, dancing wildly in the air. With each rotation, it unleashed terrifying heat, as if intent on incinerating everything in its path. Upon completing this formidable skill, Zhuge Ni was drenched in fragrant sweat, her complexion pale, clearly indicating the immense toll this ability took on her. The tome had also suffered significant damage. After all, it was an epic-grade artifact. Gazing at the ruined book, a flicker of sorrow crossed Zhuge Ni's eyes. Yet, she believed that as long as victory was within reach, all sacrifices were worthwhile. She was confident that this move would leave Ye Lin with no escape. Indeed, regardless of how Ye Lin attempted to evade, the fiery tornado pursued him relentlessly, akin to a malignant shadow. Did it possess a tracking ability? Ye Lin furrowed his brow, then caught sight of Zhuge Ni not far away, a solution instantly dawning upon him. With sevenfold agility, he merely had to sidestep to appear directly behind Zhuge Ni. A mage, unprotected by allies, invoking a skill with tracking capabilities against a swift opponent was tantamount to self-destruction. Such a simple truth. Did you not heed it in class? Ye Lin's voice echoed in Zhuge Ni's ear. At that moment, the fiery tornado, resembling a furious fire dragon, surged towards them at an alarming speed. At this rate, it would undoubtedly strike Zhuge Ni before reaching Ye Lin. Stand down, Ye Lin stated calmly. Once Zhuge Ni withdrew her skill, he intended to kick her off the stage, thereby bringing this farce to an end. Facing the approaching tornado, Zhuge Ni's face paled, and a glimmer of humiliation flickered in her beautiful eyes. You shall not. Rather than canceling her fiery vortex, Zhuge Ni intensified her mental focus, making the tornado even more ferocious. Nini. Outside, Zhuge Qianqing watched in shock, rising to his feet. He had never anticipated his daughter would be so resolute. Was she truly willing to risk it all for victory? Lin Yuan and the other examiners were equally taken aback. Prepared to intervene. Confronted with the frenzied Zhuge Ni, Ye Lin frowned slightly. Madwoman. Since Zhuge Ni refused to relent, he certainly could not use her as a mere shield, as she was the daughter of his mentor. Despite Zhuge Ni's many flaws, Zhuge Qianqing had treated him well. He could not stand idly by and watch her perish. Ye Lin reached out, pulling Zhuge Ni behind him. Then, with a swift motion, a terrifying power erupted from his palm, causing the arena beneath them to tremble and emit a deafening roar. Forbidden spell, Wall of Size. A stone wall erupted between Ye Lin and the fiery tornado, an enigmatic barrier that seemed not to be composed of mere physical material. This was one of the forbidden spells he had recently unlocked after advancing in power. The Wall of Size. The spellcaster sacrifices their own vitality to summon the Wall of Size from the depths of the underworld, blocking incoming attacks. If the attacker's level is not more than 20 levels higher than that of the spellcaster, the attack is rendered ineffective. The effect of this skill is as straightforward as its name suggests. With Ye Lin currently at level 18, the Wall of Size he summoned cannot be breached by any transmuted being below level 38, leaving them to merely gaze at the wall in despair. The fierce fire tornado crashed against the Wall of Size, producing no sound. The raging flames were gradually devoured by the wall, ultimately dissipating into nothingness. As the Wall of Size faded, Ye Lin remained steadfast, with Zhuge Ni securely sheltered behind him, untouched. Several examiners, witnessing Ye Lin's adept handling of the fire tornado, also paused in their tracks, sharing an unspoken understanding. What kind of power is this? Zhuge Ni stood frozen, her beautiful eyes filled with disbelief. She had prepared herself for a mutual destruction with Ye Lin, yet he had effortlessly neutralized her full-force strike and shielded her behind him. In that moment, Zhuge Ni finally grasped the terrifying chasm of strength that separated her from Ye Lin. Fool, stop dawdling and turn around. Ye Lin affectionately ruffled Zhuge Ni's hair, his smile gentle and warm, momentarily leaving her in a daze. She suddenly felt that Ye Lin was not as detestable as she had imagined. The proud and stubborn princess had encountered a powerful and tender knight. Oh my, what a revelation. I see it now. Ye Lin does not wish to relinquish the title of champion. He merely fears harming Zhuge Ni, which is why he has been evading her. How sweet. How could there be such a gentle man? He truly cannot bear for Zhuge and I to suffer even the slightest harm. As the people of Qingqing watched the heartwarming scene unfold in the live broadcast, they couldn't help but let a smile creep onto their faces. Under the gaze of the crowd, Ye Lin slowly turned Zhuge and I's body around and then delivered a fierce kick to her backside. Get lost. You're acting ridiculous. Zhuge and I, caught completely off guard, was propelled into the air by Ye Lin's powerful kick, her graceful form tracing a beautiful parabola before crashing onto the ground outside the arena, landing in a most undignified manner. The crowd in Qingqing, the examiners, Zhuge Qingqing, Ye Lin's sudden and forceful kick left everyone stunned. A distinct size 43 shoe print was clearly visible on Zhuge and I's pert rear, captured in a close-up by the live camera. The onlookers from Qingqing could hardly believe their eyes, their mouths agape in disbelief. Just a moment ago, the atmosphere was filled with sweet hormones, and now it had turned to sheer violence. How could he kick the beautiful girl to such a state? Ye Lin, coughing up dirt, Zhuge and I rose from the ground, her face flushed with anger. Her earlier, slightly improved impression of Ye Lin was undoubtedly shattered by that kick. Ye Lin showed no mercy, and Zhuge and I could distinctly feel that one side of her posterior had been bruised from the kick, leaving one cheek swollen and the other comparatively smaller, the larger one throbbing with pain. This matter is far from over. Just you wait, Zhuge and I declared fiercely, attempting to walk away. However, as she lifted her leg, a sharp pain shot through her, causing her to gasp. Observing the limping Zhuge and I, the proctor on the arena cast a peculiar glance at Ye Lin, pondering how such a beautiful girl could endure such brutality. Nonetheless, the proctor did not forget his duties and promptly announced, in the final round of the arena competition, candidate Ye Lin emerges victorious, earning an additional 10 points. This brought Ye Lin's score to 150, crowning him as the top scholar of Qingqing. Surely, this should suffice for admission to the Supreme Academy, Ye Lin mused. With a perfect score and the title of top scholar, he had achieved the pinnacle of success in the college entrance examination. A host clad in black stockings and high heels swiftly ascended the stage, microphone in hand, flashing a sweet smile at the camera. Greetings to our viewers watching the live broadcast. I am Wei Benlu, the host from Qingqing Vision. After a day filled with spectacular battles, we have crowned the top scholar of the 886th college entrance examination, who stands beside me, Ye Lin. Typically, at this moment, exuberant cheers would echo throughout Qingqing. Yet this year, there was an eerie silence. Ye Lin, as this year's top scholar, do you have any words for the audience behind the camera? Wei Benlu inquired, looking at Ye Lin. And no? Wei Benlu paused momentarily, then quickly regained her professional composure, her sweet smile returning. Ye Lin, you truly are enigmatic. Now that you've achieved this remarkable feat, what are your thoughts? Or is there anyone you wish to thank? She pressed on. Don't you want to express gratitude to your parents? Wei Benlu's forehead began to sweat. How could this interview continue? This could very well become a significant blemish on her career. She hastily shifted the topic, asking, so, Ye Lin, do you have any aspirations? Upon hearing this, many viewers watching the live stream appeared perplexed. Wasn't the best academy Academy? Where had this Supreme Academy emerged from? Relief washed over Wei Benlu as Ye Lin finally provided a response she could work with. How fortuitous. Today, the head of the Supreme Academy's Qingqing branch, Teacher Su Qingxin, is present at the college entrance examination venue. Let us welcome Teacher Su. As soon as Wei Benlu finished speaking, the camera focused on Su Qingxin. Clad in a flowing blue gown, Su Qingxin appeared before the lens, capturing the attention of many viewers who marveled at her mature allure. This sophisticated beauty exuded a charm that appealed to men of all ages. Allow me to clarify for our audience. The Supreme Academy only admits the top 100 candidates from the college entrance examination each year. You may view the Supreme Academy as a specialized training camp within the realm of academia, Wei Benlu elaborated. Teacher Su. This year's top scorer in the Qingqing College entrance examination, Ye Lin, aspires to enter the Supreme Academy. Since you are in charge of the admissions for the Qingqing region, might I inquire whether this aspiration can be realized? Wei Benlu inquired sweetly. Upon hearing this, Su Qingxin furrowed her delicate brows and subsequently shook her head. Ye Lin, do not take my words amiss, but I fear your dream may remain unfulfilled. Chapter 67. The One Who Defeats You, Yunguan Tower. As soon as Su Qingxin uttered these words, both Ye Lin, the subject of the discussion, and Wei Benlu, along with all those watching the live stream, were rendered speechless. What could this mean? While the Supreme Academy certainly possesses an impressive reputation, it seemed implausible that they would overlook the top scorer of an entire city. Even Zhuge Qingqing, behind his golden-rimmed glasses, slightly furrowed his brow, having already begun to deduce the underlying implications. The examiners present, including Lin Yuan, displayed no signs of shock, clearly having been aware of Su Qingxin's disregard for Ye Lin long before this moment. Why? Ye Lin could not help but ask. With a perfect score of 150, coupled with being the top scorer of Qingqing, it seemed only logical that the Supreme Academy would not turn him away. You are aware, however, that your profession is that of a forbidden spell master, Su Qingxin replied coolly. The profession of Forbidden Spellmaster has appeared a mere 11 times since the inception of class transition, with an average lifespan of 22 years among these individuals, the longest living to just 24 years and 10 months. This implies that you lack any value for cultivation. Your current prowess has been purchased at the expense of your future and vitality. Investing resources in you is akin to tossing money into the sea, yielding no returns. Do not fault me for my bluntness, for this is the stark truth. As Su Qingxin's words hung in the air, many viewers of the live stream fell into deep contemplation. They could not deny that, while her words were harsh, they bore a profound truth. The fleeting existence of forbidden spellmasters is well known. Universities typically invest 4 years in nurturing a class transition individual, and with Ye Lin currently 18, he would graduate at the age of 22. Coincidentally, the average lifespan of a forbidden spellmaster. This suggests that Ye Lin might very well perish immediately upon graduation. Thus, the resources devoted to his training would be rendered meaningless, akin to a futile endeavor. Upon grasping this reality, the onlookers began to understand Su Qingxin's decision to reject Ye Lin, and a hint of compassion crept into their gazes directed towards him. What a radiant star he was, yet tragically destined to extinguish before long. I understand, Ye Lin replied calmly, nodding slightly. Though somewhat disheartened, he deemed it inconsequential. He had exerted his utmost efforts in pursuit of his dream. If Su Qingxin found him lacking, there was little he could do. Surely, he could not reveal before the gathered throng that he possessed an immortal constitution. Should he do so, he would likely find himself not at the Supreme Academy, but rather confined within the confines of a research laboratory. At that moment, a figure appeared beside Ye Lin, draped in a trench coat and adorned with golden-rimmed glasses. Exuding an air of cultured elegance, it was Zhuge Qianqing. Upon witnessing Zhuge Qianqing's uninvited intrusion into the examination hall, several examiners, including Lin Yuan, furrowed their brows but refrained from voicing their concerns. After all, they were well aware of Mr. Zhuge's esteemed reputation, and since the rigorous examination had already concluded, his presence would not hinder proceedings. Thus, they chose to overlook the incident. However, the moment Su Qingxin caught sight of Zhuge Qianqing, her expression became remarkably intricate. While Zhuge Qianqing himself appeared slightly uneasy, suggesting a prior acquaintance between the two. Teacher Su, the concerns you harbored may have already been addressed, Zhuge Qianqing remarked. Adjusting his glasses, his warm hand rested upon Ye Lin's shoulder, and in an instant, a surge of stellar energy coursed into Ye Lin's body, wreaking havoc within. Ye Lin endured silently, withholding any complaint, knowing that even if Zhuge Qianqing intended to harm him, he would not act in such a public setting. Ye Lin is my disciple. I have devised a method that significantly mitigates the repercussions of casting forbidden spells on the caster themselves. If you harbor any doubts, you are welcome to take Ye Lin for a medical examination, Zhuge Qianqing declared. As soon as he finished speaking, many viewers watching the live broadcast exhibited drastic changes in their expressions, with some prominent figures from Qingcheng, particularly those with daughters, regarding Zhuge Qianqing with newfound fervor. Rumors had indeed circulated regarding Mr. Zhuge taking on an apprentice, and his public acknowledgement of Ye Lin's status as a disciple unequivocally confirmed this. A wave of gratitude washed over Ye Lin. Zhuge Qianqing had undoubtedly shifted the focus onto himself. As time progressed, his identity as a vibrant forbidden spellcaster would inevitably attract the scrutiny of those with ulterior motives. By making this declaration in front of the crowd, Zhuge Qianqing effectively shielded him, redirecting any suspicion towards himself. The gazes of Lin Yuan and his colleagues grew fervent. If Zhuge Qianqing could truly lessen the impact of forbidden spells on their wielders, Ye Lin might indeed transform into a rising star. Setting aside other considerations, if he could merely survive until the age of 30, the circumstances would change dramatically. An additional 8 years of life as a forbidden spellcaster would render him a figure of considerable caution. Yet, Su Qingxin's expression remained unchanged, her gaze now considerably colder. Mr. Zhuge, while you are undoubtedly adept at astrology and divination, do you truly believe you possess greater insight into the studies of transitional practitioners than the esteemed professors at the Supreme Academy? If even the professors there have yet to uncover what you claim to have discovered, how could I possibly trust your assertions? You expect the Supreme Academy to cultivate a forbidden spellcaster on mere conjecture? What if he fails to live beyond 25? Will you compensate for the resources lost? Faced with Su Qingxin's aggressive inquiries, Zhuge Qianqing's brow furrowed slightly before he exhaled a sigh. Qingxin, could you refrain from letting personal emotions cloud your judgment? I am earnestly discussing this matter with you. All you need to do is examine Ye Lin's condition, and the truth will become evident. He was confident that he had damaged Ye Lin's physique to an optimal degree, and he was certain that evading Su Qingxin's scrutiny would pose no challenge. Mr. Zhuge, I assure you, I approach this matter devoid of personal sentiment. I am speaking to you with utmost seriousness. Su Qingxin's expression was one of icy indifference. At that moment, the gazes of countless onlookers shimmered with the light of gossip. Even the most naive could discern that there was an untold story between Zhuge Qianqing and Su Qingxin. Our esteemed academy will not admit a forbidden spellcaster, Mr. Zhuge. I implore you to cease your obstinate insistence. Su Qingxin spoke coldly. Zhuge Qianqing furrowed his brows in resignation, realizing that Su Qingxin was resolute in her decision to deny Ye Lin's admission. Very well, teacher. If the esteemed academy is unwilling to accept him, then so be it. I am indifferent. It is merely an institution, Ye Lin interjected, wishing to alleviate Zhuge Qianqing's predicament. At that moment, a voice laced with mockery abruptly cut through the air. What audacity! Merely an institution? As the words fell, a diligent cameraman promptly directed his lens towards the source of the sound. A young man clad in a white robe approached with deliberate steps, a sardonic smile gracing his lips, his gaze sweeping over Ye Lin with a hint of disdain. A cold smirk curled at the corners of his mouth, and then, with a sudden, forceful stride, a formidable aura erupted forth, barreling directly towards Ye Lin. Ye Lin felt an overwhelming force collide with him, as if struck by lightning. His internal energy surged chaotically, and he could not suppress the spurt of blood that escaped his lips. He could vividly sense that this young man's power was not inferior to that of Kenshin. Humph, merely a forbidden spellcaster, a fleeting phenomenon. And you dare to speak so boldly here? Just because you've achieved the top score, you have lost sight of your own insignificance? Who among those admitted to the esteemed academy is not a top scholar? The young man sneered derisively. Remember, it was I who defeated you. I am Yun Guanzhou, a first-year student of the Supreme Academy, soon to ascend to my second year. Chapter 68. The relationship between Su Qingxin and Zhuge Qianqing. Silence enveloped the scene. Whether in the Qingshi Square or among the viewers of the live broadcast in Qingqing, there was an eerie stillness. The crowd was left agape, their eyes alight with astonishment. Moments ago, they had merely heard the host Wei Benlu extolling the formidable prowess of the Supreme Academy, yet they had lacked a concrete grasp of its magnitude. But as Yun Guanzhou struck and sent Ye Lin reeling and coughing blood, they finally comprehended the terrifying nature of the Supreme Academy. It was noteworthy that Yun Guanzhou was merely preparing to transition to his second year, indicating that he had only studied at the Supreme Academy for a single year. And Ye Lin, the top scorer of this year's Qingqing College entrance examination, the strongest in all of Qingqing, and yet, still a forbidden spellcaster. Even so, in the presence of Yun Guanzhou, Ye Lin was felled in a single blow. It was truly terrifying. No wonder Zhuge Qianqing would go to such lengths to ensure Ye Lin's admission to the Supreme Academy. Many students in their third or even fourth year at other institutions lacked the formidable strength of Yun Guanzhou. A reputable academy undoubtedly lays the foundation for a transformer's future. I understand, Teacher Su. I had no intention of harming him. I merely wished to extend a greeting. Who could have anticipated his frailty? Yun Guanzhou chuckled, entirely dismissive of Ye Lin. Ye Lin rose from the ground, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, and gazed calmly at Yun Guanzhou. It was uncertain who would prevail if he unleashed his full power without restraint, but at present, he was undeniably at a disadvantage against Yun Guanzhou. Noticing Ye Lin's unwavering stare, Yun Guanzhou's gaze turned frigid, a slight smirk gracing his lips. What? Are you dissatisfied? If so, you're always welcome to challenge me, he taunted. Ye Lin committed this moment to memory. Ha ha ha, just a worthless fool, and you actually took my words to heart? You'll never have the chance to defeat me in this lifetime, you simpleton. Yun Guanzhou scoffed derisively. Is your confidence derived from that Zhuge Qianqing? You're merely a frog in a well, revered in Qingqing, yet in the grand scheme of Daxia, he is nothing. Su Qingxin's refusal to admit Ye Lin into the Supreme Academy signified that he could never catch up to Yun Guanzhou, regardless of which other academy he attended. As a student of the Supreme Academy, Yun Guanzhou was acutely aware of the stark contrast in resources and faculty between the Supreme Academy and ordinary institutions. Since you are so confident, let us make a wager, shall we? Ye Lin inquired calmly. He was unfazed by Yun Guanzhou's insults towards him. But the disparagement of Zhuge Qianqing had crossed a line. Oh, what shall we wager? Yun Guanzhou's interest was piqued. In a year, I will challenge you at the Supreme Academy to see if its students are truly invincible, Ye Lin declared. Do you truly dare to challenge me? Ha ha ha. Yun Guanzhou laughed until tears streamed down his face, regarding Ye Lin as nothing more than a jester. Indeed, it shall determine both rank and life or death. Ye Lin replied earnestly. Upon hearing this, not only did Yun Guanzhou falter in surprise, but the others present also erupted in astonishment. It was indeed a life-and-death wager. Everyone was well aware of the terror a forbidden spellcaster could unleash when fighting for their life. Ye Lin, do not act impulsively. Zhuge Qianqing hastily restrained him. Though Yun Guanzhou was arrogant, he possessed the means to back it up. His level was already approaching 45, and in another year, breaking 50 and nearing 60 was not beyond the realm of possibility. Rest assured, teacher, I am not acting recklessly, Ye Lin assured Zhuge Qianqing with a reassuring glance. Zhuge Qianqing furrowed his brow, not particularly worried about Ye Lin's potential loss, but rather concerned that Ye Lin might inadvertently reveal the secret of his immortality. Determine both rank and life or death. Yun Guanzhou's demeanor shifted to one of seriousness. Very well. I, Yun Guanzhou, accept this wager. This scene was also captured in a live broadcast, leaving the people of Qingqing in a state of shock. They had not anticipated Ye Lin possessing such audacity to engage in a life-and-death bet with Yun Guanlo. Presently, Yun Guanlo could defeat him with a single blow. In a year, he would only grow stronger. What confidence did Ye Lin truly possess? Since Teacher Su is insistent on refusing Ye Lin's admission, I shall not impose further. Farewell, Zhuge Qianqing concluded, gathering Zhuge Ni and Ye Lin, preparing to depart. Zhuge Qianqing, do you have nothing else to say to me? Su Qingxin bit her lip and remarked. None, was the reply. Su Qingxin's expression suddenly paled. Witnessing this scene, Ye Lin silently trailed behind Zhuge Qianqing, his curiosity akin to a cat scratching at his heart. Clearly, the relationship between Zhuge Qianqing and Su Qingxin was far from simple. What was their connection? Zhuge Ni too unusually refrained from causing trouble for Ye Lin and quietly followed Zhuge Qianqing. Her own curiosity piqued. It was evident that girls possessed a greater penchant for gossip than boys. Upon returning to Qingcheng, Ye Lin was about to inquire about the matter when a wave of cheers erupted. He looked up to see Gao Zhenyu and the faculty and students of Qingcheng High rushing towards him, their faces brimming with excitement. I have always believed in this kid. Transitioning careers with a loan, who would dare to do that? Finally, Qingcheng High has produced a top scholar. Surrounded by jubilant students and teachers, Ye Lin was lifted and tossed into the air. Top scholar, top scholar, top scholar. In such an atmosphere, Ye Lin felt utterly out of place. He experienced a mix of enjoyment and embarrassment, akin to a rat pulled from the sewers and exposed to the glaring sun. After all, for the past 17 years, he had lived in a slum, often without a soul to converse with. This was his first encounter with such adulation, leaving him feeling profoundly unfamiliar. Zhuge Ni furrowed her brow upon realizing who was approaching, and with a cold snort, she turned her gaze away from him. Ye Lin chose to ignore her and directly approached Zhuge Qianqing, taking a seat before her. He understood that since he could not attend the Supreme Academy, Zhuge Qianqing must have something important to convey. However, before Zhuge Qianqing could speak, Ye Lin took the initiative to ask, Teacher, I know you have something to say, but allow me to pose a question first. What is your relationship with Su Qingxin? This inquiry had piqued Ye Lin's curiosity for quite some time. Had Su Qingxin not been the head of the Supreme Academy in the Qingxing region, he might have had a chance to enter. Alas, it seemed fate had other plans. I knew you would ask that, Zhuge Qianqing replied with a wry smile, shaking his head. At that moment, Zhuge and I could not help but perk up her ears, quietly listening in. Well, there's nothing I cannot share. Su Qingxin was my first love. Chapter 69, The Memories of First Love. First love. As Zhuge Qianqing's words hung in the air, all three exclaimed in unison. Even Guoqin, who had been lurking in the shadows, could not restrain himself from jumping out. Astonished that Zhuge Qianqing had such a history with Su Qingxin, Ye Lin's expression turned peculiar. He had sensed something was amiss between the two, as they did not appear to be enemies. Shouldn't first loves be like a pure moonlight? Teacher, why does it seem that your relationship with her? Ye Lin hesitated. Zhuge Qianqing sighed and removed his glasses, rubbing his temples. This is a long story. At that time, I was merely a naive freshman in college. By chance, I met Su Qingxin, and we developed mutual feelings for each other. Before long, we confirmed our relationship. I urged her to speak whenever she had matters to discuss, to which she replied that true understanding does not necessitate words. Then, one day, during a quarrel, she deleted all my contact information and ignored me when I sought her out. I presumed we had parted ways, but after nearly 6 or 7 years, she suddenly messaged me, asking if I had realized my mistakes after such a long silence. She suggested that if I could appease her, we could rekindle our relationship. It was then that I discovered she had never embarked on a new romance. Zhuge Qianqing's face was etched with helplessness, a sight that Zhuge and I had never witnessed before in her father. In her memories, Zhuge Qianqing had always maintained an air of calmness regardless of the circumstances. Mr. Zhuge, what were you doing during that time? Guoqin couldn't resist her curiosity. Zhuge Qianqing's expression turned peculiar as he glanced at Zhuge and I, and replied, at that time, and I had just been born, and I was tending to the child. The three of them momentarily found themselves at a loss for words. Speaking of Su Qingxin, it was indeed true that she had remained chaste for Zhuge Qianqing for 6 or 7 years. To suggest there was something amiss with Zhuge Qianqing would be unfathomable for any ordinary person who could conceive of someone enduring a cold war for 6 or 7 years. Even without Zhuge Qianqing's elaboration, they could surmise the subsequent events. It was no wonder the situation escalated. Su Qingxin had never held any regard for Ye Lin, a cursed practitioner, and with Zhuge Qianqing's influence, she felt even less inclined to accept him. Enough of this, Zhuge Qianqing said, donning his glasses and reverting to his usual composed demeanor. He first addressed Zhuge and I, with your talent and capabilities, you should be able to gain admission to the Supreme Academy. There is no need for you to decline due to my circumstances. The Supreme Academy is indeed the pinnacle of institutions in Daxia. All right, Zhuge and I nodded obediently. As for you, Ye Lin, your best option remains Daxia Academy, Zhuge Qianqing sighed. Zhuge and I cast a sidelong glance at Ye Lin, her gaze tinged with a hint of pity. Although Ye Lin had triumphed over her and secured the top rank in the college entrance examination at Qingcheng, he still could not be compared to her. What he achieved was merely a fleeting success bought at the cost of his future. Once she entered the Supreme Academy, Zhuge Ni's own future would undoubtedly shine even brighter. Despite her defeat to Ye Lin, Zhuge Ni's opinion of him remained unchanged. His cowardly act of abandoning her to face the dragon blood behemoth alone was an affront she could never forgive. Contemplating this, Zhuge Ni recalled Ling Yi. Why hadn't he participated in the entrance examination? Had he ventured to another city? Nevertheless, she reassured herself that someone as exceptional as Ling Yi would undoubtedly appear at the Supreme Academy, and a flicker of excitement danced in her beautiful eyes. Perhaps, upon arriving at the Supreme Academy, she might finally encounter Ling Yi. It's all right, teacher. Daxia Academy is not lacking either, Ye Lin remarked with a sense of acceptance. Having lived in a slum for over a decade, he believed Daxia Academy must surely surpass the impoverished conditions of Qingqing. Then you both should prepare yourselves. The admissions office will be arriving shortly. As Zhuge Qianxing's words fell, a knock echoed at the wooden gate of the small courtyard. Before Zhuge Qianxing could utter a word, the door was pushed open, and then Su Qingxin entered with Yin Guanzhou. Having just listened to Zhuge Qianxing recount the tale involving Su Qingxin, the expressions of Ye Lin and the other two were rather intriguing upon seeing the very person in question. Su Qingxin appeared oblivious to any oddity and walked directly towards Zhuge Ni. From her exquisite leather folder, she retrieved a gilded admission letter and presented it to Zhuge Ni with a gentle smile, saying, Dear Zhuge Ni, I represent the Supreme Academy and formally extend an invitation to you, hoping you will join our esteemed institution. Thank you, Teacher Su, Zhuge Ni replied, accepting the admission letter. As she gazed upon the embossed golden characters, a glimmer of excitement sparkled in her eyes. The Supreme Academy, held in such high esteem even by her father, must surely possess exceptional merits. Zhuge Ni waved the admission letter in front of Ye Lin, almost as if to flaunt it. Indeed, she was intentionally reveling in the triumph of acquiring something that Ye Lin had strived for but could not attain. Very well, I shall take my leave now. Do remember to report to the academy, Su Qingxin said with a faint smile, not sparing Zhuge Qianxing a glance as she turned to depart. Before leaving, Yin Guanzhou made a throat-cutting gesture towards Ye Lin and then followed Su Qingxin out. Ye Lin maintained his usual composure, narrowing his eyes slightly. Just as Su Qingxin exited, a large entourage arrived, led by a commanding and dignified man, Gao Jinyu, the principal of Qingcheng High School, accompanied by a throng of journalists and photographers. Ye Lin, come here. This is our city lord, Hu Wang, Gao Jinyu hastily introduced. Hello, Ye Lin. The top scholar indeed exudes an extraordinary aura. Hu Wang extended his large hand, prompting the photographers behind him to capture the moment. Ye Lin remained still, a puzzled frown adorning his brow. Principal, what is the purpose of this? The city lord has come to present you with the top scholar's reward, an impressive sum of 5 million, Gao Jinyu whispered. Upon hearing this, Ye Lin's frown instantly relaxed, and a broad smile illuminated his face as he eagerly grasped Hu Wang's hand. Ah, so it is Lord Hu. I have long admired your reputation. It is truly a pleasure to meet you in person. Chapter 70. The Secret Realm of the Indomitable Scholar. Hu Wang's lips twitched slightly. His intuition suggested that, had it not been for the reward, Ye Lin might not have bothered to engage with him. As they shook hands, the nearby photographers rapidly clicked away, and Wei Benlu reappeared, offering a sweet smile to the camera. Dear audience, we can observe that Lord Hu is engaging in amicable dialogue with the top scholar. Expressing high hopes for this year's Qingqing champion, Ye Lin obligingly offered a polite smile to the camera, then quietly inquired, by the way, Lord, how will the 5 million be delivered? Will it be wired to my account or in cash? I do not possess a bank card. Hu Wang, both amused and exasperated, replied, rest assured, Ye Lin, you will not be shortchanged. Ah, Lord Hu, you may not know this, but I have lived in a slum for over a decade and have grown weary of poverty, Ye Lin stated earnestly. I cannot find peace until the money is in my hands. Hu Wang remarked, 5 million is not a trifling sum, yet as the esteemed lord of Qingqing, could he truly default on such an amount? Xiaolu, expedite the process and proceed directly to the award presentation. Hu Wang sighed in resignation. 3 elegantly dressed ladies in kipeos gracefully approached, each bearing a tray. The first award consisted of 5 million yuan in cash, a token of encouragement from Qingqing's authorities. Hu Wang smiled as he handed a large plaque inscribed with 5 million to Ye Lin, while a photographer captured the moment. Once the photographs were taken, Hu Wang presented a card to Ye Lin. The second award was a bundle of epic-grade skill scrolls of his choosing. At this announcement, many gasped in astonishment. An epic skill scroll meant that regardless of one's class, one could select a suitable epic skill. However, when Hu Wang offered such a precious scroll to Ye Lin, he couldn't help but grimace. As a forbidden spellcaster, skill scrolls held little value for him, akin to using something too rigid for a delicate task. Nevertheless, he accepted it, unwilling to embarrass Hu Wang in front of the crowd. The third award was an entry token to the scholar's secret realm. Hu Wang handed a token to Ye Lin, explaining, the scholar's secret realm is accessible only to the top scholars of various cities. This realm is exceptionally unique. Anyone who enters it will possess immortality. Goodness! Exclaimed Guiqin nearby. In that realm, one could disregard all else and focus solely on grinding monsters. Indeed, Huang nodded. Those who emerge from the scholar's secret realm will not have a level lower than 20. Then why not remain inside and grind until reaching level 99? One cannot die. After all, Guqin queried. Because the monsters within the scholar's secret realm are finite and can only be refreshed once a year, Zhuge Qianqing clarified, turning to Ye Lin. This realm is particularly suited for you. Ye Lin nodded, a flicker of enthusiasm igniting in his eyes. If he could unleash his full potential, he would not hold back. Huang patted Ye Lin's shoulder with vigor, proclaiming, "Is there a national scholar title as well?" Ye Lin inquired. "Certainly. The individual with the highest level upon exiting the scholar's secret realm will be crowned the national scholar." Huang explained. "What rewards accompany the title of national scholar?" Ye Lin pressed, as this was what truly concerned him. "I'm not sure, as Qingqing has never produced a national scholar before. However, it is certain that the rewards surpass those of the Qingqing scholar," Huang patiently elaborated. With Ye Lin's presence, this year undoubtedly held the greatest promise for Qingqing. All right. With Huang's words, Ye Lin became increasingly intrigued. After Huang departed, Zhuge Qianqing summoned Ye Lin to a private room. "Ye Lin, remember this. Do not use any forbidden spells that would consume your lifespan within the scholar's secret realm. Is it because, despite granting immortality, the realm cannot slow the aging of the human body?" Ye Lin retorted. Zhuge Qianqing gazed out the window as a vibrant green mantis leapt into the air, its pincers firmly grasping its prey. Those individuals might soon discover the door of revelation. A good mentor, Ye Lin mused, gently resting his hand on his abdomen, where a key lay quietly hidden. The following morning, Huang reappeared, escorting Ye Lin to the heart of Qingqing, where a teleportation array lay in serene repose. Within the realm of the Great Xia, all cities were interconnected through these arrays, for the wilderness beyond teemed with terrifying magical beasts. In bygone times, high-speed trains and airplanes were utterly unfeasible. Travelers would inevitably be intercepted by monsters long before reaching their destinations. Each activation of the teleportation array consumed vast resources, rendering it a luxury not only for ordinary folk, but even for many who had changed their professions, never having ventured beyond their birthplace. Were it not for Ye Lin's exceptional talents, Huang would have hesitated to deploy the array. "Ye Lin, give it your all." With Huang's encouraging words, the teleportation array ignited with radiant brilliance. The scene before Ye Lin fragmented like a shattered puzzle, and he felt as though he were soaring through the air, overwhelmed by a disconcerting sensation of weightlessness. When the fragments reassembled, he found himself in a completely unfamiliar locale. Despite having traversed this world for some time, this marked Ye Lin's first departure from Qingqing. Blinking in surprise, he lifted his gaze to behold a towering city wall, reaching majestically into the clouds, resembling a colossal mountain that spanned the horizon. Above the wall, flags fluttered, intricately embroidered with the image of a fearsome dragon, fierce and imposing. Beyond the wall lay an endless expanse of magical creatures, roaring and thrashing against the fortifications, yet unable to breach the barrier. Ye Lin stood transfixed, never having witnessed such a magnificent sight. This world was beyond anything he had dared to imagine in Qingqing. The grandeur of the metropolis, the terror of the beasts, and the palpable, strange atmosphere all left him in awe. Taking a deep breath, he endeavored to calm his racing heart. At that moment, a gentle voice called from behind him. "You must be Ye Lin, the top scholar from Qingqing. Welcome to Deep City. Please come over here to complete your registration." Chapter 71, The Violent Little Lowly. Noticing Ye Lin's gaze upon her, the woman smiled softly. "Forgive my lack of introduction. I am Bai Lin. Huang has briefed me on the situation. The top scholar's secret realm has yet to open, so you may take a couple of days to rest." "Thank you," Ye Lin replied, offering no further words as he complied with the registration process. Once completed, Bai Lin guided Ye Lin to a tall building, where she assisted him with the check-in procedure at the front desk, subsequently handing him a key card. "Here you go, your room card. Your room number is 6099. The dining hall is on the first floor and operates 24 hours. You may choose to dine out as well. When the secret realm opens, you will be notified." With that, Bai Lin handed him a business card. "Should any urgent matters arise, feel free to contact me directly." "Understood," Ye Lin nodded appreciatively. After Bai Lin departed, Ye Lin found his room. It was not particularly spacious, yet it exuded an air of cleanliness and order, with a subtle fragrance of essential oils wafting through the atmosphere. From the window, one could behold the entirety of Deep City. Standing before the window, Ye Lin gazed at the nocturnal panorama of the city. Towering skyscrapers stood in a harmonious array, each edifice radiating its own unique brilliance, dazzling to behold. The streets bustled with traffic, and pedestrians flowed like a river, a stark contrast to the tranquility of Qing City. In the distance, the grand dragon banner atop the city wall fluttered in the wind, seemingly narrating the glory and splendor of this metropolis. A desire to explore stirred within Ye Lin, since he had nothing else to occupy his time. Why not wander through this city he had never visited before? Just as he prepared to rise, a sudden commotion at the door interrupted him, followed by the melodious voice of a girl. "Strange, why won't this room card unlock the door? Open up." With a resounding crash, the lock was destroyed. Ye Lin was taken aback. How could someone so brazenly break into his room? With a creak, the door swung open, revealing a petite girl with a sweet visage. She blinked her large eyes, confusion etched across her face as she regarded Ye Lin. Her hair was a delicate shade of pink, adorned with two charming bows. She carried a small bear backpack and wore a pink dress, the hem swaying gently with her movements, exuding an irresistible cuteness. Who are you? What are you doing in my room? The girl inquired, hands on her hips. Ye Lin fell into a stunned silence. Who would respond to a malfunctioning room card by breaking down the door? Observing his silence, the girl suddenly realized, I understand. You're a pervert. How dare you have your designs on me while lurking in my room? Prepare to fight. She brought her fingers together, and her previously delicate arms bulged with muscle, veins prominently visible. With a swift motion, she launched a powerful punch, the force of her strike slicing through the air. Just as her fist was about to connect with Ye Lin's face, he reacted swiftly, activating his dance of instants, and deftly sidestepped this formidable blow. He was astonished. This seemingly fragile girl, akin to a doll, possessed such remarkable strength. Wait, I am not a pervert, he hurriedly explained. Humph, what pervert would admit to being one? Do you think I would believe your nonsense? She retorted, raising her fist once more, preparing to attack vigorously. Realizing that words would not suffice, Ye Lin had no choice but to retaliate. Forbidden spell, would realm, arise. In an instant, the cramped room was filled with a multitude of verdant plants. Green vines shooting up like tendrils, ensnaring the girl's fist. She attempted to break free with brute strength, but the resilience of the vines was formidable. She found herself utterly restrained. Before long, she was bound tightly, suspended in the air in a most humiliating manner. What in the world is this? Why can't I break free? The girl's eyes widened in disbelief as she stared at Ye Lin. He shook his head in resignation. Now, can you believe that I am not a pervert? If I were a lecher, you would undoubtedly be in grave trouble now. The Wood Realm's Descent is a forbidden spell primarily focused on capture, and as such, Ye Lin had seldom employed it. However, confronted with this violent individual, it was the perfect opportunity for the spell to come into play. The girl fell silent for a moment before gritting her teeth and declaring, I apologize, I misjudged you. My name is Manhwaedit, and I am here to participate in the scholar's secret realm. Despite being the top scholar of her city, she had not anticipated encountering such misfortune upon arriving in Deep City. It was evident that no one who achieved such a status was to be underestimated. Upon hearing Manhwaedit's apology, Ye Lin retracted the forbidden spell and inquired, How did you end up in my room? This is clearly my space. The girl, displeased, produced her room card. Look, 6th floor, 6099. Ye Lin extended his hand to take the card, then turned it 180 degrees. Is there not a possibility that your room number is actually 6609? Did you not feel any doubt when the card failed to unlock the door? Manhwaedit was rendered speechless, and as realization dawned on her regarding her blunder, she lowered her head in embarrassment. I'm truly sorry. This is my first time traveling far from home. It's just a door, Ye Lin reassured her, noting her sincere apology and choosing not to dwell on the matter. By the way, what is your profession? When Ye Lin inquired about her vocation, Manhwaedit proudly lifted her chin. I am a level 1 savage berserker. Quite impressive, Ye Lin remarked. A petite girl, standing at merely 1.50 meters, adorned with a small bear backpack, dressed in a dress, sporting a bow, and with pink-dyed hair. Yet her profession was a savage berserker. This was rather astonishing. Was this perhaps the legendary belief that the more vibrant the hair, the fiercer the fighter? Upon reaching the door of 6609, Manhwaedit tried her card, and indeed, the door opened with a series of beeps, intensifying her embarrassment. I'm really sorry. I didn't mean to intrude. How about this? I'll treat you to a meal as an apology for the door mishap. Manhwaedit hastily offered. That sounds agreeable. Ye Lin nodded, having intended to explore outside anyway. The two exited together, and as they passed the front desk, Ye Lin casually asked for someone to repair the door. Throughout their conversation, Ye Lin discovered that Manhwaedit was the top scorer from Sea City, having been accepted into the Supreme Academy. And she inquired about his background as well. By the way, which city are you from? You must be preparing to enter the Supreme Academy too, right? In Manhwaedit's view, given Ye Lin's formidable strength, able to subdue her with a single skill, he must surely be a top scholar from a major city. Despite all being top scholars, there were distinctions among them. For instance, those hailing from a city like Deep City would undoubtedly possess far greater prowess than those from smaller locales. I'm from Green City. I would love to attend the Supreme Academy, but they do not want me, Ye Lin replied with a resigned shrug. What? Manhwaedit exclaimed, startling those around them. With your level of strength, how could the Supreme Academy possibly dismiss you? What sort of place is Green City? Qingcheng is likely an obscure small city in the Great Xia, and as for why the Supreme Academy has rejected me, do you know of a profession called a Forbidden Spell Master? Ye Lin inquired. A Forbidden Spell Master? That explains it, Manhwaedit replied, her large, watery eyes reflecting a deeper sense of guilt. Forbidden Spell Masters are inherently short-lived, and I even dismantled his door and pursued him like a lecher, beating him relentlessly. How could I have been so cruel? Let us not dwell on such sorrowful matters. I'll take you out for a meal, Manhwa said, pulling Ye Lin into a restaurant bustling with patrons. They eventually found a spot in a corner. Manhwa handed the menu to Ye Lin. Order whatever you desire. Please don't hesitate. Your words make it sound as if I am on the brink of death, Ye Lin replied with an exasperated touch to his nose. Nevertheless, he did not hold back and ordered an extravagant feast. Soon, the dishes arrived, and it appeared that the restaurant was quite reputable, with each dish cooked to perfection. While the two were savoring their meal, a tall woman clad in a black bodysuit and high heels approached them with an audible click of her heels. Oh, isn't that our top scholar Manhwa? I can't believe a brute like you managed to find a man to dine with. It seems you finally reached the age of desire. Upon witnessing this, Manhwa's expression darkened. Ningyi, I do not wish to quarrel with you today. Kindly keep your distance. She felt guilty towards Ye Lin and naturally wanted to avoid further conflict. However, her intentions did not deter Ningyi, who, emboldened by Manhwa's reaction, extended her hand towards Ye Lin. Handsome, let us get acquainted. My name is Ningyi. Ye Lin ignored her, turning his gaze towards Manhwa. Who is she? She, a coward who feared losing to me and fled to another city to take the college entrance exam. Manhwa raised her chin defiantly. Ningyi's expression darkened upon being disregarded by Ye Lin and mocked by Manhwa. However, she soon plastered on a smile and addressed Ye Lin. Handsome, what do you see in Manhwa? She has nothing to offer, akin to a washboard. Wouldn't you prefer to come with me? I can introduce you to some beautiful friends. Ningyi leaned slightly forward, revealing a glimpse of her ample assets. Ye Lin subtly took a step back. Excuse me, please maintain your distance. You have bad breath. Uffed. Manhwa could not contain herself, spewing the noodles she had just taken into her mouth all over Ningyi's face. She had not anticipated that Ye Lin could be so brutally candid. To publicly declare a woman has bad breath was akin to plunging a knife into her heart. Ningyi's expression darkened considerably, and as she wiped the noodles off her face, she glared at Ye Lin and Manhwa. Darling, what's the matter? Just as Ningyi was about to retaliate, a slender man entered the restaurant. Clad in exquisite Versace attire, he walked with a confident stride, each step exuding an undeniable presence. Approaching Ningyi, he wrapped his arm around her slender waist. Ningyi's expression softened considerably upon seeing the man. She leaned against him, pointing toward Ye Lin and Manhwa, and complained. These two are bullying me. The man followed her, his gaze lingering on Ye Lin and the other for a moment before he smiled faintly. Apologize, he said, his tone calm, yet imbued with an undeniable authority. When Ye Lin and Manhwa remained unmoved, the man's eyes narrowed slightly, a glimmer of danger surfacing within them. You have one last chance to apologize. As soon as he finished speaking, the man revealed his profession and rank. Wu Shaoqi, Angel Paladin, level 22. This level caused Manhwa's expression to turn serious, and even Ye Lin's pupils constricted slightly. Level 22 was indeed intimidating. It was reasonable to presume that this individual hailed from one of the more prominent cities in the Great Xia, where both novice realms and wilds were abundant with resources, allowing adventurers to elevate their levels at a much faster pace. Ultimately, Qingcheng was merely a remote corner of the world. I understand you have recently emerged from your small county, achieving top honors, and are currently filled with self-importance. You may be gold, but here, you are surrounded by riches beyond compare. My demand for an apology is a gesture of leniency. Should you fail to recognize this, do not blame me for being unyielding. Wu Shaoqi stated coldly. Ye Lin reclined in his chair, adopting a tactical retreat. Attaining level 22 certainly granted Wu Shaoqi a sense of pride. Yet, to be frank, Ye Lin held little regard for such a rank. Without considering the circumstances, the audacity to demand an apology from him rendered Wu Shaoqi unworthy of such authority. After a moment of contemplation, Ye Lin responded in a surprisingly amiable manner. Apologize to your mother. What did you say? Wu Shaoqi's expression shifted dramatically, his aura suddenly coalescing into a formidable pressure that filled the entire restaurant. Following this, a resplendent angelic figure began to materialize behind him, bathed in a divine glow, emanating a chilling sanctity. Level profession, Angel Paladin. Those in the restaurant gasped at this sight. Ye Lin raised his hand slightly, silver arcs of lightning gathering in his palm, crackling like a serpent poised to strike. As the atmosphere grew tense, it seemed the two were on the brink of confrontation when an authoritative voice rang out from the entrance. In Deep City, it is strictly forbidden for adventurers to engage in random acts of violence. Offenders will be fined 30,000 and detained for 10 days. A man spoke coldly, easily identifiable as a member of the investigation bureau. Both Wu Shaoqi and Ye Lin ceased their hostilities, recognizing that with the scholar's realm about to open, a 10-day detention would be exceedingly disadvantageous. However, the fury in Wu Shaoqi's eyes remained unabated as he held Ningyi closely, threatening in a low, dark tone. I will remember you. You best hope we do not cross paths in the scholar's realm. While it may not be lethal, there are many ways to make life unbearable. Chapter 73, The Opening of the Scholar's Realm. Ye Lin's expression grew somewhat peculiar. If Wu Shaoqi were to confront him externally, he would be hesitant, fearing that discerning individuals might ascertain something amiss. However, within the confines of the champion's secret realm, Ye Lin could only express that he had never encountered such peculiar demands in his lifetime. In the champion's secret realm, every individual possessed an immortal essence, which also implied that Ye Lin could employ forbidden spells without reservation. To modestly assert, even if all champions were to unite, they might not suffice to match Ye Lin alone. As Wu Shaoqi departed after issuing his ominous threats, Mi Shui, feeling somewhat embarrassed, turned to Ye Lin and said, "I apologize for the trouble I've caused you." "It's no bother. It's not your fault," Ye Lin replied, unable to suppress his curiosity. "How do you know her? Why did she come out swinging?" "She is my sister," Mi Shui sighed. "Of course, she is my half-sister, born of my stepmother. Since we were children, she has always viewed me with disdain, competing with me incessantly, be it in occupational rank, skills, equipment, appearance, or figure. Fearing that we might take the same college entrance examination in the same city, she persuaded our father to transfer her to a smaller city for her exams." "Is Wu Shaoqi truly formidable?" Ye Lin inquired. "Indeed, he is exceedingly talented," Mi Shui affirmed with earnestness. "Not only is he a genius himself, but the family power backing him is also quite formidable. The Wu family is among the most prominent in Deep City." After their meal, Mi Shui's spirits evidently sank. Although she intended to treat Ye Lin to a meal as an apology, it had inadvertently led Ye Lin to offend both Wu Shaoqi and Ning Yi, deepening Mi Shui's sense of guilt. The following morning, however, Ye Lin's door was rapped upon. Initially thinking it was someone from Bai Lin's group to inform him of the champion's secret realm's opening, he opened the door only to find a pile of assorted food stacked at his doorstep, the colorful packaging and enticing aromas immediately flooding the corridor. Ye Lin blinked, gazing at the scene before him in bewilderment. Had the food come to life? In this day and age, could food actually knock on doors? Just as he pondered, a pink little head emerged from the mound of food. "Mi Shui, what are you up to?" Ye Lin inquired, perplexed. Hee. Mi Shui's small face bore a hint of embarrassment and apology. "We're going to stay in the champion's secret realm for a month. And thinking there was nothing better to bring you, I bought a bunch of food to ensure you wouldn't go hungry in the realm," she said softly, her eyes glimmering with hope. Ye Lin couldn't help but chuckle, and rather than rejecting Mi Shui's thoughtful gesture, he accepted all the food she had brought. Seeing that Ye Lin had not declined, Mi Shui beamed, her eyes squinting into crescent shapes. Time flew by, and on the third morning after Ye Lin's arrival in Deep City, Bai Lin reappeared, this time sporting high heels and accompanied by a man in a tailored suit. Yet, this time, Bai Lin was not the focal point. She respectfully followed behind the man as he held a registration form. "Ye Lin, right? I am Zunkanki, the head of this secret realm. The champion's secret realm is about to commence. Please gather downstairs in 10 minutes. The impeccably dressed man revealed a courteous smile. Ye Lin nodded, then quickly packed the food that Mi Shui had purchased into his backpack before departing the room. Upon descending into the plaza below, Mi Shui came running towards him, her large bag appearing exceedingly disproportionate to her petite frame, attracting the attention of numerous onlookers. Had he not witnessed Mi Shui in action before, Ye Lin might have been deceived by her adorably clumsy demeanor. At this moment, the plaza was teeming with individuals, each exuding an air of remarkable composure. Ye Lin estimated that none among them were below level 12. Suddenly, he felt a chilling gaze upon him and turned to find Wu Shaoqi, who, basking in the attention of those around him, gestured provocatively towards Ye Lin, radiating arrogance. As the languid morning sun bathed the scene, Zunkanki reappeared, wearing a gentle smile. "Good morning, esteemed scholars. I am the overseer of this upcoming scholar's secret realm. I would like to address a few important points regarding the imminent commencement of this realm. First and foremost, you are all aware that within the confines of the scholar's secret realm, under the influence of the rules, you possess immortality. However, this immortality is only effective within the realm. Therefore, should you suffer a fatal injury, remember, do not leave the realm. I will have 5 priests of level 50 or above stationed at the exit. If you incur a life-threatening wound, you must receive treatment before departing the realm." Otherwise, Zunkanki paused, the implication hanging heavily in the air. The assembled crowd understood his meaning. Leaving without treatment could indeed result in death. Secondly, should you lose a limb, do your utmost to retrieve it. Regeneration is significantly more complex than reattachment, and newly grown limbs may not function as effectively as your original ones. Thirdly, Zunkanki's expression grew grave. Take heed not to be consumed by the monstrous beings within. Should you be swallowed whole, your body fully digested, the sensation, even with immortality, would be far from pleasant. A ripple of unease passed through the crowd at the thought of being crushed within the jagged maw of a beast, only to be digested in stomach acid akin to sulfuric acid, remaining conscious throughout the ordeal, the mere contemplation of which sent shivers down their spines. Lastly, I recommend forming simple teams, as the scholar's secret realm may host creatures of up to level 35. Cooperation will ensure greater safety. You are all distinguished scholars from various cities, exceptional talents, the pillars of the future of the Great Xia. Thus, I sincerely hope for your safe return. Zunkanki bowed deeply to the assembly before commanding, "Activate the teleportation array." Chapter 74, Sarilang, Sarilang. As soon as Zunkanki's words echoed in the air, A colossal teleportation array materialized behind him. The intense spatial fluctuations caused many to sharpen their gaze, for it was evident that this array served as the gateway to the prestigious secret realm. You now have 20 minutes to seek suitable companions. However, if you possess sufficient confidence in your abilities, you may opt to venture alone, Zunkanki announced while glancing at his watch. The prestigious secret realm is one of the most extraordinary domains. Upon entry, one is granted immortality, allowing for the safe slaughter of monsters and rapid ascension in levels. Thus, when the realm was first discovered, all aspiring adventurers were ecstatic, forcibly connecting to engage in a frenzied hunt against the monsters within. In no time, the monsters of the realm were nearly driven to extinction. Fortunately, the official authorities intervened, imposing restrictions on entry to allow the monsters to recuperate, thereby preserving the existence of this realm. Subsequently, it became a benefit for each generation of top scholars, with the monsters within being harvested annually like ripe crops. Ye Lin, shall we form a team? Mi Shui inquired, her eyes fixed on him. Certainly, just follow my lead, Ye Lin replied with a nod, not declining her offer. He held a favorable impression of Mi Shui, viewing her as an excellent companion to carry supplies. After all, the barbarian berserker class boasts considerable strength. Ye Lin casually handed his Starfall celestial mark and a food-laden backpack to Mi Shui, who cheerfully accepted, undeterred by the load, which was trivial in her eyes. However, Mi Shui's readiness to assist did not sit well with others. Her petite and adorable appearance had already captured the attention of several young men present. Witnessing Ye Lin casually entrust his belongings to the diminutive Mi Shui, they frowned in disapproval. Hey, do you have no sense of chivalry? How can you burden a girl with your things? A tall, slender boy reprimanded Ye Lin, before turning to Mi Shui with a gentle tone. Perhaps you ought to team up with me instead. I assure you, I would never make you undertake such strenuous tasks. Get lost, Mi Shui retorted, her fair arm flexing with muscle, exuding an undeniable aura of strength akin to iron encased in alabaster. The tall boy was taken aback by this sudden transformation, his eyes wide with disbelief as he beheld her formidable biceps. The air around them seemed to freeze, all eyes fixated on this unexpected confrontation. No one anticipated that Mi Shui, with her pastel pink hair styled into a bun and an adorably naive expression, could exhibit such might. The stark contrast elicited involuntary reactions of astonishment from onlookers. With a swift motion, Mi Shui seized the Starfall celestial mark and the backpack from the ground, effortlessly slinging them over her shoulder. The tall boy, witnessing her ease, could only resign himself to silence. For Mi Shui appeared capable of delivering a single blow that could incapacitate him. As 20 minutes elapsed, nearly everyone opted to form teams. Within the esteemed realm of the top scholars, the level of monstrous entities can soar to a staggering 30 or more. Additionally, the number of these creatures is finite, and apart from guarding against them, the scholars themselves vie against one another as formidable rivals. Should an individual find themselves isolated, encountering groups of 3 or 5, they would invariably consider themselves unfortunate. There have been instances in the past where individuals were even bound and cast aside until the conclusion of the realm, gaining not a scintilla of experience. As the top scholar of Deep City, Wu Shaoqi boasts an impressive level of 22, and naturally, many seek to ally with him. Deep City, as one of the most powerful cities within the Great Xia, has afforded Wu Shaoqi the finest education and exceptional privileges from a young age. Thus his prowess far surpasses that of scholars from smaller towns. Before long, Wu Shaoqi's entourage swelled to over a dozen, including the lanky man who had just faced humiliation at the hands of Mi Shui. Following the announcement by Zunkanki that entry into the top scholar's realm was permitted, Wu Shaoqi, with his arm around Ning Yi, strode confidently past Ye Lin, accompanied by his substantial cohort. These individuals were the elite of their respective cities. Yet at this moment, they respectfully trailed behind Wu Shaoqi. As Wu Shaoqi sauntered beside Ye Lin, he paused slightly. I have done my research on you, Ye Lin. Is it? Hailing from Qingcheng, a tiny county town. A malicious grin spread across Wu Shaoqi's face. Attaining level 18 in such a small county is indeed a remarkable talent. But a country bumpkin remains a country bumpkin, unworthy of prominence. I shall extend to you one final opportunity. Kneel and bow 3 times, uttering an apology for that day's incident, and we shall consider it forgotten. Otherwise, once you enter the top scholar's realm, the consequences shall be yours to bear. With arms crossed before him, Wu Shaoqi tilted his head slightly, awaiting Ye Lin's submission. The newly formed team behind him regarded Ye Lin with predatory gazes, clearly indicating that should Ye Lin refuse to apologize, he would face their onslaught within the realm. To Wu Shaoqi, offering Ye Lin this chance despite his offense was an act of unparalleled mercy. However, Ye Lin's response was remarkably simple. He rolled his eyes and calmly uttered 2 words, brain dead. Wu Shaoqi's smile instantly faltered, his expression darkening as if a tempest were brewing within him. His eyes grew deep and cold, a terrifying aura slowly emanating from him, oppressive and fearsome, causing the very air around to tremble under his presence, quickening the heartbeats of those nearby. Is this the weight of a top scholar from a grand city? Many faces shifted uncomfortably. They had been the cream of the crop in their own cities, yet now, under Wu Shaoqi's imposing aura, they felt as though they could not withstand even a single blow from him. With deliberate steps, Wu Shaoqi advanced towards Ye Lin, each footfall resonating with an undeniable gravity. You are quite remarkable, Ye Lin. Once we enter the realm, I will ensure you experience what it means to wish for death. Wu Shaoqi leaned heavily against Ye Lin, his tone icy and frigid. In that moment, everyone held their breath, anxiously observing the scene, fully aware that Wu Shaoqi was genuinely enraged, and Ye Lin was likely to suffer the consequences. As anticipated, the next instant, Ye Lin's expression shifted dramatically. He clutched his abdomen, painfully retreating, and when he glanced at Wu Shaoqi, his face was etched with sheer terror. The onlookers then noticed a gruesome wound had appeared on Ye Lin's stomach, blood gushing forth incessantly, revealing glimpses of the organs within through the gaping injury. Quick, save him. Zhang Kanki's complexion turned ashen as he hastily rushed towards Ye Lin alongside 3 priests. These priests had initially been designated to tend to the champions at the exit of the secret realm, but fate had called upon them sooner than expected. Only when one of the elder priests turned to nod at him did Zhang Kanki finally breathe a sigh of relief. This indicated that Ye Lin could be healed and was not in mortal danger. The thought of a champion dying before even entering the secret realm would spell significant trouble for Zhang Kanki. With this in mind, Zhang Kanki shot a frigid glare at Wu Shaoqi, his eyes brimming with frost. The sudden turn of events stunned everyone present. No one anticipated that Wu Shaoqi would truly lay hands on Ye Lin. Even Wu Shaoqi himself was caught in a state of utter bewilderment. Who am I? Where am I? What am I doing? He was certain he had not harmed Ye Lin. He was not foolish enough to strike at Ye Lin in plain view of the crowd. To be caught committing the act of murder against a champion under the scrutiny of all would ensure dire consequences, even for a member of the Wu family. Wu Shaoqi had not descended into such folly. Could it have been his own doing? Was he attempting to frame himself? A flicker of insight illuminated Wu Shaoqi's mind. Though the notion was absurd, it remained the sole possibility. You despicable scoundrel, Wu Shaoqi accused, pointing an accusatory finger at Ye Lin. At that moment, Ye Lin was gradually recovering under the ministrations of the 3 priests. Hearing Wu Shaoqi's accusations, his eyes reddened with emotion. He tugged at Zhang Kanki's trousers, his face a portrait of grievance. Teacher Zhang, let it go. I hail from a small county, and I cannot compare to a child of a prominent family like Wu Shaoqi. I am unscathed. Let us not dwell on this matter. Zhang Kanki felt a tremor in his heart, gazing into Ye Lin's sincere eyes, as if the tenderest part of his soul had been stirred. He had been deliberating on how to address Wu Shaoqi's actions. Logically, attempting to harm another champion before entering the secret realm warranted disqualification. However, given Wu Shaoqi's backing from the Wu family, revoking his qualification would undoubtedly bring trouble upon Zhang Kanki as well. Upon witnessing Ye Lin's demeanor, Zhang Kanki's resolve solidified. While he could not disqualify Wu Shaoqi, he would ensure that Wu Shaoqi faced consequences. Observing Ye Lin's demeanor, reminiscent of a cunning green tea, Wu Shaoqi could no longer contain his disdain. Damn it, you insidious wretch, are you still pretending? Do you wish for your own demise? Allow me to grant your wish. I shall rid you of your existence. With that, Wu Shaoqi unveiled his angelic paladin class, and a radiant golden light enveloped him. That is enough. Zhang Kanki's voice thundered, reverberating like a clap of lightning in the ears of those present, inducing a collective shudder akin to an awakened tiger, exuding an overwhelming presence. Wu Shaoqi's expression paled slightly. Teacher Zhang, hear me out. It is not as you perceive. It is this despicable scoundrel. Before he could complete his sentence, Zhang Kanki interrupted him. Wu Shaoqi, I have said enough. This is not the Wu family. You have no authority to wreak havoc here. Zhang Kanki's gaze was icy. The reality of the situation was crystal clear to everyone present. Did he still wish to argue? Wu Shaoqi pressed against Ye Lin, and in the next moment, a deep gash appeared on Ye Lin's abdomen, blood gushing forth like a fountain. Isn't the nature of this incident already apparent? It is truly not as you all think. Wu Shaoqi attempted to clarify, only to be interrupted once more, this time by Ye Lin himself. Under the diligent care of 3 priests, Ye Lin's wound had begun to heal, though his complexion remained pallid from blood loss. Teacher Zhang, please do not make things difficult for him, otherwise, he will seek vengeance upon me. In truth, I inflicted the wound upon myself, Ye Lin exclaimed, his face a mask of terror. Witnessing this, Zhang Kanki felt a surge of compassion for Ye Lin. In comparison to the cowardly Wu Shaoqi, it was Ye Lin, emerging from a small county, who earned Zhang Kanki's respect. Rest assured, Ye Lin, the truth shall prevail as it must. Zhang Kanki vowed, then turned his piercing gaze toward Wu Shaoqi. Wu Shaoqi apologized to Ye Lin. Damn. At that moment, Wu Shaoqi felt an overwhelming sense of frustration, nearly choking on his own indignation. Despite the reality that Ye Lin had indeed attempted to frame him, no one in attendance believed his words. Do you believe me? I truly did not lay a hand on him. Wu Shaoqi directed his gaze toward Ning Yi. Perhaps you should just apologize, Shaoqi? It could turn a major issue into a minor one, Ning Yi urged. Wu Shaoqi clutched his chest, feeling the world around him dim. As a pampered heir of the Wu family, he had never been wronged in such a manner. Yet, The most disheartening aspect was the absence of belief in his innocence. Wu Xiaoqi, I am offering you one final chance. Apologize. Otherwise, do not blame me for revoking your qualification to enter the top scholar's secret realm. Zheng Kanqi's patience had worn thin, his anger ignited. He had extended numerous opportunities to Wu Xiaoqi, and if he chose to persist down this dark path, Zheng Kanqi would have no choice but to strip him of his qualifications, with the Wu family unable to contest the decision. Wu Xiaoqi clenched his fists, his entire being trembling, manifesting his profound unwillingness to accept this fate. However, the thought of losing his chance to enter the secret realm pushed him to grit his teeth and, through clenched jaws, utter 3 reluctant words. I'm sorry. The voice of Wu Xiaoqi was as faint as a whisper, prompting Ye Lin to ask in confusion, what did you say, Wu Xiaoqi? Enraged, Wu Xiaoqi was ready to charge at Ye Lin, but upon meeting the icy gaze of Zheng Kanqi, he forcibly repressed his fury. Taking a deep breath, Wu Xiaoqi closed his eyes and shouted, Ye Lin, Wu Xiaoqi, apologize to you. I am sorry. Upon hearing Wu Xiaoqi's apology, Zheng Kanqi's expression softened slightly. Since you are willing to apologize, we shall let this matter pass. However, you must be the last to enter the secret realm as punishment. Wu Xiaoqi felt darkness cloud his vision. Given his strength, he could easily have been the first to enter the secret realm and seize the advantage. Yet now, due to that scoundrel Ye Lin, he was relegated to the last position. Unable to contain his cold, vengeful glare directed at Ye Lin, he swore that once inside the secret realm, he would ensure Ye Lin's suffering was unparalleled. At that moment, Ye Lin noticed Wu Xiaoqi staring at him. From a vantage point unseen by others, he made a face at Wu Xiaoqi, accompanied by an impudent gesture. Wu Xiaoqi, already brimming with suppressed rage, could no longer tolerate Ye Lin's provocation. His eyes ablaze, he charged forward, uttering the same 4-character phrase as Lu Haizhu. I curse you. Chapter 76. Ye Lin's second occupational talent. Seeing Ye Lin's mocking expression, Wu Xiaoqi was infuriated and lunged at him once more. However, this time, Zheng Kanqi was prepared. Mid-charge, Wu Xiaoqi was pinned to the ground and rendered immobile. Wu Xiaoqi, do you dare to strike? Do you truly wish to be disqualified? Zheng Kanqi's voice rang out sharply. He made a face at me. That fellow is pretending. He is all an act. Wu Xiaoqi howled in desperation, his eyes burning with fury. Zheng Kanqi turned to Ye Lin with a look of confusion, only to find Ye Lin's face etched with innocence and bewilderment, presenting him as a seemingly honest individual. Enough. Wu Xiaoqi, how long will you continue this unreasonable commotion? Zheng Kanqi frowned, then instructed the 2 individuals restraining Wu Xiaoqi, keep an eye on him. Do not let him cause any further disturbances. Understood. The 2 individuals nodded solemnly and dragged Wu Xiaoqi aside. Meanwhile, Ye Lin was unaffected by the turmoil. And thanks to Wu Xiaoqi's outburst, he and Mi Shui were the first to step onto the teleportation array. I'm so sorry for dragging you into this. Mi Shui expressed her guilt, feeling that if it weren't for her, Ye Lin would not have offended Wu Xiaoqi and would not have suffered such severe injuries before entering the secret realm. Leaning close to Mi Shui's ear, Ye Lin whispered, the injuries were my own doing. He was framed by me. Mi Shui's eyes widened in shock, realizing that Wu Xiaoqi had been wrongfully accused. No wonder he had been so agitated. She then understood that the seemingly honest Ye Lin was, in fact, far more cunning than she had imagined. As the shimmering light of the teleportation array flickered, Ye Lin and Mi Shui found themselves in an entirely new world. The scholar's secret realm lay nestled within a forest, shrouded in a delicate mist, as if every step they took was upon a cloud. Within this realm, ancient trees soared high, and the air was filled with the sweet melodies of birds and the fragrance of blooming flowers, resembling a celestial paradise. Yet beneath this beauty, a sinister threat lurked. Suddenly, the mist ahead began to roil, and a massive creature burst forth, its grotesque visage and sharp claws sending chills down their spines. The monster's eyes gleamed with a gluttonous hunger as it lunged towards Ye Lin and Mi Shui. Be careful. It's a level 20 gargoyle. Just as Ye Lin was about to unleash a forbidden spell, Mi Shui forcefully pushed him aside. The petite girl possessed surprising strength, and her shove nearly cracked Ye Lin's ribs. Mi Shui positioned herself protectively in front of Ye Lin, her muscles taut and bulging, creating a striking contrast to her adorable face. The gargoyle emitted a deafening roar, yet Mi Shui stood undaunted, charging headlong into battle against the beast. The level 20 gargoyle found itself at a disadvantage against Mi Shui, as she delivered punch after punch, causing shards of stone to fly from its body. With the passage of time, it became evident that the gargoyle's demise was merely a matter of time. With a resounding crash, a bolt of divine thunder struck down, akin to the sword of a wrathful deity, directly impacting the gargoyle. The level 20 creature was obliterated into a shower of stone fragments. Mi Shui gasped, her mouth agape in astonishment. A one-hit kill? Slaying a level 20 beast in an instant? Surely, only a transcendent being of level 25 or higher could achieve such a feat. At that moment, a notification chimed in Mi Shui's mind. Team kill of a level 20 gargoyle. Reward, 70 experience points. She turned, dazed, to glance at Ye Lin. Did you slay that gargoyle? How is it that you wield thunder magic? Manhwa's confusion was palpable. Because I am a forbidden spellcaster, Ye Lin replied candidly, revealing the truth to her. A forbidden spellcaster? I had thought you were a wood mage, Manhwa murmured, recalling the day Ye Lin had summoned a myriad of tendrils to ensnare her completely, leading her to believe that was his forte. Enough dawdling, let us proceed deeper, Ye Lin urged, pulling Manhwa along into the depths of the scholar's secret realm. Wait, the further we venture, the stronger the monsters become. If we wander carelessly, we shall be slain, Manhwa exclaimed, her face pale with alarm. Typically, adventurers would tackle weaker monsters in the periphery of a dungeon to bolster their strength before delving deeper. Yet Ye Lin had charged headfirst into the heart of the realm. As expected, they had scarcely advanced when a shadow began to rise ominously. It was a colossal creature, its body encased in impenetrable armor, with fierce red glints shining in its eyes. Two immense pincers dripped with purple saliva, and the ground around it sizzled and emitted white smoke. Clearly a sign of potent toxicity. The emergence of this monstrous creature seemed to darken the very skies, as ominous clouds hung low, threatening to crush the beast beneath their weight. Level 25 monster, the venomous giant scorpion. Manhwa swallowed hard, instinctively taking a few steps back. She understood that this creature was far beyond the gargoyle they had previously encountered. This fiend was exceedingly perilous. Run. We must not delay. Manhwa grasped Ye Lin's hand, eager to flee, but Ye Lin remained remarkably composed, calmly raising his hand. Forbidden spell, annihilating thunder. The familiar furious dragon of thunder reappeared, unleashing a bolt of blue-violet lightning. The venomous giant scorpion, which had seemed so terrifying to Manhwa, could scarcely muster any form of resistance before being reduced to a charred carcass, sporadically emitting silver arcs of electricity. The air was thick with the pungent scent of charred protein. Is it dead already? Manhwa felt her brain falter. What was this sorcery? She recalled her previous encounter with a level 22 monster, where she and her 3 teammates had to collaborate intricately, employing a myriad of strategies just to vanquish it. Yet now, a level 25 monster stood before Ye Lin, only to be obliterated in an instant. Stop dawdling. Let us go, Ye Lin urged, pulling Manhwa along. What transpired next utterly overwhelmed Manhwa's capacity for thought. A level 22 venomous scorpion attacked. A single bolt of lightning struck, and it was dead. A level 25 skeleton swordsman charged ferociously. Another bolt of lightning struck, and it was dead. A level 28 abyssal ratman attempted a sneak attack from underground. Ye Lin raised a splendid golden spear and thrust it downwards, and it was dead. Instant kills. Regardless of the creature's level, Ye Lin dispatched them with a single strike. This spectacle astounded Manhwa. She had never imagined that clearing dungeons and defeating monsters could be so effortless. There was no need to kite the monsters. No need to analyze their weaknesses, nor to evade their dying retaliations. Without a moment's hesitation, a forbidden spell was cast, and they moved on, exuding an air of nonchalance. She hardly realized when she ascended from level 17 to 18. Wait, I understand now. After Ye Lin effortlessly dispatched a level 23 goblin, Manhwa's face lit up with realization, as if she had unraveled a historic enigma. You are a forbidden spellcaster. In the immortal realm, one is undying, allowing you to maximize the power of your forbidden spells, releasing them with unwavering resolve, thus rendering them immensely formidable. Ye Lin remained silent, having assumed Manhwa would grasp this upon his revelation of being a forbidden spellcaster. Although her physique was robust, her intellect appeared somewhat lacking. Yet, it wasn't entirely Manhwa's fault. Ye Lin's prowess was nothing short of extraordinary, dispatching monsters of any level with a single blow. It was akin to witnessing a basketball player on the court, exclaiming grandly and then effortlessly leaping from half-court for a slam dunk. One would surely experience a moment of mental pause. All right, let us go. No need to dwell on this, Ye Lin said, leading Manhwa away. He could recall that within the confines of this prestigious secret realm, the magical creatures were limited in number. Having secured the first opportunity to enter, he knew he must act swiftly, surpassing others to vanquish as many magical beings as possible. Gradually, Manhwa also began to grow numb to the relentless onslaught. The creatures seemed to rush towards Ye Lin as if delivering experience to him, roaring fiercely, only to be obliterated by his forbidden spells without exception. In the blink of an eye, 5 days had elapsed. During this time, Ye Lin resurrected the glory he had once achieved in the novice realm, as the thunderous sounds of battle echoed throughout the prestigious secret realm. The lower-level creatures in the periphery, upon hearing the thunder, were so frightened that they lost control of themselves. After defeating a level 24 giant scorpion, Ye Lin's level ascended to 20, and he now commanded 20 forbidden spells. For all those embarking on a second profession, reaching level 20 represented a significant watershed moment, as it heralded the awakening of a second vocational talent. Ye Lin, brimming with anticipation, eagerly examined his status. Name: Ye Lin. Profession: Spellcaster of Forbidden Magic. Level: 20,001. Strength: 200, 300. Agility: 300. Mentality: 600, 710. Vocational Talent 1. endless incantations for each level gained. The spellcaster of forbidden magic unlocks one forbidden spell. Vocational talent 2. Ultimate ascendance. All skills utilized by the spellcaster of forbidden magic will automatically be transformed into forbidden spells. Upon glancing at his second vocational talent, Ye Lin's pupils constricted sharply. Ordinarily, he would be unable to utilize skill scrolls, whether they be ordinary, rare, epic, or legendary. This was due to the fact that the skills unleashed by a spellcaster of forbidden magic could only be forbidden spells. This limitation suggested he could master a maximum of 100 skills, a significant drawback in the later stages. For instance, a fire mage like Zhuge, upon reaching higher levels, could command thousands of fire spells to adapt to various combat scenarios and adversaries. However, with the acquisition of his second vocational talent, Ye Lin would no longer bear such a burden. Any skill he employed would be enhanced into a forbidden spell. Quickly, hand me that fireball spell. Ye Lin urged Manhwaa eagerly. Throughout their journey, he had carelessly entrusted her with the skill scrolls obtained from defeating creatures, believing he had no use for such items. That fireball spell is merely an ordinary skill. Are you certain you want it? Manhwaa inquired, puzzled. Absolutely. Ye Lin replied without hesitation, taking the fireball skill scroll and promptly learning it. He then activated the fireball spell. Vocational talent ultimate ascendance activated. Fireball has been enhanced to the Sigh of the Flame God. Forbidden spell Sigh of the Flame God. The spellcaster of forbidden magic ignites their life force to summon the Flame God, descending with divine fire that incinerates all. Accompanied by a brilliant burst of light, a powerful wave of energy radiated outwards. The surrounding air seemed ignited by this energy, the temperature soaring dramatically as a colossal fireball took shape. The fireball continued to expand, radiating a scorching brilliance and intense heat, as if it sought to consume everything in its vicinity. Ye Lin infused the essence of his life force into the fireball, which instantaneously became even more resplendent, emanating a golden red glow, akin to a true sun igniting upon the earth. A flicker of surprise danced in Ye Lin's eyes. Indeed, it was as he had anticipated. With the extraordinary enhancement granted by his profession's innate talent, he no longer needed to concern himself with forbidden spells. Whatever type of forbidden spell he desired, he could simply procure the corresponding low-level skill scroll. Even the distinction between epic skill scrolls and those of ordinary caliber became irrelevant to him, as both would ultimately be fortified into forbidden spells. All he needed to do was purchase the most commonplace skill scrolls, which cost merely a few thousand coins each. What a tremendous windfall. Ye Lin was overwhelmed with joy. Had any other forbidden spellcaster acquired this talent, they would surely be lamenting their fate. After all, when one's life was already precarious, receiving more forbidden spells was akin to granting additional lives. However, for Ye Lin, it was a different story. His sole virtue was his abundance of lives. Possessing more forbidden spells undoubtedly equipped him with greater adaptability and tactical options when confronting foes stronger than himself. Let us level up. In high spirits, Ye Lin beckoned Manhwaa to continue their ascension in levels. For the past 5 days, Manhwaa's tasks had revolved around carrying burdens, hauling spoils, preparing meals, and fetching water for Ye Lin, embodying the role of a devoted attendant. Yet, Manhwaa relished her duties, even wishing to personally feed Ye Lin. After all, having Ye Lin as her ally had accelerated her own leveling, bringing her to level 19. Just one rank below Ye Lin. At this moment, when Ye Lin urged her to keep grinding, she eagerly followed suit. However, after only a few steps, she collided with a broad back, prompting Ye Lin to swiftly cover her rosy lips. Hush! Look, what is that? A spark of excitement flickered in Ye Lin's gaze. Not far away lay a crystal-clear spring, the water cascading like a miniature waterfall, continuously flowing into the pool. A golden toad perched upon a massive black rock beside the spring. Its skin shimmered brilliantly under the sunlight, as if coated in a fine layer of gold dust. This toad was extraordinarily large, towering at least 4 to 5 meters high, with piercing vertical pupils that exuded an air of mystery. Manhwaa leaned in for a closer look, her beautiful eyes instantly narrowing. It was the treasure-holding golden toad. Chapter 77, The Power of a Fireball Spell. The treasure-holding golden toad, an exceedingly rare magical creature. Its name resonated deeply with every class changer. The toad would swallow treasures whole, concealing them within its vast belly. The higher the level of the treasure-holding golden toad, the more valuable the treasures hidden within. It was no wonder that both Ye Lin and Manhwaa felt exhilarated. The creature before them was a level 26 treasure-holding golden toad, and capturing it alive could yield treasures surpassing the cumulative worth of 100 other magical beasts. Stealthily approach. I will control it, and you will seize it. Do you understand? Ye Lin whispered to Manhwaa. Manhwaa's petite, rosy head bobbed eagerly like a chick pecking at grains. Greedy, timid, and remarkably swift, these were the traits of the fortune toad. Moreover, the fortune toad could only be captured alive. If it sensed imminent danger, it would secrete a highly corrosive gastric fluid, digesting all its treasures, leaving its pursuers with nothing. Manhwaa crawled on the ground, inching closer to the fortune toad. The toad was extremely vigilant. The slightest disturbance would send it fleeing. Fortunately, Manhwa exhibited remarkable patience, taking a full hour to stealthily position herself beneath the toad's eyelids. Quietly, she reached behind her back and gestured to Ye Lin, signaling him to prepare for action. Upon seeing this, Ye Lin discreetly invoked a forbidden spell, ready to ensnare the fortune toad with the emergence of the wood domain, allowing Manhwa to pounce like a ferocious dog to subdue it. The power attributes of the savage berserker class were formidable. Once the fortune toad was bound by the wood domain and captured by Manhwa, it would be utterly helpless. Just as Ye Lin and Manhwa were poised to strike, a sinister voice suddenly echoed from behind. Ye Lin, there you are? You certainly made me search high and low for you. Ye Lin's expression shifted dramatically as he shouted, act now. Forbidden spell, wood domain. In the jungle, the casting of this forbidden spell unleashed even greater devastation, as countless resilient green vines, akin to serpents, ensnared the fortune toad. Manhwa seized her concealment and lunged towards the creature. However, it was already too late. The unexpected voice alerted the fortune toad, which emitted a croak and vanished in an instant, leaving only a golden afterimage. Blast! Ye Lin's countenance darkened, while Manhwa, left empty-handed, clenched her teeth in frustration. The duck that was almost in hand had flown away, leaving anyone in such a predicament understandably disheartened. A rustling sound ensued, and soon, Wu Shaoqi and his group emerged from the lush underbrush, accompanied by several others eager to witness the spectacle. Regardless of time or place, the instinct to observe such events was deeply ingrained in the people of the Great Xia. You certainly hid well, making it quite the challenge to find you. I shall settle the score for what transpired outside. You will learn the meaning of true suffering. With enmity palpable, Wu Shaoqi's gaze bore down on Ye Lin. Alas, this young man was in dire straits, cornered by Wu Shaoqi and his entourage, with no avenue for escape. Having leveled up within the scholar's secret realm, Wu Shaoqi was now at level 23, a formidable opponent even in solitary combat, especially with his team backing him. It could only be said that Ye Lin's luck had run out. In such a vast realm, the coincidence of encountering Wu Shaoqi was unfortunate indeed. The onlookers murmured among themselves, their gazes towards Ye Lin tinged with sympathy, knowing full well that he would soon face the wrath of the furious Wu Shaoqi. At this moment, Ye Lin's expression was as frigid as an impending volcanic eruption. Life was worse than death. Rest assured, I shall ensure that all of you experience this. With the golden toad having fled, capturing him again would be an arduous task. Ha ha ha, have you lost your mind? Are you suggesting that you alone can contend with over a dozen of us? The tall, slender man who had previously been rejected by Manhwa for a team invitation scoffed. He had long harbored disdain for Ye Lin, and now he was the first to step forward. In the face of his provocation, Ye Lin calmly retrieved a skill scroll from Manhwa, and with a slight gesture, a surge of energy enveloped him. Fireball! The tall man scoffed even more derisively upon witnessing this. The fireball was the most rudimentary and commonplace of skills. Any class changer could acquire it. This fool believed he could use a mere fireball to confront him. What sheer folly. Yet, his mocking grin quickly froze in place. Ye Lin's fingers rose slightly, and that seemingly unremarkable fireball suddenly expanded exponentially, transforming into a golden sun of several meters in diameter, radiating an overwhelming heat as it hurtled toward the tall man with the force of thunder. This spectacle resembled divine fire descending from the heavens, leaving onlookers astounded, as if they could faintly hear a melancholic sigh. No, this cannot be. Save me. The tall man shrieked in terror, desperately attempting to evade. But the speed of the fireball was insurmountable. There was nowhere for him to escape. The sun struck him with tremendous force, exploding upon impact, and the ensuing heat and shockwave engulfed him entirely. He could not even emit a scream before being reduced to a charred corpse. This sudden turn of events left everyone dumbfounded, their mouths agape, unsure of how to respond. Was this truly a fireball? Something felt off. The tall man was a top scholar from the city, with a level of 18. How could such an individual be instantaneously obliterated by a mere fireball? This was akin to entering a contest only to have the opponent declare victory immediately. The charred remains twitched slightly, revealing a pair of blood-red eyes. His expression grotesquely contorted in evident agony. Although the rules of the scholar's secret realm protected him from death, the pain of the burns was undeniably real. He must be the first person to endure 100 burn injuries, yet still remain alive. Ye Lin, we are all pillars of the future of the Great Xia. How could you resort to such cruelty? Have you lost your humanity? Ning Yi, standing beside Wu Shaoqi, immediately denounced Ye Lin. Rest assured, I am a kind-hearted person who cannot abide favoritism. I champion equality for all. Thus, whatever he has experienced, you shall soon encounter as well. Ye Lin spoke calmly, simultaneously grasping another skill scroll. Ice Spiral Spell. Chapter 78. A Mass of Flesh. Those targeted by Ye Lin suddenly felt a chill creeping up their spines, as though they were being stalked by a primordial beast. Much like the fireball, the Ice Spiral Spell was also a very ordinary skill. Specifically, it conjured a sharp, spiraling ice cone that spun towards the enemy with deadly intent. In the hands of Ye Lin, the Ice Spiral Spell underwent a cataclysmic transformation. Countless colossal ice spikes, as thick as 100 feet, materialized in midair, resembling crystalline pillars that radiated an excruciating chill. They spun rapidly, akin to a colossal ice-colored top, imbued with destructive power, hurtling towards the astonished Wu Shaoqi and his companions. How could this be possible? How could the ice spiral spell possess such might? It defied reason. Moreover, how could he wield both fire and ice magic? Wu Shaoqi was similarly taken aback, his jaw dropping in disbelief. He immediately summoned his class ability, the Holy Knight, raising a golden shield that emanated divine light, attempting to withstand the onslaught of the ice spikes. However, it barely withstood the first spike before numerous spiderweb-like cracks marred the golden surface. When the second spike struck, the shield shattered instantly. Golden 10-fist sword. Wu Shaoqi's expression shifted dramatically as he unleashed his most formidable move. A golden longsword coalesced in his grasp, crossing into a cruciform as he swung it against the descending ice spikes. Everyone, attack together. I refuse to believe he can contend with us all at once. His commanding shout snapped Ning Yi and the others from their stupor, and they joined forces to counter Ye Lin's ice spiral spell. The onlookers, gathered to witness the spectacle, were utterly dumbfounded. One person against a dozen champions? Such an occurrence, if recounted, would be met with disbelief. Yet, this scene unfolded before their very eyes. Could this individual be an elemental mage? How could he wield both fire and ice abilities? No, the power of an elemental mage's spells was not this formidable. A chilling realization dawned upon them, conjuring the name of a most terrifying class, the Forbidden Spellcaster. The mere utterance of those three words sent a shiver through the crowd. Forbidden spellcasters were notoriously short-lived, often losing limbs from casting too many spells. Yet, within the confines of the champion's secret realm, their potential flourished immensely. After all, in the realm, everyone was immortal, which meant a forbidden spellcaster could unleash their spells without restraint. As if confirming their fears, Ye Lin's third strike solidified their suspicions. Falling Rock. He raised his palm, casting what appeared to be an unassuming spell. The Falling Rock spell summoned a boulder from the heavens to crash down upon foes. However, what descended was no ordinary stone, but a resplendent celestial star. The star traced a brilliant trajectory through the void, akin to a shooting star, imbued with apocalyptic force, hurtling directly towards Wu Shaoqi and his companions. Where the star passed, space itself seemed to tear, emitting a hissing sound. Wu Shaoqi and the others paled in terror. They had never witnessed such a fearsome spell. The oppressive aura emanating from the celestial body robbed them of their will to resist. This was no mere Falling Rock spell. It was the forbidden spell, Celestial Starfall. My heavens, he truly is a forbidden spellcaster. Amidst the onlookers, a top scholar recognized the forbidden spell unleashed by Ye Lin, his complexion turning ashen in an instant. Wu Shaoqi's expression soured significantly, and Ning Yi along with others appeared horrified. Despite their formidable strength, they felt utterly powerless against a master of forbidden spells entrenched in the scholar's secret domain. Before they could resolve the icy shards, an even more terrifying celestial body descended upon them. Had they known Ye Lin was a master of forbidden spells, they would have never dared to provoke him. They attempted to resist, but that celestial body bore the weight of 1,000 mountains, pinning them mercilessly beneath it. Ye Lin, I am a direct descendant of the Wu family. Are you truly intent on opposing me? Wu Shaoqi bellowed, realizing he was no match for Ye Lin. He resorted to invoking his prestigious lineage. Fear not, you shall not perish here. It will merely be a painful experience. If the Wu family must intervene for such a trivial matter, then so be it, Ye Lin retorted, waving his hand as the celestial body pressed down further. Wu Shaoqi's face flushed crimson. Ye Lin, even if you disregard the Wu family, what of the Supreme Academy? We are all students of the Academy, destined to encounter each other in the future. Do you truly wish to sever all ties? How fortuitous. The Supreme Academy has refused to accept me. Feel free to proceed. The moment Ye Lin's words fell, the resplendent, celestial body crashed down. A thunderous roar erupted, akin to the heavens collapsing, as the celestial body struck the heads of Wu Shaoqi and his companions. In an instant, blinding light radiated, filling the space with an overwhelming brilliance. No! Wu Shaoqi let out a harrowing scream. When the light dissipated, the onlookers beheld Wu Shaoqi and his companions deeply embedded in the earth, the ground around them marred by web-like fissures, as if the celestial body had indeed plummeted from the sky with cataclysmic force. The group of over a dozen individuals had been reduced to a gruesome mass. Yet, under the rules of the scholar's secret domain, they remained alive, writhing frantically. The grotesque amalgamation of flesh, mangled organs, and shattered bones squirmed incessantly, evoking sheer horror. It was as though a pile of decayed meat had been endowed with human cognition. Witnessing its own torn muscles, ruptured eyes, and broken bones, an ordeal sufficient to shatter the spirit of any feeble-minded observer. At that moment, the atmosphere fell into a profound silence. Those who had gathered to spectate began to regret their decision to come. They held their breath, fearing that Ye Lin might fixate on them, unleashing his wrath through a similar fate. Could a few kind souls assist in taking Wu Shaoqi and his companions for treatment? Ye Lin inquired with a disarmingly pleasant demeanor. In truth, He could no longer discern which mass was Wu Shaoqi. The crowd exchanged glances, paralyzed with trepidation, until, upon witnessing Ye Lin raise his hand again. With lightning dancing in his palm, they hurriedly rushed forward. Lacking suitable tools, they resorted to shovels. With no proper containers, they stripped off their garments to wrap the remains. A throng of individuals, laden with the grotesque remnants and a charred corpse, surged towards the exit of the scholar's secret domain. After dealing with those troublesome flies, a sense of tranquility finally enveloped Ye Lin. He exhaled, acknowledging that while Wu Shaoqi and the others could potentially be revived and restored, such a process would undoubtedly be lengthy. After all, reconstructing a mass of mangled flesh into a living being is no trifling task. By the time Wu Shaoqi returned to his former self, it was likely that the scholar's secret realm would have already concluded. Let us proceed and see if we can still catch up with that elusive treasure toad, Ye Lin called out to Mi Shui. At that moment, Mi Shui's face had turned ashen with fear. Without uttering a word, she hoisted all her belongings onto her back. She shuddered to think of the fate that might have befallen her had she mistakenly perceived Ye Lin as a lecherous fiend. The transformation of a beautiful maiden into a grotesque slime. Was that even conceivable? Chapter 79. The Advanced Demon, the Cerberus of Hell. At the exit of the scholar's secret realm, Zun Kanki stood ready with 3 priests and a dozen medical professionals. Although it was only the 6th day since the realm's opening, with over 20 days remaining, they had to remain vigilant as, in previous years, injuries had already begun to manifest at this juncture. This year's scholars are quite remarkable, Zun Kanki remarked with a smile. It's the 6th day, and not a single one has sought our aid. Priest 1 replied, indeed, in past years, we would already be bustling about by now. This year's batch exhibits extraordinary prowess. Priest 2 added, let us hope they navigate their challenges smoothly. It would certainly ease our burdens. Priest 3 concurred, indeed. As the group exchanged pleasantries, a large throng rushed toward them in a flurry. Zun Kanki's heart sank. Such commotion could only signify that someone was injured. They could not ascertain who it was until a charred, emaciated figure was placed before Zun Kanki. By heaven, he gasped, startled by the severity of the injuries. Had they encountered an exceptionally powerful fire element demon? Priests, quickly come forth. As the 3 priests united in their healing efforts, the burns on the emaciated man began to gradually heal, revealing tender new skin akin to that of an infant. Phew, thank goodness it's just one. This is much better than previous years, Zun Kanki sighed in relief. However, in the next moment, several writhing masses of flesh were brought before him. What is this? A low-level slime? Zun Kanki inquired, furrowing his brow. No, Teacher Zong, one of the scholars, still trembling in fear, replied. What? Zun Kanki's eyes widened in disbelief, nearly popping from their sockets. You mean to say that these several masses are all human? In response to Zun Kanki's astonished gaze, the individuals present nodded slowly. He felt darkness encroach upon him, nearly fainting at the revelation. Just moments ago, he had praised this year's scholars for their prowess, and now, in the blink of an eye, they had been reduced to mere fleshly blobs? The 3 priests stood equally dumbfounded. Priest 1 exclaimed, what on earth happened to reduce them to such a pitiful state? Priest 2 remarked, were they crushed by some colossal demon? This is utterly tragic. Priest 3 agreed, indeed. Restoring a dozen meat lumps into fully functioning individuals is a daunting task of monumental proportions. Without delay, Zun Kanki promptly summoned several high-ranking priestesses from Deep City to assist. Upon examining the grotesque masses of flesh, their eyes sparkled with excitement. If executed successfully, this endeavor would undoubtedly become a remarkable highlight in their professional careers. Soon enough, the exit of the scholar's secret realm was bustling with fervent activity. Meanwhile, Ye Lin and Mi Shui were equally engrossed in their pursuits. They relentlessly followed the direction in which the elusive golden toad had fled, yet to no avail. Not a trace of the creature was in sight. Ye Lin furrowed his brow in frustration. Had it not been for Wu Shaoqi and his disruptive antics, the golden toad would never have escaped his grasp. The creature had already been startled once. Now, it was likely hiding in some obscure corner of the secret realm, making it exceedingly difficult to locate it again. Resigned to the situation, Ye Lin decided to abandon the pursuit of the golden toad for the time being. The vast expanse of the scholar's secret realm rendered the search akin to finding a needle in a haystack with just the 2 of them. Together, Ye Lin and Mi Shui began to push deeper into the heart of the realm. Having awakened his second occupational talent, Ye Lin found himself increasingly fond of the fireball spell, a minor skill that allowed for instantaneous casting. Unlike forbidden spells, which necessitated incantations and had a certain wind-up time, rendering both humans and monsters wary, the fireball could be unleashed in the blink of an eye. Moreover, when summoned, it could achieve the potency of a forbidden spell through sheer amplification, making it an exceptionally effective tool for ambushes. After swiftly dispatching the monsters that obstructed their path, the duo pressed onward into the depths of the scholar's secret realm. Soon, they encountered several terrifying creatures. As they neared the center of the realm, the number and strength of the monsters escalated. Gradually, they began to confront level 30 monsters, which caused Ye Lin's expression to grow increasingly grave. For level 30 monsters were no longer easily vanquished with a single forbidden spell. it would require the power of 2. That will be all for today, Ye Lin declared as he halted, gazing at the moon hanging high in the sky. Though his mana had not been entirely depleted, fatigue was beginning to weigh upon his mind. Despite possessing an immortal body, he still required a modicum of rest. He kindled a campfire and asked Manhwa to keep watch over him. After all, the young girl had reaped a significant amount of experience from following in his wake, so it was only fitting that she take her turn. In an effort to fall asleep swiftly, Ye Lin grasped his starfall blade and struck the back of his head with it, immediately plunging him into a sleep as pure as that of an infant. Listening to the steady rhythm of Ye Lin's breathing, Manhwa couldn't help but murmur to herself. What an odd individual he was. Throughout her life, the men who approached her, aside from her father, harbored ulterior motives, with 9 out of 10 being attracted to younger girls. Yet Ye Lin was different. He did not regard her as a woman, nor even as a human being. Manhwa felt as though, in Ye Lin's eyes, she was merely a somewhat useful humanoid tool. Lost in her thoughts, her gaze drifted aimlessly to Ye Lin's sleeping face. Yet, in the darkness, 3 pairs of crimson eyes were fixated on them from afar. Was it merely an illusion? Manhwa furrowed her brow, having just sensed something lurking, watching her. In the next moment, a wave of extreme danger washed over her. Ye Lin, watch out. She had no time for any other reaction, instinctively cradling the slumbering Ye Lin and rolling aside. A sharp hiss filled the air. Manhwa felt a liquid splatter on her back, followed by an intense burning sensation, as if she had been doused with acid. She gasped in pain. Ye Lin, now awakened, turned to see the back of Manhwa's clothes corroded by a thick, green, foul-smelling liquid, even her fair skin deeply ravaged. Ye Lin furrowed his brow as he glanced toward the looming monster in the darkness. His expression hardened with realization. This was a high-level magical beast, the hellish 3-headed dog. Cerberus. Chapter 80. The terrifying high-level magical beast. The night was as dark as ink, silence enveloping the surroundings until a low, thunderous growl shattered the tranquility. Echoing like a demon from the depths of hell, a massive canine silhouette leaped from the shadows, its imposing form cloaked in black flames. And its blood-red eyes gleamed with a ferocious light in the night. Droplets of putrid, corrosive saliva dripped from its mouth, its exposed fangs capable of rending anything asunder. Most chilling of all, this monster possessed 3 heads. 6 crimson eyes scrutinized Ye Lin and Manhwa. This was none other than the legendary hellish 3-headed dog, Cerberus, a true high-level magical beast. There exists an immense chasm between low-level and high-level magical beasts. Low-level beasts are not only limited in strength and intelligence, but also capped at a maximum level of 50. At this threshold, low-level beasts, such as slimes, are common. However, high-level magical beasts differ vastly. They boast greater power, higher level limits, and possess considerable intelligence, often employing cunning strategies and traps. A single high-level beast can effortlessly annihilate several low-level creatures of equivalent rank. The hellish 3-headed dog before them was an imposing level 36. It was no wonder that Manhwa had been severely injured right from the start, had it not been for her instinct to protect the sleeping Ye Lin. She could have evaded the initial attack. Stay back. This creature is formidable, Ye Lin warned Manhwa, realizing that this hellish 3-headed dog was likely the most powerful creature within this secret realm. The beast growled low, circling the campfire several times, clearly considering Ye Lin and Manhwa as its prey. Fireball spell. Ye Lin took the initiative, directly utilizing a skill scroll, and with the utmost enhancement. His fireball spell ascended to become the Sigh of the Flame God. A colossal sun of crimson gold hurtled toward the Hellhound. However, at that moment, Ye Lin discerned an emotion reflected in the 6 enormous eyes of the beast, contempt. The second head of the Hellhound gaped wide and, in one swift motion, bit down upon the radiant golden sun that Ye Lin had unleashed. With a resounding thud, the forbidden spell he had cast was, to his astonishment, devoured by the creature. What manner of beast is this? Ye Lin felt a chill run down his spine. It was his first encounter with a high-level magical creature, and he had not anticipated such terrifying prowess. The creature, facing his powerful spell, had consumed it outright. After swallowing Ye Lin's forbidden incantation, a glimmer of mockery flickered in the Hellhound's eyes. Subsequently, its third head opened wide, and a noxious stream of thick green liquid was unleashed toward Ye Lin. Furrowing his brow, Ye Lin sacrificed 2 of his kidneys, gaining a tenfold increase in agility, and deftly dodged to the side. This vile green liquid possessed an exceedingly terrifying corrosive quality, which Manhwa had already experienced firsthand. He had no desire to be tainted by it. The massive dog head relentlessly spewed the corrosive liquid in pursuit of Ye Lin, leaving a path of destruction in its wake. Every flower and tree it touched was eroded, and even the ground succumbed, emitting wisps of white smoke under the onslaught of the liquid's corrosive power. Just as Ye Lin evaded the highly corrosive green substance, he suddenly felt a fierce wind rushing from behind. He quickly turned, only to see a sharp black claw slicing toward him with deadly intent. He dared not confront it head-on, leaping to the side just in time to narrowly avoid the lethal strike. At that moment, Ye Lin comprehended that against such a formidable magical beast, he could no longer afford to hold back or hesitate. Brilliant scarlet flames erupted from his being, a manifestation of his life, force burning fiercely. Beast, do you not relish in devouring? Allow me to indulge you. Ye Lin raised his hand, and the metallic elements within him surged forth, coalescing into a resplendent golden spear within his grasp. Eternal metal of the golden element. The golden spear in Ye Lin's hand sliced through the air like a meteor streaking across the night sky, its unstoppable might aimed directly at the hellhound. The spear shimmered with the unique luster of the eternal metal, seemingly capable of piercing through any obstacle. A flicker of trepidation crossed the hellhound's eyes, swiftly replaced by a savage grimace. It growled lowly, its second head opening wide to unleash a torrent of black flames, attempting to counter Ye Lin's assault. However, the forbidden spell of eternal metal was renowned for its ability to penetrate defenses. While its destructive capacity may not rival the cataclysmic thunder, its offensive power was undeniably supreme. The spear surged forth like a dragon emerging from the sea, unstoppable, piercing through the black flames and plunging deep into the gaping maw of the hellhound's second head, embedding itself deep within its throat. A piercing wail echoed through the air as the hellhound's body convulsed violently, as if gripped by unimaginable agony. The second head struggled for a moment before drooping lifelessly, silenced. One head had fallen to Ye Lin's strike, inciting the infernal three-headed hound into a complete frenzy. The first head, which had remained silent until now, was filled with rage. It opened its gaping maw and unleashed an eerie black mist. This mist carried an overwhelming essence of death and decay, as if it heralded the end of all things. As the mist spread, everything in its path succumbed, flowers wilted, and green leaves withered. The frightened little rabbit, panicking in its escape, was engulfed by this black mist and collapsed instantaneously, becoming nothing more than a desiccated husk. It was not difficult to imagine that a human caught in this mist would likewise be swiftly reduced to a mere skeleton. Seeing this, Ye Lin was consumed with fury. How could you kill such a lovely creature? He exclaimed. Fireball. This time, a radiant golden sun erupted, far more terrifying than before. The moment the black mist approached, it was instantly vaporized by the intense heat. The blazing sun pressed forward unrelentingly, crashing toward the infernal three-headed hound. In response, the beast roared and swiped its massive claws at the approaching sun. With a resounding crash, the golden sun was shattered, yet the hound's claws were scorched, releasing a rich aroma of charred flesh. At that moment, Ye Lin had already maneuvered to the side of the infernal three-headed hound, invoking the forbidden spell, Eternal Metal. A golden spear manifested in his grasp. Against such a colossal adversary, there was no spell more effective than Eternal Metal. It was virtually impossible to miss. This time, Ye Lin aimed for the third head, which was known to spew corrosive liquid. Just as the golden spear was about to strike its target, an astonishing scene unfolded before Ye Lin's eyes. The second head, which should have perished, revived and clamped down on the speeding golden spear. Resurrection. With a clang that echoed like metal clashing, the suddenly revived second head accurately bit the golden spear formed by Eternal Metal. Ye Lin distinctly recalled that this head had just been pierced through the brain by the spell, dead beyond doubt. Yet, in the blink of an eye, its wounds had completely healed, as if it had never been harmed. Could it be that this creature possessed some form of immortality? Ye Lin regarded the infernal three-headed hound with uncertainty. At that moment, the injuries on the hound had fully mended, and all three heads emitted a fearsome roar. The second head fixed its fierce and vengeful gaze upon Ye Lin. Subsequently, the massive hound leapt forward, lunging at Ye Lin. As he dodged, Ye Lin shouted to Manhwaaudiobook, who was hiding nearby. I remember you have plenty of chocolate in your bag. Throw some to me. Huh, are you hungry? Manhwaaudiobook was taken aback, puzzled as to why they were discussing chocolate while facing the formidable infernal three-headed hound. At this moment, Ye Lin had a craving for chocolate. Don't hesitate, just toss it over, he urged. Oh. Manhwaaudiobook fumbled to open her backpack, hastily throwing dozens of chocolate bars at Ye Lin. Chocolate, being small in size yet high in calories, is an ideal sustenance for outdoor camping and trekking, capable of swiftly replenishing energy. Hence, Manhwaaudiobook had prepared a substantial amount. After receiving the chocolate, Ye Lin raised his hand and unleashed a fireball spell towards the three-headed hellhound. Enraged, the beast became even more frenzied, lunging towards Ye Lin with renewed ferocity. Its three gaping maws were strikingly visible, the glimmer of moonlight illuminating the hellhound's throat. This spared Ye Lin much trouble. He clutched the chocolate in his hand and, akin to throwing darts, continuously hurled the chocolate into the hellhound's gaping maw. In an effort to be equitable, he made sure to target each of its heads. Who knows if those three heads shared a single digestive system or possessed three distinct ones? The hellhound was remarkably cooperative, eagerly accepting every piece, as if it could devour everything in existence. Soon, all the chocolate had been tossed into the belly of Cerberus, the three-headed hellhound. Manhwaaudiobook watched Ye Lin's actions in astonishment, utterly bewildered by what he was doing. Was he feeding the hellhound? However, it wasn't long before a startling transformation occurred with the hellhound. The massive creature suddenly collapsed, its muscles convulsing violently. While all three heads began to foam at the mouth, losing control of their bowels and emitting a foul stench. Mishwe gasped, her mouth agape, her fair face reflecting sheer confusion. She couldn't comprehend how it was that the hellhound, which had been relentlessly pursuing Ye Lin, now lay incapacitated. Casting a glance at the dazed Mishwe, Ye Lin began to explain. Did you not know? Dogs are poisoned by chocolate. The theobromine in chocolate can induce muscle spasms in dogs, leading to symptoms like vomiting, diarrhea, and drooling. In severe cases, it can even result in death. I know that. But this is Cerberus, the advanced magical beast. Mishwe murmured in disbelief. Ye Lin's explanation only rendered her more astonished. The hellhound was still a dog. Thus chocolate could poison it just the same? Who would have anticipated that the fearsome advanced magical creature's nemesis would be chocolate? Perhaps sensing death drawing near, the hellhound, on the brink of collapse, staggered to its feet as if compelled by some unseen force. Its 6 eyes fixated on Ye Lin, emitting a deep, guttural growl. Then, the black flames engulfing the hellhound surged towards Ye Lin and Mishwe with terrifying speed. The flames radiated immense heat, as if capable of incinerating all. Imbued with the hellhound's wrath and madness in its dying moments, the consequences of contact would be unimaginable. Ye Lin pulled Mishwe behind him, and with a swift gesture, a formidable wall materialized before them. The Wall of Size. Ye Lin had now attained level 20. Only creatures of level 40 or above, or those who had undergone class change, could shatter the defenses of the Wall of Size in a direct confrontation. Otherwise, they would simply have to circumvent it to launch an attack on Ye Lin. Although the hellhound's final struggle was extraordinarily terrifying, it could only shake its head in despair before the Wall of Size. The black flames collided with the wall, only to be utterly extinguished, leaving not even a trace of a crack behind. At that moment, the lightning summoned by Ye Lin descended. With a resounding crash, the hellhound was struck down, reduced to a charred corpse. Killed a level 36 elite creature, hellhound, awarded 720 experience points. Elite creatures indeed provided experience points that were double those of lower-tier monsters. With this influx of experience, Ye Lin ascended to level 21. However, before he could indulge in his triumph, he noticed another predicament. The black flames unleashed by the hellhound, though not directly harming Ye Lin and Mishwe due to the Wall of Size, swiftly spread around them, igniting a catastrophic blaze. The surroundings transformed into a scene of chaos and peril, with trees, underbrush, and shrubs reduced to ashes in the raging fire. We must flee. Ye Lin reacted swiftly, grasping Mishwe's hand and darting away from the encroaching flames. Yet, as soon as he moved, Mishwe winced in pain. It dawned on Ye Lin that she had been corroded on the back by the hellhound's saliva while carrying him. Without considering her protests, he hoisted Mishwe into his arms and bolted towards the periphery of the secret realm. Mishwe's cheeks flushed, the ground beneath her scorching, the air thick with the acrid scent of smoke and charred remnants. In that moment, she wished time could pause. Suddenly, amidst this tense atmosphere, a clear croak echoed. Ye Lin turned to see a massive golden toad, panicked and on the run, its rear ablaze with black flames. It was the fabled golden toad from before. Ye Lin's heart soared with unexpected joy. He had not anticipated that after slaying the hellhound, a delightful surprise awaited him. The black flames from the hellhound's final attack had inadvertently revealed the golden toad. Chapter 82, Delicious Mushroom Soup. The forbidden spell, Wood Realm, descends. Without a moment's hesitation, Ye Lin unleashed 2 spells. Being in the forest, casting the Wood Realm here afforded him the greatest enhancement. Clearly, he had no intention of letting this golden toad escape. Green vines slithered like serpents towards the golden toad. Terror flickered in the toad's vertical pupils, as it evidently had not foreseen such misfortune today, first being inexplicably scorched by fire, and now encountering Ye Lin. The multifaceted golden toad flailed its limbs in a desperate attempt to free itself from the constricting vines that bound it. Yet, those vines appeared almost sentient, tightening their grip with each struggle, rendering any effort to escape futile. In a sudden surge, the toad opened its wide mouth and inhaled deeply, causing its body to swell, stretching the vines apart while exuding a transparent, viscous fluid, with the slickness of its secretion aiding its escape. The toad momentarily broke free from the confines of the wooden vines, yearning for flight. I never intended to harm you, but your obstinacy leaves me no choice. Ye Lin's gaze sharpened as the vines of the Wood Realm surged once more towards the golden toad. This time, the vines shimmered with a faint golden light, adorned with numerous sharp spines. They lunged at the toad like a serpent pursuing its prey, swiftly ensnaring it, the vines tightening progressively, impeding the toad's movements. The toad emitted a distressed croak, its body ensnared tighter, as if on the verge of being crushed into a mere ball. Despite its vigorous struggles and secretion of slime, it could not extricate itself from the binding vines. Instead, its frantic thrashing drove the spines deeper into its skin, eliciting a chorus of anguished cries. In a swift motion, Ye Lin positioned himself before the beleaguered toad, clearly elated at reclaiming his quarry. He placed the Starfall Celestial Chi atop the toad's head. I know you can comprehend my words. Regurgitate what you possess, and I shall spare your life, Ye Lin commanded. The multifaceted golden toad, a sophisticated magical creature in its own right, hesitated momentarily before expelling a peculiar stone, roughly the size of a fist. The surface of the stone shimmered with a soft golden hue, seemingly imbued with boundless magical energy, causing the surrounding air to thicken with an oppressive aura. Ye Lin picked up the stone, feeling a chilling and weighty sensation in his palm, the small artifact pressing down to the point of numbness. Its surface bore unique patterns reminiscent of dragon scales. This is dragon scale gold. An expression of delight flickered in Ye Lin's eyes, thankfully. He had paid attention during geography class in high school. Dragon scale gold is an exceedingly rare forging material in the hands of a master craftsman. It could undoubtedly be transformed into an epic piece of equipment. Truly, the multifaceted golden toad was more than a mere legend. It could indeed produce dragon scale gold. Is this all you have? Ye Lin inquired with a bemused smile, directing his gaze at the toad. The toad nodded vigorously. I do not believe you. Ye Lin was convinced that the toad harbored treasures more precious than dragon scale gold, for it would not have relinquished such a valuable item so readily. While advanced magical creatures possess intellect comparable to that of humans, they lack the cunning and deceitfulness inherent in true humanity, making their thoughts easily discernible with a mere guess. Ye Lin did not release the multi-treasure golden toad. Instead, he carried it alongside Manhwaedit to a location far removed from the black flame. Subsequently, Ye Lin cast the multi-treasure golden toad aside and removed his Yin-Yang dual birth bracelet, adorning Manhwaedit's wrist with it to mend her back wounds. Under the bracelet's influence, the corrosion inflicted by the hellish three-headed dog upon Manhwaedit's back began to gradually heal, though the scars remained rather grotesque. This matter could only be attended to later by a beautician or a similar professional once they exited the champion's secret realm. After tending to Manhwaedit, Ye Lin hung the multi-treasure golden toad on a towering tree and assigned Manhwaedit a task. Every 3 minutes, she was to strike the toad's white, rotund belly. Should it regurgitate, she was to allow it a 5-minute respite. If not, the beating would continue. Upon hearing Ye Lin's instructions, the multi-treasure golden toad croaked in protest. But Ye Lin was indifferent to the grievances of a mere toad. Whistling a tune, he proceeded to prepare a meal. In the early morning, a young girl gathered mushrooms. Her bare feet padding softly on the forest floor, a large bamboo basket slung over her back. She collected every colorful fungus she encountered without hesitation. Although the multi-treasure golden toad expelled a considerable amount of matter, Ye Lin deemed it insignificant compared to the dragon pattern gold, likening it to scrap metal. Confident that the toad was still concealing its treasures, he did not relinquish it but instead moved to the side to kindle a fire and prepare a late-night snack. Forbidden spell, Wood Realm Descends. Forbidden spell, Fiery Cataclysm. Forbidden spell, Eternal Metal of Gong. The 3 spells were unleashed in succession, providing firewood, a source of flame, and a cast-iron pot forged from eternal metal. This display left both Manhwaedit and the multi-treasure golden toad astounded. They could scarcely believe that forbidden spells could be utilized in such a manner. To ignite a flame with a forbidden spell was one thing, but to forge a pot? Was this even reasonable? As the water in the pot began to boil, Ye Lin nodded in satisfaction and sliced the vibrant mushrooms, tossing them into the cauldron. Some mushrooms, originally white, transformed into a striking green. The bubbling water tossed the fungi about, eliciting a salivation response from Ye Lin. Brother, we can't eat those, can we? They look toxic. Manhwaedit exclaimed, unable to contain her concern. What do you know? A friend from Yunnan once told me that the more vibrant the mushroom, the more potent its toxins. Yet, the more potent the toxins, the more exquisite the flavor. Ye Lin declared with conviction. While we possess immortality in the champion's secret realm, we must seize this opportunity to indulge. There may not be another chance. Really? Manhwaedit blinked her large eyes, evidently skeptical. However, the unique, refreshing aroma of the mushrooms soon wafted from the pot, compelling her to swallow hard in anticipation. Just eat. Not a word of complaint. After 5 minutes of boiling, Ye Lin eagerly ladled the mushrooms into bowls. He and Manhwaedit each took one, consuming the broth and fungi in unison. The fresh, sweet mushrooms slid down their throats. A delight only those who have experienced it could truly articulate. Manhwaedit's delicate face was flushed red from the steam of the hot soup, utterly adorable. How is it? Delicious, isn't it? Ye Lin wiped his mouth and ladled another bowl for himself and Manhwaedit. It's tasty. But why do you have 2 little people fighting on your head? Manhwaedit asked in confusion. It's nothing, just a minor issue. The poison has merely acted up. Hardly had he finished speaking when Ye Lin collapsed with a thud, his head plunging into the still boiling mushroom soup, the bubbling sound echoing as his head was cooked. Oh, so the poison has acted up? I thought the mushrooms weren't cooked properly. Manhwaedit chuckled foolishly, rolling her eyes back before fainting as well. Chapter 83. The hard times have come to an end. Gurgle, gurgle, gurgle. When Ye Lin awoke, the soup pot was still bubbling, cooking his head. The flesh of his entire head had been thoroughly cooked, resembling a sheep's head placed upon a table, merely awaiting garnishing to be served. His nerves having been boiled, Ye Lin felt no pain whatsoever. He reached out to touch Manhwaedit, confirming she was still unconscious from the poison. With a thought, his terrifying regenerative ability began to manifest. The overcooked flesh began to peel away, revealing a fresh skull, from which new muscle fibers, blood vessels, and skin sprouted. Even the detached eyeballs regrew. The mushrooms are indeed delicious, but next time I should find a spot further from the pot, Ye Lin remarked with a wry smile. He was no masochist, after all, and had no inclination to boil his head. This horrifying scene was vividly captured in the eyes of the suspended duo Bao Jinkan. Its round, vertical pupils nearly bulged from their sockets. Do humans possess such a terrifying regenerative capability? Even magical creatures would surely perish if their heads were boiled, it mused. Seeing that Manhwa had yet to awaken, Ye Lin approached duo Bao Jinkan and flicked its pale belly. I say, you've been hanging here all night. Yet you still refuse to spit out the treasure? Must you wait until you're dead to be satisfied? Duo Bao Jinkan remained silent, clearly reluctant to comply. Seeing this, Ye Lin lost interest in forcing the stubborn toad, and, after waking Manhwa, entrusted duo Bao Jinkan and their belongings to her before embarking once more on his monster hunting journey. With 24 days remaining until the scholar's secret realm closed, he was unconvinced that duo Bao Jinkan could withstand such rigorous torment for that long. In the days that followed, Ye Lin and Manhwa worked in perfect harmony. Ye Lin was responsible for casting suppression spells to eliminate monsters, while Manhwa took on the task of tormenting duo Bao Jinkan to extract items. They wreaked havoc within the scholar's secret realm, rapidly accumulating experience points. In the blink of an eye, over half a month slipped away. Only 5 days remained until the scholar's south secret realm would close. At this moment, 3 priests, sporting pronounced dark circles under their eyes and looking utterly exhausted, emerged from the operating room at the exit of the realm. With a sigh of relief, one priest turned to Zunkanki and said, "We have fulfilled our duty. The operation was a great success. And Wu Shaoqi and the others have nearly returned to their former selves." As Zunkanki heard the news, his expression brightened with joy. At that moment, Wu Shaoqi and his companions were being wheeled out of the operating room by medical personnel. "Teacher Zung, I feel like my face shape is somewhat off. It seems a bit square," one of the top scholars remarked. "A square face suggests stability and seriousness." Zunkanki waved his hand dismissively. "But could it be too square?" The scholar sat up, revealing a perfectly square face, sharp and angular. Zunkanki was taken aback and hurriedly grabbed a priest nearby. The priest sighed helplessly. "My friend, they've been flattened into pancakes. It's a miracle they can regain a human form in such a short time. Any issues with their facial structure will need to be addressed by a cosmetic surgeon later." Zunkanki nodded in agreement. "Teacher Zung, what about my situation? One of my arms is longer than the other." Another scholar interjected. "It's natural for everyone's limbs to vary in length. You'll get used to it." Zunkanki comforted. "But it shouldn't be this extreme." The scholar raised his hand in anger, revealing one normal hand and the other barely a foot long. Zunkanki's pupils dilated in shock, and he seized the priest by the collar. "Are you mocking me? You dare claim the surgery was a success after this?" Soon, others exhibited a variety of bizarre symptoms. Some had extra taste buds in their intestines, others had steel doors in their palms, and some even sported tongues in their armpits. The area outside the operating room was filled with complaints. Wu Shaoqi, seeing this, broke into a cold sweat. After checking his own body and finding no such absurdities, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. A flicker of resentment crossed his eyes as he tossed aside the blanket and prepared to confront Ye Lin. He hadn't forgotten who had subjected him to the torment of this bodily reconstruction. However, as soon as he stood up, he realized something was amiss. He discovered he had 2 left feet. "Ye Lin, this isn't over." Wu Shaoqi seethed, his eyes blazing with fury. Ye Lin could wield forbidden spells infinitely within the realm of top scholars, but what would happen outside of it? Without the immortal laws of that realm, would he not revert to being a mere lamb for slaughter? When that time came, he would ensure Ye Lin paid dearly, teaching him the consequences of crossing Wu Shaoqi. Meanwhile, within the top scholar realm, Ye Lin remained unaware that he had become Wu Shaoqi's target. He was struggling to locate the magical beasts. After 2 hours of searching, he had encountered only 2 living beings and not a single magical creature. Ultimately, Ye Lin had to face the reality that the magical beasts within the realm seemed to have been eradicated by him. At that moment, Ye Lin's level had risen to 25, while Manhwa had reached 23. Notably, the precious golden toad still refused to spit. Its once pristine belly was now bruised and battered from Manhwa's relentless pounding, yet the creature remained stubbornly silent. Ye Lin once more hung the golden toad upside down and, with a calm demeanor, began to pat its belly. "Ah, golden toad, today we shall take our leave." Upon hearing this, the round, glistening eyes of the treasure toad sparkled with delight, for at long last, its days of suffering were at an end. "Since you are unwilling to relinquish the treasures nestled within your belly, I shall not force you. Perhaps it is simply a matter of fate." Ye Lin sighed softly, reflecting on their acquaintance and the torment endured. "Today, I shall grant you a swift end, liberating you completely." With a raised hand, the sky darkened, clouds swirling ominously as silver lightning danced within them. Suddenly, a furious bolt of thunder, akin to a colossal dragon of destruction, plunged downward with great speed, connecting with Ye Lin's palm. Forbidden spell, annihilating thunder. Chapter 84. The demon beasts have perished. Quack. The treasure toad's vertical pupils reflected the raging lightning serpent. Its expression filled with terror. The good news, its days of hardship were over. The bad news, its existence was also coming to an end. It had presumed Ye Lin would set it free, only to realize that Ye Lin intended to send it away. Quack, 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 quack. The treasure toad waved its hands frantically, as if pleading for mercy. What is it? Do you have something to say? Ye Lin inquired with a smile. The treasure toad fell silent for a moment before seemingly resolving to make a choice. As long as the green mountains remain, one need not fear the absence of firewood. The wiser the being, the more it fears death. Before long, the toad's enormous mouth began to slowly move, as if masticating something. Then, accompanied by a low rumble, it expelled a weapon that shimmered with a cold light. The weapon traced an elegant arc through the air, finally embedding itself into the ground before Ye Lin. It was a staff, radiating a faint golden glow, as if imbued with boundless power. Ye Lin stood in astonishment. He had not anticipated that the treasure toad had concealed for so long was a staff. He hurriedly examined the staff's attributes. Crimson Flame Staff. Level, Epic. Attributes, 50 enhancement to mental power, can be refined. Skill, Crimson Flame Obliteration. Crimson Flame Obliteration, when casting fire spells with the Crimson Flame Staff, reduces mana consumption by 30 and increases power by 50. Ye Lin inhaled sharply. This staff was indeed an epic-grade artifact. No wonder the treasure toad had guarded it so closely. The enhancement from this epic-grade equipment was astonishing, equivalent to the combined effect of 3 high-grade artifacts. Had you cooperated earlier, you would not have had to endure such hardship, Ye Lin mused as he grasped the Crimson Flame Staff. With a sudden flourish, he unleashed a basic skill. Flameblade. Class Talent, Ultimate Ascension activated. Flameblade has been enhanced to God of Flame's Wrath Slash. With the Crimson Flame Staff in hand, a surge of violent energy coalesced at the staff's tip, forming a massive vortex of flames. As he pointed the staff forward, the fiery vortex erupted explosively, transforming into a blazing giant blade, striking forth with the force of thunder. The air seemed to part before this fiery blade, producing a sharp, slicing sound. Wherever the blade of flames passed, the ground was instantaneously melted by the intense heat, leaving behind a long, charred trace. The fiery goddess Wrath Slash was inherently a forbidden spell, further augmented by the Crimson Flame Staff, increasing its power by 50-fold. Coupled with Ye Lin's level, this slash was more than sufficient to effortlessly annihilate any creature or job class individual below level 35. Upon witnessing this, the treasure frog's eyes flickered with a hint of terror. It had not anticipated that Ye Lin would renege on his promise. Having already relinquished its treasures, it was dismayed to find that its life was still in jeopardy. This strike was far beyond its capacity to withstand, for the treasure frog was not adept in combat and could only close its eyes, awaiting its demise. Yet, at the critical moment, the blade of flames halted just before it, and the treasure frog could distinctly feel the searing heat emanating from the blade. Evidently, you have nothing left in your belly, Ye Lin remarked, nodding in satisfaction as he released the binding spell and set the treasure frog down. He recalled that if the treasure frog encountered a life-threatening situation, it would self-detonate along with its treasures, leaving its pursuers with nothing. The fact that this treasure frog was on the brink of death, yet had not exploded indicated that it had been thoroughly drained of its valuables. The treasure frog, having narrowly escaped death, stood dazed, unable to comprehend why Ye Lin, who had appeared intent on killing it just moments before, had now chosen to spare its life. However, it understood that it had been liberated. Let us depart. There is no need to squander more time here, Ye Lin urged, leading Mi Shui to the exit of the scholar's secret realm. Indeed, I was just about to mention that. Our team hunted on the outskirts for 10 days, only entering the inner depths after leveling up, yet all we found was a scorched land, not a single hair in sight. Right. I too discovered that the monsters on the outskirts were far more numerous than those deeper within. Is that reasonable? A gathering of individuals engaged in fervent discussions regarding the startling changes within the scholar's secret realm, but upon noticing Ye Lin and Mi Shui, they recoiled in fright. As if confronted by a malevolent specter, they had learned that it was this seemingly delicate youth who had reduced Wu Shaoqi and his dozen companions to mere pulp. They had no desire to experience the sensation of being utterly crushed and then reassembled into human form. Ye Lin paid them no mind and strode directly toward the exit. Ye Lin, if you step out from here, it signifies the conclusion of your trial in the scholar's secret realm. There are still 5 days left. Are you certain you wish to exit now? Zheng Kenki kindly cautioned. Indeed, Ye Lin affirmed with a nod. Having nearly exterminated all the monsters within the realm, there was no reason to linger. Very well, please register your level here, Zheng Kenki instructed. Ye Lin promptly revealed his level. Ye Lin, Forbidden Spellcaster, level 25. Zheng Kenki gasped sharply. Level 225? I recall Ye Lin was merely at level 18 upon entering the scholar's secret realm, yet he has ascended 7 levels within. In previous years, the highest anyone has achieved upon exiting was level 24. Ye Lin has shattered the record for the highest level ever attained in the scholar's secret realm. The commotion swiftly drew the attention of others, their gazes towards Ye Lin filled with astonishment. Observing Ye Lin's level, it appeared they understood why the depths of the inner sanctum were devoid of monsters. Could it be that this individual had vanquished them all? Meanwhile, having recovered from his injuries, Wu Shaoqi, eager to elevate his rank before the scholar's secret realm closed, let out an enraged roar. Chapter 85. The Desolate Scholar's Secret Realm. Teacher Zeng, may I take my leave? Ye Lin inquired. Huh. Oh yes, of course. It was astonishing. In just a month, he had advanced 7 levels. A feat almost unfathomable. It was difficult to conceive the efficiency with which Ye Lin must have slain monsters within the secret realm. No wonder the forbidden spellcasters rarely lived beyond 25. When God opens a window, he inevitably shuts a door, often slamming it on one's head. Were forbidden spellcasters to enjoy the same lifespan as other professions, there would be no need for the latter. They might as well find a wall to run into. Wait. You can't leave. Zeng Kanki suddenly realized as Ye Lin passed by. Your level is the highest thus far. You are likely this year's national champion. So you must remain until the secret realm closes. Is there a reward for the national champion? Ye Lin asked directly. Certainly. Zeng Kanki nodded. In addition to the honor, the official Great Xia will bestow generous rewards. How generous? Ye Lin's eyes brightened instantly. Perhaps the equivalent of 3 or 4 stories in height. Given that he had irrevocably offended Wu Shaoqi, a local tyrant in Deep City, it was prudent to avoid unnecessary trouble. However, with the prospect of a reward, the situation was markedly different. Ye Lin settled in to wait, and soon, 5 days passed in the blink of an eye. The champions of the secret realm emerged one by one, yet their expressions were grim, as if they had consumed something exceedingly unpleasant. During those 5 days, some teams of 5 had collectively slain only 4 monsters, averaging less than 1 per person. Some had not encountered a single monster, wandering aimlessly within the secret realm for 5 days. It seemed as though the monsters within the scholar's secret realm had mysteriously vanished due to some overwhelming force. For instance, Wu Shaoqi and Ning Yi, along with their group of over 10, encountered merely 2 monsters in 5 days. They managed to slay one, while the other was a treasure-collecting golden toad. After considerable effort, they finally captured this elusive creature. However, a more bizarre scene unfolded. The toad's belly was utterly empty, devoid of any treasure. This was entirely contrary to the nature of the treasure-collecting golden toad, which was known to hoard treasures with fervor, swallowing anything of value. The only explanation was that someone had beaten them to it, retrieving all the treasures from within the toad's belly. Wu Shaoqi's face darkened, resembling a volcano on the verge of eruption, instilling fear in those around him. When he entered the scholar's secret realm, he was at level 22, and upon his exit, he remained at level 22, which meant he had gained nothing from the experience, merely enduring a beating that left him nursing his wounds for over half a month. The architect of his misfortune was undoubtedly Ye Lin. The moment Wu Shaoqi emerged and laid eyes on the composed Ye Lin, he felt an overwhelming urge to charge at him. Had it not been for Ye Lin, he could have easily leveled up 3 or 4 times in the past month, and even contended for the title of the national champion. In a confrontation within the secret realm, he was certainly no match for Ye Lin. He would not be foolish enough to stumble in the same place twice, yet this matter could not simply be brushed aside. As everyone departed from the scholar's secret realm, their levels were meticulously accounted for. Unsurprisingly, the highest level among them was Ye Lin's, given that he had decimated all the monsters within the realm. Congratulations, Ye Lin. You are the highest level individual in this scholar's secret realm, praised Zeng Kanki. Upon witnessing this outcome, Zeng Kanki, despite having anticipated it, could not mask his astonishment. After all, the title of national champion had historically been monopolized by students from the premier cities. Champions emerging from these metropolitan areas typically entered the secret realm at levels in the 20s, far beyond the mere teens of those from smaller counties. Yet Ye Lin had shattered this convention, for Qingcheng was undeniably a small town. Once this news spread, it would leave many in utter disbelief. What? Level 25. Wu Shaoqi could no longer maintain his composure, glaring at Ye Lin with palpable malice. He distinctly recalled that Ye Lin had only been at level 18 before entering the realm, and now he had surged up 7 levels in one breath. No wonder the monsters within the secret realm had been nearly eradicated. This meant Ye Lin not only turned him into a mere shadow of himself, forcing him to recuperate for weeks, but also eliminated all the monsters during his recovery. Ye Lin, you wretched scoundrel. I shall not let this matter rest. Wu Shaoqi seethed through clenched teeth. The champions from other cities cast unfriendly glances at Ye Lin, their expressions tinged with hostility. They now understood that the reason they had encountered virtually no monsters over the subsequent 5 days was clearly due to Ye Lin. Damn it. A cursed spellcaster who won't last long is stealing our kills. How despicable. Indeed, utterly repugnant. The previous national champions were all at levels 26 or even 27. It's all because of him that the prestige of the national champion has diminished. Why on earth can spellcasters still participate in the college entrance examination? No one in this profession lives past 25. What is the point of nurturing spellcasters? They are merely a hindrance to the future pillars of Daxia. The crowd buzzed with discontent. clearly harboring deep-seated grievances against Ye Lin. Ye Lin himself remained unfazed, but Manhwa soon grew intolerant of the chatter and confronted the crowd. Hands on her hips, yet how could she possibly contend with such a multitude? Just as their argument escalated, the sky above the scholar's secret realm suddenly darkened, as if all light had been devoured. A palpable tension gripped the hearts of the crowd, as an inexplicable dread permeated the atmosphere. At that moment, a deafening roar erupted from the very heart of the secret realm, as if something profound was awakening from beneath the ground. The entire environment began to tremble violently, leaving everyone disoriented. Do not panic. Crouch down. Zung Kanki's face changed dramatically as he realized that the exit of the scholar's secret realm had inexplicably closed. And no matter how he attempted to open it, he was met with failure. The sky above the secret realm grew increasingly somber, a thick darkness pressing down upon each soul like a tangible weight. Suddenly, a scarlet beam of light shot up from the depths of the realm, piercing through the shroud of darkness and illuminating every face present. Within that radiant glow, monstrous figures could be faintly discerned, each distinct in form, some adorned with horns, others with wings, and still others cloaked in scales, exuding an overwhelming aura of malevolence. Zung Kanki's pupils constricted, and his composure shattered, his voice trembling with fear. This is the Demon Clan. Chapter 86. A Terrifying Adversary. Demonic creatures are categorized into low-level and high-level entities, with high-level beings having the ability to command their lesser kin. Above these creatures looms an even more formidable presence, the Demon Clan. No one knows the origins of the Demon Clan. The only certainty is their unfathomable terror. They possess intellect rivaling that of humans and are capable of articulate speech. Each appearance of the Demon Clan heralds an unparalleled crisis, and now, Zung Kanki bore witness to their emergence within the scholar's secret realm. How could he not be filled with dread? The Demon Clan dares to invade our human territory. What audacity! Zung Kanki exclaimed vehemently. However, the Demon Clan paid him no heed. Instead, they bowed deeply, as if in reverence to some eminent figure. In the astonished gaze of the onlookers, a tall man with unnaturally pale skin strode forward. The only discernible difference from ordinary humans was the man's eyes, a strange, deep purple, both profound and chilling. Zung Kanki was rendered speechless by the shock. A Demon Clan member, and one who bore an uncanny resemblance to a human. At that moment, he fervently wished that this individual was a traitor among humans, but observing the subservient demeanor of the other demons, such a possibility seemed remote. The man raised his deep purple gaze, surveying those around him. You humans are naught but mere sustenance for my clan. How dare you attempt to domesticate our lowly servants for your sport? Truly, you are blissfully unaware of your impending doom. His voice, cold and penetrating, instilled an invisible terror that seeped into the very marrow of everyone present. A profound fear began to swell within Zung Kanki. He did not fear death for himself, but he dreaded the thought of everyone perishing here. These individuals were the top scholars selected from across the nation, the finest among the younger generation of vocational practitioners. If they were to all perish, it would surely be a crippling blow to the entirety of the Great Xia. All of you, take shelter behind me. Rest assured, the unusual occurrences here will undoubtedly be swiftly detected by the people of Deep City. They may already be en route. Zung Kanki spoke soothingly to the candidates, then stepped forward, confronting the demonic entities before him. A formidable aura surged from Zung Kanki, revealing him to be an impressive level 70 class changer. Yet, the demon man resembling a human displayed no sign of alarm. He cast a disdainful glance at Zung Kanki. Luda, I entrust you with this. I intend to have some fun with these humans. Yes, my lord, came the deep, resonant reply from a towering figure. With a single step, the ground trembled beneath him. Standing at a height of 3 meters, adorned with 2 horns and clad in gleaming red armor, he advanced towards Ye Lin and the others. Zung Kanki stepped forward, swinging his great blade to intercept the man. However, Luda charged directly at Zung Kanki. Do not disturb my lord's amusement. Though Luda's size was imposing, his speed was remarkable, and he sent Zung Kanki flying with a single collision. You shall not touch them. Zung Kanki desperately attempted to breach Luda's blockade. Yet Luda stood as an insurmountable barrier. No matter how hard Zung Kanki tried, he could not get past. His blade struck Luda, producing only a shower of sparks, leaving Luda unscathed. Do not worry, I am merely playing with them, the demon man said as he approached the top candidates, a quiet chuckle escaping his lips. So, you are the most outstanding humans selected from various regions this year. Come, let us spar. If any one of you can defeat me, I shall allow you all to leave. The demon man spread his arms wide, an expression of eager anticipation on his face. Fear not, according to your ranking system, I am at most level 20. The crowd exchanged glances, some focusing intently, noticing that the aura emanating from the demon man indeed resembled that of a level 20 creature. Courage surged among them. Initially believing their opponent to be an overwhelmingly powerful foe, they now felt emboldened. After all, they were the CR de la CR from their respective regions. A tall young man stepped forward from the crowd, his short hair and sun-kissed skin reflecting years of rigorous training. Clad in a fitted combat suit that accentuated his muscular physique, he faced the demon man with unwavering resolve. "I shall fight you," he declared, his voice imbued with determination and confidence. "It is Lin Zian, the champion of Chao City. With him in the fray, victory is assured. He is a paladin and has already achieved level 21. Indeed, with a level 21 against a level 20, the advantage is certainly ours." Before the last speaker could finish, Lin Zian launched himself into the fray like a cannonball, toppling 7 or 8 individuals in his wake, akin to a bowling strike. Everyone stood in stunned silence. Lin Zian had been utterly annihilated by the demon man before him in a mere instant. Cough, cough, cough. Lin Zian erupted into a violent fit of coughing, spewing forth blood that even contained fragments of his internal organs. Had it not been for the life-preserving power of the champion's secret realm, he would have surely perished long ago. A distinct footprint marred his chest. "Champion? Ridiculous, as weak as an ant." The demon man sneered disdainfully. "Who is next?" This time, no one dared to respond. Though this fellow appeared to be merely level 20, his displayed prowess instilled terror, leaving many unable to comprehend how Lin Zian had been so grievously wounded before they even saw the demon man strike. "What is the matter? Are you all so frightened that no one dares to step forward?" "Indeed, the human race is filled with cowardly wretches," the demon man scoffed. The crowd, comprised of spirited youths, found themselves incensed by his words, and one by one, they launched attacks at the demon man, only to be effortlessly brought to the brink of death. The so-called champions appeared utterly feeble before this demon man. Wu Shaoqi swallowed hard, trembling as he slowly backed away. He was one of the few who could discern the trajectory of the demon man's strikes. Yet, it was precisely because he could see it that he understood the terror of this demon man all the more. Despite appearing to be level 20, even a level 30 or 35 class changer would be no match for him. Suddenly, Wu Shaoqi seemed to recall something, halting abruptly before turning to face Ye Lin with righteous fervor, exclaiming, "Ye Lin, what are you waiting for? With great power comes great responsibility. You are the strongest here. Why do you hesitate to act?" Chapter 87, The Peculiar Illumination Spell. Wu Shaoqi's shout redirected everyone's attention to Ye Lin. They were filled with joy. Indeed, they had a forbidden spellcaster among them. Within the champion's secret realm, under the protection of the laws, one could not die. A forbidden spellcaster, even at level 25, could confront level 35 or even 40 class changers head-on, couldn't they? "Ye Lin, why haven't you made a move yet? What are you waiting for? You have already vanquished nearly all the monsters here. How can you still hide in the back without a word?" They pressed him. "Only you can deal with that demon. Are you going to be a coward?" With Wu Shaoqi leading the charge, others in his group began to guilt-trip Ye Lin as well. Mi Shui was nearly fuming with rage, pointing at the group and rebuking. "You just called Ye Lin disgusting, claiming he is detrimental to the pillars of our great Xia. And now you want him to save you? How shameless can you be? You are the truly repugnant ones." Feeling somewhat guilty for Mi Shui's words, those individuals furrowed their brows and retorted, "What do you know? If it weren't for Ye Lin injuring us and slaughtering all the monsters, leaving us with no chance to level up, how could we possibly be unable to contend with that demon? Ultimately, this is all Ye Lin's fault. You dare utter such words? Shameless." Mi Shui, unable to contain her fury, erupted in expletives, her temper flaring as she struggled to comprehend the depths of shamelessness exhibited by these individuals. "Forget it. Why waste your anger on such people? They would blame the force of gravity for their inability to produce results." Ye Lin spoke softly to comfort Mi Shui before addressing Wu Shaoqi. "I am willing to assist, but surely I cannot work for free. How about this? Each member of your team contributes 1 piece of high-level equipment as compensation. What do you say? 1 piece of high-level equipment per person? Ye Lin, you truly have the audacity to demand such a thing." Wu Shaoqi retorted angrily. "What? Am I not risking my life to combat the demon clan? You all are unwilling to part with even a single piece of high-level gear? Is its worth to you greater than the lives of everyone present?" Ye Lin scoffed, his words dripping with sarcasm, as if moral coercion was unfamiliar to anyone. Upon hearing this, the expressions of the other elite students shifted, casting glances at Wu Shaoqi and his companions that were tinged with hostility. Wu Shaoqi's face turned a shade of green. The wrath of the crowd was not to be trifled with. He clenched his teeth and shot Ye Lin a fierce glare, retrieving a ring from his hand and thrusting it into Ye Lin's palm. "You brat, take this carefully. You may have your life, but not the means to enjoy it. You needn't worry about that," Ye Lin replied with a smile as he accepted the ring. Seeing Wu Shaoqi relinquish a piece of equipment, his followers, though deeply reluctant, begrudgingly removed an item from their own possessions and handed it over to Ye Lin with grim faces. Gazing at the dozen or so high-level items before him, Ye Lin's smile widened to the point of nearly reaching his ears. The prospect of selling these high-level pieces, combined with the 5 million reward from Qingqing, positioned him as a bona fide millionaire. It would take the sale of 300 or 400 kidneys to amass such wealth. Observing Ye Lin's exuberant demeanor, Wu Shaoqi's face contorted in annoyance. "Ye Lin, you've taken the items. Aren't you going to act?" Ye Lin ignored him, instead passing the collection of equipment to Mi Shui. "Please keep these safe for me." "Be careful," Mi Shui said, her beautiful eyes filled with concern. Ye Lin nodded and approached the demon man. The demon, intrigued, regarded Ye Lin with curiosity. You humans are truly fascinating. Even at a time like this, you do not forget to turn on one another. Ye Lin paid no heed to the demon's words. Instead, he raised the crimson flame staff, concentrating his mental energy at its tip. Fireball spell. At the moment Ye Lin cast the spell, everyone could hardly contain themselves. What was he doing? Was he casting a forbidden spell? Why resort to the most basic fireball spell? Did he not realize the formidable strength of the demon? Even the corner of the demon man's mouth twitched in disbelief. You dare to use a fireball against me? You are truly delusional. He raised his hand, intending to crush the small fireball, but at that moment, the seemingly insignificant fireball suddenly expanded violently, transforming almost instantaneously into a blazing golden sun. Boom! The golden sun descended, engulfing the demon man, causing the temperature around them to surge rapidly, with a torrential wave of heat crashing toward them. The crowd was taken aback. Why did Ye Lin's fireball spell differ so markedly from theirs? Yet, whether it was the incantation he chanted or the fluctuations in his magical energy, they could ascertain that Ye Lin had indeed cast a fireball spell. Has the power of fireball spells increased so dramatically in these times? Only Wu Shaoqi and his companions wore grim expressions, for they had witnessed Ye Lin's terrifying abilities firsthand. While the fireball spell seemed plausible, a rockfall spell that could summon a small asteroid was utterly absurd. After a brief moment of astonishment, a wave of exhilaration washed over the crowd. We are saved. We have triumphed. Although forbidden spellcasters have short lifespans, their combat prowess is undeniably formidable. Just as everyone basked in the joy of victory, the raging flames vanished without a trace in an instant, as if devoured by a black hole. The male demon appeared at the spot, his expression calm, with severe burn marks evident on his right arm. I can sense that you are different from the others, and I find you quite admirable. Become my loyal hound, and I shall bestow upon you boundless glory. What say you? The demon's gaze turned towards Ye Lin with a hint of recruitment. I appreciate your admiration as well. How about this? You acknowledge me as your father, and when I ascend to the throne, you shall be my heir. What do you think? Ye Lin retorted. It appeared that negotiations had reached an impasse. Then I am left with no choice but to eliminate you, the demon replied, shaking his head with a tinge of regret. Soon after, the flesh on his nearly charred arm began to regenerate at an alarming rate. Within mere moments, his right hand was restored to its original state. Ye Lin's gaze narrowed slightly. The demon's regenerative abilities were indeed formidable. This rapid recovery, though slightly inferior to his own immortality, was still impressive. However, he wondered whether this demon's regenerative capabilities were indeed limitless. Raising his crimson flame staff once more, the air around him seemed to ignite, creating a swirling vortex of searing flames. Illumination, Ye Lin called out, and the light at the staff's tip became blindingly radiant. The illumination spell, a practical fire-based skill, was meant to produce a bright flame for lighting purposes. However, the illumination spell conjured by Ye Lin was evidently something far more peculiar. Amidst the astonished and fearful gazes of the onlookers, a surge of even more ferocious fiery energy erupted from the staff, morphing into a colossal fire dragon that roared towards the demon. The fire dragon twisted in the air, scorching the atmosphere in its wake, leaving a long trail of flames behind. Everyone stood transfixed. Who among the good people would use such a thing for illumination? Chapter 88. Stay for a good meal. As the fire dragon raced towards him, the demon had learned his lesson this time. In combat against Ye Lin, he could not merely observe his casting motions or incantations. Those were all mere facades. He had to gauge the true power of the skills. With his magical energies surging, a massive black magical shield coalesced before him. When the fire dragon collided with the shield, it unleashed a deafening roar, and the clash of flames and magic stirred a tempest, distorting the air around them. The fire dragon writhed against the colossal black shield, striving to breach this formidable barrier. Yet, no matter how it twisted and roared, the black shield stood resolute, akin to an everlasting mountain. Behind this mighty shield stood a malevolent figure of the demon race, a smirk of disdain gracing his features. At that moment, a pinprick-sized golden light descended upon the black shield. By the time the demon realized what had occurred, a resplendent golden spear had pierced through his heart. He lowered his gaze, staring at the golden spear embedded in his chest, disbelief flooding his eyes as purple blood dripped from the spear tip. How could I have been defeated by a mere human? This is inconceivable. Slowly, the demon lifted his head, the initial nonchalance replaced by a mask of rage and ferocity. You have ignited my wrath. I shall sever your head and hang it as a trophy in my study. With a thunderous roar, he unleashed his magic, shattering the brilliant golden spear in an instant. The eternal golden spear, adept at breaching defenses, lacked the sheer destructive power of other forbidden spells. Thus, despite having been pierced through the heart, the demon still retained his fighting spirit. He bellowed and charged at Ye Lin. Yet Ye Lin was not foolish enough to engage in close combat with an enraged demon. Forbidden spell, dance of moments. In an instant, Ye Lin's speed surged, moving with the swiftness of a specter, evading the demon's grasp entirely. He then raised the Crimson Flame staff once more, relishing the 50 boost to his fire magic. The fiery elements upon the staff began to flicker, as if eager to ignite the very air around them. This time, Ye Lin spared no effort. Illumination spell, chanting fervently. He unleashed a fire dragon even larger than the last from his staff, hurtling toward the demon. A flicker of terror crossed the demon's eyes as he hastily summoned his magic, attempting to conjure an indestructible magical shield once more. However, the power of this fire dragon exceeded his expectations. The black shield began to tremble violently under the onslaught, and cracks emerged across its surface. With another thunderous impact from the fire dragon, the magical shield shattered. With a resounding boom, the demon was hurled backward as if struck by a sledgehammer, crashing through several towering trees before finally coming to a halt. Struggling to rise, he staggered but fell back to his knees, coughing up a mouthful of purple blood. His eyes filled with resentment. He had been defeated by a human. How could this be? A mere human could not possess such formidable combat prowess. Ye Lin narrowed his eyes, realizing that while the demon race had remarkable regenerative abilities, they were not infinite. Thus, he felt no concern. My lord, seeing their comrade injured. The other demons could no longer remain passive. They surged forward, their dark energy soaring into the sky. Ye Lin's gaze sharpened. For these demons were not to be compared with that solitary demon man. The aura emanating from them was exceedingly terrifying, far beyond what his mere level 25 could contend with. Halt! A commanding voice echoed. Zunkanki, leaning on his blade, struggled to rise, staggering as he placed himself before the horde of demons. His body was marred with wounds, blood staining his garments, and his left arm hung limply at his side, clearly broken. How is this fellow still alive? Ruda, what are you doing? A demon, impatient and furious, shouted. The demon known as Ruda stood like an iron tower, but in the next moment, his towering frame crashed to the ground as if a mountain had toppled. His horned head rolled away several meters before finally coming to a halt, the cut at his neck smooth and mirror-like, evidently severed by a sharp weapon. Ruda. The multitude of demons expressed shock. They had never anticipated that Ruda would fall by Zunkanki's blade. Zunkanki raised his weapon, madness flickering in his eyes. Come forth, you wretched demons. Let me see how many of you I can drag down with me before I perish. Despite his grievous injuries, an overwhelming aura of malevolence surged from him, momentarily instilling fear in all the demons, preventing them from advancing. Yet soon, one demon, grotesque with wings sprouting from its back, charged directly at Zunkanki. A mere human dares to speak such bravado. I shall feast upon your flesh and blood, avenging Ruda. The demon's speed was astonishing, arriving before Zunkanki in an instant. Despair welled up in Zunkanki's heart. Managing to slay Ruda had already drained his every ounce of strength, and he had no power left to confront a second demon. But, at the very least, he would die before the eyes of all the champions, thus fulfilling his mission. Zunkanki closed his eyes, yet the anticipated excruciating pain did not manifest. Upon opening his eyes, he discovered a tall figure had appeared before him, blocking the impending threat. This figure merely extended a finger, pinning the winged demon in place, rendering it immobile. Zunkanki's expression brightened with recognition. It was none other than He Yunfeng, the Lord of Deep City. Lord He. Upon seeing He Yunfeng, Zunkanki's spirit soared, for this signified salvation for them all. As the Lord of a premier city, He Yunfeng's prowess was formidable, ranking among the mightiest in the entirety of the Daxiao realm. You have performed admirably this time. He Yunfeng nodded slightly, his gaze piercing as it swept over the gathering of demons, filled with icy resolve. Since these demons dare to invade our human territory and wreak havoc, none shall leave today. They will remain for a hearty feast. Chapter 89, Serving Deep City. We in Daxia have an ancient saying. Since you have come, find peace in your arrival. Since you are here, let it be that you are all laid to rest. As He Yunfeng's words fell, brilliance erupted from his fingertips. The head of the winged demon was instantly consumed by the blinding light. When the radiance subsided, the demon had been transformed into a headless corpse. The remaining demons, upon witnessing the scene, could not help but retreat several steps in fear. The ability to annihilate a demon with a single strike instilled a surge of exhilaration among the onlookers. They found themselves fantasizing about a future where they, too, could emulate He Yunfeng's remarkable feat of single-handedly repelling countless demons. My lord, we must depart. The human warriors will soon arrive. One demon quickly approached the fallen demon and assisted him to his feet. The defeated demon's eyes brimmed with resentment as he glared fiercely at Ye Lin. Your name is Ye Lin, is it? I shall remember you. I am Galahad. One day, I will flay your skin and sever your head to claim as my trophy. How dare you threaten when your own survival is at stake? He Yunfeng retorted sharply, unleashing another attack. A dazzling light erupted from his fingertips, akin to a shooting star cleaving through the void, radiating an overwhelming power. As the light traversed the air, it seemed to ignite the atmosphere, accompanied by a crackling sound. Watch out, my lord. A demon nearby swiftly shielded Galahad from the oncoming blast, but was struck directly by the radiant light, which melted a gaping hole through his chest. Retreat. Galahad gritted his teeth, issuing a harsh command. He had never anticipated that a human could best him, which had led to excessive delays. With He Yunfeng now present, further procrastination would only invite more human warriors, resulting in devastating losses, especially since they were on human territory. Several demons quickly gathered around He Yunfeng, their dark energies surging as they evidently prepared to buy time for the others to escape. One demon brandished its claws and charged at He Yunfeng, the claws slicing through the air with a shrill whistle. He Yunfeng's gaze gleamed once more, and he flicked his fingers, sending forth a beam of light that pierced through the charging demon's body. The demon froze mid-air before crashing down, dissipating into a cloud of black smoke. Yet, the remaining demons showed no signs of fear, continuing to encircle He Yunfeng, while Galahad hastily made his way toward the exit. "Get out of my way." Seeing Galahad attempt to flee, He Yunfeng's patience wore thin. Radiating intense light, he surged forward like a miniature sun, crashing into the demons before him. They were unable to withstand his force and were sent flying. It was clear that He Yunfeng was resolute in his determination to apprehend Galahad. The latter's expression shifted dramatically, realizing he had underestimated He Yunfeng's strength and resolve. At that moment, a ghastly white hand suddenly emerged from the rift in the secret realm, colliding with He Yunfeng, who was hurtling forward like a streak of light. Bang! The violent impact unleashed a terrifying wave of energy, cleaving through the towering ancient trees surrounding them. As the dust settled, He Yunfeng re-emerged, looking quite displeased. "You demons may lack in many areas, but your speed in fleeing is indeed exceptional," He Yunfeng remarked with cold derision. "Words are futile. If you have any objections, feel free to pursue us." A hoarse, aged voice echoed from within the black rift. "Certainly. One day, the warriors of the Great Xia shall tread upon the realm of demons and eradicate all fiends. Do you possess confidence?" "Yes." A thunderous, frenzied cheer erupted within the halls of the champion's secret realm. All were spirited youths, recently crowned champions, adorned in vibrant attire, their blood surging with fervor under the encouragement of He Yunfeng. "Humph, I await that day." The voice, aged and raspy, echoed once more, then fell into silence. He Yunfeng turned and bowed deeply to all present. "Noble champions who have journeyed from distant lands of Great Xia, here I stand, representing Deep City, to extend my sincerest apologies. It is our negligence that has afforded the demons the opportunity to strike, nearly resulting in calamity. Rest assured, we of Deep City shall make amends to you." Witnessing He Yunfeng bow before them, the crowd was profoundly moved. This was a formidable transcendent of Great Xia, willingly lowering himself to honor a gathering of mere level 20 youths. "Mayor He, do not blame yourself. It is the fault of those vile demons. Indeed, those despicable fiends. Yes, one day, we shall banish all monsters and demons from the lands of Great Xia." Hearing the comforting words of the crowd, He Yunfeng nodded with a smile. Soon, the personnel of Deep City arrived to assist Zinkanki in his recovery, while the severely injured candidates from the clash with Galahad began to receive treatment. Suddenly alert, Ye Lin's first instinct was to brace for retaliation from Wu Shaoqi, fearing his adversaries had come. However, upon recognizing the figure approaching, he was taken aback, for it was none other than He Yunfeng. "Mayor He," Ye Lin called politely. "Yes, I am aware of the circumstances within the champion's secret realm. You performed admirably, managing to confront and defeat a wielder of a royal bloodline from the demon race without sustaining injury. Thank you for your praise, Mayor He." Ye Lin found himself at a loss regarding He Yunfeng's intentions, responding with polite indifference. The demon race, categorized by their bloodlines, were ranked into tiers. Those above the royal level bore a striking resemblance to humans, capable of commanding other demons and possessing formidable power, rendering them nearly invincible among their peers. He Yunfeng elaborated on the origins of the demons with a faint smile, then shifted the conversation. "Ye Lin, would you be interested in serving Deep City?" "Me?" Ye Lin questioned, pointing to himself in bewilderment. "Are you certain? I am aware that you are a forbidden spellcaster. Nurturing such a talent is indeed a considerable burden and often a losing endeavor. However, with the demons poised to strike, Deep City is in dire need of a formidable presence capable of instilling fear in them." Chapter 90, The Assassin's Choice. After hearing He Yunfeng's words, Ye Lin fell into a contemplative silence. Forming a team to hunt monsters comes with limitations. Primarily, the level disparity between the highest and lowest members of a party cannot exceed 10 levels. Furthermore, experience points are distributed based on contribution, with a minimum of 1 experience point for the lowest contributor. To cultivate a forbidden spellcaster, one must level them up without allowing them to unleash their forbidden spells. The inability to unleash forbidden spells relegates the forbidden spellcaster to merely wielding a knife or sword, resulting in an exceedingly meager accumulation of experience points. The financial, human, and material resources required to elevate a forbidden spellcaster to level 90 could easily cultivate hundreds of similarly ranked class changers. This elucidates why few are inclined to nurture forbidden spellcasters. Major powers disdain them, reluctant to engage in unprofitable ventures, while smaller factions are envious, yet financially incapable of sustaining them. He Yunfeng's intentions were unmistakable. his service to Deep City would lead to his development as a strategic weapon, akin to a nuclear warhead. Should the demon race launch a massive siege, it would be his moment to sacrifice himself for Deep City. With Deep City's substantial resources willing to invest in his training, had Ye Lin truly been merely a forbidden spellcaster, he would have eagerly acquiesced. Alas, he possessed the gift of immortality. The pace of his advancement within Deep City could not rival the swiftness of slaying monsters on his own. Master He. While I am inclined to agree, I must first consult my mentor, Ye Lin said, seeking to avoid arousing He Yunfeng's suspicion by invoking his humble master. Your mentor? Who is your mentor? He Yunfeng inquired, astonished that someone would take a forbidden spellcaster as an apprentice. Zhuge Qinxing. Oh, it is Mr. Zhuge. He Yunfeng's eyes narrowed slightly, a glint of intelligence flickering within. He sighed deeply. After the last repulsion of the demon race's massive offensive, peace had barely endured for a century before the demons exhibited signs of unrest once more. A storm was brewing. He Yunfeng opened his mouth, seemingly poised to speak. But in the next moment, his gaze sharpened, fixating on the entrance to Ye Lin's room. Ye Lin followed his gaze, sensing an approaching presence. Knock, knock, knock. Mr. Ye Lin, hello. I am the hotel attendant, here to deliver some fruit to ease your nerves. A sweet voice called from outside the door. At He Yunfeng's silent indication, Ye Lin moved to open the door. Standing outside was an adorable woman clad in a maid outfit, complete with cat ears and black stockings, gracefully holding a fruit platter. However, honed by years of living in the slums, Ye Lin immediately discerned her intentions. Should he allow her entry? He would soon be confronted with the question, guess how high I can jump? Nonetheless, with He Yunfeng present in the room, Ye Lin felt no trepidation and simply stepped aside. Please, come in. Thank you. The woman, clicking her high heels, stepped inside, closing the door behind her with a gentle hand, a faint, alluring fragrance wafting into Ye Lin's nostrils as she brushed past him. She bent down to place the fruit platter on the table, and in that moment, her short-made skirt failed to conceal the allure beneath, revealing a glimpse of spring splendor. Oblivious to her own exhibition, she deliberately arranged the fruit platter, as though inviting Ye Lin to gaze longer. Ye Lin found such behavior exceedingly distasteful and fixed her with a critical glare. All right, I kindly ask Mr. Ye Lin to come and enjoy the fruit platter, she said with a gentle demeanor. Sister, the medicinal scent emanating from this fruit platter is overwhelming. But what is even more outrageous is that the powder atop it has not been blended adequately. Do you have no shame? Even a creature as foolish as a pig would surely refrain from consuming such a dish. The woman's expression shifted slightly. Mr. Ye Lin, what nonsense are you spouting? The powder sprinkled on this fruit is clearly sweet plum powder. Keep your distance. I refuse your advances. As the woman drew closer, Ye Lin forcefully pushed her away. But since you lack subtlety, may you meet your demise. The woman exclaimed sharply, and in a flash, a sharp dagger flew toward Ye Lin's heart with breathtaking speed. The blade glimmered with a faint purple hue, indicating it was laced with deadly poison. It was only at that moment that Ye Lin realized this woman was a formidable assassin, boasting a level exceeding 50. For the sake of his assassination plot, Wu Shaoqi was indeed willing to expend considerable resources. If it were only him, he might have stood a chance, but alas, today was certainly not his day to shine. Before the dagger could reach Ye Lin, a large hand, akin to an iron claw, seized her wrist, and the icy countenance of He Yunfeng emerged. Who sent you? His voice dripped with chilling fury. He Yunfeng. The woman stammered, recognizing the man renowned as the pinnacle of combat in the Deep City. How could he possibly be in Ye Lin's chamber? Initially, Wu Shaoqi had persuaded her to assassinate a scholar, but she had been reluctant due to the inherent risks. However, the compensation offered had been too generous, compelling her to take the plunge. Yet, had she known He Yunfeng was present, no amount of reward, even if Wu Shaoqi were to kneel and beg, would have swayed her to comply. The woman's face turned ashen. She understood that being caught in the act by He Yunfeng meant certain death or a fate worse than death. Do not make me ask a third time. Who sent you? He Yunfeng's tone grew increasingly severe. The woman's face was a mask of conflict. To offend the Wu family or to cross the Lord of the Deep City, either path led to ruin. With a grim determination in her eyes, she suddenly twisted her body and impaled herself on the poisoned dagger. He Yunfeng was a good man. Should he be wronged, her family would remain unscathed. But to offend the Wu family could spell disaster for her entire household. Thus, the most prudent course of action was for her to perish before He Yunfeng, allowing her debts to vanish with her life. Whatever investigation He Yunfeng undertook regarding her benefactor would be his concern. Alas, good men are often forced to face dire threats. Chapter 91. The reward for the national top scholar, the Grand Sumru Ring. The poison on the dagger was exceedingly potent. Within mere seconds, a strange purple hue spread across the woman's face before she succumbed to death. A toxin capable of instantly killing a level 50 class changer could only be concocted by a poison master of at least level 40. Deploying 2 level 40 plus class changers to intimidate a level 50 changer into suicide indicated a formidable backing. He Yunfeng narrowed his eyes, his expression dark enough to draw water. In the depths of the city, The forces bold enough and capable of orchestrating such deeds could be counted on one hand. Coupled with Ye Lin having offended Wu Shaoqi in the scholar's secret realm, the identity of the assassin and the mastermind behind it all was becoming increasingly apparent. The Wu family of the Deep City. Ye Lin remained silent, curious to observe how He Yunfeng would handle the situation. Rest assured, Ye Lin, I will provide you with an explanation regarding this matter. I will ensure that Wu Shaoqi apologizes to you in person, He Yunfeng declared, taking a deep breath. Upon hearing the mention of an apology, Ye Lin nearly burst into laughter. Wu Shaoqi had sought to have him killed, and the only consequence would be a mere apology? Such a punishment seemed excessively lenient. Lord He, perhaps it would be best to reconsider your involvement with the Deep City. I fear I might not survive a month if I remain here, Ye Lin suggested. He Yunfeng paused momentarily, then regarded Ye Lin with a profound gaze. The Wu family and their ilk. He Yunfeng suppressed the rising anger within him, fully aware that Ye Lin's concerns were likely grounded in truth. Yet, he found himself powerless against the Wu family. Once the demonic forces descended, they would be a crucial line of defense for the Deep City. Very well. I respect your choice, He Yunfeng sighed in resignation. In the conflict between an unseasoned spellcaster and the powerful Wu family, his decision was evident. After He Yunfeng departed, the results of the trials in the scholar's secret realm were swiftly announced. Ye Lin, having secured the top rank and repelled a royal-level demonic entity, was rightfully crowned the national champion. News of this spread rapidly, eliciting a mixture of joy and despair. Mi Shui, in her exuberance, burst through Ye Lin's door, having demolished it in her excitement. Ye Lin, you are the national champion. You have brought glory to your ancestors, she exclaimed. I am an orphan, Ye Lin replied. Mi Shui, slightly embarrassed, quickly shifted the topic. Regardless, you are incredibly formidable. I can't believe I teamed up with the national champion to conquer a secret realm. This is something I can boast about for a lifetime. Come, let us take a photo together, she insisted, pulling Ye Lin in for a picture. Upon learning of the news, Wu Shaoqi was immediately consumed by rage, sweeping everything off his desk in a fit of fury. The fact that Ye Lin had become the national champion indicated that the assassin he had dispatched had failed. How could a level 50 assassin fail to eliminate a mere level 25? What utter incompetence! Wu Shaoqi seethed. Just then, a commanding middle-aged man entered his room, pushing the door open with authority. The moment Wu Shaoqi laid eyes on him, his expression shifted to one of trepidation. Father, do you still regard me as your son? He stammered. With a cold huff, the middle-aged man scolded him. You sought to deal with Ye Lin, and I did not intervene. But why have you been so foolish? Father, what have I done? Wu Shaoqi replied, bewildered, still unaware of the unfolding situation. What have you done? You are nothing but a fool. I should have kept you confined. You sent an assassin to attempt to kill a champion in front of Lord He Yunfeng. Tell me, is that not foolishness? As Wu Shaoqi absorbed the gravity of his father's reprimand, he finally grasped the seriousness of the predicament. Father, what do we do now? He hastily inquired. The middle-aged man yearned to strike Wu Shaoqi down with a single blow, yet upon recalling their blood ties, he restrained himself. You are a direct descendant of the Wu family. He Yunfeng will merely reprimand you lightly, so gather your belongings and come with me to seek forgiveness from He Yunfeng. Do not cause further trouble, he admonished sternly. Wu Shaoqi, withered like a frost-bitten eggplant, dared not utter a word of dissent, though his resentment towards Ye Lin deepened. Before long, Ye Lin was honored with the title of national champion, receiving his award directly from the city lord, He Yunfeng. The accolades for the national champion were straightforward, a legendary skill scroll and a piece of legendary equipment. When He Yunfeng announced the rewards, nearly everyone present cast envious glances toward Ye Lin. A legendary skill scroll and legendary equipment. Such prizes were nearly unparalleled. After all, beyond these lay forbidden spells and divine artifacts. A forbidden spell, unless one bore a profound grudge, was something that most would not dare to practice even if bestowed upon them. As for divine artifacts, the moment news of one's possession spread, a multitude of masked bandits at level 90 or above would inevitably descend upon you. Such treasures were exceedingly rare. An innocent person could be doomed by mere possession. Ye Lin stepped forward to claim his prize. Without a glance at the legendary skill scroll, he tucked it away and began to examine the legendary ring. Great Sumeru Ring. Level, Legendary. Attributes, 100 mental power amplification, can be refined. Skill 1, Sumeru Storage. Sumeru Storage. The wearer can absorb energy-based attacks into the Great Sumeru Ring, converting that energy into a temporary boost in mental power. Skill 2, Storage of Sumeru. Storage of Sumeru. The wearer can activate the storage space within the Great Sumeru Ring, the size of which is proportional to the wearer's mental power strength. Gasp. Upon realizing the attributes and skills of the Great Sumeru Ring, Ye Lin could not help but draw in a sharp breath. This ring doubled his mental power and possessed the rare space attribute, allowing it to absorb energy-based attacks and convert them into temporary mental power. Ye Lin envisioned a scenario where a formidable mage unleashed a barrage of spells upon him, attempting to obliterate him. Yet, after the onslaught, the mage would discover that not only had Ye Lin survived, but he had absorbed each spell with the Great Samru Ring, converting them into mental power, and subsequently unleashed a forbidden spell that would vanquish the foe in an instant. With this artifact, combined with his own immortality, could it be that the more he was attacked, the stronger he became? Chapter 92. Fame Breeds Fear. Ye Lin could hardly contain his excitement as he removed his Burning Moon necklace and donned the Great Samru Ring. The Burning Moon necklace was merely a high-tier piece of equipment, offering a mere 200 points of mental power enhancement, utterly incomparable to the Great Samru Ring. The moment Ye Lin donned the Great Shumi Ring, he felt a remarkable enhancement of his mental prowess, as everything around him became significantly clearer in his perception. Subsequently, he examined the storage space of the Great Shumi Ring, which appeared to be roughly equivalent to a 4-bedroom apartment, approximately 200 square meters in size. With the ring adorning his finger, Ye Lin's mental attribute surged to 21,375 points, indicating that for every increment of 10 points in mental strength, the storage capacity of the ring expanded by 1 square meter. He proceeded to stow away the numerous high-level pieces of equipment he had acquired from Wuxiaoqi, including the Burning Moon necklace, along with his own belongings. With the Great Shumi Ring, he was relieved of the burden of carrying cumbersome bags. After awarding Ye Lin, the national champion, it was time for the 2nd and 3rd place winners. However, their rewards paled in comparison to Ye Lin's, as both the skill scrolls and equipment they received were merely of epic quality. Ye Lin, you are heading to the Great Xia Academy, right? Wait for me. I will come to find you. Manhwa waved at Ye Lin before vanishing into the teleportation array. Ye Lin chuckled softly and also stepped onto the teleportation array. As the scenery before him disintegrated, he once again set foot on familiar ground. The moment he appeared, a cacophony of sounds erupted, drums and gongs resounded, startling him momentarily. Amidst the fervent cheers, the Lord of Qingcheng, Hu Wang, surged forward with a throng of people, encircling Ye Lin. Quick, let me touch you. To bask in the luck of the national champion. I never expected that our little Qingcheng would produce a national champion one day. This is a moment of glory. I may lack education, but I have just 2 words: impressive. The crowd surrounding Ye Lin was exuberant, with Hu Wang beaming with pride. Having witnessed the emergence of a national champion during his tenure, it was a significant highlight of his career, bringing him unrestrained joy as he grinned foolishly upon hearing the news. I am Ye Lin's principal. Clear the way. Gao Jinyu, the principal of Qingcheng High School, found himself cornered by the crowd, desperately shouting, but his voice was drowned out by the raucous clamor. Observing the fervent throng, Ye Lin felt a wave of unease, particularly as certain women, claiming to seek a touch of the champion's luck, groped at him, sending shivers down his spine. Some even attempted to tear at his clothing amidst the chaos, nearly giving Ye Lin a fright. With immense effort, he finally managed to extricate himself from the throng. However, the crowd persisted in their pursuit. Ye Lin, hurry, get on. Guoqin's figure appeared around a corner, and at that moment, Ye Lin disregarded Guoqin's odd phrasing and leapt onto his back. As Zhuge Qianxing, who had been brewing tea, caught sight of the disheveled Ye Lin, a smile broke across his face. Fame comes with its burdens. Being the national champion is no easy feat, is it? Ye Lin wiped away an imprint of lips on his face, a mystery of its origin, and managed a wry smile. It is indeed challenging, yet the rewards are quite substantial. Zhuge Qianxing smiled as he handed a cup of tea to Ye Lin. What is it? Ye Lin inquired with curiosity. The gate of revelation has appeared. Zhuge Qianxing's gaze briefly swept over Ye Lin's abdomen, where a key lay quietly hidden. Ye Lin's expression grew serious. He had already learned from Zhuge Qianxing about the significance of the Gate of Revelation. It was once a portal through which 7 ancient artifacts had emerged. Does this mean you want me to go to the Gate of Revelation? Ye Lin tentatively asked. To be precise, you, I, and Guoqin shall go together. Zhuge Qianxing replied with a smile. Very well, master. I will first visit the Class Change Guild to handle some equipment. Ye Lin obediently nodded, and then rose to leave Zhuge Qianxing's small courtyard. In truth, he had never fully understood why Zhuge Qianxing had taken him as a disciple. Particularly since Zhuge Qianxing's profession was an enigmatic diviner. Ye Lin had even entertained doubts that both Qinsun and the investigators were part of Zhuge Qianxing's elaborate scheme. Thus, Ye Lin remained somewhat guarded around Zhuge Qianxing. Growing up in the slums, he firmly believed that there was no such thing as a free lunch. If his suspicions proved correct, it would indicate that Zhuge Qianxing had grand ambitions. And the only thing about him that could entice someone of Zhuge Qianxing's caliber was his immortality. Regardless of whether Zhuge Qianxing was benevolent or malevolent, Ye Lin, constrained by his own limitations, could only continue to play the role of a dutiful disciple for now. After Ye Lin departed, Zhuge Qianxing, who had been sipping tea, suddenly broke into a violent coughing fit. A mouthful of crimson blood was expelled, and his complexion paled considerably. Guoqin. Yes, Mr. Zhuge, I am here. The usually unkempt Guoqin appeared unusually serious at this moment. Understood, Mr. Zhuge. With a few swift movements, Guoqin vanished without a trace. Given his skills, following someone silently was a trivial task. Once both Ye Lin and Guoqin had left, Zhuge Qianxing found himself alone in the courtyard. He raised his head, calmly gazing at the sky until the sun set and the stars emerged. The night was as dark as ink, with stars twinkling like scattered gems. Zhuge Qianqing remained silently standing in the courtyard, his gaze seemingly piercing through the inky night sky, perceiving sights invisible to ordinary eyes. An ancient tortoise shell silently manifested in Zhuge Qianqing's hand, etched with intricate patterns and mysterious symbols. He closed his eyes and took a deep breath. Vast waves of spiritual energy began to surge forth, and the tortoise shell emitted a soft glow, harmonizing with the stars in the night sky. Zhuge Qianqing's face, illuminated by the starlight, appeared exceptionally mysterious and solemn. His fingers glided gently over the shell, each touch seeming to converse with the stars. After a moment, Zhuge Qianqing stowed the shell away, his expression growing even graver. It seems that Ye Lin has yet to fully trust me, but given the circumstances, I have no choice but to make an attempt. My time is truly limited. Chapter 93, The Sale of Equipment. The Class Change Guild. To avoid causing any disturbances, Ye Lin donned a visage-altering mask before entering the Adventurers Guild. The mask allowed for transformation at will, and at that moment, Ye Lin assumed the guise of an utterly unremarkable face, one that could easily be lost in a crowd. Once assured of his disguise, he turned and stepped into the guild. He deftly sidestepped a well-dressed gentleman prepared to attend to him and made his way towards a young lady clad in black high heels. Hello. I have equipment and skill scrolls to sell. Certainly, esteemed adventurer, please follow me, she replied with a charming smile, leading Ye Lin towards the trading area. In the trading zone, Ye Lin's gaze fell upon a familiar figure. It was a statuesque woman, her form accentuated by a snug leather outfit that highlighted her perfect curves. Her long hair cascaded down like a waterfall, and her exquisite features drew the attention of passers-by. Yet, upon seeing this beauty, Ye Lin furrowed his brow, for she was none other than Zhuge and I. Quickly, he averted his gaze, determined not to look. However, it seemed Zhuge and I sensed his presence and abruptly turned her head to face him. This person feels so familiar, she mused. She had come to the Adventurers Guild to sell her surplus equipment and unused skill scrolls. Zhuge and I scrutinized Ye Lin, and as he turned his back to her, her heart inexplicably raced, as if struck by a hammer. That silhouette. It's so familiar. I will never forget this person. He must be Ling Yi, the one I have been searching for relentlessly. At that moment, she could think of nothing else but to rush forward and grasp Ye Lin's arm. Is there something you need? Ye Lin frowned, puzzled. How could Zhuge and I still recognize him despite his disguise? Forgive my boldness in interrupting you, but you bear a striking resemblance to someone who saved me before. May I inquire your name? Zhuge and I stammered, suppressing her nervousness, gazing at Ye Lin's plain visage. She found it utterly ordinary, yet her heart raced uncontrollably. You've mistaken me for someone else. Ye Lin felt a sudden unease. The intuition of women was indeed formidable. He coldly shrugged off Zhuge Ni's hand. Zhuge Ni's emotions surged, a faint blush creeping onto her delicate, fair face. I cannot be mistaken. This chill of indifference. When Ling Yi saved me, he was just as aloof. This man must be Ling Yi. Ling Yi, I know it's you. Why won't you admit it? Zhuge and I exclaimed, stepping forward and blocking Ye Lin's path with outstretched arms. Ye Lin frowned slightly, choosing not to engage in an argument with her. Instead, he turned to the young lady in black stockings beside him and inquired, is it still permissible for such disturbances to occur within the Adventurers Guild? A hint of embarrassment crossed the young lady's face as she swiftly replied, I apologize, sir. I shall address this immediately. She approached Zhuge and I, and gently said, Madam, I must ask that you refrain from disrupting the order of the trading zone. Otherwise, I shall have no choice but to bid you farewell. A hint of grievance flashed in Zhuge Ni's eyes, and she quickly nodded in response. Rest assured, I shall not cause any trouble. Please do not expel me. She ceased to obstruct Ye Lin and instead silently followed in his wake. Consequently, neither Ye Lin nor the young lady in black stockings could do anything about her presence, for it was possible that the Adventurers Guild had regulations against trailing another individual. The commotion attracted the attention of several other adventurers. Zhuge Ni's striking figure and beauty, coupled with her devoted following of Ye Lin, a man of rather ordinary appearance, ignited waves of envy and admiration among onlookers. Why him? I am far more handsome. One could hear the whispers. Why does no girl trail behind me? Another speculated. I bet this fellow is loaded. He must be desensitized to beautiful women. Or else how could he be so indifferent to such a stunning girl? Seriously, man, with looks like that, you could at least stand up and make a move. In an instant, the eyes of the adventurers in the trading area were drawn to Ye Lin. He felt utterly speechless. His intention was to remain low-key. Yet Zhuge and I had turned him into the center of attention. Fortunately, he was using a false identity, and once he removed his illusion, no one would recognize him. Ye Lin decided to disregard the gazes directed at him and retrieved a dozen pieces of high-grade equipment from his great Samuru ring, items he had obtained from Wu Shaoqi and others. He also took out the intermediate and low-grade gear that had dropped in the scholar's secret realm. Had it not been for Mi Shui providing free labor at that time, transporting such an abundance of equipment without the great Samuru ring would have proven quite arduous. Before long, the trading area was filled with an impressive pile of equipment. shimmering brilliantly as if stars had descended upon the earth. Each piece radiated a distinct aura. Some shone with a fierce light, akin to divine weapons, while others glimmered with a gentle glow, resembling exquisite treasures. The adventurers in the trading area were left astonished by the sudden appearance of such a mountain of equipment. Their eyes wide in disbelief at the sight before them. What was usually regarded as rare and precious gear now lay scattered about like mere cabbages. Some could hardly suppress their salivation, a potent wave of greed surging within them. If this were not in the Adventurers Guild, many would have resorted to outright theft. Goodness! So much equipment! This lad is indeed wealthy. One exclaimed. Did you see? There are even over a dozen high-grade items. Each could fetch astronomical prices. Another marveled. How did he acquire all this? How many monsters must he have slain? Ah, now I understand why that beauty trails him. His wealth is irresistible. Even I, a man, want to be his devoted follower. Brother, why not take a look at me? I have discerning taste too. Chapter 94. One must remain calm in the face of adversity. The sight of the scattered equipment left Juga and I utterly mesmerized. She had been hunting monsters in the wilderness for a month, yet had only managed to obtain a mere dozen pieces of equipment, none of which were of high quality. All were either low or mid-tier. To her astonishment, the man before her was able to present such an impressive array of high-tier gear. Her conviction solidified. This individual must be the elusive Ling Yi she had been searching for. As she listened to the surrounding crowd expressing their admiration and astonishment, Juga and I felt a surge of joy. The corners of her rosy lips curled into a subtle smile. The attention her beloved garnered was far more exhilarating than any acclaim she could receive herself. They were facilitating trades for the job changers. And since there was a commission involved, the multitude of equipment that Ye Lin had produced would yield her an astronomical bonus. It was no exaggeration to say that if Ye Lin were to express frustration, she would readily transform into a fire extinguisher. The black-clad lady promptly unfastened the buttons of her shirt, revealing a profound Mariana trench, and slightly bent forward, addressing Ye Lin with utmost respect. Greetings, esteemed job changer. May I inquire if you wish to exchange these items for currency? No, I prefer to barter. The Job Changer Guild offered two types of transactions. One involved trading items for money, while the other was an exchange of goods. For instance, if a fire mage obtained equipment that enhanced water skills, they could bring it to the guild in exchange for an equally ranked item suitable for fire mages. Very well. Please select the type of equipment you wish to trade. The black-clad lady's voice was sweet as honey, as she maintained her posture while offering Ye Lin a tablet. Ye Lin reciprocated her courtesy. Though he was oblivious to the nuances of attraction, he simply appreciated the view, believing that failing to admire it would render him uncouth. Men, after all, have similar inclinations. However, this scene infuriated Juga and I. In terms of both figure and beauty, she eclipsed that black-clad lady from the guild by countless degrees. Even the latter's Mariana trench seemed but a shallow creek in comparison. Yet, her admired Ling Yi remained indifferent to her, his gaze fixated on the black-clad lady. Juga and I was perplexed. She glanced down at her own attire, her form-fitting combat suit clinging tightly, leaving only her head, neck, and hands exposed. Was it possible that her modest outfit was unappealing to Ling Yi? Biting her crimson lip, she pondered that a woman should adorn herself for the one she admires. Although she had never donned overly revealing clothing in her life, she considered the possibility if it pleased Ling Yi. Meanwhile, Ye Lin had already selected his desired equipment on the tablet. Shaking Light Necklace, level, rare, attribute, mental strength amplification 50, can be refined, skill, none, though the Shaking Light Necklace lacked any skill enhancements. Its mental strength amplification was an astounding 50. It was worth noting that Ye Lin's Crimson Flame Staff was an epic tier piece of equipment, also granting a mental strength boost of 50. Setting aside skills, the Shaking Light Necklace could easily rival epic tier gear. Ye Lin, a master of forbidden spells, was never short of skills, and thus immediately set his sights on the Radiant Necklace. I shall exchange for this, he declared, confirming his choice. Very well. Allow me to calculate the total, the young lady replied with a smile, and soon began to tally Ye Lin's extensive array of equipment. Once the assessment was complete, a hint of embarrassment crossed her face as she cautiously spoke. Sir, in order to acquire this item, you will need to pay an additional 3 million. Not a problem. Ye Lin nodded, unfazed by the unexpected cost. It was clear that the high-level equipment surrendered by Wu Shaoqi and his companions would hardly be of great value. With the prize money from the examination, Ye Lin promptly paid the 3 million, successfully acquiring the Radiant Necklace. The transaction is complete, sir. We look forward to your next visit, the young lady in black stockings said, bowing slightly at a 45-degree angle, a posture that conveniently allowed Ye Lin to appreciate her beauty. I have items to sell as well, he announced, retrieving a stone from his great Sumru ring. The surface of the stone shimmered with a golden luster, adorned with dragon scale patterns, exuding an otherworldly magical energy. The moment the stone appeared, the air around it seemed to freeze, emanating an intimidating aura that sent shivers down spines. What is this? The young lady in black stockings approached, her curiosity piqued. She took out a magnifying glass to examine the stone closely, then weighed it in her hands. Suddenly, Her expression shifted dramatically as she exclaimed, "This is dragon scale gold." Her shriek drew the attention of everyone nearby. What? Dragon scale gold has surfaced? A material capable of forging epic-level equipment. Incredibly rare. Dragon scale gold, with its outer dragon patterns and inner dragon might, was indestructible and could shatter anything. When it came to forging swords and weapons, dragon scale gold was the prime choice. The stone was as large as a fist, and if a master blacksmith were to handle it, it could potentially be crafted into a true divine weapon. The faces of the crowd were etched with astonishment, far surpassing their reactions when Ye Lin had previously revealed a dozen high-level items. In the presence of dragon scale gold, those dozen high-level pieces were rendered insignificant. Zhuge and I gazed at Ye Lin with sparkling eyes, nearly swooning. This was the kind of man she admired. What is all the commotion about? Just as the crowd buzzed with excitement and speculation, a steady and authoritative voice emerged from within. What has transpired to cause such a ruckus? Have I not taught you to remain calm and composed in the face of events? Everyone turned to see a distinguished middle-aged man, draped in an opulent robe, stepping forth from the throng. It's him, the vice president of the Qingcheng Class Transition Association. Chen Kai. Someone gasped. I hear his level is nearly 60. Chen Kai approached with measured strides, his gaze sweeping over the crowd before finally resting on the dragon scale gold in Ye Lin's hands, a flicker of surprise crossing his eyes. Dragon scale gold? Indeed. A remarkable treasure. What do you seek in exchange for such a rare item? Given the value of this exquisite material, it was unlikely anyone would offer it for mere coin. It was surely to be traded for something of equal worth. I wish to exchange it for a refinement stone. Ye Lin responded. The refinement stones possess the ability to enhance the star rating of equipment, thereby rendering it significantly more formidable. A rare-grade piece of equipment refined to 7 stars can, in terms of attributes, rival even unrefined epic-grade gear. No problem. How about I exchange 800 dragon pattern gold for it? Chen Kai proposed. 1,000, Ye Lin asserted firmly. Chen Kai gazed deeply at Ye Lin before smiling. Very well, 1,000 it is. Consider it a gesture of friendship. Should you come across more dragon pattern gold in the future, do not forget about the Qingcheng Transcender Guild. Agreed, Ye Lin nodded. Shortly thereafter, staff members delivered 1,000 refinement stones, which Ye Lin promptly stored within his great Sumeru ring. Chen Kai watched with keen interest, realizing that this individual possessed equipment with storage capabilities, indicating an extraordinary background. Pleasure doing business, Chen Kai thought, extending his hand to shake Ye Lin's, a smile gracing his features. He then turned to reprimand the earlier black-clad lady. Did you see that? Maintain composure in situations, refrain from shouting, as it tarnishes the reputation of our Qingcheng Transcender Guild. Understood, the black-clad lady replied, looking somewhat aggrieved. Actually, I have another item to trade, Ye Lin said, scratching his head. Well, just present it, Chen Kai responded nonchalantly. Here? Yes, reluctantly. Ye Lin retrieved a bundle of skill scrolls from his great Sumeru ring. Upon glancing at them, Chen Kai was momentarily stunned, and then he erupted in a roar that could shake the very foundations of the Transcender Guild. What the hell? Legendary grade skill scrolls. President, come quickly. Chapter 95, The Tenacious Zhuge and I. Chen Kai's thunderous exclamation quickly summoned a gray-robed elder. The elder, moving like the wind, appeared before the crowd in an instant, emanating an invisible authority that made it difficult for others to meet his gaze. This man was none other than Wang Lichuan, the president of the Qingcheng Transcender Guild. In that moment, Chen Kai appeared as though he had seen a savior, urgently pointing at the skill scroll in Ye Lin's hand and exclaiming to Wang Lichuan, President, you must see this. Why all the commotion? Did I not instruct you all to maintain composure and avoid shouting? Wang Lichuan frowned, clearly displeased. He slowly lifted his gaze, landing it on the skill scroll held by Ye Lin, and in the next moment, his eyes widened in disbelief. He approached Ye Lin swiftly, taking the scroll into his hands for a meticulous inspection. Is this truly a legendary grade skill scroll? Although he endeavored to restrain his inner excitement, Wang Lichuan's voice quivered slightly. Wait. A spark of astonishment flickered in Wang Lichuan's eyes as he exclaimed, this legendary grade skill scroll is self-adaptive. The onlookers collectively gasped, their attention fixated on the skill scroll in Wang Lichuan's grasp. Legendary grade skill scrolls were already exceedingly rare, but a self-adaptive legendary grade skill scroll was even more tantalizing. This signifies that regardless of whether one is an assassin, warrior, knight, mage, priest, or any other class, the mere utilization of this skill scroll guarantees the acquisition of a legendary skill tailored to one's abilities. Such a treasure is indeed unparalleled throughout the entirety of Qingcheng. Observing the exuberant outbursts of President Wang Lichuan and Vice President Chen Kai, the enigmatic lady in black silently rolled her eyes. Is this what you refer to as maintaining composure in the face of adversity? Truly, the proclamations of leadership are nothing but empty rhetoric. Excuse me, sir. May I inquire what you intend to exchange for this bundle of legendary skill scrolls? Wang Lichuan, having steadied his racing heart, regarded Ye Lin with newfound respect. To present such a remarkable item for trade, The individual before him must either possess extraordinary prowess or come from formidable lineage. Thus, Wang Lichuan was keen on avoiding any offense. I wish to exchange for all the ordinary skill scrolls within the Qingcheng Transcendent Association, Ye Lin stated. Wadash. Wang Lichuan was rendered speechless, and the expressions of all present morphed into a peculiar amalgamation of bewilderment as they regarded Ye Lin as if he were a simpleton. To offer a legendary skill scroll, particularly one with adaptability, in exchange for ordinary skill scrolls? Such an action was utterly nonsensical. Lin Yi, this trade is exceedingly unwise. Zhuge and I interjected urgently. Ordinary skill scrolls can be purchased with currency, costing merely 8,000 to 20,000 each, but legendary skill scrolls are priceless and unattainable through mere coin. Zhuge and I hastily withdrew a pink card from her bag. If you are in dire need of funds, I have some here. You may take it for your immediate use. Faced with Zhuge Ni's earnest expression, Ye Lin found himself both amused and exasperated. Thank you, but I do not require it, he firmly declined. With the existence of a second-class talent to its utmost pinnacle, the legendary skill scroll held little utility for Ye Lin. It would be far more advantageous to acquire several thousand ordinary skill scrolls, as they would all transform into forbidden spells upon usage. Are you certain you wish to exchange the legendary skill scroll for ordinary ones? Wang Lichuan inquired cautiously. Absolutely, Ye Lin affirmed with a nod. Wang Lichuan, upon hearing this, became instantly exhilarated. This transaction would be immensely profitable for their transcendent association. Chen Kai swiftly, fetch every ordinary skill scroll we possess, leaving not a single one behind. Wang Lichuan urged fervently, fearful that Ye Lin might suddenly retract his offer. Yes, President. Chen Kai scampered off with a group to retrieve the scrolls. Sir, please this way. Wang Lichuan promptly stepped aside, respectfully guiding Ye Lin to the lounge. The sight of Wang Lichuan in such a subservient posture left the onlookers astonished. Who is Wang Lichuan? The president of the Qingcheng Transcendent Association, a figure who stands on equal footing with the city lord, Hu Wang. Typically, when one encounters Wang Lichuan, he exudes an air of calmness and composure, as if unperturbed by the weight of the world upon his shoulders. To witness such a person adopting a demeanor of humble submission was nothing short of astonishing. However, it is true that Ye Lin has given far too much. Exchanging legendary skill scrolls for ordinary ones is akin to offering them freely to the Transmigrators Guild. After inviting Ye Lin into the lounge, Wang Lichuan personally poured tea for him. Please enjoy this tea. They will soon deliver the skill scrolls. By the way, may I ask how to address you? Wang Lichuan inquired with a smile. Lu Benkai. Ye Lin replied. Wang Lichuan's expression slightly twitched. If one is to fabricate a name, at least let it be somewhat convincing. Does he truly believe the elder does not access the internet? Haha, my young brother is indeed humorous. Since you prefer not to disclose your name, I shall not press you. However, please accept this. Wang Lichuan extracted a black card from his pocket and handed it to Ye Lin. The card was adorned with intricate golden patterns, emanating a gentle glow, and appeared exceedingly exquisite. This is the highest level membership card of our Transmigrators Guild. Holding this card grants you a 30% discount on purchases within the Qingcheng Transmigrators Guild, and a 15% discount at any Transmigrators Guild throughout the Great Xia realm. Ye Lin gazed at the black membership card in astonishment. He had not anticipated Wang Lichuan would bestow upon him the highest level card. Thank you, President Wang. Ye Lin said, accepting the card with a faint smile. No need for formality. Just remember us at the Qingcheng Transmigrators Guild the next time fortune smiles upon you. Wang Lichuan replied jovially. Before long, Vice President Chen Kai arrived with the guild's staff, transporting countless bundles of skill scrolls. These encompassed skills from various professions. This represented the entirety of the guild's inventory. Upon seeing the thousands of skill scrolls, Ye Lin's eyes sparkled, as if he beheld a multitude of brand new forbidden spells. With a flourish of his grand Sumeru ring, he stored all the scrolls within his spatial compartment. Thank you, President Wang. I shall take my leave, Ye Lin stated, feeling no desire to linger any longer at the Transmigrators Guild now that matters were concluded. Very well, I wish us a pleasant collaboration in advance, Wang Lichuan said, shaking Ye Lin's hand, both smiling warmly. As Ye Lin stepped out of the Transmigrators Guild, he noticed a graceful figure waiting for him at the entrance. Upon seeing Ye Lin, Zhuge Ni's beautiful eyes sparkled with delight. Ling Yi, you have finally emerged. Chapter 96, A Clich D Plot. Zhuge Ni seized Ye Lin's hand and began to lead him homeward. Zhuge Qinqing had informed her that Ye Lin and Ling Yi were the same person, and today, she was determined to prove to Zhuge Qinqing that Ye Lin and Ling Yi were indeed two distinct individuals. Although Ling Yi's appearance was rather unremarkable and certainly did not compare to Ye Lin's striking features, in Zhuge Ni's eyes, Ling Yi was far more agreeable. Moreover, Ling Yi's capabilities far surpassed those of Ye Lin. With a mere display of dragon pattern gold and a legendary skill scroll, Ye Lin could not even hope to compete. At that moment, Ye Lin found himself in a state of bemusement. How could he be asked to prove that Ling Yi was superior to him? Wasn't that tantamount to declaring himself victorious over himself? You've truly mistaken me. I am not Ling Yi. Ye Lin withdrew his hand from Zhuge Ni's grasp. Impossible. Do not deceive me. I shall never forget your silhouette. Zhuge and I declared resolutely. I have said, you are mistaken, Ye Lin replied, somewhat at a loss for words. Then please tell me, who on earth are you? Faced with Zhuge Ni's relentless questioning, Ye Lin finally lost his patience. Unreasonable. He turned on his heel, unwilling to continue the argument. Once he turned into a less crowded alley, he activated the dance of instantaneous steps, intending to make his escape. Convinced that Zhuge and I would not be able to catch up with him. Stop, Lingyi. I truly mean no harm. Zhuge and I hurried after Ye Lin. But upon noticing his indifference, she bit her crimson lip in frustration and dialed a number. Observing the commotion between Ye Lin and Zhuge and I, those who had followed Ye Lin with ulterior motives abandoned their plans for violence. Though they were unaware of Ye Lin's true identity, they certainly recognized Zhuge Ni's status. She was the sole daughter of Mr. Zhuge, and in Qingcheng, only the most foolish would dare to lay a hand on Mr. Zhuge's daughter. Throughout the journey, Ye Lin deliberately veered into narrow alleys, with Zhuge and I persistently trailing behind. Soon, they reached a sparsely populated area. And just as Ye Lin prepared to use the dance of instantaneous steps to shake Zhuge and I off, he was startled to find two investigators ahead. Unexpectedly, the legendary Ling Yi, who had supposedly vanquished the underground king, Qin Sun, appeared so utterly ordinary. Indeed, one must not judge by appearances. Huang Litian scrutinized Ye Lin's face, unable to suppress his astonishment. His apprentice, Su Xiao, was tense and poised for action, for the individual before them was none other than the fearsome killer of Qin Sun. Ye Lin furrowed his brow as he glanced at Zhuge and I, realizing that these two investigators, Huang Litian and his companion, had clearly been summoned by her. Sensing Ye Lin's icy gaze, Zhuge Ni's heart trembled, and she quickly clarified, Ling Yi, please do not misunderstand. Uncle Huang and the others are not here to apprehend you. Since you refused to listen to me, I had no choice but to call for them. If you have any requests, you may express them, and I will do my utmost to fulfill them. Her words were imbued with sincerity, as she feared Ye Lin might reject her. She gazed at him imploringly. Reminiscent of a little girl begging her father to take her to an amusement park, her expression tinged with vulnerability. Let us go, Ye Lin replied coldly, his head throbbing. Zhuge and I, this obstinate woman, was resolutely determined. He suspected that if he continued to refuse her, she might even summon Zhuge Qianxing on the spot. Given the circumstances, it would be more prudent for him to meet with Zhuge and I directly to see Zhuge Qianxing, especially since Zhuge Qianxing is already aware of his secret regarding Ling Yi. Excellent. Upon hearing Ye Lin's agreement, Zhuge Ni's beautiful eyes instantly sparkled with delight. Uncle Huang, Brother Su, I apologize for troubling you with this special trip. Zhuge and I expressed her regrets to Huang Litian and the others. It's no trouble at all. We too wish to see whether the one capable of eliminating Qin Sun truly possesses extraordinary prowess, Huang Litian replied, casting a cold glance at Ye Lin. He had initially intended to uncover the truth behind the Qin Sun case, but suddenly, the higher-ups had forced the case to a close, leaving it as a lingering concern in Huang Litian's mind. As Ye Lin and Zhuge and I walked further away, Su Xiaocai spoke up. Master, it seems that Ling Yi and Ye Lin are indeed two distinct individuals. Not necessarily. Perhaps he employed some kind of disguise. Regardless, since the case is closed, it is futile to dwell on it, Huang Litian sighed, shaking his head. As a mere investigator, he could only comply with the decisions from above, despite his inner turmoil. Are you suggesting that Ye Lin used an illusion to transform into another person, to sell skill scrolls and equipment at the Adventurers Guild, and fortuitously encountered an INI, who mistook him for Ling Yi, and is now hastening this way? Even Zhuge Qianxing, with his temperament, was taken aback by such a melodramatic turn of events. Indeed, Mr. Zhuge, I witnessed it with my own eyes, there can be no doubt. Ye Lin intended to flee, but the lady summoned him, preventing his escape, Guqin explained. Zhuge Qianxing rubbed his temples. What is this? You mean he appeared before the investigator? Yes, Guqin nodded. Perhaps this is a fortuitous occurrence. Zhuge Qianxing remarked with a meaningful smile. What is the matter, Nai? What is you in such high spirits? Zhuge Qianxing feigned ignorance as he stepped forward. Ye Lin, preparing to reveal himself by removing the illusion, was halted by Zhuge Qianxing's glance. Zhuge and I joyfully approached, shaking Zhuge Qianxing's arm. Father, this is Ling Yi. I have told you countless times that Ling Yi is infinitely superior to that cowardly Ye Lin. Ye Lin isn't even worthy to carry his shoes. Yet you refuse to believe me, insisting that they are the same person. You should have seen the looks on others' faces. Ling Yi was the center of attention, a dazzling star amidst the crowd. Zhuge and I excitedly continued, her words flowing freely, her radiant smile illuminating her face. Guqin nodded in agreement, remarking, it has been a long time since the young lady has smiled like this. Zhuge and I enthusiastically extolled Ye Lin's virtues, praising him to the heavens, causing even Ye Lin to feel a bit bashful. Then, with a hopeful expression, Zhuge and I shifted the conversation. Father, if you truly seek to take on a disciple, why not dismiss that Ye Lin and accept Ling Yi as your apprentice instead? Ling Yi is undoubtedly 100 times stronger than the timid Ye Lin. Truly, I am not deceiving you. Chapter 97. All in is a form of wisdom. Zhuge Qianxing observed his daughter's excitement and couldn't help but smile wryly. Those entrenched in their own circumstances often lack clarity, and his daughter had indeed become ensnared in her own misconceptions, still persistently believing that Ling Yi and Ye Lin are two distinct individuals. Oh, foolish daughter. Zhuge Qianxing sighed silently and gently ruffled Zhuge Ni's hair, speaking in a tone as if comforting a child. And your discernment is commendable. This Ling Yi is indeed an exceptional young man. Upon hearing this, Zhuge Ni was instantly filled with exhilaration. Really? Hooray. Finally, she could vindicate her beloved, and her heart brimmed with joy. Observing Zhuge Ni's exuberance, Ye Lin touched his nose, awkwardly chuckling, momentarily at a loss for how to respond to such a situation. What is this all about? Why don't you go take a rest? I shall have a good discussion with Ling Yi, Zhuge Qianxing said with a smile. All right. Reflecting on her two encounters with Ling Yi, first, when her clothes were burnt to rags, and second, dressed in combat attire, she had never once been properly adorned. She had already resolved to take a bath and don a beautiful outfit to truly astonish Ling Yi. After Zhuge Ni departed, Zhuge Qianxing couldn't resist casting a glance at the silent Ye Lin and inquired, Aren't you curious why I don't allow you to reveal your identity in front of an I? There is always a reason behind a teacher's actions. Ye Lin replied calmly. Zhuge Qianxing chuckled softly, then sipped his tea before explaining, While this situation is coincidental, it is not without its advantages. Consider this. By meeting the investigator as Ling Yi and appearing at the site of the Gate of Revelation, it perfectly eliminates any suspicion surrounding Ye Lin. Ye Lin nodded in agreement, continuing, In this case, Ye Lin has never set foot at the Gate of Revelation, and I can act with full force as Ling Yi. Naturally, if Ling Yi were to vanish at the Gate of Revelation, it would not matter, for it is merely a false identity. Conversely, the disappearance of Ye Lin, with no trace left behind, would absolve Zhuge Qianxing of all suspicion, as he would possess ample evidence of his absence. Ye Lin felt a strong premonition. If Zhuge Qianxing indeed harbored ulterior motives, he would certainly take action at the Gate of Revelation. As long as you understand my intent, we shall depart the day after tomorrow. Remember to arrange everything first under the guise of Ye Lin, Zhuge Qianxing said, nodding with a smile. Understood. Then I shall take my leave to rest, Ye Lin replied. Upon returning to his room, Ye Lin adorned himself with the radiant light necklace and removed the azure thunder ring. Although the azure thunder ring amplified the power of lightning skills, its mental boost was a mere 15. Overall, it was certainly inferior to the radiant light necklace. After equipping his new gear, Ye Lin retrieved the 1,000 refining stones. Before heading to the Gate of Revelation, he must enhance his strength as much as possible. The refining stones possess the ability to enhance the attributes of equipment, reaching a maximum refinement of 9 stars. With each additional star, the equipment's attributes experience a significant augmentation. After some contemplation, Ye Lin decided to utilize the first refining stone on the Great Shumi Ring, his sole piece of legendary grade equipment. Clearly, applying the refining stone to the Great Shumi Ring was the most judicious choice. Holding the refining stone, Ye Lin gradually approached the Great Shumi Ring. The stone began to emit a faint luminescence, resembling a miniature star. He gently pressed the refining stone against the ring, and a surge of mysterious energy instantaneously surged forth. The Great Shumi Ring seemed to sense the power of the stone, trembling slightly while radiating an even more resplendent glow. However, in the next moment, that brilliance abruptly dimmed, and the refining stone shattered into countless fragments. It was evident that this attempt at refinement had failed. Yet, Ye Lin did not succumb to despair. Instead, he retrieved a second refining stone. The success rate for refining equipment was inherently low, otherwise, the world would be awash with 9-star equipment. After shattering over 100 refining stones, a dazzling light finally emerged. Within that radiance, the Great Shumi Ring trembled violently, and the intricate patterns on its surface became more elaborate and exquisite. As the brilliant light gradually dissipated, the Great Shumi Ring before Ye Lin had undergone a remarkable transformation. The patterns on the ring's surface had become increasingly refined, shimmering with an aura that seemed to encapsulate boundless mysterious power. Ye Lin promptly examined the attributes of the Great Shumi Ring. Great Shumi Ring. Level, Legendary. Attribute, Mental Power Boost 120. Current Refinement Level, 1 star. Skill 1. Shumi hides Mustard Seed. Shumi hides Mustard Seed. The wearer can absorb energy-based attacks into the Great Shumi Ring, converting that energy into a temporary boost to mental power. Skill 2. Mustard Seed encompasses Shumi. Mustard Seed encompasses Shumi. The wearer can access the storage space within the Great Shumi Ring, the size of which is proportional to the wearer's mental power strength. A glimmer of astonishment flickered in Ye Lin's eyes. Merely refining to 1 star had granted an additional 20 to his mental power, equivalent to donning an extra piece of high-level equipment. Typically, the mental attribute boost from high-level gear hovers around 20. Tasting this success, Ye Lin eagerly pressed the refining stones against the Great Shumi Ring without hesitation. However, it seemed that his luck had run dry after achieving 1 star, as he subsequently thrust 700 or 800 refining stones, all resulting in failure. Goodness, the odds are exceedingly low. Ye Lin felt a shiver run down his spine. Was it possible that he was, in fact, an unfortunate soul? While the difficulty of refining escalates with the equipment's level, failing to achieve even 1 star after 7 or 800 stones was indeed disheartening. At this moment, only a little over 100 refining stones remained in Ye Lin's possession. He hesitated, contemplating whether to continue investing in the Great Shumi Ring or to divert his efforts to the Crimson Flame Staff. Suddenly, a captivating voice echoed in his mind. The more one is devoid of wealth, the more one must gamble. The third gamble, the fourth gamble, the fifth gamble. Gamble, gamble, gamble. To gamble is a form of wisdom. Upon contemplating this, Ye Lin gritted his teeth, resolutely deciding to take a gamble, transforming a bicycle into a motorcycle. To abandon now would render the 700 to 800 refinement stones he had previously amassed utterly futile. He placed all remaining refinement stones upon the Great Shumi Ring. Without hesitation, going all in. Chapter 98. A glimpse of the disparity. Over 100 refinement stones encircled the Great Shumi Ring, which bustled like Tomcat, playing a trumpet. Bang, bang, bang. With each sound of a refinement stone shattering due to failure, Ye Lin felt a pang of sorrow. Could it be? Could they all fail? His current mood resembled that of a player in a game of Gold Shovel Shovel, desperately missing the last card for a 3-star, 5-cost lineup. Each refinement sent his heart racing. 10 stones, 50 stones, and then 100 stones. As it appeared that failure was imminent, Ye Lin's face turned pale. Out of 1,000 refinement stones, to yield only a single star would elicit pity from even the most unfortunate gambler. Just when Ye Lin believed all hope was lost, the final 2 refinement stones seemed to sense his despair. Their brilliance surpassed that of any previous stones, soaring toward the Great Shumi Ring. As they descended, the vibrations of the ring intensified, as if a formidable power was awakening within. Amidst the swirling radiance of the Great Shumi Ring, mysterious runes appeared to pulsate. Suddenly, a dazzling light erupted from the ring, followed by 2 successive bursts. What? Ye Lin was left dumbfounded. Upon examining the Great Shumi Ring, he discovered that it had successfully refined to 3 stars. The mental power boost soared to an astonishing 160. Ye Lin was overjoyed. He had not anticipated achieving success at the last moment. Indeed, going all in proved to be a stroke of genius. At level 25, his base mental power stood at 750 points, and with the addition of the Great Shumi Ring and a series of equipment, his mental power climbed to 3,225 points, a staggering 6,450 points. This terrifying figure caused Ye Lin to involuntarily gasp in astonishment. A flicker of fervor ignited in his eyes, with his full strength unleashed. He would likely find no equal among those below level 50. If he relied on his immortal body, similar to his strategy against Kensen, he might even stand a chance at defeating a level 60 class changer in a war of attrition. However, he remained cautious about encountering class changers skilled in confinement and sealing techniques. If they aimed solely to seal him rather than eliminate him, his immortal body would be rendered ineffective. Nevertheless, there should be a self-destruct forbidden spell available. Ye Lin meticulously retrieved all the skill scrolls he had acquired from the Qingxing class changer guild, carefully selecting those that could potentially evolve into self-destruct spells. Subsequently, he studied each one in detail. Should he uncover a self-destruct forbidden spell, he would no longer need to fear confinement or freezing. In the worst-case scenario, he could simply self-destruct. After diligently experimenting with each skill, Ye Lin finally discovered one that was suitable. Star Shield. The mage draws upon the brilliance of the stars with their mental prowess, forming a luminous shield of starlight around themselves. The profession's talent reaches its utmost elevation, transforming the star shield into the celestial cataclysm. Forbidden spell, celestial cataclysm. The forbidden spellcaster sacrifices their soul to harness the power of the celestial bodies. And when the celestial energy reaches the maximum capacity of their body, it detonates completely. A faint starlight began to envelop Ye Lin, gradually coalescing into chains of stars that connected to his being. Ye Lin could distinctly sense the terrifying and tumultuous power of the stars surging into him. After a few seconds, he felt as though he had transformed into a radiant star, his body swelling like a balloon. And the translucent skin illuminated by the starlight revealed the flowing currents of his blood. Ye Lin hastily ceased the casting of the star shield. If he continued, he would indeed explode on the spot. It took approximately 5 seconds from initiation to detonation. With this forbidden spell, Ye Lin felt a sense of relief within. Should he encounter an enemy wishing to seal him at the Gate of Revelation, or if Zhuge Qianxing attempted to confine him, he would be able to self-detonate. The shaking light necklace, the upgraded 3-star Sumeru ring, and the myriad bundles of skill scrolls in his storage space. All these assets provided him with the confidence to venture into the Gate of Revelation. Ye Lin exhaled deeply, and now it was time for him to step out as Ye Lin and assert his presence. This way, if he were to obtain something valuable at the Gate of Revelation while disguised as Ling Yi, no one would suspect him. Ye Lin removed his illusionary visage, changed his attire, and prepared to visit the Ji family. Aside from Zhuge Qianxing, the only other person he was somewhat familiar with in Qingxing was Ji Fu and Ji Lingyu. Ye Lin was momentarily taken aback. He had not expected to see Zhuge and I in the yard as he opened the door. Today, Zhuge and I was strikingly different from usual. Adorned in a fitted white gown that gracefully swayed with the breeze, resembling a delicate flower swaying atop a high ridge. Her long black hair cascaded down her back like a waterfall, and her fair, exquisite skin glimmered under the moonlight, creating a mesmerizing interplay of light. Upon hearing movement behind her, Zhuge and I turned around with delight, her beautiful eyes radiating joy and excitement. She had evidently put considerable effort into her appearance. Even her makeup was perfectly applied, accentuating her already stunning features. Zhuge and I firmly believed that Ling Ye's indifference towards her was solely due to her previous disheveled appearances, and she wished to change his perception through her actions. Good evening, Ling Ye. What a coincidence. Are you out for some fresh air as well? Zhuge and I shyly turned. But when she recognized the person behind her, her expression froze in shock. What are you doing here? Zhuge and I did not conceal her disdain and loathing, regarding Ye Lin as if he were an irredeemable piece of trash. What are you, a fraud, still doing in my house? Didn't my father inform you? I have already found Ling Ye. He is 1,000 times more exceptional than you. My father is about to take him as his disciple. Yet you still shamelessly linger here? Ye Lin, disinterested in engaging in a quarrel with Zhuge and I, attempted to leave. Wait. However, Zhuge and I, unwilling to let him go, reached out to block his path. Her disdain for Ye Lin was palpable. After spending 2 hours on her appearance, she had not allowed Ling Ye to see her first. And instead, Ye Lin had the fortune of being the first to behold her. Frustration swelled within her, and she spoke with fierce determination. I vowed to uncover the true Ling Ye and unveil your hypocritical faade. You two are incomparable. One is the radiant moon in the sky, while the other is mere mud on the ground. How dare you impersonate him? Now that Ling Ye has been found, I shall let you witness the vast chasm that separates you from him. Chapter 99. Smoking harms the lungs, drinking harms the liver. As soon as she finished speaking, Zhuge and I rushed off to find Zhuge Qinqing. Initially, she was in high spirits due to Ling Ye's appearance and had no desire to confront Ye Lin. Yet he dared to flaunt himself before her. If that were the case, she would not hesitate to expose him. Father, in which room does Ling Ye reside? Zhuge Qinqing paused for a moment, glancing at Ye Lin standing in the courtyard, and replied, Ling Ye isn't staying here. He left long ago. He will only return the day after tomorrow. What? Zhuge and I felt utterly wronged. Had her efforts to beautify herself been in vain? Seeing Ye Lin still in the courtyard only fueled her anger further. Ling Ye likely departed because this eyesore was in his way. Are you not going to leave? What are you still standing there for? Ye Lin rolled his eyes. If this woman were not blessed with a good father, he would have surely cast a forbidden spell upon her. Zhuge Qinqing, with just a few clues, could deduce that he possessed immortality, truly a man of foresight. Zhuge and I, blinded by her own ignorance, acted recklessly, completely oblivious to the truth laid bare before her. She still insisted on believing she and Ling Ye were equals. The disparity between this father-daughter duo was indeed astonishing. Ye Lin exited and hailed a taxi. Driver, take me to Urxiankyo via Changhua Avenue. The taxi arrived at a small estate, surrounded by dozens of bodyguards. Their restrained presence exuded an air of depth, clearly indicating that they were formidable individuals. Following the previous attack by Kinson, Uncle Ji had evidently become more willing to invest in security. As Ye Lin approached the Grand Bronze Gate, a bodyguard stopped him with a stern command, halt. Private property, no trespassing. Bang. Before he could finish, another bodyguard smacked him on the back of the head, scolding. Have you lost your senses? This is Mr. Ye Lin, the national top scholar from this year's college entrance examination and the esteemed leader of our young master. You shall this way, please. The bodyguard quickly adjusted his demeanor, offering a courteous smile. The bodyguard respectfully guided him, and as Ye Lin settled onto the sofa in the reception room, Ji Lingyu rushed out. Boss, I missed you so much. Why didn't you let me know you were coming? I could have sent a car to pick you up. Since the college entrance examination, Ji Lingyu has completely submitted to Ye Lin, the leader. Have your injuries healed? Ye Lin inquired with a smile. Yes. My father found the best healer in Qinqing for me. He will certainly be delighted to know you are here. Let me call him. Ji Lingyu promptly summoned his father. And after the three exchanged pleasantries for a while, Ye Lin mysteriously stated, could you please ask everyone else to leave first? I have important matters to discuss with you. Ji's father and Ji Lingyu exchanged glances, and then Ji's father solemnly commanded, everyone, please leave. The butler and maids bowed and respectfully exited the room. Now, speak, Ye Lin. Have you encountered any difficulties? I assure you that within my means, I will certainly assist you. Ji's father said earnestly. Yes, leader, do not hesitate to share. Ji Lingyu nodded in agreement. Well, after the exam, I ventured into the top scholar's secret realm, where I encountered genuine demons. For over a month, I have been battling these creatures. Before Ye Lin could finish, Ji's father abruptly stood from the sofa, concern etched on his face. Were you injured? Is it serious? Do not worry. I will summon all the healing professionals above level 40 in Qinqing immediately. Ji's father quickly grabbed his phone to dial, but Ye Lin swiftly stopped him. No, what I mean is, I have fought all my life, and now I wish to indulge in some enjoyment. Indulge in enjoyment? Ji's father was taken aback. Yes. Like this. Let the music play and the dance continue. Ji's father was speechless. Soon, news spread that the Ji family would host a celebratory banquet for the national top scholar. Ye Lin. The Ji family laid out a grand feast, where nearly all prominent figures from Qingcheng gathered to celebrate the birth of the national top scholar. Many sought to extend olive branches to Ye Lin, hoping to win him over, even offering to introduce their daughters to him. After all, for the minor factions of Qingcheng, his identities as the national top scholar, a level 25 forbidden spellcaster, and a disciple of Master Zhuge were dazzling enough. However, Ye Lin paid no attention to anyone. At the banquet, he engaged in only 3 activities: smoking, drinking, and indulging with women, embodying the essence of hedonism. Observing him, with 2 women in his embrace and 3 cigarettes dangling from his mouth, many factions that initially intended to court him exchanged glances of disbelief. He is a forbidden spellcaster. His life is inherently short. Now, he is exhausting himself to seize the title of national top scholar. He probably has only a couple of years left to live. Knowing he is nearing death, indulging in pleasure is not a mistake. Indeed, if he were not a forbidden spellcaster, Qingcheng might truly have produced a true dragon. It has been ages since our small town has seen a national top scholar. The crowd murmured among themselves, their gazes filled with pity and regret for Ye Lin, lamenting the unfortunate fate of such a promising talent being a forbidden spellcaster. Yet Ye Lin remained indifferent to their opinions, turning to tease a nearby girl, eliciting her delightful laughter and sparkling eyes. As the celebration concluded, the only sentiment expressed about Ye Lin was one of despair. It's over. He has wasted. However, this was merely the beginning. Over the next 2 days, the residents of Qingcheng frequently spotted Ye Lin driving his luxurious sports car through the streets, each time accompanied by a different alluring woman in the passenger seat. At the entrance of bars in Qingcheng after midnight, one could randomly encounter a national top scholar lounging about. It was not uncommon to see him emerge from a hotel with 3 or 4 different young ladies each day, all possessing graceful figures and exquisite features. Many speculated that Ye Lin might truly be on the brink of ruin, hence his descent into such debauchery. Gradually, interest in him waned. Everyone was preoccupied, for in the adult world, self-interest reigned supreme. A top scholar who indulged in vice and self-destruction could hardly offer any value to them. On the 3rd morning, as dawn broke, Ye Lin awoke. He first activated his forbidden spell, igniting his blood until it was entirely consumed. Then, he drew forth the Starfall Celestial Mark and made a delicate incision, creating a large gash from his chest to his abdomen. Ye Lin excised his lungs and liver, casting a spark of flame upon them until they were reduced to ashes. With a mere thought, his cells began to rapidly divide and proliferate, and new lungs and liver emerged. Smoking harms the lungs, while drinking damages the liver. In order to convincingly portray a figure of decadence, he had indulged excessively in both over the past few days. Without replacing his lungs and liver, his physical condition would undoubtedly suffer. After consuming over 20 packs of cigarettes in a single day, Ye Lin had noticeably felt a significant decrease in his lung capacity. Having completed these actions, Ye Lin donned a disguise and quietly slipped out of the Ji family residence. With the groundwork laid over the past 2 days, even if he were to disappear for a few days, Ji Fu and Ji Lingyu would only assume he had retreated to some hidden corner for merriment. Chapter 100, The Terrifying Astrologer. When Ye Lin arrived at the entrance of Zhuge Qianqing's courtyard, Guqin and Zhuge Qianqing were already waiting inside, accompanied by the meticulously adorned Zhuge and I, standing behind Zhuge Qianqing. You've arrived? I've prepared a pot of locust flower porridge. Let us eat together before setting off. Zhuge Qianqing said, lifting a bowl filled with steaming, fragrant porridge for Ye Lin. The hot porridge slid down his throat and settled in his stomach, enveloping him in a warm and comforting sensation. However, the meal would have been even more delightful had it not been for Zhuge Ni's blushing gaze fixed upon him from across the table. At last, after enduring the meal, Ye Lin felt a sense of relief and stood to leave. Just then, Zhuge and I unexpectedly called out to him. Lingyi, is there something you need? Ye Lin replied with a hint of resignation. Zhuge and I, her face flushed, lowered her head and anxiously fidgeted with her clothing. All right, Zhuge and I said, somewhat crestfallen. But soon her determination reignited. In Lingya's heart, she must still hold some significance. Otherwise, he would have outright rejected her rather than offering an ambiguous response. As long as she continued to strive, she was certain she could melt the icy facade of Lingyi. Zhuge and I, you can do it. She encouraged herself silently. Crouched at the entrance, Guqin stroked his chin, glancing at Zhuge and I, and then at Ye Lin, he chuckled softly. It is quite evident that the young lady harbors a keen interest in you. I have no interest in her, Ye Lin replied, shaking his head. Yet, isn't it rather amusing? The lady remains oblivious to the fact that Ling Yi is actually Ye Lin, and she despises Ye Lin while being enamored with Ling Yi. First, win her affection, and then, in a dramatic flourish, you can remove your mask and surprise her. Wouldn't that be delightful? Then, you can exclaim, fool. There is no Ling Yi. I have always been Ye Lin. The more Guqin spoke, the brighter his eyes shone, culminating in a vigorous slap of his thigh. Indeed, How did I not think of such an entertaining scheme before? Ye Lin. Guoqin's mind seems irreparably lost. This fellow can connect the most nonsensical topics to bizarre conclusions. Discussing green beans with him elicits a strange smile. Talk about tigers, and he responds with the same odd grin. Even when discussing the meteor shower tonight at 8, he manages to wear that peculiar smile. At times, Ye Lin is tempted to pry open Guoqin's skull to discover the workings of his mind. What are you two discussing? Zhuge Qianxing appeared, wearing an enigmatic smile. Nothing much, nothing at all, Mr. Zhuge. Let us set off, Guoqin stammered awkwardly. If Mr. Zhuge were to learn that he was instructing Ye Lin on how to tease Zhuge and I, Guoqin would surely face dire consequences. You better do so. Zhuge Qianxing shot a glance at Guoqin, sending a chill down his spine. Let us depart. Fortunately, Zhuge Qianxing showed no intention of reprimanding Guoqin, allowing him to breathe a sigh of relief. He hurriedly climbed into a black SUV parked at the entrance, taking on the role of the driver, while Ye Lin and Zhuge Qianxing settled into the back seat. Teacher, are we heading to the teleportation array? Ye Lin inquired. No, there is no need. The Gate of Revelation is located just outside Qingqing. And do refrain from calling me teacher. It may expose your identity. Address me as Mr. Zhuge. Just like Guoqin does, Zhuge Qianxing replied, adjusting his glasses with a smile. Understood, Ye Lin nodded. Guoqin pressed the accelerator, and the SUV shot forward like an arrow released from a bow. At the city gate, upon seeing Zhuge Qianxing in the vehicle, no one dared to impede their passage, allowing them to proceed unhindered through Qingqing. Once outside the city, the road immediately became riddled with potholes. Zhuge Qianxing produced a sheet of white paper and a pen, sketching a route before handing it to Guoqin. Follow the path laid out on this map. Certainly, Mr. Zhuge, Guoqin affirmed, steering according to Zhuge Qianxing's directions. For the first time, Ye Lin witnessed the formidable nature of the profession of an astrologer. The SUV navigated the rugged terrain, and Ye Lin remained ever vigilant for any potential magical beasts that might suddenly appear. After all, they were in the wilderness. However, to Ye Lin's astonishment, they encountered not a single magical creature along the way. It was as if those ferocious beasts, typically lurking in the wild, had received advance notice and deliberately avoided their path. Though the occasional roars and howls of monsters reverberated in the surroundings, none appeared to obstruct their path. This realization sent a chill down Ye Lin's spine, compelling him to cast a glance at the meditative Zhuge Qianxing. The ability to foresee events, to attract fortune while averting calamity, and to anticipate the enemy's moves. The off-road vehicle ascended the hill and traversed a narrow path through a dense forest, finally halting at the entrance of a valley. We have arrived. Disembark, Zhuge Qianxing announced as he opened his eyes, leading Ye Lin and Guoqin into the valley. Within the valley, a faint white mist enveloped the air. Shortly after entering, Ye Lin beheld a gathering of figures ahead. At the forefront of the crowd loomed a colossal stone door, its height seemingly limitless and its width as expansive as the clouds, adorned with intricate carvings of celestial bodies. Mountains, rivers, and mythical creatures like dragons and phoenixes, exuding an aura of both mystery and solemnity. This door stood in stark contrast within the valley, and curiously, it was only visible from the front. From other angles, one could only perceive the emptiness of the valley. Is that the Gate of Revelation? Ye Lin exclaimed in awe as he gazed at the stone door. Indeed, Zhuge Qianxing replied, his own eyes, framed by golden spectacles, reflecting astonishment. Even for him, it was the first occasion witnessing the Gate of Revelation. Mr. Zhuge, you have finally arrived. Had you delayed any longer, I would have sent someone to ascertain your safety, remarked a middle-aged man in a sharply tailored suit, his demeanor nonchalant. Behind him trailed a cadre of transferees, each emanating a formidable aura, none below level 30. I appreciate your concern, Director Tan. Zhuge Qianxing responded with a slight smile, maintaining his composure. Noticing the look of confusion on Ye Lin's face, Guoqin leaned in to explain softly. He is Tan Xinjiang, the deputy director of the Qingcheng Investigation Bureau. I ended up in their custody back when I was a flower thief, all because I had an affair with his wife.